You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 501, The WTF Before Leaving. For the being known as Counterfeit Agatha, who was birthed from the mirror's reflection, her existence was bifurcated into two distinct segments. One part of her life was radiant, comforting, and gratifying. It was saturated with the full spectrum of her emotions, her love, her hate, and her intricate connection to this world. However, at its core, this part of her life was nothing more than an elaborate illusion woven into her consciousness. The other segment, contrastingly, spanned a mere 3 days. It was packed with pressure, exhaustion, agony, and eventually culminated in a death that felt paradoxically liberating. Ironically, this was the only part of her memory that was genuinely hers. Now, having transcended death, she had returned to the realm of the living, and the counterfeit had an opportunity to carry on. The difficulty she faced was this. The former, the life she yearned for, was forever unattainable. After an extended period, every regret she harbored would metamorphose into bitterness. The latter, while real, was so insubstantial and colorless that it was not sufficient for her to exist as a complete individual. Before the inevitable fork in the road came, Duncan Abnammer presented her with some advice. After significant contemplation, she reached a conclusion. The thought of departing and confronting the frigid depths of the sea was terrifying. However, the act of diving itself for the first time made her aware of the fact that life held an alternate possibility, just as Duncan had elucidated to her in the submarine. We fumble our way through an unending darkness, and civilization itself is nothing but a delicate, fragile raft. The light from this raft sheds illumination on its immediate surroundings. We use the superficial wisdom of mankind to attempt to interpret the transient shadows that appear in the darkness, hypothesizing what the world might possibly look like. Most individuals choose to huddle in the secure corners of the raft for their entire lives, but there must always be someone who takes the responsibility to stand at the bow, clutching the lamp, peering into the distance. This is a path that is fated to continually move forward, because the unknown is inherently a one-directional concept. Maybe this is something I can attempt. The mirror's Agatha declared with calmness. The black robe she wore, signifying the status of the gatekeeper, had subtly transformed, morphing into a set of attire reminiscent of a sea explorer. It somewhat mirrored Martha's outfit, but still bore the symbols of the Death Church. She removed the hat that was a symbol of the clergy, letting her hair fall freely while the bandages that had previously enveloped her body began to slowly fade away. She then raised her gaze and smiled at Duncan. The counterfeit might not have a tangible past, but I can still have an authentic future. Let those cherished memories rest peacefully in the realm of the past. This way, whenever I reminisce in the future, they will continue to shine brightly, emanating warmth, and remain untarnished by human frailties. Martha assisted me in creating this outfit. What is your opinion? Duncan studied the reflection of Agatha, and after a long pause he nodded seriously. It's suitable. Do you believe that I need to alter my name? Agatha questioned. If I am about to embark on an entirely fresh journey, should I initiate this transformation with a change in my name? This time, Duncan took even longer to respond. But after considerable contemplation, he still shook his head. There's no need. It seems appropriate that you continue being called Agatha. Why? Simply because I've become accustomed to addressing you as such. A change in name would be inconvenient, Duncan responded nonchalantly. Besides, I'm capable of distinguishing between both of you. The reflection of Agatha regarded Duncan with a penetrating gaze. This doesn't seem like your actual reason, but it suffices to persuade me. Besides, I have a fondness for this name. Let it stand as the final vestige of my past. Duncan nodded his approval. Excellent. It's heartening to see that you can perceive it this way. Have you sorted out everything with the city-state? Agatha queried once more. Do you genuinely plan on embracing the role of a graveyard keeper in Frost henceforth? Duncan raised an eyebrow. What seems to be the issue with this occupation? Nothing in particular, it just feels unusual to envision Captain Duncan, who is akin to a subspace phantom in the perception of many, actually standing guard over a cemetery in the city-state. Reflected in the mirror, Agatha candidly voiced her thoughts. However, as long as it brings you joy, that's what truly matters. I surmise there won't be many locales safer than that cemetery in the times to come. I find it quite appealing. I also manage an antique store in Pland. Engaging in activities within civilized society serves as a good mechanism for adjusting one's mindset, Duncan replied with a grin. Furthermore, maintaining a physical existence within the city-state also incurs expenses, Serving as a keeper in the cemetery at least offers some source of income. Suddenly, Duncan paused mid-sentence. He gradually lifted his gaze to meet the gatekeeper in the mirror and asked with utmost seriousness, "Will the cathedral compensate me, the new caretaker?" It was only at this moment that Agatha retorted, "Do you require a salary?" "You don't offer pay." "Ah, certainly we do. Under typical conditions, the salary for a new cemetery keeper is directly financed by the cathedral," Agatha began, her countenance twisting into an odd expression. "However, a subspace shadow venturing into cemetery keeping is hardly a standard scenario. I would strongly recommend you discuss this matter with the other Agatha at the cathedral. From my understanding of my own character, she definitely won't consider it, nor would she dare to, unless you initiate the topic." Duncan appeared taken aback. "Is it truly that inconceivable?" The sequence of digits you inscribed at the end of the report letter nearly drove a whole assembly of cryptographers and mathematicians to insanity. When transferring funds to your bank account, the cathedral even established a dedicated covert action group to supervise any alterations in the spirit world. When you interact with ordinary folks as a subspace shadow, please do take into consideration the world views of most normal humans. Letter 1E59. Duncan's lips twitched slightly and he rubbed his forehead. "All right, I understand." Agatha seemed to let out a sigh of relief, then inquisitively queried, "Since affairs in Frost are settled, what are your forthcoming plans?" "I intend to venture back to the central naval regions. I aim to follow some archaeological leads provided by Morris, tracing the maritime route to visit ancient ruins and enigmatic seas that have piqued my curiosity. If feasible, I might even approach or venture into certain regions listed as anomalies to probe deeper and gain a better understanding of this world." Duncan, who had evidently devised his plans well in advance, promptly began elaborating on his adventurous itinerary with an enthusiastic demeanor. "Throughout this journey, I'll maintain contact with the civilized world and, incidentally, monitor the reactions of the major churches to my warnings. If they show interest, I wouldn't mind negotiating with those mysterious arcs from the churches once more." "Sounds like a splendid adventure," Agatha responded, her voice carrying an undertone of joy and anticipation. "It's fraught with dangers, but it's certainly worth attempting. Shall we embark now, provided you're in agreement with my decision, or do we need additional preparations?" "Hold your horses, we need to coordinate things with the White Oak first, and I ought to inform Tyrion," Duncan chuckled. "He should have returned to his office in the Dome building by now. I'll just go and extend my greetings." "Understood. In that case, I won't impose on you any longer." Agatha nodded, her figure gradually dissolving from the mirror. Concurrently, within the Dome building of the Frost Administrative Office, Tyrion had just bid farewell to the final department representative. He doffed the ornate but uncomfortable coat he had donned for the ceremony and slipped into his daily attire. Settling behind his desk, he exhaled a small sigh of relief. There was a brief respite up next, a necessary breather to prepare for the remainder of the day's tasks. As the governor of a city in a state of chaos, he had not even been afforded a moment's break on his inauguration day. The morning's agenda had been crammed with work that would typically fill an entire day. The afternoon and evening were to be dedicated to dealing with all the deferred matters. Furthermore, his responsibilities extended beyond the city of Frost. The vast enterprise that the Mist Fleet had been operating for the past 5 decades, his own intricate and complex liaisons with other city-states, the delicate balance of power in the cold sea, and the relationship with his family. All these matters combined were as demanding as the role of a governor. With a deep sigh, Tyrion unlocked a drawer adjacent to his desk, revealing numerous folders and documents. These files included archives related to the Mist Fleet, shared data from the Bright Star, and personal correspondences from other city-states. The period of rest meant that he could momentarily set aside his duties as governor and tackle another batch of tasks that were just as taxing. Glancing over the imposing stack, Tyrion couldn't help but reach up and scratch his head. An image of his first mate Aiden's bald head sprang into his mind unbidden, sparking a disconcerting association. The freshly minted governor felt a shiver of trepidation and abruptly ceased scratching his head. Aiden had shaved it off himself back in the day. He's been ruining it for 100 years. Tyrion mumbled under his breath, seemingly attempting to distract himself from the overwhelming pressure exerted by the mound of work awaiting his attention. Just then, a subtle crackling sound abruptly punctuated his internal monologue. His heart instinctively lurched, but he rapidly regained his composure. With an unflappable countenance, he shifted his gaze to the mirror hanging on a nearby wall. He had grown accustomed to it, the figure of Duncan materializing in the mirror. "My son, I just popped by to check on you. Is everything progressing smoothly?" "Everything is in order, father," Tyrion responded, rising to his feet and deliberately meeting his father's gaze, his heart noticeably more at ease than usual. "Do you have any specific orders for me?" "Not particularly. I'm just preparing to set off." Duncan's voice trailed off unexpectedly. A look of puzzlement crossed Tyrion's face as he peered at his father in the mirror, only to find the latter staring intently at his desk, a peculiar expression playing on his face. His countenance reflected utter astonishment, which set Tyrion's heart racing. He swiftly followed his father's gaze to discover a piece of paper that had slipped out of the pile of documents. It was a message from Lucretia of the Bright Star. "It's an academic shared document," came Duncan's unusually grave voice from the mirror. "Tyrion, what exactly is that? Could you bring it closer so I can take a look?" "Oh, sure." Tyrion quickly acquiesced, promptly picking up the document and moving towards the mirror to present the depicted image to his father. "Is there an issue with this? Where did this design originate from?" "It was sent over by Lucretia." Tyrion responded instantaneously, his tone wavering between anxiety and guilt. "I hadn't brought it to your attention earlier, but she has recently been engaged in researching something that plummeted from the heavens." Duncan remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on the paper. After an extended silence, he finally shattered the stillness with a hushed utterance. It was as if he was caught in a trance, whispering to himself, "Moon." Chapter 502, Going South. Tyrion felt a foreign word reverberate in his ears, its peculiar cadence utterly alien and its syntax rigid, unlike any language he had previously encountered. In a state of bewilderment, he found his gaze dropping to the document in his hands, his eyes fixating on the image of a spherical rock that was meticulously rendered with a sophisticated stroke of the brush. He took a moment to process what he had heard before he finally looked up and inquired, "Father, could you repeat what you said? The moon, is that the name of this object? Do you recognize this mysterious sphere?" However, Duncan appeared to be lost in his own world, his eyes transfixed on the sketched representation of the moon on the parchment. Its likeness seemed uncannily familiar to him, causing him to ignore Tyrion until his son reiterated his question. The sudden repetition seemed to snap him back to reality. He looked at Tyrion and hastily inquired, "What did you mention about Lucretia?" These are the details she dispatched from the Bright Star," Tyrion answered, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Duncan's unusual demeanor unsettled him, but under his father's overpowering gaze, he divulged all he knew. Lucy had discovered a mysterious luminous object in the border region some time ago. Since then, she has been meticulously analyzing it. The intriguing sphere was the central part of the celestial debris. Tyrion narrated the entire saga, covering every tiny detail, from the scholars in Wind Harbor's current assessment that the fallen celestial object originated from Vision 1, to their ongoing investigation into the stony sphere, including the challenges they had faced. Throughout Tyrion's recounting, Duncan remained silent. He listened attentively, his grave demeanor placing immense pressure on Tyrion. It was as if he intended to imprint each word deeply into his memory, dissecting each syllable multiple times to fully understand its implications. After about 10 minutes, the domed office descended into silence once more. Duncan remained quiet for an extended period, finally letting out a soft sigh just before the tension in the room reached its peak. He asked, "Why didn't you inform me about this sooner?" "Lucy wished to touch base with you once she had made some headway in her research. But more crucially, we were dealing with Frost's crisis at the time." After a brief pause, Duncan felt his heartbeat slowing down. Upon hearing Tyrion's explanation, he finally gave a slight nod of agreement. "This object is currently in Wind Harbor, correct?" Yes," Tyrion replied, nodding quickly. He felt his lips growing parched and his anxiety escalating as he watched the subtle changes in his father's expression. After several bouts of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask once more, "Do you recognize this mystifying sphere?" "It's referred to as the moon, or at least it resembles it. However, the moon I am familiar with is not 10 meters in diameter, nor does it have the ability to float on the sea and be hauled back to a city-state by a ship using a steel cable," Duncan responded, speaking slowly and thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is merely an artificial construct mimicking the lunar form, or potentially it could be an artifact from the ancient realm of Crete." His voice trailed off abruptly. A vast paradox and disarray of thoughts whirled within his mind, inhibiting him from forming a cogent hypothesis about the current circumstance. Nonetheless, one undeniable truth stood out to him. The illustration on the parchment clasped in Tyrion's hands was unmistakably the moon. Regardless of whether the stone sphere that Lucretia discovered in the sea was the authentic moon or a man-made airborne object, created by the Crete kingdom as an imitation of the moon. A question persisted. Why was the lunar image he knew so well materializing here? What was its purpose in this peculiarly warped alternate reality? Mid his swirling thoughts, he furrowed his brows, addressing Tyrion. You just mentioned, the scholars of Wind Harbor confirmed that the mysterious luminous object plummeted from the rune circle of Vision 1. Yes, they had affirmed the resemblance of the gap in the solar rune circle, Tyrion responded. Promptly another query arose. You stated its name the moon, so what exactly is this moon? Duncan hesitated, suddenly finding himself at a loss for the appropriate words to define such a rudimentary term for Tyrion. After a moment's thought, he blurted out, It's a planet. At this, Tyrion's expression morphed into an even greater state of bewilderment. What is a planet? Duncan fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, Tyrion's voice rose once again. Is this a forbidden inquiry? Have I overstepped? No, it's not off limits. It should be the most fundamental question, but I find myself unable to articulate an explanation. Duncan gently shook his head, his gaze meeting Tyrion's through the mirror, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. I'm sorry, Tyrion. The answer to your question is elementary, but helping you comprehend it is proving to be a Herculean task. Arsadilla. Tyrion looked somewhat taken aback. Observing his father's complex and regretful expression in the mirror, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if this moment had transpired long ago, buried in the depths of his murky, distant memories, on a forgotten, hazy afternoon. That day, he and Lucretia had stood on the deck of the Vanished for the last time, resolute in their decision to ask their father about the world beyond the border. At that moment, his father's reaction mirrored his current one, in possession of an exceedingly simple truth, but at a loss on how to elucidate it to others. Suddenly, Duncan's voice rang clear from the mirror, jolting Tyrion from his deep reminiscence. I've altered the plan. The Vanished will set course for Wind Harbor next. As his father reacted in the expected way to the spherical object dubbed the moon, Tyrion felt a surge of anticipation. He knew that this was how events would unfold. I comprehend. I'll relay the circumstances to Lucy. Meanwhile, Nina cast a concerned glance at Duncan, who was standing at the brink of the deck, his gaze locked onto the vast sea in the distance. Noticing Alice walking by, she took the opportunity to inquire. What's ailing Uncle Duncan? Nina murmured. He's been staring into the horizon for some time, seemingly lost in a sea of troubles. I'm not certain. Alice looked upwards, shaking her head in bewilderment. He's been in this state ever since he emerged from his cabin. He claimed that he needed to contemplate certain matters. Contemplate certain matters, Nina repeated, confusion glinting in her eyes. Did something transpire? Why do you ask? Alice mused for a moment before an understanding smile lit her face. Ah, that's right, he was in communication with Tyrion, but I am unaware of the topic of their discourse. Mr. Tyrion? Nina recoiled in surprise, then her thoughts began to wander, her expression morphing into a peculiar one. Is it due to Mr. Tyrion's unwed status? Alice wore a puzzled look. What do you mean? After pondering for a moment, Nina commenced her earnest analysis. I heard Mr. Morris often fretting over Heidi's marital prospects, and Mr. Tyrion, being older than Heidi, would surely have Uncle Duncan even more concerned. Alice was so perplexed that she could only nod in bewilderment. No sooner had she finished speaking than Duncan's voice suddenly echoed beside them. Enough, you two. Nina, don't jest with Alice in such a manner. She might take you seriously. Nina jolted, only then realizing that Uncle Duncan had somehow sidled up to her. Alice, on the other hand, wore a baffled look, pulling at her hair as she regarded Nina with suspicion. Were you teasing me? In any event, don't take her previous statement to heart. Duncan advised helplessly, then turned to Nina. Rest assured, nothing is amiss. Nina made a playful face, but her expression still held a trace of worry. Uncle Duncan, what's happening? You seldom appear so troubled. For a moment, Duncan didn't know how to address the girl's question. In his mind's eye, he was still viewing the image from Tyrion's office, along with the unusual sphere that Lucretia had collected from the sea. He raised his hand to soothe his slightly throbbing brow, but the next moment, he paused and observed the young girl before him instead. This tranquil, gentle, impeccably behaved miniature son encapsulated within a young girl's form was standing there quietly, her face etched with concern for him. Duncan felt as though he could perceive directly the radiant remnants left in the wake of a star's explosion, the dazzling flows of plasma that once coursed through the cosmos. The small sun tilted her head and extended a hand, gently tracing Duncan's furrowed brow as if intending to smooth out the entrenched lines. "Uncle Duncan, are you truly all right?" Duncan remained silent. He softly captured Nina's hand, placing it upon his forehead, then slowly exhaled. He had come to understand something more. Behind the imposing veil of reality, the world had once again divulged a fragment of its truth to him. However, he had no one to share this piece of truth with. "Don't fret, everything is fine, Nina." He spoke at a measured pace, his demeanor gradually reverting to its usual calm. "I'm grappling with some issues that are currently challenging to elucidate to you. Once they're resolved, I'll provide an explanation." Nina paid close attention, subsequently nodding with fervor. "Okay." "Excellent, let's return to the cabin first. We'll have to set off shortly, but before we do, we need to make a slight detour to the Mist Fleet's base. We have a delivery for Tyrion." Back at the governor's dome office in Frost, the crystal ball steadily brightened with a gentle hum, allowing the figure of the Sea Witch to materialize within the faint light. "Brother," Lucretia peered curiously at the scene, "have you concluded your work there? Did everything proceed without hitches?" "If you're referring to the inauguration ceremony, it concluded this morning. Everything proceeded without a hitch." Tyrion spoke, his expression growing somewhat complex, "but the reason for my call pertains to something else." Lucretia's brows furrowed. "Something else?" "Two matters." Tyrion paused briefly, then began to speak as he poured a drink. "Firstly, I've procured the spirit lens you requested. I've managed to secure the highest quality, most precise lens apparatus available through the city-state's legal channels." Lucretia's face within the crystal ball instantly lit up with delight. "Ah, that's splendid. You're truly dependable. What's the second matter?" "Guess who will be delivering the lens to you?" "Is it your transport ship?" Tyrion remained silent, causing Lucretia's expression to gradually shift. "It's your transport ship, isn't it?" Tyrion continued his silence. A realization dawned upon Lucretia. "Its father." "Correct." Chapter 503, The Day of Homecoming. As Lawrence set foot onto the weather-worn bridge of the ship, he was instantly greeted by his first mate, Gus. Gus stood at the forefront of the gathered crew, who eagerly assembled behind him. Their faces were etched with anticipation as they fixed their attention on their seasoned captain. Lawrence, an experienced sailor, cast his gaze across these individuals, subordinates who had become friends over countless voyages and turbulent sea storms. Allowing himself a brief pause, he drew in a slow, calming breath, and a warm smile spread across his seasoned features. "The time has come, gentlemen," he announced. "We can finally set sail for home." A wave of visible relief swept across the first officer's face upon hearing these words, but he couldn't stifle the gnawing question, "And what of the vanished?" "The vanished have a separate path to tread," Lawrence responded with a gentle nod before addressing the entire crew. "The Duncan ship will journey south for more significant tasks. As per our original navigation plan, I've instructed the White Oak to return to the established route of the civilized world. Our first stop will be Cold Harbor for resupply, followed by fulfilling the procurement orders. Then our course will be set for home to planned." The mention of their future stirred a look of apprehension in Officer Gus. Like the rest of the crew, he had been taken aback by the length and unpredictability of their so-called Frost journey. "What lies ahead?" he asked tentatively, the unease apparent in his voice. Despite the good news of heading home, he found it hard to imagine that things would simply return to normal. "Our livelihoods remain upon the boundless sea," Lawrence responded with a sense of calmness in his voice. "The White Oak has been granted a passage permit, and thus the shipping lanes of the civilized world remain accessible to us. However, one significant change will be that from here on, Captain Duncan will be watching over all of us." Lawrence went on to address his crew. "When the vanished give the order, it is our duty as a fleet to respond. But for now, my fellow sailors, we can finally set sail for home." The bridge was consumed by a brief silence that lasted for several seconds. Then, a single clap shattered the quiet, soon followed by more until it grew into a thunderous applause and resounding cheer, ringing out through the ship. The joyful news that they could finally head home swept through the vessel like a gust of wind, reaching the ears of every sailor. The abrupt and long journey they had embarked upon, full of unexpected twists and turns, could now come to an end. It was a peculiar adventure that would be indelibly etched into the minds of all on board. The happiness and relief of returning home overshadowed any lingering concerns about the future. Fresh fuel was loaded into the steam engine room, and the ship's whistle began to reverberate across the endless sea. It seemed as if the entire ship was celebrating the prospect of their long-anticipated voyage home. Lawrence stationed himself at the fore of the deck, his gaze reaching out towards the endless, heaving expanse of water before him. The surface of the boundless sea was devoid of any reference points, creating an illusion of stillness, as if the ship was marooned in time and space. However, the direction of the rolling waves and the headwind whipping past him assured Lawrence that the White Oak had indeed embarked on its voyage. His eyes shifted downwards towards the ship's side, where the fluctuating sea mirrored the White Oak. It appeared like a shadowy cloud under the ocean's surface, mirroring their journey above. The fore of the ship was draped in darkness, with sparse lights casting layers of shadows, creating a scene of stark contrasts. Then Martha's voice emanated from the small mirror pinned to his chest. There's a joyous atmosphere amongst the crew. The prospect of returning to a familiar life on land is within reach. However, you should remind them that not all things will revert to how they once were. We've established a connection with the vanished. Irrespective of the liberties Captain Duncan has granted us, this link with subspace is bound to bring forth a multitude of changes. We must brace ourselves for this double-edged sword. Lawrence absorbed her words in silence for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. Are these changes akin to those seen with the bright star or the sea mist? These entities would cease to age or perish. Instead, they would slowly diverge from the realm of the living. The ship would undergo a metamorphosis into a sentient entity, and parts of it would sporadically exhibit cognitive abilities. Finally, it would start operating automatically. The existence of the Black Oak, a haunting mirror image, would tinge the White Oak with a plethora of eerie rumors and ghostly tales. The ship's reputation would soon morph into a symbol of fear, a newly born cursed vessel. And not even the passage permit issued by the church could alleviate this problem. Martha continued to speak at a leisurely pace. Her words didn't seem to predict the future for Lawrence, but rather recited the past as if it had already transpired. Within her vast, labyrinthine web of memories, she was sketching the inescapable fate that the White Oak was set to confront. Lawrence merely listened, allowing her words to hang in the air until she had finished. He then softly replied, "Perhaps your predictions will manifest. Those changes will creep up on us eventually, but not today. Today is a day of celebration for our crew. Their journey home has begun. They will return to the warm embrace of plan before the year's end, reuniting with their loved ones and sharing tales of this incredible adventure as mere mortals. I will do everything within my power to keep the White Oak operative on all busy routes, liaising with the churches, the Explorers Association, and various city-state trade teams. This is not just to fulfill Captain Duncan's orders, but also to cement this ship's reputation as a symbol of respect before it becomes a feared curse." Prescription. The tiny mirror remained unresponsive, yet a faint draft blew past Lawrence, suddenly enveloping a small region around him. An indistinct silhouette appeared out of the thin mist, tenderly wrapping him in an ethereal embrace from behind. The sensation was as delicate and surreal as a dreamscape. "Old man," a voice came. "What is it?" he replied. "You're rather impressive," the voice said. A tumultuous cloud cover, thick and leaden, supplanted the radiant, comforting sunlight. A misty fog enveloped the vast sea, obscuring the horizon, and under this mist-cloaked surface, shadowy figures resembling strands of hair rapidly converged, plunging the entire sea into utter darkness. The world had metamorphosed into a grayish and eerie specter. Meanwhile, the ship, known as the Vanished, unfurled its ghostly sails upon this blackened sea. An unseen breeze filled the sails, propelling the ship across the sea at a velocity that defied the realms of reality. Standing on the deck towards the rear of the Vanished, Duncan took charge of the helm, with Goathead's voice resonating in his mind, affirming their safe transition into the spirit realm. The Vanished was now smoothly sailing in the shallower regions of this ethereal domain. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Duncan turned to Nina, who was standing a short distance away, observing him guide the ship with intrigued eyes, and informed her, "We have made a safe descent into the spirit realm." Nina gave a semi-comprehending nod. The concept of steering a ship, specifically a sailboat from a century prior, was something entirely beyond her understanding. Standing on the opposite side, Vanna couldn't help but rest a hand on her forehead upon hearing Duncan's announcement. "It's weird, no matter how often I hear it, the terms safe and spirit realm sound strangely contradicting. It's rather odd that there can be something like safely sinking into the spirit realm in our world." Duncan merely responded with a knowing smile. "It does require a certain finesse, but in the spirit realm, we can traverse at incredible speeds and are free from most real-world impediments. After all, the voyage from Frost to Wind Harbor is no short journey." "Wind Harbor, I've only encountered that place within the pages of books," Nina said, a hint of yearning in her eyes. "The books describe it as a city-state constructed by the elves, and also one of the pivotal dioceses of the Academy of Truth, surpassed only by Mach. It is rumored to possess the world's most advanced difference engine and steam core, boasting highly sophisticated mechanical technology and mathematics. The books are accurate, yet they frequently neglect one aspect. Wind Harbor is not only a leader in technology, but it's also a significant hub for the Explorers Association, Morris stated, his face lighting up with a smile. Being situated on the fringe of civilization, the entire city-state of Wind Harbor serves as a crucial restocking point and information exchange center for numerous pioneering fleets and adventurers. This constant influx of travelers brings with them a myriad of cuisines from all over the civilized world to the city, thus bestowing Wind Harbor with the added reputation of being a culinary hotspot. Nina was all ears, her curiosity piqued and her thirst for knowledge unquenchable, absorbing every detail that her books had failed to provide. At the end, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Do they serve sweet pancakes there, too? I believe so, Morris pondered for a moment before affirming. Pland has a flourishing commerce, with many traders establishing routes from the Central Sea to the south. Hence, it's only natural that Pland's delicacies have made their way there as well. Nina couldn't contain her joy. She climbed onto a large wooden barrel adjacent to Duncan, settling herself atop it and swinging her legs gleefully over the barrel's edge. That's splendid, delectable food and state-of-the-art machinery. I'm growing quite excited. Duncan's gaze shifted between Nina, who was merrily swaying atop the barrel, and the deck surrounding it. A few ropes slightly vibrated in the open space between the helm and the barrel, their presence seeming both out of place and insignificant. These ropes were of the opinion that Nina, their crew member, was uncomfortably close to the helm at this point, yet they also feared the potential hazards from the glaring sun. This situation was undeniably fraught with peril. Cease your swinging on the barrel, be careful not to tumble, Duncan chided Nina with a shake of his head. And keep a safe distance from the helm, it's not a place to be trifling around. Nina instantly heeded his words, hopping down onto the deck and creating a safe berth from the helm. The ropes near the helm visibly relaxed, spared of any immediate threat. Yet Nina's obedience lasted only for a brief, while before her mind spun with another query. We're heading there to meet Lady Lucretia, aren't we? She leaned against the railing on the edge of the console, blinking up at Duncan, her voice tinged with anxiety. Is she easy to get along with? She should be quite reasonable, Duncan responded, his expression slightly enigmatic. As he attempted to perceive this predicament through Nina's lens, the complexity of his expression only amplified. Lucretia is an academic fervently dedicated to her research endeavors. Beyond that, there doesn't seem to be much negative to speak of her. She's consistently maintained this demeanor in my presence, but I can't truly ascertain her typical disposition. I feel somewhat jittery, Nina confessed, sticking out her tongue playfully. I've heard she's known as the Sea Witch. Captain Lawrence described her as a frosty and eccentric witch who hexes anyone who disrupts her scholarly pursuits. A great number of renowned adventurers are genuinely apprehensive of her. As Duncan maintained a steady hand on the helm, he pivoted slightly to cast a glance at Nina. Consider Tyrion. He still holds the reputation of a feared pirate, yet wasn't he exceedingly courteous when interacting with you? That is true, she agreed. Chapter 504, Unstable Trends. There had been countless instances when Nina herself remained oblivious to the extraordinary potency she harbored within. She carried an incredible power that could evoke fear and awe in even the most formidable supernatural beings. Yet, she was often unconscious of the extent of her own abilities. Despite the underlying disadvantages, this ignorance served as a blessing in disguise, allowing her to preserve her human identity and mindset. Because, after all, an explosion reaching a staggering temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius could cause cataclysmic destruction, regardless of where it took place. Fortunately for Nina, Duncan had always been aware of this situation. He consistently took upon himself the responsibility to guide and instruct her, ensuring she was regularly reminded of the potential risks of her powers. He lent his hand in helping the young girl grasp the true gravity of her abilities, and he discovered methods to assist her in slowly but steadily learning to control her solar might. Thanks to Duncan's efforts, Nina was gradually coming to terms with her reality and accepting it. In her eyes, the world as it currently existed resembled a delicately crafted yet exceedingly fragile house made of paper. The slightest error or mishap could lead it to erupt into a deadly blaze, like careless breathing or gazing at a spot for too long, effectively charring the area into a wasteland. Now it seemed that Nina's comprehension and mastery over her powers had seen significant improvement. Apart from the rare and minor instances of losing control, she hadn't incinerated anything else. She consistently preserved the outlook and understanding of an ordinary human, ensuring she didn't succumb to arrogance or dangerous overconfidence owing to the knowledge of her formidable strength. In Duncan's view, this was a positive development. The pitch-black surface of the ocean subtly rippled within their sight. The tumultuous sky and the sea seemed to merge into one without any discernible boundary. The eerie fire encircling their vessel, the Vanished, lit up the nearby water surface. At the intersection of light and darkness, occasional sightings of peculiar and unnerving shadows could be made. These fleeting apparitions darted through the air or water. They were the indigenous inhabitants of the spirit realm. These chaotic and simple-minded creatures were drawn towards the intruder, the Vanished. But as soon as they assembled, they'd be scorched by the spectral flames and subsequently dispersed, retreating in fright. Drawn by the novelty of the scene, Nina dashed to the rear deck's edge. She perched herself right on the deck, dangling her legs over the railing, her eyes wide with intrigue as she examined the sea that was both alien and fascinating to her. Duncan warned Nina about not losing her balance and falling overboard before he redirected his attention to mastering the ship's navigation. After a short period, a sudden inquiry popped into his mind. "Vanna," he pivoted to address the inquisitor woman standing on the deck's edge, surveying the sea. "I have a question that suddenly sprang up regarding the storm goddess." Vanna quickly spun around, a serious expression replacing her earlier face. "Feel free to ask." "The storm goddess Gamona is considered the protector of the sea, isn't she?" Duncan queried. Duncan pursued his line of questioning. "The entirety of the boundless sea falls under the jurisdiction of the storm goddess's protection. So, what about the sea that exists within the spirit realm?" The solemn expression on Vanna's face quickly morphed into one of surprise, swiftly succeeded by a mixture of embarrassment and contemplation that persisted for around 10 seconds. After this brief interlude, she reluctantly shook her head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I must confess that I've never given this matter any thought before." She then lapsed back into a thoughtful silence. She reflected on her understanding. "It appears that my comprehension of the tenets of faith is rather superficial. I spend hours in prayer every day, yet I've never deeply considered the intricate nuances underlying these scriptures." Morris, who was observing this exchange from the side, interjected. "It's perfectly normal for these granular details not to be spelled out in the scriptures. Since the founding of the Storm Church, no mortal has freely ventured deep into the spiritual realm." He added, "Doctrine serves as an instrument to elucidate the divine truths to mortals. It only embodies the parts of the truth that we're aware of, not the complete picture." "Then where did the initial doctrine originate from?" Duncan probed further. "In the era when the city-state was newly established, and the faith in the four gods was just taking root, who penned the initial doctrine to clarify the mechanisms that govern the world's functioning? Was it the original mortals who evangelized, or the four gods themselves?" This question prompted Morris to sink into contemplation. Duncan followed up on his previous question. Based on the current interpretation of the scriptures by the four churches, the doctrine could only have originated from the gods, correct? "Yes," Morris nodded in agreement. He seemed to have swiftly arranged his thoughts before responding to Duncan's question. "Doctrine is a fraction of the truth. It mirrors its divine origin. According to the generally accepted belief, the inaugural prophets of Crete were granted divine enlightenment. The gods' wisdom infused their minds, and they instinctively penned down the initial tenets in their enlightened state. This was followed by the Age of Truth manifestation, and the Age of Revelation spanning several centuries. In these eras, prophets received enlightenment in successive generations, documenting this knowledge that eventually culminated in the present doctrine and scriptures of the four gods." Duncan stayed silent for a substantial period, lost in deep thought. After what seemed like an eternity, he posed another question, disrupting the silence that had settled over them. "Are there still prophets today who receive such enlightenment and are capable of drafting new doctrines and truths?" Upon hearing this, Morris and Vanna exchanged glances before the former responded. "To the best of my knowledge, there aren't any." Morris shook his head. "Saints can perceive the gods' voices, but it's usually just indistinct suggestions or prompts, and prophets, who can engage in direct dialogues with the gods like those recorded in history, haven't emerged since the end of the Dark Age. However, those heretics who pledge allegiance to the Dark Sun or the Nether Lord often profess that prophets have risen among them. But as you're well aware, the prophets, they refer to are frequently nothing more than deranged individuals plagued by mental corruption. So it implies that from the time of the Crete kingdom through to the Dark Ages, the gods had frequent interactions with the mortal realm, Duncan said contemplatively. They could even engage in a certain degree of dialogue with deserving mortals over time. But starting from the city-state era, their interaction with the mortal realm was reduced to merely vague suggestions. As Duncan spoke these seemingly profound words, a perplexed expression etched itself onto Vanna's face. Compelled by curiosity, she had to ask, I've never approached this matter from such a perspective before. What prompted these sudden inquiries? Why suddenly ask these questions? Duncan trailed off into a moment of silence. During this brief respite, his mind involuntarily revisited the image he had recently encountered in Tyrion's office, the moon. From what he understood, the world where the moon existed lacked the four gods. There was no expansive sea under the protection of the storm goddess. The world's creation did not hang suspended in the sky, and the deep sea was devoid of concealed stars and demons. The image of the moon had been etched in his mind since he first laid eyes on it. His tranquility was shattered, and a plethora of speculations about this world began to consume his thoughts. I've suddenly developed a keen interest in the oldest mysteries of this world. He voiced his thoughts slowly. He then drew a deep breath, nodded at Vanna and Morris, and gave his assent. I've reviewed the warning message you've prepared to relay to the Storm Church and the Academy of Truth. There are no issues. You can proceed with establishing contact with your respective headquarters at sea. Even though Morris and Vanna harbored lingering doubts and were mildly concerned about the captain's recent somber disposition, they chose not to press him further. They simultaneously bowed their heads in acknowledgement, responding in unison, "Yes, Captain." Lucretia slowly stirred from a restless slumber fraught with a series of chaotic, peculiar, exhilarating, and outlandish nightmares. She turned to gaze out the window. The heavy curtains effectively barred any external light, except for a sliver of golden afterglow that managed to filter through the narrow gap in the curtains, casting long shadows in the room. The familiar daily objects relegated to the dim corners seemed to exude an additional uncanny vibe, as if the residual power from her nightmares had seeped into the real world and was now lurking in the shadows. Mistress, a freakish and unnerving bunny doll, stirred to life at her side, cocking its head, its button eyes trained on Lucretia. The voice of a little girl emanated from its cotton-stuffed body. With a casual movement, Lucretia pulled the bunny doll into her embrace, squeezed it tightly, then lifted her gaze to the window. "What time is it now?" "There's still an hour before you usually wake up," the bunny doll responded, its button eyes scrutinizing Lucretia's pallid complexion as it endured her aggressive snuggles. "You seem rather unwell, and you were tossing and turning in your sleep. Did you have another disturbing dream?" "I dreamt of some strange things," Lucretia responded, rubbing her temples and releasing the bunny doll from her tight grip. "Fetch me a drink." "Understood," the doll complied obediently. It hopped off the bed, retrieved a cup from a nearby cabinet, filled it halfway with her preferred drink, and asked with evident curiosity, "What did you dream about? Is your anxiety stemming from the impending visit of the old master?" The doll's innocent voice harbored a hint of trepidation. It was clear that the mere mention of the phrase, "old master," instilled a profound sense of dread in it. Lucretia accepted the offered cup from the doll, emptied it in a single gulp, and let out a prolonged sigh. "I dreamt about the time when the bright star was on the brink of falling due to its close brush with the border fog. However, in my dream, our ship didn't fall from the fog. Instead, it soared upwards, crashing directly into the world's creation. Also, I saw countless ships contorted into all sorts of shapes, cascading from the world towards the sky. It was all so ludicrous and uncanny." As she narrated her dream, she tossed the empty cup to the bunny doll next to her. "Yes, his imminent arrival does induce a certain level of anxiety, but not enough to instigate nightmares, Rabbi. He is my father after all." "Yes, mistress," the bunny doll promptly nodded in acknowledgement but couldn't resist cautioning her. "But do be wary. Experiencing nightmares aboard the ship could be a bad omen. The old master, he does have ties to subspace, and he is currently drawing closer to you." "I understand," Lucretia responded nonchalantly. She then rose from the bed, moved barefoot across the room to the window, and threw open the heavy curtains. The warm and radiant sunlight instantly flooded the entire room. The sun had not yet fully risen, but the colossal glowing geometric structure hovering just above the water's surface had already been casting eternal daylight over the vast expanse of the sea for a substantial duration. Lucretia narrowed her eyes as she basked in the seemingly infinite sunlight. The voice of the bunny doll echoed from behind her. "Mistress, are you planning to visit the stone sphere today?" "No," Lucretia responded, shaking her head. She turned and sauntered towards her vanity table. Today, she intended to venture into town to reunite with her old acquaintances from the Explorers Association. Chapter 505, Echoes of Doom. Located on the precipice of the known world, Wind Harbor, one of the foremost cities among the constellation of city-states, has served as a pivotal frontier post for the Truth Academy and the Explorers Association since its inception. About 1,000 years ago, an expeditionary fleet spearheaded by elven academics strayed from their intended path during a storm near the civilization's edge. During their disoriented voyage, they stumbled upon a sizable island conspicuously absent from any known maps or records. As per the preserved logs, the storm chased them relentlessly for a whole week. On the dawn of the 8th day, when fatigue was pervasive among the crew, a landmass materialized from the storm's intermittent clearing, bathed in the morning sunlight. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, the explorers mustered their last reserves of energy to navigate towards the newly discovered coastline. As they neared this enigmatic island, the storm's ferocity inexplicably abated. By the time the crew could discern the island's lush greenery, the storm had entirely receded, leaving only a soothing breeze wafting over the adjacent waters. Thus, the island was christened Wind. Many city-states were discovered under similar circumstances, with adventurers losing their way at sea, and these tales of discovery invariably carried a touch of intrigue or mythological hue. Whether these tales were steeped in truth or fiction often proved challenging to discern. However, the discovery and subsequent establishment of Wind Harbor has always been deemed as a meticulous and credible account, and the reason for this was quite straightforward. The industrious elves founded the city-state. As for the leading fearless explorer who first chanced upon the island, he was chosen as the city-state's inaugural governor, doubling up as the president of the Explorers Association branch stationed here. Sarah Mell, now ensconced in the governor's residence, stood on the balcony, his gaze sweeping over the cityscape basking in the distant sunlight. He watched the bustling city he and his comrades had painstakingly built over the years, which was now a beacon of prosperity. The mechanized patrolling units, colloquially known as steam walkers with their spider-like legs, strutted down the boulevards, bicycle bells resonated with a crisp note, and the city's denizens were primed to commence their day. Not too far off, atop the high tower, the elven-styled dome methodically unveiled itself under the control of intricate mechanical devices. The robust filtering lens group ascended from the tower's zenith, nimbly adjusting its bearings, faithfully tracking the sun's ascension. Sarah Mell, the elf governor, squinted slightly, revealing creases at the corners of his eyes. Despite the long lifespan granted to his kind, Sarah was certainly no longer in his prime. The telltale wrinkles had been gradually etching their mark on his visage for the past 3 centuries. His once vibrant golden hair, a distinctive elven trait, was now laced with streaks of silver, signaling his transformation from a zealous explorer to a composed, albeit frail, elderly statesman. Yet despite the ravages of time, one constant remained, his insatiable curiosity about the world around him. Your father held a prestigious reputation as an explorer in his era. Even according to the stringent standards set by the elves, his feats could only be classified as extraordinary. Naturally, when an explorer of such caliber sounds a warning to the civilized world, it warrants serious contemplation. However, I trust you understand that our skepticism is merely routine, said Sarah Mell, turning towards the raven-haired woman who was poised elegantly beside the terrace tea table. Of course, I comprehend your position. My task is solely to relay my father's message. The way you choose to interpret and act upon it is entirely your discretion, replied Lucretia with a calm demeanor. My father, too, foresaw the potential skepticism. His viewpoint remains steadfast. He is here to sound the alarm, and what transpires beyond that is irrelevant. I will communicate with the Explorers Association. Regardless of everything, Captain Duncan's message in itself holds significant weight and should prompt vigilance among other captains along the route, remarked Governor Sarah, his brow furrowing. But what truly intrigues me is the notion of a spherical submersible plunging into the ocean depths to glimpse the pristine blueprint of our world. Is such a feat possible? The danger involved is immense, but the Frostians have indeed accomplished it. Lucretia nodded in confirmation. Nevertheless, the pioneers from half a century ago paid a hefty price for their audacity. Mortal minds are far too fragile to fully withstand the profound revelations lurking in the deep sea. My father is an exception in this respect. I would advise against attempting to emulate him. Were I 700 or 800 years younger, I might already be devising my own diving expedition. To witness such phenomena, I believe I would. Sarah paused momentarily, shaking his head with a touch of regret. I would stand a better chance of convincing the others within the guild. A faint smile graced Lucretia's face. Don't fret, soon enough, more individuals will heed the warning. My father has arranged for alerts to be issued to the 4 divine churches and all city-states, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Sarah Mel nodded in acknowledgement, then after a brief pause, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. I'm still intrigued, Miss Lucretia. Has your father genuinely regained his humanity? In my 2 millennia of existence, I have yet to hear of anyone returning from the subspace, let alone reclaiming their humanity afterward. How did he accomplish this feat? Who can say? Lucretia shrugged nonchalantly. If your curiosity persists, you may direct your questions to him in person upon his arrival. He should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Sarah Mel's composed countenance visibly twitched. My lady, there is no need to underscore this news again, the elf governor said, his tone carrying a peculiar undertone. Such revelations are hardly heart-friendly. Please show some consideration for the elderly. Lucretia let out a hearty laugh, her face radiating an unmistakable sense of contentment. It was as if she had managed to derive joy from Tyrion's delight. Rising from her seat, she cast a parting wave towards Governor Sarah. In the very next instant, her figure, known famously as the Sea Witch, transmuted into a myriad of vibrant, confetti-like pieces. The transformed fragments pirouetted in the air before being whisked away by the breeze, disappearing into the expanse of the terrace. This witch truly does have a knack for making an enigmatic entrance and exit, Sarah Mel couldn't help but murmur. He pivoted around to retreat into his quarters, intending to contemplate his communication strategy with the Explorers Association across other city-states, and the daunting task of conveying that foreboding warning. However, just as he commenced his turn, the city-state governor abruptly froze in his tracks. It felt as though a wave of fear had suddenly swept in from the periphery of his consciousness, instilling a surge of unspoken terror and despair within his heart. This surge of emotion seemed to be directly injected into his brain, instantaneously gripping his thoughts, chilling his blood, and causing his muscles to tense. He managed to divert his gaze towards the direction that exerted an intense, irresistible pull, deeply engraved within his psyche, towards the city center, towards the skyline dominated by towering structures. Yet instead of his familiar cityscape or any recognizable sights, his eyes were met with a blinding inferno and an enormous tree. The tree's size was truly beyond comprehension, its boundaries indistinguishable, akin to a vast mountain range, blazing fiercely at the edge of his sight. The colossal tree, reminiscent of the Atlantis world tree from ancient elven folklore, was far more majestic and awe-inspiring than any depiction by a poet or scholar. It seemed to engulf the entire landscape, providing shelter to an entire kingdom beneath its expansive canopy. The tree's scale dwarfed any city, state, or island that Sarah Mel had ever encountered, and the stretch of land beneath it was so vast that it defied his imagination. Yet all this grandeur was being swallowed by the cataclysmic flames. Crimson flames voraciously consumed all in their path, reducing the mighty tree and the surrounding vegetation to mere ashes. There was also a distinct, massive flare of light, as if energy was being unleashed from the fire's edge, causing the air to ignite and ripping through the sky. Managing to redirect his gaze towards those strange flares, Sarah Mel eventually discerned the source of the inferno that was consuming everything. It was the sky. The entire celestial dome was awash with a terrifyingly intense luminescence, pulsating and gleaming like a steam core reactor teetering on the edge of uncontrollable meltdown. Within that swelling radiance, one could discern an ominous dark red hue gradually spreading across. The dark red hue began to proliferate rapidly, usurping the intense light that had previously dominated the sky. The entire world was now veiled in a terrifying, dark red twilight. The searing heat radiating from the sky subsided, but all terrestrial entities had been reduced to ashes by the unrelenting flames. The once thriving forest had been transformed into a desolate, scorched landscape, and the miraculous giant tree too had succumbed to the embers, its collapse echoing a thunderous rumble that shook the very earth. The crimson-tinged sky darkened further, the ominous hue giving way to streaks of black. Time seemed to either elongate indefinitely or shrink to a mere moment. Sarah Mel could not tell, but he watched as night fell, the ebony darkness intermingled with the eerie red dusk sky blanketing the world, now reduced to a scorched wasteland. In this transient period of silence, he felt as if he could discern voices whispering close to his ear. There were multiple voices, all unfamiliar. I still remember them, remember their faces. Memories can be useful, we have a plan. A shelter or a cage for the desperate, the future doesn't look bright. But at least there's a future. Sarah Mel swiveled around in terror, attempting to pinpoint the sources of these voices, but all he was greeted with was the sight of a world ablaze, everything reduced to ruins. Subsequently, the dark red, uncertain night sky started fracturing, chaotic streams of light and shadows spilling in from the ruptures. The residual ashes and debris on the ground were instantly absorbed and broken down by the encroaching light and shadows as everything started to vanish at an alarming pace. An overwhelming, alien thought echoed in his mind like a resonating thunderclap, as if countless thoughts were synchronizing simultaneously, mirroring the apocalyptic rupture. Sarah Mel's body twitched slightly. It felt as if something was ebbing away like a receding tide. The intense emotions and impressions of terror etched in his mind were evaporating rapidly, much like snowflakes under the summer sun. A mere moment ago, he had the impression of having witnessed something, strongly remembered something. However, the very next instant, he felt as if he had been momentarily dazed, caught in a brief trance. Everything began to dissipate, reminiscent of dreams evaporating in the morning light. Sarah Mel stood there, subconsciously furrowing his brows, casting his gaze back towards the direction where the sea witch had vanished moments ago. This witch truly does have a knack for an enigmatic entrance and exit. Sarah Mel couldn't resist murmuring again before returning to his quarters. Chapter 506, Morris's Teacher. Vanna made her way into the designated prayer space, situated deep within the lower deck crew quarters. Once she shut the door behind her, she immediately began setting up for her spiritual communication ritual. Despite the constricting environment aboard the ship, known as the Vanished, she was determined to make do with whatever materials she could scrounge up on board. In the absence of a traditional fire basin, she repurposed a sizable candlestick to serve its function. A prayer book was used as a stand-in for the prescribed holy relic. With no choice but to improvise, she spread a concoction of salt and fat across the floor. She meticulously traced the storm runes, gradually constructing the holy site. This was her second attempt at such a ritual, and she found it wasn't as foreign to her as the first time. Just as she was fully engrossed in her preparations, a sudden sensation of being observed from a distance halted her. Turning to face the source of the unexpected gaze, she spotted a circular mirror hanging on the wall in the corner of the room. The light and shadows within the mirror wavered, revealing a black-haired woman peeking at her curiously. "Apologies, I didn't intend to intrude on your ceremony," the voice of Agatha emanated from the mirror. "Your movements simply piqued my interest." Unfazed, Vanna responded cordially to this peculiar newcomer who had recently joined the ship's crew. "No harm done. This isn't a confidential ceremony. I'm about to establish contact with the Storm Ark." "Yes, I gathered as much. The rituals of the Death Church may differ slightly, but I can deduce the general gist of your proceedings. However," Agatha's voice faltered, caught in hesitation. "But what?" inquired Vanna, taken aback by the abrupt pause. Agatha cast a curious glance at the makeshift ritual site. "Is it truly appropriate to set up the ritual this way? Substituting a candlestick for a fire basin seems manageable, and using a regular prayer book instead of a relic is a bit of a stretch but acceptable. However, using common salt instead of the sanctified pure salt, and cooking fat in place of holy oil. Are the rituals of the Storm Church this adaptable?" A flush of embarrassment spread across Vanna's face. "Given our constraints on the ship and the fact that we depleted our stock of holy oil before departure, I had no other option. Based on my experience, I assure you it should work." "You truly are a saint the goddess favors," Agatha sighed. "Most clerics wouldn't dare to invoke divine power so casually." Caught off guard by the compliment, Vanna's face stiffened as she replied awkwardly, Thank you." "I won't disturb you further." Agatha waved through the mirror before ending their conversation. "I need to check on Shirley. The captain has tasked me with overseeing her homework," she said. The mirror turned jet black following a ripple before gradually restoring its normal reflective state. Vanna watched as the mirror lady departed, finding herself in a trance. Her gaze then shifted towards the ritual site that she had just carefully arranged, and a frown gradually creased her forehead. "Is it really that makeshift?" she pondered aloud, her voice laced with a hint of doubt. She then flicked her finger towards the candlestick. An unseen force ignited the candlestick instantly, and within seconds it erupted into a bright flame that danced more vigorously than any ordinary candle flame. Immediately, the storm runes she'd placed around the ritual site began to crackle in resonance, blending harmoniously with the ambient sounds of the ocean waves. "This isn't half bad," Vanna mused to herself. With that, she began to let her spirit sink, allowing her consciousness and senses to gradually merge with the surrounding sounds of the sea waves. The ceremony was designed to attract the gods' attention. The runes served to borrow their power, and Vanna allowed this divine force to tug at her spirit. Acting as a conduit, she called out to the distant storm arc, waiting for Pope Helena's response. Psychic resonance involved the utilization of rituals to harness the power of the four gods. This power, in turn, amplified the otherwise feeble human spirit, enabling communication with distant clerics sharing the same faith. This ancient divine skill, a requisite for all official clerics, persisted even amidst the advancements of modern technology. While humans had invented handy communication tools, such as telegrams and telephones, this form of remote communication among clerics remained a vital method of information exchange between distant city-states. Vanna felt like she was traversing a long, dark tunnel. Her soul seemed to be in flight, speeding along the length of the tunnel that resembled layers of dark rock. As she passed by them, however, these rock layers seemed to ripple as though on the brink of animation. She reeled in her meandering thoughts and focused her spirit to resist the lure of unwarranted curiosity and the impulse to extend her consciousness. Vanna silently recited the rules she'd committed to memory, striving to maintain a safe distance from any physical boundaries within this tunnel. Then, a faint light gradually came into view up ahead. As she neared the nameless king's tomb, the end of the dark tunnel began to shape a vague, illusory space. An elegant and dignified figure gradually materialized in her vision. Vanna came to a halt before the figure, her own ethereal image rapidly steadying. "I offer you my respects, your holiness." "There's no need for formalities, Vanna. This isn't a public setting," replied the shadowy form of Helena, mirroring the gesture. Her curiosity then piqued, she inquired, "What prompted this abrupt communication? Have there been any developments on the ship?" "Things are normal aboard the ship, but significant events have transpired elsewhere," Vanna said, taking a light breath to gather her composure. She then began unfolding the narrative with a gravitas in her tone. "Captain Duncan sends a warning. The Vanished is signaling a warning to the entire civilized world." Ember-hued light cast its warm glow upon time-worn bookshelves and ancient scrolls. Intricate alchemical apparatus occupying the large walnut desk maintained a complex chemical reaction in progress. Are acute. Situated in the expansive and vintage study was an affable, portly elf elder who exuded an air of tranquility. He was Loon, the figurehead of the Academy of Truth, the deity of wisdom, and the Pope of Laham. The elder elf was seemingly engrossed in the alchemical device on his table, but the reflection in his eyes told a different story. They portrayed scenes from faraway places. "Vanished is issuing a warning to the entire civilized world. We have confirmed the emergence of the ancient god, the Nether Lord, within the depths of Frost's ocean. This awakening process could potentially occur within any city-state. There's evidence suggesting that the Nether Lord's flesh pervades everything." As the elf elder silently listened to this distant voice, his genial expression gradually turned grave. Once the final words were spoken, he rose slowly from his desk. As he walked towards a bookshelf situated at the far end of the room, he responded, "Morris, if these revelations were to be publicized, the world would view them as the most alarming heresy in history. Even the Annihilators would find this matter a tad extreme." "No heresy exists on the path of truth, teacher. According to the classics forged by mortals, there are only two kinds. One is refuted, and the other awaits refutation." "These are your words," came the steadfast and resonant voice of Morris. His tone carried a restrained tenacity and bravery that involuntarily transported the elf elder back to a time when this exceptionally gifted young human was a student at the Academy of Truth. Back then, Morris had been relentlessly in pursuit of all answers, daring to question every problem. Such fervor and thirst for knowledge in a scholar can be both potent and perilous. A multitude of gifted youth, propelled by this drive, ascend swiftly towards the pinnacle of truth. Yet many among them falter, knocked off their course by the perils inherent in the pursuit of knowledge. Under their mentor's protective wing and guidance, some are given a chance to temper their zeal, learning to restrain their intellect and cautiously partake of the trickling stream of truth. A select few exceptional students like Morris opt for a third path. Within a span of 2 years, they had honed a myriad of skills, handling various types of light weapons, mastering the use of cold weapons, employing the protective techniques of the mysterious explosive school, and comprehensive combat skills. They were the pride of both the Academy of Truth and its affiliate martial school. Loon came to a halt in front of the expansive bookshelf, extending a hand to draw forth a ledger. Upon opening it, he leisurely flipped through its contents. Each page was teeming with the echoes of laughter and voices from students past. Their youthful visages were etched onto the magically imbued pages. Some posed shyly, while others waved or pulled faces at those beyond the book's confines, their laughter filling the room. One black and white image showcased a young human standing confidently at the classroom door, arms crossed. The name below the image read Morris, alongside his corresponding student records. Yes, I did impart that there are but two kinds of classics in the mortal world, those that have been refuted and those awaiting refutation. There exists no heresy on the path of truth, for the genuine truth seeks no human endorsement. It is in itself eternal, Loon muttered to himself, his gaze flickering between the student records and the reflection in his eyes. The reflection depicted Morris as he appeared now, white hair creeping up to his temples, a stark contrast to the vibrant young man in the records. Indeed, human life is fleeting, and forging deep connections with humans can be a taxing and sorrowful endeavor for elves. These friends and students age rapidly, and before the elves have a chance to react, they return to the dust from whence they came. Memories and farewells often arrive unexpectedly, each wave of sorrow tardy and laden with irremediable regret. However, Loon still welcomed and tutored apprentices from human society. Even within their fleeting lifespan, these apprentices demonstrated learning capacities that left the elves astounded. In Loon's view, the innate yearning for exploration and the possibilities stemming from a finite life were invaluable traits in the pursuit of truth. Morris's voice once again reverberated in Loon's thoughts. Captain Duncan asserts the necessity of notifying the 4 divine churches with all the information we currently possess. Only in the process of communicating with various city-states and the Explorers Association should we exercise selective disclosure. This is because the 4 divine churches possess the capacity and sufficient understanding to process this warning appropriately. That does sound very logical, but hasn't he pondered another possibility? Loon said slowly. The substance of this warning is exceedingly startling, bordering on being more radical than the heretical declarations of the annihilation cult. This may be perceived by the church as a form of hostility, possibly treated as a new heresy. For the more conservative clergy, their initial reaction to this warning would not be acceptance, but rather they would see it as an affront to their faith. He is indifferent to that. Oh, a storm is brewing, and it is preceded by the warning rumble of thunder. However, the thunder itself is indifferent to whether or not mortals have sought shelter. Such is the disposition of Captain Duncan. Sound logic, Loon concurred. Chapter 507, 507, The Popes of the 4 Gods. When the formidable tempest unfurls its wrath, ordinary humans often find themselves scattering in fear, struck by the thunderous roars reverberating through the air. Yet, the thunder's roar, inherently devoid of sentiment, doesn't concern itself with the reactions of these beings. It merely announces its existence, akin to the inexplicable being known as the Vanished. The mere presence of the Vanished is enough to disrupt the tranquility of the expansive, boundless sea. Given this context, pondering whether Captain Duncan would be perturbed by the mortal church's labeling of him as a heretic seems inconsequential. This perspective incorrectly overemphasizes the influence that terrestrial entities wield on the intricate subspace shadow. Additionally, when viewed through a different lens, the image of the Vanished as perceived by the civilized world is perhaps not more flattering than that of a heretic. I will deliberate on this issue with Helena, Banster, and Frem from the other churches, Loon assured Morris. It's inevitable that there will be skepticism and panic within our central faction, but we, as a quartet, should be able to swiftly arrive at a consensus. Irrespective of the source, we must treat the warning with the seriousness it deserves. I knew I could count on your logical approach. Morris's voice resonated with a palpable sigh of relief. You remain steadfast as ever. However, you, Morris, have evolved significantly since yesteryears. With a profound sigh, Loon added, When news of your fall into despair reached me, it was met with widespread lament. Your swift recovery took me by surprise. Even more surprising is your new affiliation with the Vanished. Truly, over these millennia, only a handful of events have managed to astonish me, and this certainly ranks among them. Life aboard the ship is actually quite agreeable, arguably even superior to life in the city-states. Despite the challenges posed by maritime existence, it's an exciting journey filled with daily discoveries and engagements with previously unheard phenomena. Your enthusiasm echoes that of a proud seafarer, Loon couldn't resist commenting. I'm genuinely intrigued. What exactly do you occupy yourself with aboard that ship? Morris fell silent for a moment, memories flooding his mind. conducting classes for a shadow demon, cursed puppet, and a demon summoner, traversing the spirit world at a breakneck pace, dining on deep-sea offspring, reading by a sun fragment, observing the latter incinerate various escaped demons from the books, each day unfolding a new chapter. I'm involved in vigorous and fruitful academic research, Morris replied earnestly. That sounds quite impressive, Loon nodded in approval, yet couldn't suppress a word of caution. Remember, vigilance is key. While Captain Duncan may indeed have reclaimed his humanity, as you suggest, as a mortal, your life amidst the vanished and daily interaction with a subspace shadow carries inherent perils. Be cautious when engaging with the unknown to avoid distortion of your mental faculties and cognition. Your words of caution are appreciated, teacher, but rest assured, I've been vigilant, as you well know. Even when I conducted perilous research at the Academy, I ensured I was thoroughly prepared and never experienced mishaps. Loon, having already settled back at his desk, fell silent at Morris's words. The venerable elf elder couldn't help but cast his mind back to the times when Morris was engrossed in his studies at the Academy of Truth, his meticulous nature so apparent. There were indeed many cautious students at the Academy, but not everyone interpreted the term in the same manner. There were those who would hastily isolate and safely store hazardous books as soon as they spotted them, maintaining a safe distance. This, they considered, was caution. Then there were those who, when confronted with forbidden knowledge, would first ingest a hefty dose of mixed magic potions, adorn themselves with an array of talismans, and prepare large-caliber handguns as their arsenal. They, too, termed this as caution. The probability of the latter group of students succumbing to an untimely death was relatively high, but the survivors often achieved remarkable feats. The most accomplished and legendary scholars of the Academy of Truth often hailed from this group. Yet even among these legendary figures, none could boast of the audacious experience of gallivanting amidst the vanished and engaging in casual discourse with a subspace demon deity. After a prolonged silence, the elder elf behind the desk finally murmured softly, "Morris. Teacher, you were about to say. You are destined for greatness. Your expectations are greatly appreciated. No, what I mean to say is, if one day your actions should lead to an overwhelming crisis, do notify me ahead of time. If I'm able to assist, I certainly will. But should my efforts be futile, I'd like an opportunity to make an escape." The link established through psychic communication was severed, and the resonating thoughts and perceptions receded like an ebbing tide. Loon's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the departure of his former pupil. He remained in this state until he was confident that Morris's consciousness had safely retreated from the psychic channel. Then he allowed himself to fully relax. Yet a faint auditory imprint, akin to innumerable whispers, lingered in his mind, taking a substantial period to gradually dissipate. Sensing the subtle impact of the lingering whispers on his cognition, Loon released a soft sigh. A constant state of teetering on the precipice of madness while maintaining a lucid mind is a truly remarkable feat. Could this also be a manifestation of that ship's spirit? Quietly pondering aloud, this elf elder, arguably among the most knowledgeable of mortals, shook his head. He then settled comfortably at his desk as if anticipating a visitor. Loon's wait was brief. The ambiguous sound of ocean waves started to echo in his mind, progressively coalescing into the unmistakable crash of clear, tumultuous waves. This was swiftly followed by the summoning call of storm and death. Amidst these ethereal calls, Loon exhaled a sigh, directing his gaze towards the alchemical container situated next to him on the desk. It was still in the throes of reaction. After confirming the adequate supply of reagents within the container, he stilled his mind. This study served as the sacred space for his psychic communication ritual. Every single item within this room, from the modest yet imposing bookshelves, the vast array of books, to the alchemical equipment neatly arranged on the desk, played a critical role in the ritual. A shadowy presence filled the room, only to disperse like a dissipating fog. At the end of this deeply shrouded corridor, the figures of the three popes of storm, death, and flame materialized. Loon navigated this spectral passage, arriving before his three old friends. Acknowledging their presence with a slight nod, he took the initiative and said, "It appears you have all received the news." "Banster and I each received messages from our respective saints," confirmed Storm Pope Helena, gesturing towards the silent, towering figure opposite her. "We've only just updated Frem on the situation," she added, as Frem gave a slight nod of agreement. As the figurehead of the Flame Bearers, Frem served as the earthly representative for the eternal flame entity, Ta Rujin. His striking appearance set him apart from the four popes. His towering stature, stone-like gray-white skin, and metallic patterns etched into his flesh all indicated his distinct race. This robust, gold-skinned man, draped in a dark gold robe, was the embodiment of the flame-bearer's Pope. His short, gray-white hair, sharp features, and seemingly taciturn, yet gravely serious demeanor were unmistakable. Frem had recently been patrolling the outskirts of the civilized world with his fleet of patrol vessels. His appearances at the meetings of the Four were rare. This was his first attendance in quite some time. "I'm still trying to fully comprehend the situation," Frem began, his voice resonating deeply like a stone's rumble. "None of my saints have been brought aboard that ship." At his words, Helena, standing beside him, furrowed her brow in an odd manner, her voice dropping to a murmur. "Our saints were not forcibly taken to the ship either. They made contact with Captain Duncan, exhibited caution towards him, found common ground with the ship's spirit, and ultimately chose to align with Captain Duncan." Frem turned his gaze toward Helena, his facial expression still as rigid as carved stone. "I maintain the stance that they were abducted." Helena, Death Pope Banster, who looked tall, frail, and aged, cleared his throat at this interaction and spoke. "You've known Frem for quite some time now, Helena. His candor is hardly a new trait." "Understood." Helena remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Today's gathering isn't about dissecting the details of the saints being taken aboard the ship. Our focus should be on the warning issued by the Vanished." Loon raised his gaze. "Do you have any questions?" "I do," Helena immediately affirmed, her focus landing on Loon. "I am intrigued to know about these colossal organisms dwelling beneath the city-state. Based on the description provided, they bear a striking resemblance to the Leviathan, the mythical beast that upholds the Cathedral Ark. Are these the same entities?" Every Cathedral Ark, all four of them, were constructed under the auspices of the Academy of Truth, which also included the technology used to resurrect and control the Leviathans. Banster, too, turned his gaze onto Loon and began to speak. "But you have remained silent on the origins of these Leviathan remains, nor have you revealed any connections between these creatures and the infrastructure found at the bottom of the city-state. We have every reason to suspect that the Academy of Truth is withholding certain truths of paramount importance." Frem didn't voice anything. He merely retained his stoic expression, silently fixing his gaze on Loon. However, in the face of these three rather pressurizing glares, Loon merely spread his hands nonchalantly. "I'm afraid I have no insights on what exactly lies beneath the city-state." "You don't know?" Helena's eyes widened subtly. "The Academy of Truth resurrected 4 Leviathans, and yet you claim ignorance on the Leviathan at the base of the city-state." Loon countered calmly. "Gamona is the queen of the Leviathans. As a devout follower of the storm goddess, shouldn't you have more information than I do?" Helena frowned, providing no answer. "You must have tried seeking answers from the Leviathan carrying the grand storm cathedral. If it couldn't provide you with answers, that's probably because even they aren't aware of the specifics of their own kind." Loon sighed, gently shaking his head. "The history of our world is fragmented. Even beings from ancient times cannot clearly recollect the events predating the Great Annihilation. Did you know, Captain Duncan even came up with a name for this phenomenon. He has termed it limited field of vision in the timeline." Chapter 508, The Secret of the Church Ark. Our world's entire recorded history, as we comprehend it, traces its roots back to a critical juncture known as the Great Annihilation, an event of monumental significance that occurred long ago. However, the Great Annihilation isn't merely an event marking a change in historical trajectory. It's much more profound, representing a distinct demarcation line in the chronicles of time, a stringent boundary that effectively bisects the flow of history into 2 distinct periods. The eras preceding this disastrous event are shrouded in mystery, remaining unknowable even to the most erudite and tenacious archaeologists. Despite their meticulous explorations and intellectual expertise, these scholars have failed to excavate any significant knowledge about the world before the cataclysm known as the Great Annihilation. Our world lacks any historical artifacts, archives, or even simple etchings on stone that could potentially provide some illumination on this pre-annihilation era. This impenetrable barrier, which has stymied the research attempts of countless scholars over a staggering 10,000 years, has been fittingly designated by Duncan, a recent returnee from subspace. Among those aware of this metaphorical wall, Loon, the head of the Academy of Truth and the Pope of the God of Wisdom, senses its imposing presence and comprehends the profound implications of this limited field of vision more deeply than anyone else. In Loon's eloquent words, "Our world appears to have burst into existence out of nowhere, emerging only after the Great Annihilation. The sporadic and inconsistent historical accounts we have only served to affirm the existence of this limited field of vision. In a conversation with three of his intimate friends, Lun reveals his ponderings. From the rise of the city-states, reaching back to the obscurity of the Dark Ages, countless scholars have strived to dig into the past, to unearth the origins predating the Great Annihilation. They've plumbed the depths of the earth, only to be hindered by this perplexing barrier. He further expresses his disappointment. The time, even the briefest moment before the Great Annihilation, remains a riddle-filled void that defies validation. Even the Book of Blasphemy, a document procured by Duncan from the followers of Annihilation, which hints at the three nights, only provides historical insights from the time of the Great Annihilation up to the establishment of the ancient Crete kingdom. A vast gap in knowledge about the epoch before the limited field of vision still persists. Utilizing the teachings of heretics as source material is a dangerous proposition, retorted Death Pope Banster, a comment that Lun meets with a dismissive shake of his head. He argues, the threat doesn't lie in the teachings themselves, but in their potential to sow misinformation and stir up malevolence. If we can weed out these deleterious elements, studying the three nights is an endeavor of significant merit. Much of what we know about the Dark Ages, which followed the downfall of the ancient Crete kingdom, can be credited to our investigation of the Dark Sun and Annihilation sects. Bringing the discussion to a close, Frem puts forth, so in essence, what you're stating is you can't elucidate the phenomena concerning the behemoth beneath the city-states. Nor can the Leviathan behemoths, the entities responsible for carrying the arks, furnish us with any answers. He adds, as this event occurred prior to the Great Annihilation, all evidence connected to it remains elusive, immeasurable, and unverifiable. Without uttering a word, Lun tacitly conceded to Frem's assertion, lending it a certain validity. A gravid silence ensued as everyone seemed lost in contemplation before Helena broke the quietude with an abrupt inquiry. But you can still enlighten us about the Academy of Truth's discovery of the four Leviathans. These colossal beings carrying the four church arks were indeed discovered and subsequently reawakened by you, weren't they? Lun responded, they originated from the borderlands following a monumental border collapse. The Eastern Sea, a furrowed brow marked Banster's inadvertent confusion. Indeed, near the former location of the 13 islands of Witherland, Lun confirmed with a nod. He continued, ever since the cataclysmic subspace disaster 100 years prior, the Eastern Eternal Veil has consistently been a vulnerable spot. The dense fog there often implodes, or sporadically unusual zones manifest over the sea, a fact that you all should be familiar with. Upon hearing this, Helena and Frem responded with silent nods, while Banster bore a contemplative expression. Nonetheless, none of them interjected Lun's narrative, implicitly urging him to proceed further. Lun began recounting his recollections. While the Academy of Truth was conducting its borderland patrols, one of our vessels encountered an anomaly. The precise details remain obscured, as the crew members aboard experienced severe cognitive disorientation and memory loss during the incident, rendering them unable to provide an accurate account of what transpired. Nevertheless, a hurriedly penned log from the ship survived, documenting a portion of the events of that moment. According to the log, the sea spontaneously crumpled inward, resembling the rim of an odd, placid bowl. The water appeared to solidify, but strangely the ship did not descend into the recessed sea. Instead, it floated in midair over the depressed water body. The ship was rendered immobile, bereft of the power to advance or retreat, and it eerily hovered 100 meters above the sea. From this sunken sea emerged a gigantic entity that resembled a life form. Lun added, that's the account hastily inscribed by one of the crew members before cognitive disorientation and memory damage took hold. He continued, later another crew from our fleet discovered the lost patrol ship. It was slowly drifting out of a thin fog, devoid of all power, the steam core cold. Everyone on board was found unconscious, and through the gradually dissipating fog in the ship's wake, the rescue team caught sight of 4 gigantic entities. Lun revealed, those were the Leviathans that we unearthed from the depths of the sea, mythical creatures alluded to in the Storm Codex that were believed to have been lost in the ebb and flow of time, the heralded apostles of the storm goddess. He continued, as you are all aware, the subsequent events saw the Academy of Truth succeeding in resurrecting these legendary titans. We constructed massive church arks atop these behemoths, which the 4 divine churches now employ for their use. Lun's narrative came to a close. While Frem and Banster remained in thoughtful silence, Helena gradually furrowed her brows, saying, so the Leviathans are a relic of the border regions. No wonder you've been reticent about sharing these specifics. It's tied to the border collapse. Lun responded with a nod. The recognition of the border collapse augments the likelihood of such a collapse occurring within the confines of the civilized world. The more recent the memory, the higher the probability. This was a principle deduced by Duncan of Namur during his illustrious career as an explorer a century ago. However, several decades have elapsed since the Academy of Truth uncovered the Leviathans and that incident of border collapse. It's less risky to divulge these matters now. Breaking his silence, Frem interjected, I harbor some reservations. The church arcs are undoubtedly massive, but when compared to the city-states, they are significantly smaller. If the biological structures beneath the city-states are indeed Leviathans, their size surpasses that of the church arc Leviathans by a considerable margin. Can they really belong to the same species? Who can say? Lun replied with a shrug. Perhaps the 4 Leviathans we discovered in the borderlands are simply smaller specimens or juveniles of their kind. Helena expressed her disagreement by shaking her head. Theoretically, that shouldn't be the case. I frequently interact with the Leviathan of my arc. Despite its occasional erratic behavior, it doesn't seem to fit the juvenile narrative. Lun suggested, then the issue may lie with the biological entities beneath the city-states. Perhaps they are extraordinarily large mutant specimens. That could be a possibility. The underlying cause could be related to the enigmatic blueprints found in the deep sea, Lun conjectured. After all, if the data obtained from the ship named Vanished is accurate, then all the city-states floating on the boundless sea today can be regarded as the handiwork of the ancient gods. It's even plausible that the biological structures beneath the city-states are the products of the Nether Lord's secondary engineering. However, in the midst of his speculation, Lun abruptly halted his discourse, shaking his head in a somewhat self-derisive manner. He placed a hand over his eyes in a prayer-like gesture to the god of wisdom, Laham. May the Lord show leniency, for it feels strange to entertain these heretical ideas. May the Lord show leniency. Helena and Frem echoed, performing their own prayer-like gestures to the storm goddess and the eternal flame. As heads of their respective churches, they could consider these topics taboo and even heretical subjects from an elevated standpoint. They could dissect information derived from heretical fanatics with a composed demeanor and a pragmatic approach. But as envoys of the 4 gods, they were also bound by the tenets of their respective orders and their faith. When delving into certain dangerous topics, a certain sense of dissonance and resistance was inevitably stirred within them. Only the representative of the god of death, the tall, gaunt, and aged Banster, remained quiet, appearing lost in thought since the beginning of the conversation. Banster, Lun turned his attention towards the silent envoy of the god of death. You've seemed preoccupied since we began. I've been pondering over a matter, Lun. Banster finally raised his head, his sunken eyes resembling a deep, dark abyss. The 13 islands of Witherland, the vicinity where those Leviathans were discovered. Doesn't that strike you as noteworthy? Lun responded with a calm nod, clearly anticipating that Banster would single out this detail. I know what you're getting at, the Vanished, he said. The elderly elf slowly articulated. A century ago, the Vanished opened the door to subspace at the 13 islands of Witherland, ensnaring all the islands and their inhabitants into the terrifying depths below. This incident also rendered the space-time fabric of the entire sea highly fragile, with frequent anomalies. From this perspective, the incident that the patrol ship from the Academy of Truth experienced decades ago indeed shares a causal link with the incident. At this stage, he paused abruptly, then raised his head to meet Banster's gaze with a profound seriousness, and continued, However, we can't hastily conclude that the Vanished transported the Leviathans into our world. This assertion lacks evidence and sufficient theoretical backing. Yet it is conceivable that those 4 Leviathans entered our reality due to the lingering influence from the 13 islands of Witherland incident. Lun, this matter has been fraught with risks from the beginning. So, are you suggesting we abandon your church arc? No, I desire to keep it. Chapter 509, Banster's Thoughts. Banster's response was delivered in a manner that was undeniably clear, uncomplicated, and forthright, so much so that Lun was initially taken aback, unable to formulate a response. Why are you delving into all of this now? Lun, who was rather short and plump, voiced his discontent in a grumble. You've thrown so many questions at me that I was almost convinced you were planning on mothballing your arc the moment you got back today. All I'm doing is underscoring the potential dangers inherent in this situation, Banster retorted, his facial expression remaining stoic. His face, lean and pallid, took on a grave intensity. We're all aware of the catastrophe that befell the 13 islands of Witherland in the past. To say that the island simply sank is a gross understatement. Essentially, a large-scale rift was forged between our world's reality and subspace over there, leaving that sea volatile to this day. And those leviathans? Banster, they're safe? Loon interjected, his demeanor composed. His eyes were a brilliant blue, seeming to radiate a gentle, calming wisdom. I'm not some deranged academic who would thoughtlessly introduce border relics into our civilized society. The Leviathan corpses were subjected to a decade of rigorous scrutiny and testing in the proving grounds of the Truth Academy. It was only after all the unstable elements were thoroughly vetted and eliminated that I elected to repurpose them into the sacred arks of our churches. There was a pause, and Banster fell into a contemplative silence. It wasn't until roughly 10 seconds later that Frem shattered the quietude, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, we were compelled to construct the arks. Loon did take some risks, but without the creation of those arks, we would likely have lost all contact with our four gods." In the midst of the bleak, tumultuous void, the quartet of figures collectively fell quiet. At times, I can't help but ponder, could those four leviathans that emerged along the eastern frontier be some form of divine providence? Loon shook his head, muttering under his breath, "Without those leviathans, the Truth Academy would have been incapable of building the arks. Back then, all our other options appeared bleak and unlikely to succeed. My friends, I confess that I have indeed withheld many details regarding the leviathans, but I hope you can all appreciate that it was due to the dire circumstances of a border collapse. When I handed over the ark in the past, I urged you to avoid delving into their origins and instead embrace it as a miracle." "A divine gift," Banster murmured slowly. "I sincerely wish I hadn't heard that. It feels akin to a gory offering, the countless souls of the 13 islands of Witherland sacrificed to that ship, culminating in the creation of the four arks that exist today." "That's not entirely accurate. There's no concrete evidence to suggest that the emergence of the Leviathan is the handiwork of the vanished. Rather, it's merely a reflection of the interconnected nature of our world, where certain events happen to coincide with others," Loon offered in a soothing tone. "As for that ship, it has already returned to the boundless sea. Regardless of your personal feelings, its master has reclaimed his human essence." The Vanished's warning bears a striking similarity to the border collapse vision, unearthed by Captain Duncan a century ago, a dire prophecy that, as I frequently emphasize, we must confront and take to heart. "Truth doesn't bend to accommodate individual perspectives, for it is timeless," Banster remarked dismissively with a wave of his hand. "Believe me, I have heard you expound on these matters to the point of exhaustion." Helena cast a glance at Loon, then at Banster. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, "Banster, if you're still wrestling with doubts, why not engage Captain Duncan in a direct conversation? Gauge his current outlook, and perhaps even clarify the truth about what happened at the 13 islands of Witherland all those years ago. Even though he claims to have lost his memory now, a personal interaction with him might." Before she could complete her thought, Banster promptly cut her off with an emphatic wave of his hand. "Helena, of all your outlandish propositions, this one surpasses them all." "All right, it was just a suggestion. At this point in time, we must exercise caution in our interactions with the Vanished," Loon interjected aptly. "Our current level of engagement is already quite audacious. Any further, and we must consider the potential implications on subspace. We cannot afford to expose the Ark to any risk of contamination." The stony giant-like figure of Frem slowly shifted his gaze, observing the three popes in conversation. "Yet, your three saints were forcibly taken aboard the ship." In unison, Helena and Loon countered, "They were not abducted." Banster, however, waited for them to finish before adding, with an air of nonchalance, "My saint is still safe within the confines of the church. It was merely a shadow of her that boarded the ship." In the following moment, the chaotic darkness descended into a hushed silence again, leaving a tangible yet subtle tension hanging in the air among the four. Eventually, Loon was the first to break the silence. "In any case, none of you have disclosed the truth about the Leviathans residing at the base of the arks to your saints, correct?" "No," Helena was the first to respond, shaking her head. "Though I did associate the Leviathan with the supernatural substructure under the city as soon as I heard about it from Vanna. I chose not to reveal anything to her." Banster was next to shake his head. "Instead of stirring up unnecessary chaos amongst my clergy, I'd rather clarify the situation with you, old friend. Albeit, it seems your knowledge on the matter is also limited." Frem followed suit with a head shake. "My saint wasn't forcibly taken onto the ship." Finally, all three voices echoed in unison, "Can you drop it already?" Keeping the matter concealed for the time being is the prudent course of action. Loon, looking somewhat exasperated, glanced towards the massive stone figure of Frem, then turned towards Helena and Banster, nodding in agreement. At the moment, we're severely lacking in information. We must first decipher the situation unfolding beneath the city and validate the intel received from the Vanished before we can strategize further. He paused briefly before adding, when the circumstances are conducive, we can establish contact with that ship, again through our respective saints. For now, let's deliberate on the remaining part of the warning issued by the Vanished. His words instantly rendered everyone's expressions gravely serious. I'll begin with my view. Banster was the first to voice his opinion. In light of the warning from the Vanished, I propose we institute a comprehensive surveillance system throughout our churches, the city, and the naval fleet. The coverage must be extensive and all-encompassing. If the contents of the warning are accurate, and the ancient deity truly pervades all, then any unmonitored area could potentially transform into ground zero for the next frost crisis. Based on this, the patrol fleets of the various churches should make corresponding adjustments, mimicking the vigilance required to ward off a border collapse. Just like the old times, Helena turned to Banster, her surprise evident. It appears Loon's earlier concerns were unwarranted. You're treating the warning from the Vanished with due seriousness. I presumed you would question all the information originating from that ship due to the repercussions of the 13 Islands of Witherland incident. It's precisely because of the incidents at the 13 Islands of Witherland and the recent frost crisis, Banster responded gravely, his tone heavy and solemn. These occurrences have driven home the point that any matters associated with that ship can't be taken lightly. Hence, I'm committed to maintaining stringent surveillance on anything related to that ship, more so than anyone else. Once swallowed by an impenetrable darkness, the vast ocean swiftly recouped its original state, shedding the terrifying shadows and regaining its tranquil aura. The chaotic shadows that had been wreaking havoc across the sky yielded to the commanding sunlight, paving the way for the sky and sea to regain their vivid, warm, and tranquil demeanor. The eerie green flame that had been omnipresent across the ship receded into obscurity as the vessel made its retreat from the spiritual dimension. In the wake of this transformation, Goathead, without missing a beat, assumed command of the steering wheel, adjusting the ship's velocity to a leisurely cruising speed. Captain, have we docked at the southern lands? Alice, bubbling with youthful exuberance, asked as soon as she saw Duncan relinquishing control of the ship. Duncan looked at her, somewhat amused, and replied, How could we have traversed such a vast expanse so swiftly? Do you realize the immense distance separating Frost from Wind Harbor? Puzzled, Alice scratched her head and said, I noticed you slowing down the ship and the Vanished pulling out of the spiritual realm. I presumed we'd reached our destination. Duncan responded in his typical, laid-back tone. We've re-entered the physical world to change our surroundings. Extended journeys in the spiritual realm can be harmful to both physical and mental health. We do have several normal humans aboard this ship. He abruptly trailed off mid-sentence, then shook his head dismissively. Coming back to the physical world, feeling the sea breeze against our skin, soaking up the sunlight, these things help ease the strain of long voyages. Also, the Vanished itself needs some time to recover. True, Alice slowly nodded in agreement, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. Everyone seems so much more at ease back in the sunlight. All their tension appears to have just melted away. Duncan realized that the everyone Alice was referring to were actually the ship's inanimate objects, buckets, ropes, pots, and pans. He marveled at the strange connection Alice had forged with the ship's sentient objects over time, and her uncanny ability to detect their emotions. But all these were constructive evolutions. Goathead will be steering the ship later while I take a breather, Duncan informed Alice. Our dinner menu for tonight includes toasted bread, fish fillets, and a hearty vegetable soup. Ah, yes, Captain, Alice responded enthusiastically. She then glanced towards the setting sun, its glorious rays reflecting off the two mystical rune rings faintly visible at the sea's horizon. I'll get started on the meal prep then, she announced, swiftly turning on her heels and dashing towards the ship's kitchen. Duncan stood watching Alice's retreating figure, a content smile tugging at his lips as she disappeared behind the cabin door at the far end of the deck. He then took a moment to draw a shallow breath, pivoted, and began walking towards the door located at the opposite end of the deck, the Door of the Lost. His gaze skimmed over the mysterious inscriptions carved into the door. Placing his hand on the cold metal handle, he pushed the door open with a gentle force. Chapter 510, Answer. Zhou Ming made his way back to his solitary apartment, finding everything untouched, frozen in time just as he had left it. He walked over the familiar, slightly worn floorboards, surrounded by the unaltered setting of his living quarters. His gaze fell on the items that had remained static, their familiarity lending a sense of constancy. The steady hum of his always-on computer fan served as the soundtrack to his return, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. A unique emotion, hard to pinpoint, fluttered in the recesses of his heart at this. Weaving his way around the sundry items strewn across the floor, Zhou Ming made his way towards the window, its panes shut tight, revealing a sea of undulating white fog outside. His gaze remained fixed on the haze for what seemed like an eternity, after which he extended a hand to push at the window. As anticipated, it remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. The flour and a handful of cans artfully stacked on the windowsill mirrored the window's stubbornness as if they were silent sentinels, custodians of a serene and lonely ambience. He lingered there for what felt like an eternity, standing silent and motionless before the window. His gaze was seemingly lost in the dense fog, yet his mind was a blank canvas. It was only after an indeterminate amount of time that he blinked, akin to a statue being roused from slumber, and turned his head to one side. Adjacent to his unkempt bed, the computer monitor perched on his desk emitted a faint glow. The persistent pop-up of the unconnected network notification occasionally disrupted the tranquility in the lower right corner of the screen. The notebook, a relic of his earlier note-taking endeavors, lay discarded in the corner of the desk, its pages untouched for quite a while. Methodically, Zhou Ming strolled over and took a seat in front of the table. He fixated on the screen's blank expanse for a while before he dragged the keyboard and mouse from the corner they were pushed into. He opened the browser and nonchalantly typed a question into the search box. Does the world still exist beyond the fog? As expected, the browser returned no useful search results. After hitting the Enter key, the on-screen cursor flickered a few times before error pages for network interruption and unresponsive, remote servers cropped up. The outcome didn't surprise him. Zhou Ming had already attempted to reach the outside world via his frail computer system when the fog first encapsulated his room. He hadn't hoped for a different screen display this time around. His intention was merely to articulate that question, not necessarily seeking any answers or attempting to communicate with anyone. Amid the dull, continuous hum of the fan ringing in his ears, Zhou Ming let out a sigh. Casually, he tossed the keyboard and mouse back into their corner. Then, picking up the notebook, he flipped it open to an untouched page and began to write with a certain seriousness. To the world beyond the fog, greetings from the solitary dweller of this room. In the not-too-distant future, I will find myself crossing the threshold, heading towards a city-state that lies on the frontier. I am journeying there in search of answers, yet I suspect I already know what they are. In that peculiar world beyond the door, countless incredible events unfolded for real, and my instincts have always proven astute in that realm. Given this, I've ceased to anticipate any responses from the other side of the fog, nor do I hold any expectations of someone tapping at my window or door through the dense haze. I am yet uncertain of what has befallen this world, but perhaps it's not me who has transformed, but you, the world residing in my tranquil, constrained abode. Everything here remains unaltered. I have my bed, a sofa, a coffee table, a desk, chairs, my wardrobe beside the bed, and a sizable shelf, which is largely vacant now. It has been some time since I last cleaned the room, yet dust is surprisingly absent. I am aware that about half of the dust in human homes originates from human skin shedding and the pollution resulting from day-to-day activities, but most of the time, I am not here to contribute to it. Hence, a major portion of this place maintains a clean state. Despite the absence of dust, the room appears somewhat disordered due to my previous hurried visits and subsequent departures without tidying up. It's not particularly appealing to see this mess all the time. If things are as I suspect, I believe it's time to spruce up this room. Although perhaps it's redundant to say this, and maybe uttering these words holds no significance now, I do hope you're faring well in the realm beyond the fog. Farewell. Now I am setting off to clean this room. Zhou Ming exhaled softly, dropped the pen back into its holder, perused his freshly penned words with careful attention, then shut the notebook and deposited it in the corner of the desk. Then in solemn silence, he rose to his feet and embarked on implementing the plan he had inscribed in his notebook, cleaning and organizing this room. He initiated the process with the somewhat disheveled bed, folding the quilt and adjusting the pillows and sheets. Next, he turned his attention to the items on the desk and the coffee table, followed by the wardrobe and bookshelf, and finally the scattered belongings on the sofa and floor. There wasn't a significant accumulation of dust, so mopping was unnecessary. All Zhou Ming needed to do was take a piece of paper and sweep away the scant dust that had settled on the furniture surfaces before casually discarding the paper into a waste bin. Eventually, Zhou Ming found himself standing in front of the window. He paused to examine the objects scattered on the windowsill. After lingering there for a while, he gathered the tools he had once optimistically hoped to use to pry the window open, items like hammers and wrenches, and stowed them away in a nearby toolbox. He then rearranged the stacked cans and other miscellaneous items, returning them to their designated places. Next, he moistened a paper towel and held it against the windowsill with his left hand, remaining frozen in this stance for a full 10 seconds. Following a deep breath, he proceeded to wipe the windowsill gently. The flour, previously used as a sort of indicator to check if anyone had tampered with the window, was effortlessly erased by the damp paper. At this point, the room had been restored to its immaculate and orderly state. Zhou Ming exhaled, allowing his gaze to sweep across the room, reviewing his work. He then picked up a black plastic bag containing the trash he had collected during the cleanup. The bag wasn't particularly heavy, its contents comprised mostly of waste paper and empty cans, but as he lifted it, a tangible weight seemed to counter his grasp. Clutching the bag destined for disposal, he approached the door of his bachelor apartment and swung it open. The customary sight of the dark, roiling fog greeted him, its undulations appearing to conceal all of the world's enigmas, simultaneously chaotic and elusive to comprehension. Faced with the swirling black fog, Zhou Ming hesitated briefly before hoisting the bag of garbage and hurling it into the mist. The instant the plastic bag slipped from his grip, he was seized by a powerful urge to reclaim it. It was as if the discarded papers and empty cans were the last remaining treasures in this world, and he, the sole gambler left in this decaying world, was adamant about preserving every single gram of material in his room. Nonetheless, he managed to stifle this instinctive response. His hand opened, and with a sense of detachment, he watched the plastic bag plunge into the foggy abyss beyond the door, disappearing in an instant. He was aware that those discarded items wouldn't reach the other side of the door. Only he, assuming his alternate identity as Duncan, had that ability. Everything else would vanish without a trace into the spiraling fog upon crossing the threshold. With the disposal of the items now complete and their existence effectively erased from the world, Zhou Ming cleaned his hands and took a step forward, ready to abandon this familiar place. On the other side of the door, Alice was waiting, a meal prepared for him to share. However, as he was about to traverse the threshold of the door, an anomalous sound arrested his attention, the whirring of the computer fan abruptly accelerating in speed. Zhou Ming froze, retracting his foot, and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. On the computer screen that cast a faint luminescence, the interface, which had previously exhibited notifications of a network disconnection and remote server unresponsiveness, was now pulsating. Then the notifications vanished, and immediately after, the loading progress bar at the bottom of the page shifted from red to green, embarking on a sluggish journey towards completion. Zhou Ming could feel his heart hammering in his chest, threatening to rupture in the intensity of the moment. An almost tangible stillness pervaded the room. The very next second, he forcefully closed the door to his room and bolted towards his desk. The loading progress bar at the bottom of the browser interface continued its steady advance. The dim green light was slow yet resolute, reminiscent of a flame slowly spreading. On what was once a blank page, the content was now materializing, forming an image. Zhou Ming fixed his gaze on the emerging image, the moon. It appeared to be a direct perspective shot taken from space. The image displayed a gray-white moon suspended in the inky expanse of the universe, its surface scarred by crater-inflicted gorges. Despite their alien nature, the intricate display of light and dark patterns was curiously familiar. Even without a background in astronomy, Zhou Ming recognized this iconic depiction. His encounter with the painting in Tyrion's office was confirmed. The subject was indeed the moon. Every minute detail in the painting could only have been captured by someone who had observed the moon directly, meticulously sketching it from a close vantage point. Zhou Ming slowly sank into his chair, leaning back, his expression riveted as if frozen on the image of the moon filling most of the screen. After a prolonged period, his gaze shifted upwards to the line of text he had previously input in the search box. Does the world outside the fog still exist? He remained silent, frozen in place for what felt like an eternity before he finally snapped out of his statue-like state. His hand shot out to grab the keyboard next to him, and he began to type new words into the search box. Is this the answer? Who responded to this? Following the swift typing of his inquiries, Zhou Ming directed a hard stare at the computer screen before him, but there was no response. No new images emerged, and no further loading bars made their appearance on the screen. All that was left was the cursor, spinning in place in a mimicry of a silent, lethargic eye. Aside from the gradually resuming hum of the computer fan, faint and low, the only sounds that permeated the silence were his own rhythmic breathing and pulsating heartbeat. Moments later, the image of the moon on the screen disappeared, victim to a failed load. The interface reverted to a pallid white, devoid of any content save for the single line of text that had returned. Network connection interrupted or remote server unresponsive. Chapter 511, The Food Culture of the Elves. The creak, the door leading to the captain's quarters of the ship, known as the Vanished, swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Duncan stepping confidently into the room. It was a scene of austere simplicity, with only one unique piece, the goat head, distinguishing it. The goat head, a peculiar wooden entity that was in charge of the navigation system, reacted instantly to his presence. Its carved wooden features creaked as it swiveled its head to meet Duncan's gaze. Without skipping a beat, Duncan preemptively addressed the goat head. "Duncan of Namur responding preemptively," he announced, asserting his presence before the creature had the chance to utter a word. Unfazed by the unusual encounter, he then sauntered across the room to a corner where a liquor cabinet was neatly tucked away. Extracting a small glass, he poured himself a robust measure of potent spirit, and in a single, smooth motion he tossed it back, finishing it in one powerful gulp. The fiery, tingling sensation of the strong drink seemed to sear his nerves, yet its strong character had a surprisingly calming effect. A slow, soothing exhale escaped his lips, betraying a slight easing of his intense demeanor. Mood somewhat mollified, he navigated his way to a nautical map sprawled across a table, his gaze tracing the ever-extending route that meandered towards the south. Meanwhile, the goat head maintained its silent vigil, its head slowly following Duncan's movements. It observed meticulously, attentive to every motion made on board the ship. Then, after a considerable period of silence, it eventually mustered up the courage to address the palpable tension hanging in the air. "Captain, I perceive a certain heaviness in your mood. Perhaps some humor would lighten the atmosphere. I have an arsenal of cold jokes at my disposal, particularly those influenced by elven humor. Despite popular belief that elves are a stern race, they indeed harbor a distinct sense of humor," it suggested, its voice filled with hesitance. Although Duncan was not in the mood for jesting, he responded dismissively with a wave of his hand. He understood that the goat head's intention was to cheer him up. He didn't respond verbally, but sank into a nearby chair in silence. Seemingly engrossed in the intricate web of lines and navigational markers on the map, his mind, however, strayed elsewhere. He had been seeking answers in his apartment, but with no success. His computer, now stuck in a peculiar state of non-response, offered no assistance. It behaved as if the images of the lunar landscape that had previously appeared were figments of his imagination. Despite the shortage of answers, Duncan sensed that he had stumbled onto something significant. The representation of the moon from his homeland in this distorted, alien world, albeit as an image, a model, or merely a concept, had profound implications. It suggested that the two seemingly disparate worlds were not as distinct as he had initially assumed. He was alone with his secrets and theories, devoid of anyone who could comprehend or analyze the matter with him. This included Alice, who placed her unconditional trust in him, and the goat head, his supposed most loyal companion. With a soft sigh, Duncan raised his eyes from the map, only to find the goat head still quietly observing him. Its obsidian eyes were akin to deep, dark abysses, shimmering with an impenetrable shadow. "Captain, your first mate is always at your service," the goat head had declared solemnly, attempting to assuage his concerns. "I understand your sentiments," Duncan had responded with a gentle shake of his head, "but there are issues you can't necessarily assist me with." However, his stern demeanor had softened slightly at the goat head's earnestness. "Your intentions are commendable. Let's shift our discussion towards our upcoming voyage. We're setting a course for the southern elven city-states. What information can you share about the elf race?" As if it had been waiting for this prompt, the goat head was quick to respond. "My memory of them is quite vivid," it started, a tone of contemplation apparent in its voice. However, after uttering these words, it seemed to falter, pausing briefly before continuing. "Well, my interaction with them has been minimal, but I do recall their exceptional aptitude in mathematics and mechanics. They possess a distinctive historical heritage and adhere to a few peculiar beliefs and customs. Yet aside from these, their extraordinary appreciation and knowledge of gourmet cuisine is renowned." Duncan's brows furrowed, sensing a deeper meaning in this seemingly simple statement. The elves' taste preferences are notably distinct from other races, leading them to adapt foreign dishes significantly to align with their specific palate, the goat-head explained tactfully. That's why I intended to forewarn Miss Nina earlier, so as to moderate her expectations of the sweet pancakes of Wind Harbor. Although it's known that Wind Harbor is a melting pot of unique cuisines from various city-states of the civilized world, what is often omitted is how the elves modify these dishes to suit their local tastes. In essence, elves have a proclivity for filling sweet pancakes with chili and pungent fermented cheese, crafting a flavor that is nothing short of a gastronomic shock. While I personally appreciate their creative approach, I don't find it much more appealing than honey-glazed pig intestines or a tart and spicy sheep eye pie. Duncan heaved a long sigh after listening to Goathead's words. It seems Nina is in for quite a surprise during our upcoming southern expedition. At that moment, Lucretia found herself sitting in the study of Taran L., a renowned elven scholar. She observed him from across the table as he rapidly sifted through a mountainous pile of materials, all the while nonchalantly munching on egg rolls. The potent aroma of the egg rolls incessantly taunted Lucretia's olfactory senses. This was a traditional elven fast food delicacy comprising pancakes, eggs, fermented cheese, and a peculiar fungus known as black finger mushroom. Its fried flavor, however, was reminiscent of severely rotten wood, both in taste and smell. For Lucretia, the processed black finger mushroom had an unappetizing texture and odor, not unlike a moldy old rag. To the casual observer, this concoction was far from a culinary delight, but to Master Taran L., it was a favorite. Not merely because it catered to his elven palate, but also due to its convenience and ease of consumption. Being a scholar of Taran L's caliber meant that he could polish off a meal in a mere 3 minutes, content with the basic sustenance it provided for the day. The time saved was invaluable, as it could be invested in his ceaseless pursuit of knowledge and intellectual victories. "Eureka, I knew it was here," Taran L finally mumbled, his mouth stuffed with the last morsel of his egg roll. As he simultaneously attempted to swallow and speak, he delicately pulled out a bundle of papers from the dangerously swaying stack. The pile tottered precariously under his touch, looking as if it would topple any moment. However, it somehow regained its balance, albeit in a more unstable position than before. "Here it is, Miss Lucretia, the documents pertaining to the ancient kingdom of Crete and the anomalies you inquired about. Had you approached me yesterday, I could have fetched it instantly before it was engulfed by this mountain of paperwork." Lucretia accepted the proffered documents, her gaze shifting to the elf scholar seated across the table. Age-wise, Taran L was in the prime of elven adulthood, just entering middle age. With a bit of grooming, he could easily be an enchanting academic, bewitching countless young admirers. Unfortunately, his excessive work habits and disregard for sleep deprived him of such allure. Most often, as was the case now, the elf master was portrayed with profound eye bags, dark circles, and messy hair that shed persistently. Once a vibrant blonde, his hair now resembled yellow straw in texture and color, and his complexion was notably pallid. More than once, Lucretia found herself fearing that this esteemed scholar might suddenly collapse before her eyes. But miraculously, or rather inexplicably, Mr. Taran L managed to keep going. "I strongly urge you to prioritize your health and adopt a balanced lifestyle," the sea witch advised, her fingers flipping through the documents she held. "Even if your motivation is merely to extend your lifespan for the sake of research, you should still heed your body's needs." "Air. I do take care," Taran L casually retorted, but quickly amended his statement. "What I mean is, I am doing now more so than before. But extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, Miss Lucretia. You of all people should comprehend the implications of the fragments falling from Vision 1 for the civilized world. We are duty-bound to decipher its mystery, and the sooner we do so, the better. However, we seem to be stuck at an impasse at the moment. Unless we stumble upon a fresh breakthrough, your sleep deprivation habit seems rather pointless," Lucretia suggested, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Unless we manage to locate a survivor from the ancient kingdom of Crete or uncover a book that lucidly explains the creation of the anomaly, I propose you take a few days off." Taran L waved his hand dismissively, a hint of irritation flitting across his face. He seemed eager to contest her claim but couldn't seem to formulate a counterargument. After a few seconds of frustrated silence, a glimmer of thought appeared in his eyes. He looked at her, a trace of hesitancy in his voice. "Miss Lucretia, I understand your father is on his way here. Apparently, he's interested in the fallen object." Indeed, he got wind of the extraterrestrial object and set out immediately, taking this matter very seriously. Lucretia replied, her expression somewhat uncomfortable. I was completely unprepared for this. In fact, I still haven't fully reconciled with the idea. But why do you bring this up? Your father's immediate reaction to the fallen object indicates his awareness of something. Miss Lucretia, don't you think? He could be the breakthrough we need. Perhaps he knows what the glowing sphere at the core of the light is, or maybe he has insights into the specific link between the ancient kingdom of Crete and Vision 1. Or even. Master Taran L., Lucretia interjected the elf scholar, I believe there may be a miscommunication here. My father is a distinguished explorer. His interest lies in the peculiar object itself, and let's not forget, he has endured a century in subspace. Even my brother and I tread carefully when dealing with our father, but your current outlook seems overly optimistic and audacious. Taranel chuckled. Ah, so, in your opinion, which behavior poses a greater risk of death, an unhealthy lifestyle or a bold interaction with your father? Lucretia's eyes noticeably twitched, her mouth opening as if she were about to respond. However, her words were interrupted by a sudden commotion and cries of alarm from outside the window. The sun has been extinguished. Chapter 512, Extinction. The sudden, piercing screams that erupted from the streets below had abruptly jolted Lucretia and Taranel from their tranquil moment. Almost in unison, their gazes pivoted towards the window, where the reassuring and brilliant rays of the sun continued to flow into the room. At first glance, everything about their surroundings seemed utterly normal, causing them to question the source of their startled reaction. However, it didn't take them long to discern that something was amiss. The sunlight streaming through the window was not quite the same as they were accustomed to, and the general light of day visible beyond the glass seemed notably diminished. A hint of suspicion flashed across Lucretia's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a myriad of twirling, colorful paper fragments that whirled out of the window. These fragments swirled upwards in a cyclonic manner, their goal being the rooftop high above. Upon reaching the rooftop, the fragments merged to form the figure of the sea witch Lucretia once more. She tilted her gaze skyward, scrutinizing the sun, but was met with the disconcerting sight of an enormous dark orb suspended in the sky. The orb was encircled by a pair of runic rings that were emitting an intense golden light. The flickering illumination from these rings was inconsistent, giving the impression that they were an unreliable source, teetering on the brink of extinction at any given moment. As this primary source of illumination slipped into darkness, the sun's current luminosity was dependent entirely upon the two unstable runic circles. Theoretically, the entire city-state should have been engulfed in near-total darkness by now. Yet, to their surprise, Wind Harbor was still basking in sunlight. This mysterious light was coming from the direction of the sea. Over the water, a glowing geometric structure, roughly the size of a minor hill, hovered serenely just above the surface. The gentle golden sunlight radiating from this peculiar formation had been preventing the city from being swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, the sounds of fabric scraping against building walls and ragged, heavy breaths reached Lucretia's keen ears. She glanced down to spot a middle-aged elf, his golden hair in a disheveled state, making a laborious attempt to ascend the drainpipe. Despite being hampered by the afflictions of a century-old shoulder arthritis and cervical spondylosis, Master Taran L. had managed to make his way to the roof. This certainly demonstrated the impressive resilience innate to the elf kind. Huff, huff, Miss Lucretia, you were correct. Huff, I might need to include physical exercise in my routine. Simply relying on a nutritious diet isn't, huff, enough to ensure vitality. I question your commitment to a healthy diet. Your focus on food seems more aimed at mere survival, retorted Lucretia, her tone emotionless, her gaze still fixed on the ominous dark sphere in the distant sky. But let's shift our attention back to the sky. That's where our immediate concern lies. Having recovered his breath, Taran L. raised his gaze to observe the same ominous view. Illuminated by the soft, muted golden light that radiated from the sea, the dark sphere suspended high in the sky took on a deeply threatening aura. After the ancient sun had disappeared from this world, Vision 1 had been the guardian of this realm for over 10,000 years. Now it had become dark and presented a fearsome spectacle. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a terrifying abyss signifying the end of existence or a decaying, dying eye that silently scrutinized the world from its lofty position. It appears we find ourselves in a serious predicament, Taran L. finally vocalized his thoughts. His eyes, reddened from many late-night study sessions, squinted, attempting to pick out further details on the surface of the ominous sphere. Indeed, the gravest of predicaments, yet, the protectors of the city-state have already sprung into action to maintain order. It seems their rigorous mechanized training is bearing fruit, Lucretia commented, her gaze now directed towards the streets below. She noticed that steam walkers and tactical teams, donning the emblems of the Truth Academy, had already begun to assemble at various crossroads. Terrified civilians were being directed, striving to regain their composure amidst the chaos, but the pandemonium in the neighborhoods continued unabated. Furthermore, the future trajectory of the situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Everyone in this world had been conditioned to anticipate unusual disasters, but the impact of the sun going out on the general populace evidently surpassed all drills and emergency plans. "I need to return to the Bright Star to assess the situation," Lucretia abruptly announced, tearing her gaze away from the neighborhood below. Her voice was swift and resolute as she addressed Taranel. "The ship is near the fallen light body. It may be able to gather useful information." Taranel parted his lips to respond, but before any words could escape, the sea witch before him had already fragmented into countless vibrant paper shards, swirling off the rooftop and heading towards the distant harbor. Left alone on the rooftop was the elven scholar, taken aback by the swift departure. He cast a glance at the challenging route he had just ascended, a hint of frustration crossing his features. "Could have at least returned me to the ground," he grumbled to himself. Sighing, he gingerly stood and prepared to descend back to the second-floor balcony via the same drainpipe. However, as he did so, something caught his attention from the corner of his eye. It was a neighboring structure, the Cloud Tower belonging to the City-State University. As property of the Truth Academy, it was widely known among elves as the Tall Tower. The apex of that tower was outfitted with an assortment of observational equipment. These devices were primarily used to track weather patterns and scrutinize the vast expanse of the sky. Additionally, the tower was equipped with specialized filters and a telescopic assembly that facilitated the study of celestial bodies such as the sun. Staring directly at the sun during such a time might not be the wisest choice, the elven scholar murmured to himself. Almost instinctively, he reached into his belongings and pulled out a charm. This trinket, which bore the symbol of Laham, the god of wisdom, was then placed on his forehead as he offered a short prayer seeking protection from his impending foolish act. "Well, now I'm a fool," Taranel declared aloud, tucking the charm back into his pocket. He drew a deep breath and swiftly calculated the distance and positions of several neighboring rooftops. Selecting the one that appeared the most accessible and closest, he charged towards it and launched himself into the air with a powerful leap. Acute. As he momentarily defied gravity, the wind rustling past his cheeks and his body soaring over the rooftop, a crucial question suddenly invaded the scholar's mind. Why didn't I summon my students for help instead of jumping? What? The extinguished monolithic sphere remained suspended in the sky like an intimidating void, motionless since it had darkened. The twin structures of runic rings surrounding the sphere were the sole sources of residual twilight. Considering the sun's extinguishment, the twin rings of light appeared somewhat dazzling to the eye. However, that dazzling light barely managed to mitigate the encompassing darkness that had descended upon the mortal realm. Duncan had stepped onto the deck following the darkening. His face bore an unmistakable expression of grave concern as he wordlessly gazed up at the inky black sphere. Everyone had emerged from their quarters as well to assemble on the deck. Vanna was softly uttering prayers, Morris had his eyebrows deeply furrowed, Shirley was seeking refuge behind Duncan while tightly holding onto Dog. Nina was clinging to Duncan's arm, her face a mask of worry and panic. However, contrary to everyone's heavy mood, Alice displayed remarkable composure at this moment. She merely rested her head on one hand, peering curiously at the extinguished sun as if she had just noticed something new and odd, exhibiting no signs of fear whatsoever. Due to her lack of conventional wisdom, she seemed unable to fully grasp the gravity of the current situation. Suddenly, a shifting shadow materialized in the air near Duncan, rapidly expanding and forming into the figure of Agatha. "What's the status of the ship and our immediate vicinity?" Duncan asked. "All spare rooms on the ship are in good shape. I've also inspected the waters surrounding the vanished within the spirit realm, and everything appears normal there as well," Agatha reported. Duncan responded to this with a slight nod of approval, glad to hear there were no unforeseen issues on the ship. As a spirit projection, Agatha could traverse through the mirror world and swiftly scan every room on the vanished. Simultaneously, her eyes that could peer into the spirit world were always monitoring the status of the deeper world, encircling the vanished. In fact, most of the time, the information she observed through her spiritual sight was even more comprehensive than what Duncan could sense through his own faculties. "Captain," Shirley peered up at Duncan, holding Dog's head in her arms. The usually cheerful countenance of the Gothic girl was now filled with a mixture of fear and panic. "What's happening? Is this the occurrence you cautioned us about earlier?" Instead of replying immediately to Shirley's inquiry, Duncan fixed his gaze on the sky with a furrowed brow. After a considerable pause, he murmured as if to himself, "The world's creation hasn't manifested yet." "The world's creation?" Morris, who was standing nearby, appeared startled by this remark. He quickly recovered and glanced up at the sky. "Indeed, the world's creation remains concealed, which suggests—" "The sun continues to exert influence," Duncan nodded slightly. "Its illuminating function has been mysteriously deactivated, yet it still suppresses the world's creation." "Will the sun reignite?" Alice suddenly swiveled her head and asked, brimming with curiosity. While Duncan was unable to provide a definitive answer, he nodded subtly. "It should. This colossal construct has been functioning reliably for 10,000 years. Even if a malfunction occurred, it wouldn't suddenly break down entirely, at least not today." Upon hearing his reassuring words, Alice beamed. "Oh, that's good, I haven't aired out my quilt yet." Taken aback by the carefree remark of this nonchalant puppet, Duncan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He then lowered his gaze and tousled Nina's hair. Nina lifted her head, her eyes flickering with golden flames. A celestial radiance was kindling within these flames, and she nodded in understanding. Subsequently, she released her grip on Duncan's arm and transformed into a dazzling display of luminosity. In the blink of an eye, Nina had morphed into a fiery arc. This miniature sun orbited Duncan a few times, lightly hopped onto the mast, soared skyward, and finally came to rest while stably hovering dozens of meters overhead. Although Nina wasn't as far-reaching as Vision One, she provided ample warmth and a sense of security for those bathed in its light. Witnessing this, Duncan released a sigh of relief. He understood that light was the most effective means of soothing people's hearts under these circumstances. "All right, I should now go and assess the situation in other locations." Chapter 513, In the Dark. In the city-state of Planned, an unprecedented phenomenon had occurred. The sun mysteriously extinguished. This extraordinary event cast an eerie darkness over the city, instantly throwing the populace into a wave of panic and pandemonium. However, before the escalating chaos could spiral out of control, the city's vigilant guardians and sheriffs swiftly stepped in. Their timely intervention played a crucial role in establishing order amidst the mounting confusion. The faint but steady tolling of bells from a small chapel resonated above the hushed streets. The melodic chimes seemed to possess an ethereal, calming quality that somehow instilled a sense of courage in the city dwellers. Meanwhile, the city's mechanical foot machines, known as steam walkers, treaded through the labyrinthine alleyways, broadcasting critical instructions from the city hall to the terrified citizens. Alongside Road II, gas lamps were hurriedly lit by the city's operatives. The terrified residents hurried about, attempting to return to their homes safety or seeking refuge in specially designated nightfall shelters. At the same time, well-equipped defenders briskly moved through the crowd. Their main tasks were to ensure the shelter's safety and investigate any anomalies or mysterious occurrences that may have arisen in the sudden blanket of darkness. In this unsettling situation, a young woman named Heidi swiftly lit every source of light in her house, from gas lamps empowered with sacred energy to simple oil lamps and even bright electric lights. The comforting glow from these sources not only helped keep the enveloping darkness at bay, but also alleviated Heidi's mounting anxiety. From somewhere near the living room, Heidi's mother's voice rang out, gently chiding her for her frantic actions. "Relax, Heidi, don't rush about so. The end of the world isn't upon us just yet." Turning around, Heidi saw her mother sitting placidly on the sofa, just as she would on any other day, nonchalantly resuming her reading of a pile of letters that she had put aside at the onset of the unexpected darkness. Her mother's face bore a calm and gentle expression, seemingly unaffected by the dire circumstances. Despite the sun's extinguishment being a significant crisis, Heidi found herself in awe of her mother's unflappable demeanor in such testing times. Her own nerves, however, were quite a different story. "How can you still focus on your letters?" Heidi asked incredulously. "Well, Heidi, do you think that if I put down these letters, the sun will magically reignite?" Her mother finally turned to look at her, a flicker of resignation in her eyes. "Now, all we can do is place our trust in the authorities at City Hall and the Storm Cathedral. We must believe that a force greater than us is watching over and protecting our city." Heidi responded with a silent nod, her hand subconsciously clutching the pendant that hung around her neck. How I wish Vanna were here, Heidi murmured. I could ask her about all of this. Father isn't around either. Heidi was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the subtle change in her mother's expression upon hearing Heidi's musings. After a moment, the older woman spoke, her voice steady. If the sun indeed has gone out, it's a global phenomenon, not just limited to our city. Vanna and your father will have witnessed it too. They are surely doing their best in their respective capacities to find a solution. As for you, my dear, you need to calm down and consider your own responsibilities in this situation. Heidi's anxiety seemed to abate slightly. She turned her gaze to a robust and finely crafted briefcase resting unobtrusively in the corner of the room. It held an assortment of tools and potions she used in her medical practice. Lately, the nights in Planned had been unusually peaceful, and she hadn't had a need to utilize some of the more powerful items in her medical kit. Many people will likely need psychological counseling, Heidi's mother mused, her voice filled with calming wisdom. I suspect it won't be long before City Hall sends someone to collect you. Remember, even though the sun has seemingly disappeared, our city has not fallen. With a soft sigh, Heidi approached her medical case. All right, you're right, the end of the world isn't here yet, and my overtime hasn't ended. And don't forget to bring your gun on your rounds, her mother reminded her gently. Planned has been significantly safer recently, but people in distress can be unpredictable. If need be, you'll have to take drastic measures to handle your patients. Of course, Heidi acknowledged her mother's advice casually. She opened a hidden compartment at the bottom of her briefcase to reveal a finely crafted revolver and several spare ammunition cases. After a quick inspection to ensure the firearm was in working condition, she murmured with a touch of regret. In the end, gunpowder is also a form of medicine. Meanwhile, at a different part of the city, Tyrion stood before a large, floor-length mirror in his domed office. He addressed the mirror with a grave expression. I have dispatched the city guardians and sheriffs, so there's no need to worry about maintaining order within Frost for the time being. The city was still grappling with the unease that lingered in the aftermath of the recent mirror crisis. The silver lining, as Tyrion pointed out, was that the prevailing tension had expedited the execution of various emergency protocols. Glowing with an eerie green flame that danced on its surface like a haunting veil, the mirror reflected the silhouette of a figure named Duncan, who stood amidst the shadows within. As Tyrion finished his briefing, Duncan gave a nod of acknowledgement and asked, Very well. Have there been any reports of supernatural phenomena within the city thus far? Tyrion was quick to respond, Nothing as of now. However, he added, I've dispatched extra personnel to closely monitor locations like hospitals. Similarly, the cathedral is arranging for its people to conduct thorough inspections of the nightfall shelters, graveyards, and the areas with poor lighting. Keep in mind, Duncan interjected, that post its transformation, darkness in Frost no longer poses a threat in itself. The real concerns are widespread panic and mental breakdowns amongst the citizens. As for the graveyards, there's no need for extra manpower there. I will personally keep an eye on that sector. Understood, Tyrion nodded, then hesitated a moment before cautiously inquiring. And what about the situation on your end? Is the Vanished faring okay? You need not worry about us. Nothing poses a threat to the Vanished. Duncan's response was calm. Nina has ignited a temporary sun in our sky. We are still on course, moving south as planned. The sea around us is surprisingly calm, even more so than we anticipated. Tyrion breathed a sigh of relief. It appears I was worrying unnecessarily. Have you been able to establish contact with Wind Harbor? Duncan's voice echoed from the mirror. What's the status with Lucretia? I have managed to get through to her recently. She just made it back to the Bright Star. For now, she's safe. She confirmed that she witnessed the sun's extinguishment from Wind Harbor as well, but the situation there is less chaotic than Frost. Thanks to a peculiar fallen object, most of Wind Harbor is still bathed in sunlight. The anomaly in the sky is unsettling, yet it doesn't cast as horrifying an image as it does here in Frost. That's a relief. Maintain communication and keep a close watch on the city-state's developments. Of course, Tyrion acknowledged, then paused, a hint of hesitance creeping into his voice. There's another matter that I should bring to your attention. Go on, Duncan urged, his frown deepening in the mirror. In times like these, no information is insignificant. We seem to have lost contact with the other city-states. This includes the far-off ones and our immediate neighbors like Cold Harbor, Tyrion admitted cautiously. Telegrams have ceased, the signal towers at sea are unresponsive, and even psychic communications within the cathedral have been interrupted. Currently, we're barely managing to maintain contact with two city-states, Planned and Wind Harbor. Communication with the other city-states has been severed. Upon hearing this, Duncan's expression instantly hardened. "How long has this been the case?" he inquired. "As soon as the sun extinguished, we realized that we had lost touch with Cold Harbor, and it became apparent that it's the same story with the other city-states." Tyrion was prompt in his reply. "I've issued an urgent recall for all ships in the vicinity of Frost's waters and imposed a maritime ban, prohibiting any vessels from setting sail." Even as Tyrion communicated this, there were certain fears he kept to himself. Ever since the disconnection with the other city-states, a nagging anxiety had taken root in his mind. He harbored a dread that beyond the city-states, in areas that remained devoid of sunlight, the boundless sea had morphed into something beyond human comprehension. "Persist in your efforts to re-establish contact with the other city-states," Duncan's voice echoed from the mirror, interrupting Tyrion's disconcerting thoughts. "And should you hear anything new from Lucy, notify me without delay." "Understood, Father." As the connection with the vanished terminated, silence once again permeated Tyrion's spacious domed office. He raised a hand to massage his somewhat aching brow, then reached to press the bell on his desk. The office door swung open and Aiden walked in. Tyrion raised his gaze to instruct his most trusted subordinate, "Exercise caution with the ships returning from the darkness. Until the sun is relit, do not permit them to approach the city-state rashly. Establish a buffer zone in the near-sea waters. All ships returning would be directed to halt there temporarily, pending inspection and clearance." As the mirror in front of him gradually regained its calm, the green flames retreated to the corner of the mirror's edge. Duncan exhaled lightly, his gaze drawn to the radiant sunlight still bathing the vanished deck and the sea's vast expanse surrounding it. However, beyond the reach of that sunlight, the entirety of the boundless sea remained shrouded in an eerie darkness. It was a disconcerting sight. Even the typically boisterous goat head maintained silence on the sea chart table. Only Alice was obliviously sunbathing her quilt on the deck. With a rub of his forehead, Duncan worked hard to ignore the doll sprawled on the deck, sunning her quilt. He then marshaled his focus, mentally reaching out to the flame suspended in the sky. "Nina, how are things on your end? Are you feeling tired?" "Not at all," Nina's voice, imbued with the vigor of the flame, echoed in Duncan's mind almost instantly. "I didn't fly very high. I can maintain this position for an extended period." "What's the state of the surrounding sea?" There's nothing. The surrounding sea is completely still, devoid of even a ripple. Uncle Duncan, have you thought of something?" "Not quite, but remain vigilant, especially in those areas where the light and darkness converge," Duncan instructed calmly. "If something like a ship emerges nearby, alert me at once." Nina's voice responded promptly, "Okay." With a grunt of affirmation, Duncan ended his conversation with Nina. His gaze returned to the mirror before him as he collected his thoughts. He stepped forward and gently swept his hand across the mirror surface. "Lawrence, what's the situation on your end?" Chapter 514 lit up. As the sun's embers faded into oblivion, a soft, haunting afterglow was left suspended high in the nocturnal expanse. This weak illumination, however, failed to shed light upon the endless ocean beneath. Rather, it shrouded the world in a deepened veil of darkness that felt ominous and fear-inspiring. Under this impenetrable cloak of night, the ship known as the White Oak charted its course. Lamps, both oil-fueled and electrically powered, were ablaze aboard the ship, their combined brilliance emanating a circle of light onto the adjacent ocean surface. The broken shards of sea waves danced within this luminescent spotlight, seemingly imbued with a mystic, viscous characteristic. While the situation aboard the White Oak was fairly controlled, Lawrence was busy responding to a voice in his mind, providing an update on the ship's condition. "Save for a few anxious sailors, everything is stable. However, we're enveloped in deep darkness, losing any contact with other ships within our navigational course. Furthermore, our navigational equipment failed, and the star observation chamber has plunged into absolute darkness." Duncan's voice reverberated directly within Lawrence's mind, instructing him. "Can you establish contact with the nearest port of Cold Harbor? You just departed from that city-state." "No," replied Lawrence, glancing back at the communication station nearby. The lights on the device were all ominously glowing red. "Our communication channels are entirely severed. The priest attempted psychic resonance to connect with the cathedral in Cold Harbor, but to no avail. However, we did manage to establish a weak psychic connection with Planned." "I understand. So we've essentially lost contact with the entire world, with the exception of Planned, Frost, and Wind Harbor," Duncan concluded. Hearing Duncan's grave analysis, Lawrence's expression grew stern. He swallowed hard as if fearful to imagine what this could mean. He then cast his gaze onto the instrument panel next to the helm, swiftly checking and confirming various parameters. Currently, we are pushing full speed towards planned. This is a typically crowded route. In theory, we should soon be approaching a transit port, a subsidiary island of the Lanza city-state. Once we're there, we can verify the situation and provide you with an update, Lawrence rapidly relayed in his mind. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a sudden flurry of footsteps echoing through the bridge. A deckhand, panic etched across his face, stormed into the bridge, calling urgently, "Captain, Captain, you must come immediately. Sailor has spotted something completely incomprehensible." Anomaly 77. Lawrence's face tightened instantly, and he spun around to his second in command. "Gus, take control of the helm. I'll go and see what's going on." First Mate Gus responded swiftly, "Aye, Captain." Without a moment's delay, Lawrence hastened from the bridge. Guided by the frantic sailor, he navigated the ship's stairways and corridors to arrive at the aft deck of the White Oak. Upon arrival, he spotted a slim figure frantically moving about at the edge of the deck. Anomaly 77, this bizarrely animate mummy, was busy toiling around a substantial iron bucket, incessantly mumbling to itself. Only as Lawrence neared could he discern the cryptic mutterings of the mummy. "Everything's lost, it's all over. No escape, no return. The world is doomed. Perhaps it would be better to die in one's sleep." As was its nature, the creature was radiating an aura of pessimism. Lawrence had no desire to engage with Anomaly 77's relentless chatter. Taking immediate action, he strode forth, loudly interrupting, "What are you up to?" The mummy jerked as if roused from a reverie, hurriedly bobbing his head and bowing. "Captain, Captain, you've arrived? Ah, the captain's here, all is well, everything's in order." "Enough," Lawrence dismissed him with a wave of his hand, pressing further. "What are you doing exactly?" "You have to see this, have a look at this," the mummy promptly responded. He then scampered to the iron bucket, stirring its contents a few times with a large pair of iron tongs, causing a distinct greasy sound to emanate from within. Only then did Lawrence realize that the metal bucket was filled with oil. Anomaly 77 was busily immersing a piece of rag into the fluid with the aid of the tongs. He then proceeded to light up the oil-soaked rag with a lighter, presumably borrowed from a sailor. Under Lawrence's skeptical scrutiny, Anomaly 77 forcefully hurled the flaming rag into the sea. The flaming ball made contact with the watery surface and quickly began to drift towards the back of the White Oak. This is how sailors used to crudely calculate their speed before all your modern technology came into existence. It may lack precision, but it does serve a purpose, Anomaly 77 mumbled. "I'm aware, I've read about this," Lawrence interjected, "but what exactly are you attempting to show me?" The sailor gesticulated wildly, pointing off into the distance. "Keep watching, it's about to happen. Keep an eye on that flame as it drifts further away." Lawrence, still skeptical, shifted his gaze to the flame bobbing on the sea's surface. It was rapidly drifting towards the stern of the White Oak. This was a normal occurrence given the ship was moving at full speed. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Until inexplicably, the flame came to a sudden halt at a distance. Lawrence's focus locked onto the flame. Logically, the flame should have continued to drift away until it was either extinguished by the sea waves or moved beyond the limit of human vision. But there it remained, suspended at a distance. By rough estimation, it was merely a few hundred meters away from the White Oak. Lawrence's gaze remained locked onto the flame that had halted a mere few hundred meters from the stern of the White Oak. Intriguingly, it appeared as though the flame was maintaining an equal pace with the ship. After an extended period of observation, the flame gradually waned, eventually succumbing to the engulfing darkness of the ocean's horizon. Once again, Sailor picked up a piece of cloth with the iron tongs, drenched it in oil, ignited it, and flung it into the water. The second fiery orb hit the water, swiftly receded, then halted at the same predetermined distance. Having performed his experiment, Anomaly 77 finally relinquished his hold on the iron tongs. He swiveled to face Lawrence, his gaunt, grotesque countenance straining to express concern. "Captain, how would you scientifically account for this?" This time, Lawrence refrained from ridiculing the anomaly's staunch belief in scientific explanations for all phenomena, as was his typical response. Instead, he remained silent, rooted to the spot at the edge of the deck. After an indeterminable lapse of time, he murmured as if in conversation with himself, "Do you see it?" Caught off guard, Anomaly 77 retorted, "Huh, who are you addressing?" Lawrence offered no response. However, he heard Duncan's deep, solemn voice resonate in his mind. I see it. Through our shared vision, I can discern it somewhat clearly. How do you interpret this vision? Lawrence cautiously inquired. The physical laws seem to be warping into the surreal, potentially due to a reality distortion or deeper, undiscovered causes. Irrespective of the root cause, the boundless sea is exhibiting rapid transformations in the aftermath of the sun's disappearance. Meanwhile, the white oak and its immediate vicinity remain unaffected. Duncan ruminated, hesitated, and eventually articulated. This could be the effect of my power, but regardless of the cause, I, too, will need time to decipher this puzzling occurrence. As Lawrence was grappling with the issue, his contemplation was abruptly disrupted by an uncanny sound. The sound was an eerie, slow humming akin to a gargantuan beast gasping for breath or some colossal machine sluggishly powering up. It was faint and far off, yet it seemed to pervade the entire world, echoing in everyone's ears. Stunned, Lawrence lifted his gaze towards the extinguished sun. The double rings of runes encircling the sun flickered inconsistently, and with each flicker, the dark sphere at the heart of Vision 1 gradually unfurled tendrils of light. Initially, these threads of light were feeble and red-hued, resembling rivulets of blood, but soon they began to sprawl across the entire sphere, rapidly intensifying in luminosity. An immense radiant geometric body hovered over the ocean, bathing the nearby wind harbor and the docked bright star in an even distribution of its sunlight. Atop the highest research platform of the bright star, Lucretia was engrossed in observing the large circular crystal lens positioned before her. The crystal lens was swathed in an ethereal blue light, its center presenting a myriad of fluctuating hues that alternated between light and dark. Since the radiant geometric body started emitting sunlight, these peculiar signals have been emerging. They're invisible to the naked eye but can be detected by the ship's observational lens, producing this pattern of fluctuating light and dark ripples. Looney, the clockwork doll, attended to Lucretia, nimbly adjusting the complex observational equipment as she updated her mistress. Lucretia's gaze shifted towards the front of the room. The research platform was enclosed, yet at the room's end was a specially designed window. Sunlight from the radiant geometric body entered the room through this aperture, where it was processed through an array of intricate lens devices, ultimately dispersed into a spectrum and projected onto specific observational apparatuses. Lucretia herself had designed and built this entire mechanism. Lucretia's gaze returned to the recording device positioned on the table beside her, which was continuously churning out strips of paper. These twitching strips recorded the supernatural changes registered by the lens system, and the jagged black lines suggested a clear and definitive periodicity. These light signals are regular, she murmured. Yes, the doll Looney affirmed. Each signal follows a 12-second cycle, repeating 3 times with a 13-second interval in between. Then the cycle recommences. Could it be originating from that stone sphere? Uncertain. The Truth Academy has observers monitoring the stone sphere, but they've reported no observable changes in the sphere itself. These light signals seem to emanate directly from the glowing area encircling the sphere, as if materializing out of nothing. Suddenly, in the midst of her report, Looney ceased speaking. Mistress, the light signals have ceased, she declared. Lucretia, taken aback, stared at the perpetually oscillating crystal lens. The alternation of light and dark hues had vanished. After a moment of stunned silence, she seemed to grasp a new insight. Her figure abruptly disintegrated into a multitude of colorful papers that fluttered about and soared out of the window. The colorful papers whirled in the air above the deck, rapidly reassembling themselves, and there stood Lucretia on the upper deck of the bright star. She squinted against the sun, looking up at the sky. Through the hazy golden sunlight cast across the sea, she perceived a notably intense source of light. It was high in the sky. The sun had been reignited. Chapter 515, 515, After the Sun Reignites. The sun had once more ignited its warming, life-giving light, after an extended period of 12 hours of cold darkness. The inhabitants of cities such as Pland, Frost, and Wind Harbor, who had witnessed the shocking dimming of the sun, now observed Vision 1 restoring itself to its original splendor. However, the distress stirred by the inexplicable event could not be effortlessly dispelled. The citizens of these city-states remained apprehensive, and the scholarly and religious communities watched the reignited sun with the same bewilderment and tension as when they had seen it dim, and city administrators were fervently attempting to ascertain the status in neighboring urban centers. Everyone was frantic to understand. What on earth had occurred? Colorful scraps of paper danced on the currents of the wind, drifting over the deck, meandering through windows, and finally descending into the captain's quarters, where Lucretia materialized from the paper fragments. With measured steps, she moved towards her crystal ball, activating it and anxiously anticipating the response from the other end. Upon the appearance of Tyrion's image, she hastened to inquire, "The sun has reignited here. What's the situation on your end?" "With us too, the same sun is shining in the sky, at least for now," Tyrion replied. His eyes reflected an unmistakable weariness, but he seemed to be maintaining his composure. "I might need some time to calm the city-state's mood. Everyone is currently in dread, speculating whether the sky will plunge into darkness once again. The sun, an amulet of safety, faithfully shelters our day, keeping time in perfect rhythm. Hence, if it extinguishes even once, the fundamental and robust sense of security embedded in everyone's psyche suffers a severe blow," Lucretia sighed, reflecting on the situation at hand. "No one is spared from this concern, not even myself." "Did you manage to obtain any relevant data during the sun's extinction?" Tyrion asked. "You have a myriad of devices at your disposal." Lucretia immediately affirmed, "Yes, after the sun was extinguished, a set of observational equipment I installed on the bright star detected peculiar signals radiating from that luminous geometric body. Once I've sorted out the data, I'll forward you a copy. In the meantime, you should check whether the scholars in Frost have uncovered any leads about the situation. I need to make another visit to Wind Harbor to see if the Truth Academy's monitoring devices have identified anything noteworthy." "Understood. I'll be awaiting your update," Tyrion acknowledged with a nod. "And how is our father? He was out at sea when the sun disappeared," Lucretia inquires, her voice wavering slightly with the unease that she had been trying to conceal. "He and I maintained contact throughout the event. The Vanished is doing well, surprisingly, perhaps even better off than those in the city," Tyrion admits, exhaling deeply in apparent relief. "I'll touch base with him again later, so try not to worry. Should anything seem out of the ordinary, I promise I'll inform you right away." Relieved by Tyrion's assurances, Lucretia responds with a subdued nod before bidding her elder brother goodbye. She waves her hand nonchalantly, deactivating the crystal orb that lay on the table in front of her. Elsewhere, aboard the ship known as the Vanished, Duncan finds himself in the captain's quarters facing Lawrence from the White Oak through the oval mirror. The waters surrounding the White Oak have calmed and returned to their usual state. The prior unsettling occurrences have not recurred. It appears that with the reignition of the sun, things are gradually falling back into their normal rhythm. "And what about your navigational status?" Duncan questions. "The stars have reappeared in our observation room," Lawrence responds promptly, nodding his affirmation. "However, the spirit lens will need a bit of time to recalibrate. Based on preliminary estimates, the White Oak hasn't strayed significantly from its intended course." "Good. Ensure you keep me informed should there be any changes in the circumstances." As their conversation concludes, the spectral flame flickering at the edge of the mirror begins to wane until it eventually extinguishes, causing the image of Lawrence within the mirror to fade away. Duncan continues to stand before the now normal mirror, his brow furrowed as he contemplates the recent events. The sun had reignited, and the current situation was not vastly different from what he had anticipated. Although Vision 1 had experienced a malfunction, this colossal, antiquated device would not entirely crumble in an instant. It might endure for an extended period, persisting through successive malfunctions and restorations. Today's blackout was fleeting, but conversely, its reignition was also temporary. But at this particular moment, Duncan was more preoccupied with the mysterious phenomena that had transpired after the sun's disappearance than the temporary eclipse itself. The first peculiar incident involved the disruption in communications within the city-states, except for planned, Wind Harbor, and Frost. If all communication across the boundless sea had indeed been severed, it wouldn't have been as disconcerting. But the fact that 3 city-states remained unaffected was perplexing. If Planned and Frost were special because they had become visions, then what was the exception with Wind Harbor? The second peculiar incident was even more mystifying than the communication interruption. What was this boundary that the White Oak had observed? Ordinarily, bundles of burning cloth tossed overboard from the ship should drift away, heading opposite the ship's trajectory due to the ship's movement. However, when the sun had vanished, these bundles bizarrely halted near a certain boundary, after drifting only a few hundred meters. According to Lawrence's most recent report, this uncanny spectacle had ceased with the sun's reignition. The mummified sailor had executed several tests to verify this. Duncan's forehead creased into a deep frown over the details. The strange occurrence observed by the White Oak was relatively minor in scale. When compared to the comprehensive disconnection of all city-states across the boundless sea, this boundary seemed to exist solely within the vicinity of their ship. Yet, the implications concealed behind this vision appeared to vastly exceed any conceivable expectations. Duncan had the creeping suspicion that he might have stumbled upon a crucial secret lurking within this boundless sea. It seemed as though the true nature of the entire world was veiled within the mysterious 12 hours after the sun's disappearance. But then his musings were abruptly interrupted by a call from a distance. Duncan swiftly refocused, casting his eyes over the mirror in front of him. In the following moment, the ethereal, transparent spirit flame once again enshrouded the mirror. The mirror's depth swiftly plunged into darkness, with the figure of Tyrion materializing within. "Father, on your end. Everything's under control here. The sun has returned, hasn't it?" Duncan preempted, asking, "And what about the state of affairs in Frost?" "Everything's under control in Frost as well," Tyrion immediately responded. "Having your watch over the cemetery has significantly eased the burden on the church, and City Hall order has been reestablished throughout the city. However, it's likely to take some time to alleviate the public's fear. I'll be convening a meeting later to discuss how to best explain the sun's disappearance to our citizens." As Tyrion spoke, Duncan noticed that the guy seemed to be scrutinizing him subtly, as if meticulously gauging his reaction. He immediately discerned the reason behind this. "Don't fret, I'm still me. I haven't been replaced by something from subspace due to the temporary extinguishing of the sun," Duncan retorted with a light-hearted chuckle, maintaining a tranquil facade as he spoke his truth. "If you're still unconvinced, you could visit the cemetery and confirm with my avatar." "Oh no, I didn't mean to imply anything," Tyrion hastily clarified. "It's just, Lucretia expressed some concern about you." "I understand," Duncan interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "But rest assured, my mental state is perfectly stable. Instead of concerning yourself with my well-being, let's discuss the situation in the city. Has communication been restored with the other city-states?" "We've regained signal reception from Cold Harbor, and telepathic communications with other distant city-states have also been re-established," Tyrion confirmed with a nod. "I've organized teams to gather information about the situations in various city-states. We should have more news soon." He unexpectedly halted mid-sentence, his attention suddenly shifting elsewhere. It appears someone had entered the dome office and was relaying some information to him. In response, Duncan refrained from speaking and swiftly retreated his presence, discreetly severing the mirror connection, a measure taken to prevent alarming the ordinary person on the other side. After a few minutes, the flame bordering the mirror flickered back to life. Duncan heard Tyrion's call and refocused his attention onto the mirror. Tyrion's figure once again materialized, his face now exhibiting a palpable surprise. Noting the change in his son's demeanor, Duncan's eyebrows knitted together in mild concern. "What's happened?" "We just made contact with Cold Harbor and inquired about the circumstances within their city-state during the sun's disappearance." Tyrion began with evident hesitation, as if grappling with how to articulate his next words. "And they responded with utter astonishment. They had no knowledge whatsoever of the sun's disappearance." Duncan's expression instantly hardened. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a realization seemed to strike him. He shattered the silence with a voice thick with gravity. "Clarify, did Cold Harbor simply not observe the vision of the sun's disappearance, or did they not experience those 12 hours altogether?" His question caused Tyrion to pause, the implication behind his father's words swiftly sinking in. "You're implying..." "Verify it again, determine if Cold Harbor has any records of disrupted communication with Frost. If from their perspective, the world remained unaltered, and communications with Frost never experienced any interruption, then this situation is far more complex than we initially assumed." "Yes, I'll immediately seek confirmation," Tyrion responded promptly, "and I'll scrutinize the other city-states in the same manner." Duncan issued a nod of approval, dismissing the hovering flames surrounding the mirror. But just as he began to mull over this unexpected development, an alarmed outcry from the goat head echoed from a distance. "Captain, something's not right. Come have a look at the sea chart." "Sea chart?" Confused, Duncan swiftly spun around and moved towards the navigation table, his eyes scanning the uncanny sea chart shrouded in fog. In the next instant, He observed the projection of the vanished represented on the sea map, and the indicator of a city-state that was gradually becoming discernible beside this projection. Are we in close proximity to Wind Harbor? Chapter 516, approaching. As Goathead spoke, his tone was laced with an unusual seriousness and uncertainty that struck Duncan as quite odd, considering their shared history. The statement was clear but still full of questions and puzzles. If we maintain our current pace, we will be near Wind Harbor in approximately 24 hours. That's what our maritime map indicates. However, the reason for the vanished's appearance in this region is still uncertain. We need to independently confirm this information, because this entire situation is incredibly perplexing. Duncan was unaccustomed to this level of hesitancy in Goathead's voice. It was a clear sign that the ongoing mystery of the vanished had ventured beyond the range of his first mate's usual maritime experiences. Meanwhile, Duncan found himself leaning against the edge of the navigational desk, his gaze fixed on the slowly shifting fog that danced upon the nautical chart before them. The shadowy silhouette of the vanished and the course it had apparently taken northward were both engulfed in a foggy ambiguity. This was presumably the vanished's trail, but the ever-present fog made any concrete conclusions elusive. In the 12-hour period before the sun mysteriously disappeared, we somehow managed to jump across our entire journey from the northern route to the southern seas. How this occurred remains a mystery, Duncan commented, lifting his eyes to meet Goathead's at the other end of the table. Yet, the White Oak, which was also at sea during the sun's disappearing act, did not experience this vision. They maintained their planned route without deviation. I can't provide an explanation either, Captain, Goathead replied, his voice laced with a mix of embarrassment and unease. The vanished and the White Oak both withstood your rigorous tests, but the differences between the two vessels are substantial. Any slight variation could potentially be the trigger for this inexplicable occurrence. Duncan fell silent, his face etched with a serious contemplation. After a thoughtful pause, a sudden realization seemed to strike him. When did the nautical chart change? He inquired abruptly. Goathead answered immediately, right when the sun reignited. Are you sure? Duncan had no doubt that Goathead was telling the truth, but he felt compelled to confirm. Absolutely, Goathead responded, nodding emphatically. I have been diligently observing all navigational elements, including the fluctuations on the nautical chart. When the sun disappeared, the chart remained unchanged, almost as though we were stationary. However, as soon as the sun reemerged, the chart descended into chaos, similar to our transitions from the spirit world back to reality. Initially, I assumed it was a self-calibration process. But to my surprise, once the chart stabilized, it indicated that the vanished was already nearing Wind Harbor. Listening to Goathead's explanation, a frown crept onto Duncan's face. So this sudden jump likely took place the moment the sun reignited. Profound silence then descended upon the captain's quarters, the air heavy with unsaid thoughts and unanswered questions. Duncan could not divine Goathead's thoughts at that moment because his own mind was awash with a tumult of speculations and a deluge of questions, all of which seemed to gravitate towards a central problem. What had transpired on the boundless sea during the time the sun disappeared and was subsequently rekindled? Initially, Duncan had merely assumed that the darkness was a temporary vision, akin to a delayed sunrise he had experienced once before, a delay that lasted mere minutes. During that incident, apart from the initial panic among some of the crew, life had continued unabated, with the world remaining largely unaffected. However, he soon realized that this sun's disappearance was markedly different, ushering in a plethora of anomalies, such as disrupted intercity communication and the White Oak's alarming boundary vision. Now, in the wake of the sun's return, he recognized that the bizarre consequences were even more far-reaching. The entire ship, the vanished, had inexplicably teleported 2/3 of their journey, appearing near Wind Harbor. Additionally, Tyrion had reported that the other city-states were completely oblivious to the sun's temporary absence. It appeared that during the sun's extinguishing and rekindling, the world had briefly morphed into an odd form, spawning a host of conflicting inconsistencies. The vanished, often referred to as the ghost ship lingering at reality's edge, had somehow traversed this rift in a clear and discernible manner. An exhilarating yet disconcerting thought suddenly seized Duncan. What was the true purpose of the sun? Did it exist solely to provide light and heat while suppressing their world's supernatural erosion? Or was it holding back something far more significant, the erosion of the world itself? His pondering was abruptly interrupted by Goathead's voice. "Captain," he began, "what's our next move? If the Vanished has indeed arrived near Wind Harbor, should we reach out to Miss Lucretia? First, we must assess our surroundings. It wouldn't be wise to approach the city-state without caution, Duncan answered, his mind flicking back to his past encounters in Pland and Frost. He couldn't help but shake his head instinctively. Keep the Vanished concealed in the shadows and the fog, and when the time is right, we will make contact with Lucretia. Goathead acknowledged with a quiet, "Yes, Captain." Duncan grunted in response, then moved towards the oval mirror in the room's corner and tapped it. A swirl of dark light and shadows emerged, and in a mere blink of an eye, an image of Agatha, dressed in her customary adventurer garb, materialized before him. "I could never have anticipated that my inaugural voyage with you would be filled with such supernatural events," Agatha commented, releasing a sigh. "Just as you foretold, embarking with the Vanished would grant me a glimpse of the remarkable phenomena of our world. I now realize that my imagination was far too restrained prior to setting off." "Are you feeling overwhelmed?" "Not in the slightest. Luckily, my heart isn't easily startled," Agatha responded with a gentle smile. "Next on my agenda is monitoring the changes in the spirit world, correct?" "Indeed, the spirit world and those reflections that traverse the boundary between the spiritual realm and reality. If possible, also keep an eye on what transpires beneath the sea surface," Duncan stated with utmost candor. "I have a persistent feeling that, even though the sun has reignited, the repercussions of this incident are far from over. A little extra caution won't hurt us." "Understood," Agatha's smile disappeared, replaced with a serious nod, but then she added with a touch of humor, "I should adhere to ship protocol. I comply, Captain." With that, the image of Agatha in the mirror gradually evaporated, leaving Duncan to continue his rumination in front of the reflective item. In the city, streams of vibrant paper soared and whirled through the streets, weaving between towering and diminutive rooftops before finally alighting in a building near the university. The paper found its way into the study of the Elven scholar, Taran L., located within the university premises. A moment later, the figure of Lucretia unfolded from the colored paper and revealed the sea witch's bewildered expression. Could he still be stranded on the roof, unable to climb down? Lucretia mused aloud, her gaze darting towards a window left ajar nearby. Just as she was about to ascend to the roof to ascertain whether the elven scholar was indeed marooned there, a flurry of frantic footsteps echoed from the hallway outside, halting her actions. As the clamor in the corridor continued, Lucretia nonchalantly gestured towards the door in the distance with a finger. Then with a loud bang, the door swung open, and a blotch of shadows immediately darted out from the room towards the noise. After a brief scream and a thud of someone falling, a flustered apprentice who had been struggling to rise was escorted into the room. The apprentice was delivered horizontally, appearing to slide inside, hovering about 10 centimeters above the ground. When he came to a stop within the room, the objects that had transported him dispersed from beneath him. Countless toy soldiers scuttled from under the apprentice, swiftly lining up in neat rows on the floor beside him. With the sound of drum beats and horns, they marched with precise coordination back into the shadows beside Lucretia. The apprentice, who had been unexpectedly ushered inside, stared in horror at the toy soldiers now in motion on the floor. His gaze then shifted to the owner of the toy soldiers, who was positioned by the window. He finally recognized this vaguely familiar woman. "The witch, Miss Lucretia." The apprentice hastily scrambled to his feet, greeting this enigmatic figure who was the subject of countless tales and myths. Good afternoon." While speaking, the apprentice couldn't resist abruptly twisting his body. A tiny toy soldier had somehow found its way into his coat pocket and shattered when it fell out. Yet before his eyes, the soldier reassembled itself, quickly spun around, and scampered back to its mistress, disappearing into the shadows. Unfazed by the young apprentice's lack of decorum due to his state of panic or the remnants of the toy soldier, Lucretia cut straight to the chase. "I'm here to see your master. Where might he be?" "I was on my way to find him myself," the apprentice replied, swallowing hard as he hastily responded to the notorious witch, known for her icy demeanor, reclusive nature, prowess in casting curses, and mercurial temperament. "Somebody spotted him heading to the cloud tower when the sun went out from the roof of the university." Lucretia's eyebrow arched in surprise. "From the roof of the university?" Yes, a witness saw him, and he appeared to be in quite a rush. He hasn't returned since, and I fear something may have happened to him. More like he's courting trouble, engaging in acrobatics on the university rooftop with his persistent shoulder and neck ailments. Even for an elf, such extreme sports are not advisable," Lucretia remarked offhandedly, then waved a hand dismissively at the young apprentice. I'll go check on him. In the meantime, what's your name? The apprentice stood a little straighter. Joshua Dino. Very well, I will inform your master that your conduct score will be docked by 3 points. Joshua's face fell into a stunned expression. Why? But by then, Lucretia's form had already fragmented into vibrant fragments of paper, swirling in the air as they soared out the window, leaving behind a faint echo in the young apprentice's ear. No running allowed in the research building. Chapter 517, The Slumber. Vividly colored pieces of paper spiraled in the air, a merry dance that took them over the high rooftops of the academy, swirling around the exterior walls of the so-called tower, and reaching as far as the crowning observation deck. In a spectacle of what seemed to be magic, they reformed into the figure of a woman named Lucretia, perched on the edge of the deck. The expansive observation deck was disconcertingly quiet, a ghost town devoid of its typical scholarly inhabitants. Lucretia, her eyebrows knitted together in a show of concentration, studied the situation atop the tower. Numerous intricate instruments, specifically engineered to record various aspects of celestial data, hummed quietly, continuing their function in the absence of human hands. A prominent lens assembly, supported by a web of sophisticated mechanical arms, pointed its watchful eye towards the heavens. 3 groups of lenses, each with a complex filtering structure, had been temporarily detached. Their removal seemed to be the result of manual tampering. The platform was eerily empty. Perhaps the original staff had evacuated when the sun mysteriously dimmed. Yet, the ongoing operation of the lens device suggested that someone had been present during the sun's disappearance, using the observatory's equipment to scrutinize the sun. Staring at the sun under such conditions, hardly the wisest course of action, Lucretia muttered to herself, the words barely a whisper. Her eyes scanned the platform for the figure of the renowned Master Terran L near the complex lens device. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a mundane object, a simple pencil fallen onto the ground. Her heart thudding, she quickly moved towards it and discovered the figure of the renowned elven scholar, Terran L lying inert amidst a maze of steam pressure pipes. His eyes were firmly shut, his body still as though gripped in a profound slumber. Without wasting a moment, Lucretia hurried to assess the scholar's condition. His breathing was steady, suggesting that he was not in immediate danger, but for some reason he was unconscious. She gestured into the air, summoning a multitude of toy soldiers from the shadows beneath her. In response, they quickly formed an orderly line and scurried towards the motionless scholar. The toy soldiers swarmed around Terran L in an instant, meticulously inspecting his body as if they were medics on a battlefield, their tiny voices ringing out with rapid-fire reports. As they worked, Lucretia's face shifted from worry to confusion. There were no visible wounds, no signs of physical assault, and no evidence of poison or magic curses. The woman known as the Sea Witch bent down and gently lifted the scholar's eyelids. She then extended her hand and lightly slapped his face, trying to rouse Terran L, but her efforts were in vain. It seems as if he's fallen into some unexplained deep sleep. What could have caused this? Lucretia wondered aloud, her voice laced with perplexity. As she pondered the mystery, she saw 2 toy soldiers prying open the hand Terran L had clutched close to his chest. In his grip was a piece of draft paper, nearly torn apart by the strength of his hold. And what could this be? Intrigued, Lucretia reached for the piece of paper. As she unfolded it with a casual grace, she found it covered in a rough sketch of a circular object. Inside the circle were numerous intricate, frenzied lines that seemed to weave their own chaotic narrative. She attempted to decode the markings for a time, but found no discernible pattern within the sprawling branches or tightly packed lines, whichever they were meant to be. It was clear that the artist behind these intricate markings had been in a state of haste, possibly even panic. The hesitant smudges scattered throughout the sketch suggested that the creator was either unsure of what they had observed or struggled to accurately replicate the truth they had witnessed. With a thoughtful expression, Lucretia scrutinized the sketch, then narrowed her eyes as she gazed up at the sun, which had miraculously reignited. She then shifted her gaze to the pencil that lay abandoned a short distance away, and the express pressure pipes leading to the academy near Terran L. She quickly connected the dots, forming a theory about the events that led the elven scholar to his current state. Evidently, the scholar had dashed up to the towering observatory when the sun inexplicably extinguished. Driven by his curiosity, he sought to observe the specifics of Vision 1's surface under conditions that even the most advanced filtering devices and lens groups couldn't replicate. He had managed to sketch his observations and had intended to send it through the express system to the academy post-haste. However, at that critical moment, some mysterious force had struck him, plunging him into an instant, deep slumber. His clenched fist, still tightly grasping the sketch, suggested that he was only partially unconscious when he fell. But what could have struck him? Could it have been a covert infiltrator within the tower? Or could it have been a psychological contamination resulting from the observation of the sun in its extinguished state? Lucretia shook her head dismissively. It was unlikely to have been an infiltrator. The reason was straightforward. After Taran El had lost his capacity to resist, there was no additional harm inflicted upon him. The sketch he held protectively was untouched, and there were no signs of tampering or damage to any of the devices within the tower. It didn't seem plausible that an intruder would risk infiltrating the high tower simply to put the elven scholar into a deep sleep. Just then, the mechanical hum of a working elevator punctured Lucretia's train of thought. Her gaze turned towards the sound, spotting an elevator door sliding open on the side of the tower platform. From within, a group of visibly flustered scholars from the Truth Academy emerged, their faces etched with worry. As they spotted the imposing figure of the Sea Witch atop the tower, the scholars came to an abrupt halt. Taran El observed the sun in its extinguished state and has since fallen into an unexplained sleep. I recommend that you cleanse all the equipment here. It's possible that some of the lenses which once reflected the true form of Vision 1 may have become contaminated. Lucretia advised the scholars in a casual tone, lifting the sketch in her hand for them to see. This is what he managed to sketch before losing consciousness. I plan to take it with me for further analysis to determine if it too is contaminated. If it's found to be safe, I assure you it will be returned. Without waiting for their response, she turned on her heel, striding towards the edge of the platform. In a blink, she transformed into a swirl of vibrant papers and was swept away by the wind. Only then did the scholars, who had rushed to the tower after hearing a student's report, regain their composure. As they watched the colorful confetti that was now barely visible in the distance, one of them muttered, "That witch, she really is." "Just as unpredictable as ever," another scholar filled in, waving his hand dismissively before moving towards the unconscious Taran El. "Let's prioritize getting the master to safety." "Is it okay that she took Master Taran El's sketch?" A relatively young human scholar voiced his concerns hesitantly, evidently lacking full trust in the Sea Witch. "Don't fret," a middle-aged scholar reassured him as he gently lifted Taran El's arm for support. "While Lady Lucretia can be eccentric and has her unique way of doing things, she's no stranger to the Academy of Truth and the Explorers Association. She's, in a way, an ally. She's one of the world's most renowned border scholars and experts in dealing with pollution. She's helped the Academy manage many perilous situations. She'll keep her word. Good heavens, why is he so heavy? Too much junk food, too many late nights, and too little exercise will do that to you. But I thought elves had different physiologies from other races. Long lifespans, strong metabolic systems, difficulty gaining weight, and rare sicknesses before old age. Even those inherent elven traits have their limits." Meanwhile, at a medical facility, managed by the administrative office in the city-state of Planned. Heidi stood in the corridor, her gaze drifting through the glass window to the patient lying quietly inside the room. She turned to address the office worker who had escorted her there. "What is the patient's current condition?" "In a deep coma, showing no signs of physical injury or poisoning," the worker in a dark blue uniform responded promptly. "The patient doesn't have any known underlying conditions, and there hasn't been exposure to any magic potions or heretical substances known to cause such comas." "Quite the comprehensive investigation, I see," Heidi commented almost instinctively. She then shook her head, adding, "But I must remind you I'm a psychiatrist, not an internist. I specialize in treating mental and psychological issues, not comas. A patient in a deep sleep isn't exactly suitable for psychotherapy. Perhaps you should be seeking the assistance of a medical doctor." "We've exhausted that option, Miss Heidi. The doctors concluded that the patient's coma doesn't stem from a physical ailment," the worker countered, shaking his head. "After extensive examinations, we've begun to suspect." "I see," Heidi cut him off before he could finish, nodding slightly. "You suspect it may be due to mental contamination or a psychological abnormality. However, you just mentioned that the patient hasn't been exposed to any known sources of such contamination." "That was merely the initial conclusion from our investigation. Mental contamination can occur in various ways. It doesn't necessarily require active exposure. The patient could have inadvertently understood some information or perhaps." The worker halted at this point, gesturing upwards with a grave expression on his face. Or perhaps it's related to the recent solar extinguishing event. At the moment, there's no evidence that the 12-hour period of solar extinguishment has any effects on ordinary individuals. However, the evidence could very well be standing right before us. I see, this falls within my area of expertise. Heidi breathed in gently, picked up her medical kit, and made her way towards the ward door. Just as she was about to open the door, she turned back and advised, "During the treatment, I'd prefer if no one approaches this ward. If there are any supernatural occurrences in this vicinity, please alert the local priests and guardians immediately." "Understood, Miss Heidi." Heidi nodded in response, then opened the door and stepped into the ward. The distinct scent of disinfectant intermingled with holy oil and incense tickled her nostrils. In the spacious ward, brightly illuminated by overhead lights, there was just a single bed with a solitary patient. Silently invoking the name of Laham, the god of wisdom, Heidi also checked the colored bead charm on her wrist before cautiously approaching the bed. A girl lay there, her eyes sealed tightly shut as if trapped in a tumultuous dream, motionless as if the connection between her body and soul had been completely severed. Before opening her medical kit, Heidi took a moment to study the patient's face. "An elf," she queried. Chapter 518, Treatment, Ceremony, and Gunpowder. When Heidi, a seasoned psychiatrist, discovered that her new patient was an elf, she couldn't help but feel a touch of surprise. Throughout her career, she had treated a multitude of patients, but rarely did she encounter elves. This was not only exclusive to her profession, but was generally the case for many healthcare professionals across diverse specialties. Elves as a race are blessed with a formidable physical constitution that makes them the envy of other races. Their lifespans are impressively long, and they are rarely plagued by diseases that are common among other beings. Elves have the innate ability to withstand harsh conditions and maintain robust health. This resilience extends not only to their physical being, but also to their mental state. They have exceptional mental fortitude, which could possibly be an evolutionary adaptation to their prolonged lifespan. While they may not rival the emotional sturdiness of the dwarves, renowned for their metaphorical hearts of stone, they certainly surpass humans in terms of mental resilience. Elves' unique physical and mental advantages have seen them become legendary pioneers and adventurers throughout history. They are renowned for their bravery, often daring to venture into hazardous territories, navigating through dangerous fog and illusions, and making it back home safely. Many of the city-states near the Eternal Curtain in the Boundless Sea owe their establishment to elven explorers. The most noteworthy among these is the much-celebrated City of Adventure, known as Wind Harbor. However, despite these extraordinary advantages, elves are not without weaknesses. Their development is slow-paced compared to humans, their learning capability is somewhat diminished, and their exceptional mental resilience somewhat hinders them from receiving the blessings and graces of divine powers. Except for the power of the God of Wisdom, the protection offered by the other three gods of orthodoxy exerts minimal effect on the elves. Interestingly, dwarves, who also possess a strong mental constitution, do not seem to face similar issues. There are many theories as to why elves find it difficult to receive divine blessings. One prevalent hypothesis suggests that the ancient and inflexible heresies deeply ingrained in elven culture make them detestable in the eyes of the gods, sparing them only the mercy of the God of Wisdom, the so-called protector of all rational creatures. In historical times, particularly during the Dark Ages and the Old City-State era, preceding the New City-State era, this seemingly god-forsaken elven constitution and inherent prejudices among races led to numerous bloody conflicts. However, the elves managed to build a bridge of understanding with the world's other races through their invention of steam rifles and high-explosive gunpowder. Following these historical tumults, the long-lived and broad-minded elves graciously accepted gestures of reconciliation from humans and dwarves. Though these races have shorter lifespans, they have managed to establish and maintain a peaceful coexistence with the elves that continues to this day. Heidi approached the bedside of her new patient, a young elf girl. She meticulously monitored the girl's breathing, checked her pulse, and then proceeded to open her medical kit. She carefully arranged an assortment of potions and devices on the small table situated beside the bed. The days of bloody conflict and prevailing darkness have since faded into the annals of history. The fleeting lives of humans and dwarves only permit them to comprehend their ancestors' tales from historical documents. Even for the long-lived elves, those turbulent times have been reduced to minor incidents, no more than distant memories of their own or their parents' past experiences. In the present age, the elven race's unique constitution, seemingly forsaken by the gods, still persists. Many ancient elven families, while adhering to the teachings of the god of wisdom, Laham, continue to uphold various enigmatic and traditional heresies. However, this doesn't hinder them from being an integral part of today's civilized world. Indeed, due to their profound accomplishments in mathematics and mechanics, and their increasingly intimate affiliation with the god of wisdom, Laham, the elves have carved out an indispensable role in the current steam and electricity era. If it weren't for their relatively small population, their influence over the boundless sea might have already outstripped that of humans. In this day and age, the long-standing elven heresies or their inability to receive blessings from the three gods hardly garner any attention or discussion. Heidi lit a finely crafted incense burner, and a soothing aroma began to waft throughout the room, settling around the sickbed. The relaxing scent seemed to have a calming effect on the elf girl, whose eyebrows softened and relaxed. Heidi leaned over, gently lifted the girl's eyelids, and held a glowing purple crystal before her eyes, swaying it rhythmically from side to side. You find yourself ensnared in a dream, a restless state transformed into a defensive cage. But help is what you need now, and so, you've left a key for someone you trust. This trusted individual will appear in your dreams, aiding you to confront your fears or guiding you to find the exit from this dream. As Heidi swayed the crystal back and forth amidst the rising tendrils of incense smoke, she whispered these words into the girl's ear. Her voice was low, slow, almost magical. Heidi was an accomplished psychiatrist and had many strategies at her disposal to assist her patients. While conventional treatment methods involving surveys and psychological suggestions to ascertain patients' mental states and offer tailored guidance were her forte, she was also adept at employing a range of remarkably effective techniques in more challenging situations. Heidi's arsenal of therapeutic tools was quite diverse. It encompassed a range of items including cudgels, golden needles, and gunpowder. And of course, she also utilized calming incense, soothing potions, and ritualistic crystals. Being a psychiatrist was not an occupation devoid of challenges. On a regular day, Heidi would tend to insomniac students and weary workers. However, she also had to contend with malevolent entities that manifested from her patients' dreams and imaginations. Now you're beginning to feel a touch more relaxed, as the person who will aid you is about to appear in your dreams. Heidi persisted with her gentle, soothing words. Simultaneously, she noticed a faint silver glow beginning to emerge deep within the elf girl's pupils. This was a sign that the blessing of the god of wisdom, Laham, was starting to take effect. Thankfully, despite the elves' god-forsaken constitution, they were still susceptible to Laham's blessings. This provided some relief to Heidi, a devout follower of the god of wisdom. You have left a door for them. This door is very close to you. You've entrusted the key to open this door to the person assisting you. Now you're nestled in a safe haven, quietly awaiting the opening of this door. You are relaxed, for you know that the one who will step through that door is the one you trust most. With each word Heidi whispered, the elf girl's breaths grew progressively longer and more stable. This calm was temporary, but it was enough for Heidi to prepare for the next phase in her treatment. Swiftly, Heidi retreated from the elf girl, placed the purple crystal pendant, which she had been using for hypnosis, on a vacant bed nearby. Clutching the inherited purple crystal from her father, she softly recited the prayers to the god of wisdom, Laham, and gradually closed her eyes. A moment later, Heidi opened her eyes and sat up, a look of confusion apparent on her face. She hadn't managed to enter any dreams, had the hypnosis not taken effect. Rising from the bed, Heidi examined her surroundings carefully before returning to the bed where the elf girl lay. Her patient still lay there in tranquility, displaying no signs of consciousness. After several checks and 2 failed attempts at hypnosis, Heidi discovered that she was utterly unable to establish a connection with the elf girl's dream. Arhachek. An overwhelming sense of defeat began to rise within her. Heidi sat contemplatively beside the bed for an indeterminate length of time, considering different strategies for treatment. Eventually, after a long sigh, she rose and headed towards the room's exit, massaging her slightly stiffened neck and shoulders. However, just before she reached the door, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. This was followed by the distinct clinking of a key being inserted and turned in a lock. The doorknob turned, and a person donning a deep blue uniform, indicative of government office work, pushed open the ward's door. "Miss Heidi, how's the situation?" The uniformed worker, who seemed to have been patiently waiting outside in the designated safe zone for quite some time, asked about the progress of the treatment with an undercurrent of nervousness in his voice. Unfortunately, there's been no improvement. Conventional hypnosis has proven unsuccessful. I might have to resort to preparing more potent rituals or concoctions, Heidi responded regretfully, shaking her head. As she spoke, she lifted the purple crystal pendant and affixed it back around her neck. Picking up her hefty suitcase, she added, I need to return and plan our next steps for treatment. Well, I suppose you've done your best, the worker sighed, his tone laced with empathy. Several mental health professionals have tried before, but none could penetrate this patient's dreams. Due to the peculiarity of the situation, the church's appointed priests are deeply concerned that this might be some strange mental contamination caused by the sun's extinguishing. They're taking this matter very seriously, but there's little we can do. If even experts like you find this challenging, then it seems we truly can't expedite the process. Heidi gently nodded in agreement. Subtly, she felt a faint warmth radiating from the purple crystal pendant resting against her chest. Do you need us to arrange a vehicle to transport you home? The worker inquired courteously. There's no need, my car is parked outside, Heidi declined, shaking her head. All right, then I won't escort you out. You may exit the same way you entered. I'll go and check on the patient once more. Heidi responded with a noncommittal hum, bestowed a friendly smile on the worker, and then pivoted, heading towards the lengthy, shadowy corridor outside. Meanwhile, the worker in the blue uniform also turned back around, making his way towards the sleeping elf girl. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind Heidi, approximately 5 meters away. Silently, Heidi grasped her suitcase, and her other hand found the secret compartment at the bottom of the case. In an instant, her face devoid of emotion, she whirled around and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet found its mark, burrowing into the back of the figure in the blue uniform. It exploded upon impact, resulting in a hazy cloud of blood. Chapter 519, Professional Field. At the loud echo of a gunshot, a figure clad in a blue uniform dramatically fell to the floor. Blood began to pool around him, and for a few moments his body twitched uncontrollably as if in its final throes of life. The entire scene seemed like a straightforward enactment of a heinous crime. The spasms of the body only added to the theatrical nature of the supposed murder, making it all the more evident to Heidi that she had seemingly taken the life of a regular individual. Yet Heidi stood still, her face devoid of any emotion. She focused on the subtle sounds surrounding her, the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass, the stillness that enveloped the area after the body had stilled. Normally, such a gunshot would reverberate throughout the entire structure, alerting security and guards stationed nearby. Oddly enough, the hallway remained eerily silent post the shot, with no one rushing to the scene. It was as if the place had been deserted all along. Resting against Heidi's chest was a crystal pendant, which was slightly warm to the touch. This pendant was not a gift from any divine beings, but was exceptionally effective in keeping Heidi's mind sharp and unclouded. This pendant wasn't the one her father had initially acquired from an antique shop. That one had crumbled during a past incident. The current pendant, emanating the same powerful energy, was a replacement from the same old shopkeeper. After allowing a few moments to pass in silence, Heidi exhaled softly. She held a revolver which she had recently retrieved from a hidden compartment in her suitcase and set the suitcase down. From it, she extracted a long golden spike, a tool from her medical kit, while never taking her eyes off the body before her. Impressive performance, but isn't it time to stop pretending? The dead man had ceased his feigned convulsions a while ago. At Heidi's words, he stirred and then with surprising ease got to his feet, showing no signs of the gunshot wound. He gazed at Heidi, the psychiatrist who had supposedly shot him, and asked, "When did you catch on?" Gripping her gun and spike firmly, Heidi faced the dream intruder with a sense of alertness and composure. The room only had one bed. The game was up the moment I noticed the empty space beside it. Remarkable, the invader began, a tone of mild amusement in his voice. Few possess the acuity to detect such anomalies once they've been ensnared in a dream, certainly not so promptly. Beside him, an eerie darkness started to merge. What appeared to be shadow or smoke at first began to solidify, taking on a distinct form. This includes many of those trained psychiatrists, he added mockingly. Heidi's eyes narrowed as she focused on the shadowy apparition materializing next to him. As its form started to clarify, her reaction was immediate, her voice tinged with alarm. Nightmare jellyfish, a servant of annihilation. The recognition seemed to solidify the creature's presence. A jellyfish-like entity, made seemingly of swirling dust and shadows, floated beside the invader. It was tethered to his head by a dark, chain-like appendage. The creature pulsated ominously, and from its body, myriad tentacle-like structures began to sprout, stretching perilously close to Heidi. A deep-rooted sense of dread and urgency welled up within her. She could feel her mental defenses being assailed and corroded by this insidious force. The enemy's infiltration into her mind had been stealthy, and she realized that had she not identified the nightmare jellyfish when she did, she might have already fallen victim to its mind-altering abilities. Without a second's hesitation, she gripped the golden spike in her hand and plunged it into her own temple. A sound akin to a distant thunderclap reverberated in her consciousness. Her surroundings quaked violently. The once familiar sick room contorted grotesquely. Walls seemed to melt, revealing layers beneath that looked disturbingly like decaying flesh. The floor resembled parched, cracked ground teeming with unsettling, squirming creatures. The nightmare jellyfish, caught off guard, emitted a shrill, agonized scream as its tentacles recoiled sharply. As quickly as they had appeared, both the deceiver, who had once posed as a government employee, and the nightmare jellyfish evaporated, fading away like dissipating mist. Yet Heidi remained on high alert, her grip on the gun and spike unwavering. She mentally assessed her condition while remaining hyper-aware of her surroundings. The invader might be temporarily out of sight, but she was under no illusion that he was defeated or gone. Her surroundings continued to retain the dreamlike quality, showing no signs of dissipating. As she steadied herself, memories of her studies at the Truth Academy began to flood back, offering guidance and clarity. The nightmare jellyfish, an offshoot of the shadow demons, boasted a vaporous form akin to dark smoke. They possessed a myriad of deadly and peculiar supernatural abilities, with a particular talent for assaulting the minds and senses of their victims. Summoners who shared a symbiotic relationship with these entities could harness their psychic damage spells or even extract the energy from these demons, unleashing it as acidic projectiles. While most shadow demons had sturdier physical forms, the nightmare jellyfish was somewhat frail in comparison. However, their unique powers ranked them among the most lethal of the shadow demons. Often, victims would be mentally incapacitated before they had a chance to retaliate against these ethereal adversaries. Cunning cultists who coexisted symbiotically with the nightmare jellyfish would accentuate these demons' attributes, rendering them even more formidable. The warmth emanating from the crystal pendant on Heidi's chest grew more pronounced. She sensed malevolent forces within the dream attempting to degrade and overwhelm her psyche. But the pendant's energy acted as a shield, neutralizing these malevolent onslaughts and ensuring her mental clarity remained intact. An impending sense of danger gripped Heidi in this delicate balance between invasion and defense. Out of instinct, she swiftly raised her weapon, but halted mid-aim when a figure materialized before her. It was Morris, wearing an expression of sheer bewilderment. "Heidi," he inquired, his tone oscillating between confusion and concern. "What's happening? Are you ensnared in a nightmare?" "Yes," Heidi affirmed. She squeezed the trigger without a moment's pause, firing as she spoke. "I'm uncertain of the full situation. A cultist of annihilation interfered with my hypnosis session. However, from what I recall, not even the nightmare jellyfish possessed the power to manipulate the dream world." The gunshot resounded, its flash briefly illuminating her surroundings. Morris, with a look of disbelief, staggered briefly before collapsing. Almost instantaneously, another figure took his place. An older woman bearing a look of deep concern gazed at Heidi. It was her mother. "Heidi, what are you undertaking? Why would you?" "I'm conducting a therapy session," Heidi replied, pulling the trigger once more, her tone nonchalant. As her mother's image crumbled, another figure began to take form. But before it could fully manifest, Heidi preemptively fired her weapon and dispelled another apparition. "You're truly underestimating your opponent, Mr. Invader," Heidi chided, shaking her head in mild disappointment. "Did you genuinely believe such a rudimentary ruse would ensnare me? And let's not even mention Vanna if that is who you will use next. If it were genuinely her, she'd effortlessly catch the bullet, mold it into a sphere, and fling it back at me without breaking a sweat." The ceaseless procession of illusions ceased. From somewhere unseen, an exasperated, gravelly voice queried, "Why does none of this affect you?" "Isn't it evident?" Heidi replied coolly. "I'm well aware that I'm trapped in a contorted dream, so naturally I'm impervious to these phantasms you've conjured. But I suspect that's not what truly baffles you. Perhaps you're astounded that I remain resolute even when confronted by the repeated deaths of loved ones inflicted by my own hand. Such a repeated traumatic scene would mentally burden most, and over time their logical barriers might crumble, regardless of their awareness. But Mr. Invader, I've undergone specialized training." As she elucidated her position, the seasoned psychiatrist calmly lifted her firearm, pressing its cold muzzle against her temple. Do you comprehend the merits of having secured both a master's degree and a doctorate, all fully funded from the prestigious Truth Academy, Mr. Invader? Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of the gunshot filled the space as she fired a bullet through her own head. However, as she momentarily faltered, another version of Heidi seamlessly emerged from her shadow. The recurring gunshots echoed throughout the twisted room. Impossibly, her six-chambered revolver seemed to possess an infinite supply of bullets. Heidi, or perhaps her clones, kept firing round after round at her own temple, with each shot giving birth to another duplicate. Armed with the golden spike-shaped instruments, these replicas dispersed in various directions into the room's nooks and crannies, through doors and down eerie corridors. "You've made a grave error challenging me in my field of expertise, Mr. Invader," Heidi remarked, her tone dripping with contempt as she raised the gun to her temple one final time. "And never, ever disrupt my patient sessions. I utterly detest being made to work overtime." The myriad of Heidi duplicates swiftly fanned out, traversing the now grotesquely altered medical facility. Their mission: to meticulously scour this infiltrated dream for any anomalies or cognitive voids, potential points of entry or hideaways used by the invader. Yet as her replicas delved deeper into the dream's intricacies, Heidi's expression clouded with sudden uncertainty. Did he leave? Chapter 520, Beyond the Boundaries of the Dream. Heidi's intuition was sharp, almost precognitive. She could sense a distinct change as she stood in the dream realm. The intruder and unwanted mental presence had faded, and not because she had expelled him, but because he had managed to elude her. He had slipped out of this warped dreamscape, a twisted version of reality shaped by the subconscious mind. She looked around, her eyes narrowing. The representation of her own consciousness, an avatar she had dispatched into this dream, sent her constant feedback, and from what she could sense, the situation was not normal. The room she stood in had resembled a grotesque and decaying version of a sick room, its walls eerily imitating rotting flesh. But now, as the intruder's influence waned, it rapidly reverted to what it should be: a sterile, pristine medical facility. The burnt, deteriorating floor repaired itself, and the overall oppressive aura that once pervaded the entire structure vanished. However, Heidi remained on high alert. She understood the fundamental rules of this dream realm. In its natural state, a twisted dream creates a closed-off world, sealed and contained. Like the intruders, an invading consciousness might be an antagonist in this space, but the dream's parameters would still confine it. To forcefully exit this realm should have caused a major disruption. Only an extremely adept dreamweaver could make such an exit discreetly, and Heidi doubted the intruder had that capability. Having trained under the best tutors at the Academy of Truth, and with the rigorous teachings of her father from a young age, Heidi was confident in her mastery over dreams. The very notion that the intruder could leave without her detecting it was unsettling. She surmised he might be hiding, perhaps tucked away in a blind spot or a cognitive void within the dream. Pausing to think, she moved towards the bed that dominated the center of the room. An unfamiliar elven girl lay there, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. Her forehead was creased, indicating some form of distress. The girl was the dream's epicenter, and the corruption of the dream had transformed her peaceful sleep into this surreal medical nightmare. With the intruder's influence waning, logic dictated she should have awakened. Because in the vast and bizarre world of dreams, there's one thing that remains consistent. One cannot remain asleep within their own dream. Even in dreams nested within other dreams, the dreamer's consciousness in the innermost layer is always active and alert. As Heidi approached the bed, she took a moment to closely examine the state of the elven girl. Unsure of what she was about to do but compelled to act, she gently lifted the girl into a sitting position and then, with a swift motion, pushed her back down onto the bed. This motion was intended to induce a falling response, a jolt of alertness which often pulled people from the depths of sleep. Yet despite Heidi's efforts, the girl remained entrenched in her deep slumber. Sighing in frustration and concern, Heidi murmured to herself, "The falling technique didn't work." Her brow furrowed as she contemplated the situation. Could it be that this isn't her deepest layer of dreaming? Is this just an intermediate layer, a dream within another dream? But that doesn't make sense. Even in such a layer, the falling response should have stirred her to consciousness. Absent in thought, Heidi suddenly froze. A realization seemed to dawn on her. Without a word, she swiftly turned on her heels and rushed out of the sick room. Her quick and purposeful footsteps resonated through the vast medical facility. As she sprinted, she passed by avatars of herself she had previously dispatched in the dream realm. Each Heidi held a golden spike, continuing to inspect various parts of the facility, whether it be long hallways, winding staircases, or eerily quiet rooms with doors slightly open, waiting for an observer. They all seemed to have a task, a purpose. Yet as Heidi sped by these avatars, they would turn and trail behind her one by one. Each would rapidly integrate back into her, strengthening her essence. Even avatars from remote parts of the facility sensed her urgency, converging and reuniting with her main form. This dream version of the medical facility seemed to defy logic. The very structure of the dream was out of place, with hallways leading to nowhere, perplexing forks in the road, and staircases that twisted in impossible ways, connecting rooms in patterns that defied the laws of space and gravity. The very layout was akin to a surreal painting, uncanny and unsettling. But for Heidi, who had navigated countless dreams before, these complexities were mere puzzles to solve. She expertly navigated the confusing terrain, sidestepping traps and dead ends until she reached her destination. A towering door stood before her, boldly marked with the word exit. She paused, catching her breath, as the remaining avatars sprinted from various directions and merged into her. Taking a calming breath, she slowly moved towards the door. This door represented more than just an exit from the facility. It was potentially the boundary of the current dream layer. Gripping the cold handle, she took a moment to steady her racing heart. Dream boundaries were treacherous. They signified the limits of the dreamer's perception and understanding. For an outsider like Heidi, trespassing on these boundaries risked entering an undefined space where the dreamer's control fades and the subconscious takes over. In such regions, intruders might face unpredictable dangers or even encounter sinister entities lurking at the fringes of one's psyche, residing in the spiritual abyss. Pausing at the threshold of the door, Heidi felt a momentary unease. Venturing beyond was not in accordance with the dream treatment protocols she was trained in. Her fingers unconsciously reached for the purple crystal pendant around her neck. What usually gave off a gentle warmth was now conspicuously cold against her skin. It was a simple piece, often mistaken for a mere trinket, but its present temperature was anything but ordinary. The unexpected chill emanating from the pendant solidified her resolve. Throughout her time using it, the pendant had never deceived her. She decided to heed its warning, but was also curious about its reaction. Taking a deep breath, Heidi jokingly whispered to herself, "Venturing in might dock me 15 marks off my professionalism score." With that, she took a bold step and thrust the door open. To her surprise, she wasn't met with an expected void of shadows or a perilous abyss. No grotesque beings or spectral phantoms awaited her. Instead, Heidi found herself gazing at a verdant forest stretching endlessly in all directions. Unlike any she had ever seen, colossal trees stood tall, their broad canopies intertwining and forming a leafy roof that obscured the sky. The forest floor was carpeted with a riot of colorful flowers, shrubs, and saplings intertwined with vines crawling everywhere. Birds she couldn't recognize sang melodies that were both enchanting and foreign to her ears. Golden rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the foliage, illuminating patches of the verdant undergrowth, showcasing a kind of vibrant life Heidi had never experienced. Raised in urban environments, this wild and untamed landscape was utterly alien to her. The dense forest presented her with a sensory overload. The unfamiliar sights, sounds, and smells were bewildering. Her academic achievements, being a top-tier student who had earned both her master's and doctoral degrees with full scholarships from the Academy of Truth, felt meaningless amidst such unfamiliarity. For a fleeting moment, she felt lost, disconnected from her purpose. Yet her rigorous training and strong mental resilience didn't allow her to be overwhelmed for long. Within seconds, Heidi pulled herself together, taking a deep, steadying breath, grounding herself to regain her analytical perspective. Glancing back at the direction she had come from, the incongruity of the scene struck her. The medical facility she had just left appeared oddly juxtaposed amidst the thick woods. Its sterile, man-made exterior looked entirely out of place amidst the wild greenery. Plants she couldn't recognize grew around it, their tendrils embracing the building. Piecing together her observations, Heidi made a rapid deduction. It seems the dream's boundary might be confined to that medical facility. The vast landscape beyond this door doesn't align with the usual dream constructs. Could this be an atypical periphery of consciousness? As Heidi surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, she couldn't find any recognizable features related to the planned city-state. The only things that caught her eyes were countless unfamiliar plants and trees. She wondered, could this be a manifestation of the elf's subconscious memories? Yet, even renowned elven city-states such as Wind Harbor or Mach didn't boast such vast, dense vegetation. Could it be that beyond this boundary lies the final, deepest layer of the dream? She contemplated aloud. But the sheer expanse of it and the intricacy of every detail, such intense mental projection should have exhausted her cognitive abilities by now. Vanished in thought, Heidi fumbled in her bag and retrieved a bright ball of yarn. Holding its end securely, she lobbed the ball with force into the distance. As it unspooled, it bounced and skidded across the moist stones, rich soil, and tangled underbrush. She observed its movement with keen interest, looking for any distortions or glitches in the yarn's path. If she noticed any, it would be a telltale sign of concealed, cognitive voids within the dream, gaps she would have to be wary of to avoid getting entrapped in a nightmarish realm. To her relief, the yarn traveled unhindered and settled at a distance without a hitch. With newfound confidence, she began following its trail, taking her first steps into the dense forest. While Heidi had decided to holster her revolver for the time being, she firmly gripped a protective golden spike in her left hand. This place, despite its picturesque beauty, echoed with silence, and she couldn't help but feel that potential dangers might be lurking unseen. It was imperative to avoid drawing unnecessary attention and awakening any entities that might dwell on the periphery of consciousness in this ambiguous space. As she trod cautiously, her mind raced with speculation. Was it possible the elusive cultist had not woken up, but had instead navigated to this very peculiar area outside the dream? Could he have set a trap for her? But amidst her spiraling thoughts, an intuitive nudge took hold of her. Instinctively, she snapped her gaze in a particular direction, drawn by an inexplicable feeling. And there, partially hidden amidst the towering trees in a clearing, was a figure. Their back was to her, dressed in a light-colored Southern-style coat, and with unruly blonde hair that cascaded down. But it was the distinct, pointed tips of elongated ears peeking out that truly caught her attention. Could it be another elf? Chapter 521, Trapped in a Dream. In the unpredictable outskirts of the elf girl's dreamscape, a new elf figure had materialized. Heidi's senses instantly heightened in alertness. Typically, no other mental constructs should exist within this fringe of the dream realm. This boundary region isn't just a straightforward part of the dream. It's a tumultuous realm formed by the intersection of the dreamer's subconscious and the tangible reality. Within this area, logic and rationality of the dreamer become irrelevant. It's a place where fragmented and chaotic subconscious thoughts are stirred up by potent universal forces, leading to the creation of eerie or alarmingly bizarre shadows. These shadows are so menacing that the dreamer's own mental defenses are stretched to their limit, ensuring that these disruptive forces from the boundary don't permeate deeper into their psyche. Heidi's memories raced back to her days at the Academy of Truth, where her mentor had elaborated on this vision. Every dreamer, he'd said, is essentially navigating their dream blindfolded. If one were to witness the true nature at the fringes of their dreams, the revelation would be enough to plunge anyone into insanity. This means that if everything is functioning as it should, dreamers would never be aware of the dream's outer region, and consequently, this space should remain void of any mental constructs. With renewed determination, Heidi clasped the golden instrument in her grip, silently chanting Lahim's name, imbuing the spike with the potency to eradicate any intruders within the dream realm. She was acutely aware that this figure either represented someone like her, a doctor, or a potentially dangerous trespasser. The figure stood with its back to Heidi, seemingly unaware of her presence. It looked up, its attention fixed on the tree canopy that veiled the sky above. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, illuminating the forest floor below. If not for the unsettling presence of this unknown entity, the scene would have been breathtakingly serene. Moving stealthily, Heidi approached the figure from behind, swiftly raising her golden spike, poised to strike. But in a split second, she halted. This isn't an invader. In the tangible world, this golden spike, blessed by Lahim, functions as a tool for neurological interventions. However, within the dream realm, it morphs into a medium of suggestion, endowed with an array of mystical capabilities. It could either vanquish shadows within one's mind or forge fleeting mental links. As Heidi's spike made contact, clear and coherent thoughts flooded her consciousness, revealing a deep-rooted connection between the figure and its environment. Leveraging her extensive training, Heidi instantly discerned the truth. She had stumbled upon the dream of another elf, distinct from the initial elf girl's dream realm. A tidal wave of bewilderment and shock washed over Heidi. Since the day she received her diploma, never once had she come across such a perplexing scenario in her line of work. Yet here she was, witnessing another dreamer within her patient's dream. What added to the perplexity was the seamless merging of the two dreams, leaving her unable to differentiate one from the other. An exhilarating realization dawned on Heidi. She had discovered the subject matter for her forthcoming research paper. However, if she dared to pen down this supernatural occurrence, it wouldn't be a surprise if even the most avant-garde psychologists from the Academy of Truth would embark on an arduous voyage to plan just to confront and challenge her hypothesis personally. As these thoughts zipped through her mind at breakneck speed, Heidi promptly withdrew the golden spike, carefully tucking it out of view. Only after this swift movement did the figure before her, sporting a slightly stooped posture and tousled blonde locks, react. He turned his head languidly, revealing a visage that was the embodiment of weariness and puzzlement. He reminded Heidi of the exceedingly ambitious students she had encountered during her postgraduate days at the academy. These were individuals who, in their desperation to excel, denied themselves food, sleep, or rest. And yet, despite these extreme sacrifices, many still faltered. In a voice that seemed to wade through the thick fog of exhaustion, the face, which bore the markings of countless sleepless nights, murmured, "Hello. Are you also here to terminate my existence within this dream?" Jolted from her brooding, Heidi's once scattered thoughts merged. She responded swiftly, a note of concern evident in her tone. "Also, you've been attacked in your dreams before." The unkempt elf, who seemed to be of middle age, nodded in affirmation, gesturing towards the ground not far from where they stood. "Look, evidence of their intrusions." Peering in the direction he pointed, Heidi could discern only a handful of charred fragments scattered on the ground. "Who are these intruders?" she questioned. "I'm unsure of their origins. All I remember is questioning them, after which they disintegrated into this state," the weary elf explained, his voice trailing off as if he was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Shaking his head, he added, "Those were all significant pointers I had underscored earlier." A crease formed on Heidi's forehead as she tried to decipher his cryptic statement. The mental well-being of the elf standing before her seemed askew. The mention of highlighted key points struck a chord. Could these hints be related to his profession or pursuits in the real world? Was he perhaps an academic or an educator? Furthermore, while the elf displayed an awareness of his presence within a dream and even recalled being targeted within it, there was evident dissonance in his understanding. Could it be a residual effect of the previous dream invasions, or was his cognition compromised right from the onset of the dream itself? "You still haven't provided an answer to my inquiry, miss." The middle-aged elf's voice punctuated Heidi's reverie, his tone calm despite the surrounding oddity. "Do you intend to harm me?" "Absolutely not," Heidi replied without hesitation. The calm and unhurried manner in which the elf posed his question amidst such a surreal and tense environment struck her as rather unusual. Nevertheless, she swiftly offered an explanation about her purpose there. "I am a mental health practitioner, a psychiatrist." "A psychiatrist?" The elf's eyebrows knitted in confusion. Affirming his query, Heidi replied, "Exactly, a psychiatrist." Instinctively, she retrieved the golden spike from behind her back, a symbol of her vocation. Touching her forehead and eyes in a practiced gesture, she added, "I'm also a disciple of Laham." "Ah, a specialist then," the elf mused, seemingly piecing things together, albeit in a somewhat foggy manner. "So my students must have sought your expertise. Have they discerned that their instructor is ensnared within a dream? I had assumed they'd exploit my absence and indulge in a few leisurely days." It was apparent to Heidi that the stranger before her had misconstrued something. Yet she didn't feel compelled to rectify his misapprehension. If the dreamer himself attributed a plausible reason for her presence in his dream, it would likely fortify her position within the dream landscape. Introducing herself properly, Heidi said, "I am Heidi. It's fortunate that our paths crossed. Could you perhaps share how you found yourself ensnared in this dream?" "Regarding how I descended into this dream, the details elude me," the middle-aged elf ruminated, visibly troubled. "However, fragments of what preceded this come to mind. I recall scrutinizing the sun from atop a tower. The sun. Indeed, the sun. Miss Heidi, the sun had extinguished, and I was engrossed in studying its intricate patterns. What's the current status out there? Was it still dormant when you ventured in?" "The sun has been rekindled," Heidi responded, swiftly processing the information he relayed while simultaneously speculating about his actual whereabouts in the real realm. His reference to a tower puzzled her. Plan didn't house any designated towers dedicated to solar observations. If this elf, whose demeanor suggested roles like that of an educator or academic, employed the term observing in a specialized sense, then he must have been stationed on a structure that was technologically advanced. Which locale might that be? Mach Isudi, perhaps Wind Harbor. Additionally, undertaking the audacious task of studying the sun's surface during its blackout wasn't a feat a typical scholar would brave. Even her own father might waver before embarking on such a perilous endeavor. What could be this elf's lineage? Which nation harbored such a valiant, albeit sleep-deprived, elven academic? Vanished in these musings, Heidi was interrupted by the middle-aged elf's voice once more. As the elf's eyes settled on the golden spike that Heidi held, a flash of recognition lit up his face, as though pieces of a forgotten puzzle were slowly falling into place. "Miss Heidi," he began, choosing his words carefully, "earlier on, did you use that instrument to prod the back of my neck?" Heidi was taken aback. Why would he choose to ask about that at this particular moment? What? Has Master Terran yet to rouse from his deep slumber? A distinct furrow of worry marred Lucretia's brow as she observed the still form of the elven scholar. Lying on the bed, his eyes sealed shut, Terran showed no indication of stirring from his unconscious state. She had hastily returned to the vessel, Bright Star, carrying the enigmatic manuscript that Terran had entrusted her with. However, after initial scrutiny that yielded no clear answers, she felt an urgency to return to Wind Harbor to ascertain the scholar's state. Much to her dismay, she discovered him ensnared in an inexplicable deep sleep. In Wind Harbor, a city-state renowned for its distinguished physicians and eminent scholars from the Academy of Truth, wasn't there someone capable of rousing the entrapped Terran? Indeed, Miss Lucretia, a young attendant in the chamber, who was assigned to look after the master scholar, responded with a hint of trepidation. Confronted with the legendary Sea Witch and her myriad of enigmatic tales, the young protege was visibly daunted. The physicians are adamant that Master hasn't been subjected to any physical harm or toxins. Rather, it's as though he's ensnared in an intricate nightmare, perhaps a repercussion of the sun's abrupt disappearance. Lucretia's sharp eyes roved around the chamber, stopping briefly on a face she recognized among the group of scholars. "Joshua," she began, her tone demanding an answer. "Your mentor is well versed in defensive techniques related to psychology and mental health, isn't he?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Joshua, who had previously found himself reprimanded by the Sea Witch for a minor infraction, answered, "Yes, Miss Lucretia. Master frequently interacts with peculiar relics unearthed from the frontier regions. As a precaution, he regularly undertakes training for mental fortification. It implies that Terran possesses the expertise to maintain clarity during nightmares and shield himself. Ordinarily, he'd possess the strength to extricate himself from such a dream, yet the current predicament has clearly overwhelmed him." Before Lucretia could add another thought, Joshua interjected, "A psychiatrist has been summoned. Their arrival is imminent." Lucretia's expression remained skeptical. A regular psychiatrist might not be equipped to tackle this enigma. "This is not just a simple dream," she declared. "I intend to transport him to the Bright Star. The resources in my laboratory might be instrumental in this situation." Chapter 522, Morris Hypothesis. Deep inside the laboratory located within the heart of the majestic vessel, Bright Star, the witch named Lucretia had just concluded the initial assessment of the distinguished elf, Terran. The process of bringing this esteemed scholar on board was fairly uncomplicated, thanks to the collaboration with the Academy of Truth. However, deciphering the enigma surrounding his condition proved to be more challenging. Although Lucretia was a revered figure, often referred to as the Sea Witch for her unparalleled expertise in mysticism and curses, this was a first for her. Terran appeared to be ensnared within the depths of a dreamlike state, yet there was no evidence to suggest he was under a curse or that his mental state had been compromised in any way. Intending to employ her mystical techniques, Lucretia ignited 3 candelabras positioned discreetly in the corner of the laboratory. She then sprinkled a special blend of herbal powder, which she had meticulously crafted, into an incense burner situated before the candles. With a sense of purpose, she moved closer to Terran and strategically placed various mystical artifacts around him, including crystals and shards of bone. 2 peculiar assistants accompanied her in the lab, Looney, a mechanical doll encased in ceramic, and Rabbi, a toy rabbit. They both observed her with attentive eyes, and sensing the gravity of the situation from her expression, Looney ventured to ask, "Is it dire? Is the elf's very existence at stake?" "The true nature of the situation eludes us, making it even more troubling," answered Lucretia with a heavy tone. "It's believed that Terran slipped into this state after attempting to gaze upon the sun. If these events are interconnected, it could mean there are others out there suffering a similar fate. During the period when the sun vanished, countless individuals might have looked up in awe or curiosity. The pressing question remains, how many of them succumbed to this kind of profound slumber due to their actions, especially those as audacious as our elven scholar here. She paused, reflecting on her thoughts, then added, "While Taran El's courage is undeniable, the vast domain of the boundless sea houses countless scholars with equal, if not more, audacity." Rabbi, with his soft-spoken demeanor, hopped forward and inquired, "What do you require of us next?" Lucretia detailed her plan. "I intend to delve into Taran El's dream realm in an effort to guide him back to our reality. Given the unpredictability of this dream world, I need you both to closely monitor the candelabras here. If I remain unresponsive for 3 hours, ensure you extinguish the candles sequentially, starting from the tallest and ending with the shortest. This act will serve as a safety measure, pulling me back to consciousness." Looney affirmed, 3 hours and in the specified order. I'll make certain of it." With boundless enthusiasm and hope in his voice, Rabbi suggested, "I could accompany Mistress into the dream. After all, Rabbi is adept at navigating dreams." "One nightmare at a time is all I can handle," Lucretia promptly responded, rejecting Rabbi's well-intentioned offer. "The last thing I need is for a renowned scholar like Taran El to meet his untimely end under my watch aboard this ship." Rabbi's ears drooped as his hopes were dashed. He murmured in a disappointed tone, "All right, Rabbi gets it." With each step heavier than the last, he ambled to a quiet corner of the lab and settled onto the floor with a soft, despondent plop, his plush form sagging with sadness. Lucretia threw a sympathetic glance in Rabbi's direction, though she chose not to pursue any further dialogue with him at that moment. She mentally ran through a checklist, ensuring every element for her forthcoming ritual was in place. Settling herself on an ornate, high-backed chair that faced Taran El, she confidently snapped her fingers. The previously calm flames of the 3 candelabras suddenly danced as if cloaked in a mystical mist. The entire laboratory was bathed in an enchanting luminescence, every object shimmering with a surreal glow. Lucretia, the famed sea witch, gracefully lowered her head, allowing herself to be drawn into the depths of the dream realm. On the vessel christened as the Vanished, Morris and Duncan were seated by a detailed navigation table within the confines of the captain's private chamber. Behind them, a large, ornately framed oval mirror showcased the vague silhouette of Agatha. Duncan, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve, said, "AI has conducted a preliminary aerial reconnaissance. The vast landmass approaching us has been verified as Wind Harbor." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "As of now, the Vanished remains hidden, enveloped by the spirit realm. We'll touch base with Lucretia to gain insights into the prevailing circumstances of the city-state before we set foot there. However, the baffling mystery we currently grapple with is the unanticipated movement of our ship, the Vanished." With evident vexation, Morris pulled out his pipe, taking a thoughtful puff. "I'm utterly confounded," he admitted, the furrows in his brow deepening with concern. "I've been privy to accounts of various spontaneous teleportation occurrences. Some stem from unique phenomena, while others are triggered by curse anomalies, like the one dubbed Sailor. Yet, what transpired with the Vanished doesn't align with any known incident. Presently, the sun's extinguishing event appears to be the most plausible explanation for our ship's unexpected repositioning. Nevertheless, the conundrum is that none of us aboard were privy to the specifics or the exact moment this transition took place." Duncan, leaning forward, voiced his hypothesis. "I've been of the mind that the root cause isn't exclusive to the Vanished. Rather, it pertains to the larger external world surrounding it." He continued gravely. Hints from Captain Lawrence's message reinforced this theory. In the aftermath of the sun's disappearance, the oceans beyond our view underwent unfathomable transformations. Tyrion's briefing resonates with this too. From the mirror, Agatha's voice broke through, an undercurrent of urgency in her tone. "Has there been any subsequent correspondence from Mr. Tyrion? Have we received word from Cold Harbor?" Duncan's gaze held an intensity that seemed uncharacteristic, even for him. "Tyrion has re-established contact with several city-states that had mysteriously gone silent," he began, his voice deep and measured. "And the feedback is perplexing. Not only are these city-states, including Cold Harbor, entirely oblivious to the sun's sudden disappearance, but they also deny any interruptions in their communication with Frost." Agatha's eyes, always sharp and discerning, now widened slightly, betraying her surprise. She finally said, "So you're suggesting?" Duncan took a deep breath before answering. "Precisely. They appear to be completely unaware of those 12 hours when the sun vanished from the sky. For them, life continued as usual, uninterrupted. Places like Frost, Plant, and Wind Harbor seemed perfectly normal. Suddenly they were bombarded with these urgent, confusing messages from Frost regarding the sun's mysterious blackout and subsequent communication blackouts. Now these city-states are grappling with unrest and disbelief. As Tyrion aptly put it, They're frantically trying to discern which reality is the aberration. Morris, usually so composed, seemed slightly shaken by this revelation. He put aside his pipe, collecting his thoughts before speaking. If we extrapolate from this, it suggests that when the sun disappeared, the progression of time throughout the world froze for those 12 hours. Within that window, places like the vanished and the aforementioned city-states unwittingly continued their existence, unaware of the temporal standstill. It's reminiscent of a colossal, shared dream from which only we seem to have awakened prematurely, bearing witness to the time lapse. Duncan nodded appreciatively. The depth of Morris's insight was impressive. While he might not have the answers to every nuance of this enigma, he had certainly illuminated a novel perspective. But the ramifications of such a theory were staggering. Had there been other anomalies in the world after the sun's disappearance that had gone unnoticed? Extrapolating further, was this the inaugural instance of the sun's absence? These heavy thoughts lingered palpably in the air, casting a solemn quiet over the captain's quarters. Suddenly, Duncan's face took on a look of consternation. Did anyone else feel that? Agatha leaned forward, concern evident. "What is it, Captain? Have you discerned something new?" Duncan seemed momentarily distant, his gaze penetrating something beyond the confines of the room. "No, it's something different," he murmured, and then more urgently, "Where is Heidi right now?" Morris looked momentarily stunned by the abrupt shift in topic. Heidi remained in planned. With the upheaval surrounding the sun's disappearance, she's likely been summoned to the city's council chambers. They'd want her insights. But why do you ask? Is something amiss with Heidi? Understanding slowly dawned on Morris, and his countenance darkened with foreboding. Duncan's eyes narrowed, his brow creased in concentration. "She ought to be safe, but the protective amulet I entrusted to her is sending some odd vibrations," he explained, his voice laden with concern. With a fluid, sweeping motion, he summoned a vibrant green flame into the room. The ethereal blaze crackled and shifted, eventually revealing the spectral figure of AI hovering midair. "I require a portal to the dream realm," he commanded. "What?" Haranel, the elven scholar with a demeanor as composed as his sharp intellect, stared quizzically at Heidi. "So, to recap," he began, choosing his words carefully, "you were in the midst of aiding another individual when you inadvertently found yourself within my dream. Upon seeing me, you mistakenly deemed me an interloper and thus chose to, quite abruptly, poke me in the neck with that ornate spike of yours." His gaze shifted pointedly to the shimmering golden spike nestled in Heidi's grasp. With a sheepish grin, Heidi replied, "When you put it that way, it does sound rather bizarre, doesn't it?" Taranel arched an eyebrow. "Bizarre is an understatement." Heidi let out an awkward chuckle. She had encountered a plethora of odd situations in her line of work over the years, but nothing quite like this. "Honestly, as peculiar as it might sound, every word is true," she admitted. Taranel tilted his head thoughtfully. "If we're accepting that account," he mused, "then where is this other patient you spoke of?" Without hesitation, Heidi spun around, extending her arm towards the vast forest. Her dreamscape was housed in that grand medical structure right over there, amidst the verdant canopy and intertwined vines. But her voice faded, her enthusiasm replaced by sheer disbelief. Where the imposing building once stood, there was now only a sprawling expanse of untouched wilderness. I don't understand," Heidi stammered, her gaze darting about in confusion. "It was right there, grand and imposing. How could it simply disappear?" Watching Heidi's growing dismay, Taranel couldn't help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. "Miss Mental Therapist, your credibility is dwindling with every passing moment." The surrounding environment seemed to amplify the gravity of his words, casting a shadow of doubt over Heidi's narrative. Chapter 523, An Unexpected Encounter. During her extensive medical career, Heidi encountered numerous perplexing circumstances. However, none of those instances ever approached the sheer awkwardness of her current predicament. As tension escalated, Heidi was on the verge of clenching the ornate golden spike in her grasp so tightly that it might have left deep marks. But in a surprising twist, a hearty laughter emanated from Taranel. "Regardless of the circumstances," he began, "I stand firm in my belief of the authenticity of your words." Heidi's face portrayed sheer astonishment. "That golden spike you wield," Taranel noted with an amused grin, "is marked with a distinctive emblem." He gestured toward the dual-purpose object in her grip that served both as a weapon and a medical instrument. "Even in this fantastical dream state, you faithfully replicated that emblem, which speaks volumes about its significance to you. Young Miss Heidi, your achievements at the Academy of Truth haven't gone unnoticed. Only a select 10 are bestowed with these emblems annually, marking them as the crème de la crème of apprentices. These chosen ones then decide where to inscribe this honor. Following the trajectory of Taryn's pointed finger, Heidi's eyes settled on the base of the spike's handle where an intricate design stood out. The Eye of Wisdom, encircled by shimmering points of light. To the average observer, this design might be mistaken for the widely recognized symbol associated with the god of wisdom. However, only those intimately acquainted with the Academy of Truth's myriad symbols could discern the nuanced differences separating this particular emblem from the generic Eye of Wisdom. It was at that instant that clarity struck Heidi. With renewed interest, she stared at the elven scholar who had identified himself as Taryn. Flashes of disjointed memories gradually started to merge into a cohesive narrative. An elf from the esteemed Academy of Truth, bearing the time-honored elf surname, acclaimed for his groundbreaking insights on the solar facade during the blackout of Vision 1. With widening eyes and a voice tinged with disbelief, Heidi exclaimed, "Taryn, could you possibly be the renowned Mr. Taryn from Wind Harbor, the reputed beacon of cutting-edge and arcane knowledge?" Chuckling, Taryn responded, "I'd merely describe myself as a diligent scholar." He waved off the compliment, clearly flattered by her recognition. However, his face soon adopted a puzzled expression. "I'm curious. How did someone like you, a human residing in distant lands, come to learn about me?" "My father often spoke of you," Heidi responded promptly. "His stories about you were a staple of my childhood." "Your father?" A crease of confusion marred Taryn's brow. "He is Morris Underwood," Heidi proudly declared. "In his youthful days, he pursued his studies at the Academy of Truth Central Campus and also resided for a while in Wind Harbor." When the name Morris Underwood reached Taryn's ears, a distant memory seemed to echo in his mind. As Heidi continued to elucidate, the fog of his memory cleared. With a spark of recognition, he exclaimed, "Ah, yes, Morris, a truly brilliant young man of his time. You are his offspring." With evident surprise, the elf scholar surveyed Heidi from head to toe, eyes widening in marvel. "He took on the responsibilities of marriage and fatherhood quite early in life, did he not?" Caught off guard, Heidi's complexion adopted a rather peculiar hue as she hesitated, then clarified, "Actually, my father was nearing 40 when I was born. By human standards, that's somewhat on the later side." The numeral 4 caused Taryn's jaw to drop slightly. With a mild slap to his forehead, he chortled, "Ah, right. I momentarily forgot to adjust for human lifespans. My apologies, I sometimes lose track of such nuances." A faint, awkward smile was all Heidi could muster, realizing that this elf, so revered by her father, had a whimsically forgetful side to him. A brief pause ensued. Unable to quell his innate curiosity, Taryn inquired, "In what context did your father speak of me?" Without much forethought, Heidi quipped, "He used to say it was rather impressive for an elf to suffer from cervical spondylosis and shoulder periarthritis due to sheer overwork." An almost comedic silence fell between them. "Taryn, Heidi, please, no need for apologies," Taryn swiftly interjected, reading the palpable embarrassment on Heidi's face. He seemed well acquainted with such peculiar remarks. "Let's refocus our energies, Miss Heidi. I'd appreciate your expertise in helping me extricate from this perplexing dream." Gratefully, Heidi seized upon his prompt change of topic, mentally steadying herself to ruminate on potential solutions. However, before she could deeply ponder or articulate her thoughts, Taryn cautioned, "Before you dive deep, Miss Heidi, let me preemptively inform you, I've already experimented with the sensation of falling, tried suffocating myself, engaged in self-interrogation, and even attempted reverse hypnosis. Alas, none bore fruit. Instead, they rendered me even more lucid within this dream, yet wholly incapable of waking." A visible jolt of surprise registered on Heidi's face, becoming more conscious within a dream. Taryn nodded gravely. "Indeed, this heightened lucidity post a dream entrapment episode is perilous. My intensifying awareness of being trapped in a dream and the inability to awaken suggests the dream's inherent construct overrides my logical mind. My subconscious now doesn't yearn for wakefulness. In fact, it's eerily convinced I'm already awake." "Did you consider invoking the deity Laham?" Taryn's response was a wry smile. "What do you presume?" Heidi started, her tone shifting from light to gravely serious. "You become so deeply immersed in this dream that it's almost as if you're opening up to Laham's shield. You're not just dreaming, you're experiencing a level of consciousness where you're awake inside the dream. This is uncharted territory, and traditional methods of guidance might not be effective." Taryn, trying to find a way out, gestured to the golden spike Heidi was holding. What if you try using that spike on me again? Maybe, just maybe, by giving my subconscious a jolt, simulating a near-death experience, I might be able to use the sudden death method to pull myself back to reality. Heidi's eyes widened in apprehension. She hesitated, processing the gravity of what Taryn L. was suggesting, then firmly replied, "That's too risky." Before she could elaborate, an unexpected and somewhat weary female voice chimed in from an unknown origin. "I must agree. That's quite a dangerous idea, young one." Startled by the sudden intrusion, Heidi's grip on the golden spike tightened as she searched for the source of the voice. But then, almost magically, colorful fragments of paper began showering down like vibrant snowflakes. From this mesmerizing spectacle, an elegant, enigmatic woman materialized. Heidi's instincts kicked in, and she immediately adopted a defensive posture. Yet the mysterious woman paid her no mind, heading straight for Taryn L. "Master L," she admonished, "you should know better than to entertain such a dangerous idea. Given your current state of health, a poke from that spike might not just jolt you awake, it could very well end your life in the real world." Taryn L's face brightened with recognition. "Lady Lucretia," he exclaimed, his relief palpable. "You've come to my aid. It seems my apprentices might have made a mistake in bringing a psychiatrist, but they made up for it by summoning a much more potent ally, the famed Sea Witch." With a dismissive wave, Lucretia responded, "I had your apprentices send away the psychiatrist they originally located. That person wouldn't have been of any use. Right now, you're in my domain, my laboratory." Heidi tried to make sense of what she was witnessing. It was clear Taryn L. knew this enigmatic woman, which was unexpected in itself. But when she heard the name, Lucretia, she felt a chill run down her spine. While there might be countless women with that name, only one was ever referred to as the Sea Witch. Overwhelmed by this revelation and struggling with a mixture of fear and awe, Heidi finally found her voice, albeit shaky. "Are you the—" Lucretia chuckled, clearly amused by Heidi's reaction. "Relax, young one. Despite the tales, we witches don't feast on humans. It's rather intriguing to find another visitor in Master Taryn L's dream. Things are quite animated for such a dire situation, aren't they?" Lucretia's initial words were accompanied by a charming, almost infectious smile. But as the seconds ticked by, that genuine warmth, the kind that reaches the eyes and reassures the soul, started to wane. While her eyes continued to twinkle with mirth, there was a perceptible change in them. A distant chill that mirrored the stark frost of a winter's morning began to rise from the depths of her gaze. "And who might you be, stranger in our midst?" Her voice, once gentle, now carried an undercurrent of intrigue. Being engrossed in the immediate situation, Heidi failed to notice the slight transformation in Lucretia's demeanor. Yet in the pit of her stomach, a familiar, uncanny sensation stirred, putting her on edge. It was her intuition, a gift refined from her years of honing her spiritual abilities, and it was screaming warnings at her. She felt an intrusive force probing her, analyzing her essence and evaluating her presence in the dream as an impurity. The weight of this realization bore down on Heidi. She instinctively tried to muster her spiritual defenses, but to her horror, she found herself severed from her metaphysical abilities. Once an extension of her very being, the golden spike felt alien in her grasp. A whirlwind of anxiety threatened to consume her, but she forced herself to stay grounded, focusing on the present. She blurted out, trying to explain herself, "My name is Heidi. I'm a psychiatrist. I didn't mean to intrude on Mr. Taryn L's dream. The true intruders are others. In fact, Mr. Taryn L has already dealt with a number of them." Before she could finish her hurried explanation, the suffocating pressure that had wrapped itself around her spiritual senses abruptly lifted. Drawing a breath of relief, Heidi felt a new wave of confusion wash over her. She hadn't even completed her sentence when the lady's gaze darted downward, and she noticed the crystal pendant on her chest emitting a gentle warmth. Holding it, she looked up at Lucretia, her eyes filled with questions. Lucretia's face contorted into a thoughtful frown. "Are you associated with my father?" she inquired, her voice laced with suspicion and curiosity. Chapter 524, The True Invader. The room seemed to hold its breath as Heidi's expression shifted from sheer bewilderment to one that was starkly reminiscent of someone who just witnessed their worst nightmares come alive. The term Sea Witch wasn't unknown to her. On the contrary, she was intimately aware of the ominous legacy it carried, more specifically of the man who had fathered such a creature. The mention was far from a light-hearted jest in her books. Panicking, Heidi quickly voiced out her identity in hopes of clearing the air. "Please, ma'am, you've mistaken me. I'm a devout follower of the god of wisdom, Laham. I'm merely a simple psychiatrist, not affiliated with anything you might assume." Lucretia, however, didn't seem immediately convinced. Her attention seemed anchored to a seemingly unobtrusive piece of jewelry that rested against Heidi's chest, an amethyst pendant. Its gentle glow was enough to make anyone believe it was merely ornamental, but to the trained eye, it radiated a very distinct energy signature, one Lucretia knew all too well. It was an energy she would recognize anywhere, akin to her father's very essence. The pendant felt like an extension of his gaze, silently observing, judging perhaps. She inquired pointedly, "That pendant you wear, where did it come from?" Caught off guard, Heidi replied almost reflexively, "My father gifted it to me. He found it in an antique shop. It's just a pendant said to offer spiritual protection." The name of the shop piqued Lucretia's interest further, and she prompted, "And your father would be?" L., witnessing the unfolding tension, decided to intervene. "She's Morris Underwood's daughter," he provided helpfully, hoping to assuage any further suspicions. "And she truly is just a psychiatrist. She's been trying to help me break free from this illusory confinement." Lucretia's demeanor shifted noticeably upon hearing this revelation. The name Morris Underwood wasn't just any name for her. She recalled her last interaction with the crew of the ship, Vanished, and amongst them was a revered academic, now assisting her father in his quest for knowledge. She mused at the serendipity of it all. Gone was the chill in her gaze, replaced by a genuine warmth. She addressed Heidi kindly, "Greetings, Miss Heidi." Dumbfounded by the dramatic turn of events, Heidi managed a meek response. "Hi, so you're acquainted with my father and Master L." Lucretia chose to reply cryptically, "The world has its way of intertwining destinies." She then redirected her attention to the elf scholar. "L., in your perception, how long have you been ensnared in this dreamlike state?" L. mumbled in a haze of confusion. "I genuinely cannot put a finger on it. Since entering this state, my sense of time has been distorted. It might have been mere days, or possibly even longer since I felt the sun's warmth on my skin." Lucretia studied him intently, her brow creasing with concern. "From the cognitive dissonance you're displaying, it's evident this dream state is growing treacherous for your mind. Have you attempted the various traditional techniques to wake up, perhaps even the falling method?" Shrugging in resignation, L. responded, "Indeed, I've exhausted every method I know of. The only one I haven't dared try is the sudden death method." Lucretia elaborated with a hint of urgency. "If the conventional dream-disrupting techniques have failed, then most alternative methods would likely prove futile. This isn't any ordinary dream you're ensnared in, nor is it a result of an external hex or psychic assault." She waved her hand as if dispelling any such theories. "I've already inspected your physical condition outside of this realm and ensured a safe environment in the lab to shield against mental invasions. We can eliminate those possibilities. Miss Heidi, could you provide all the data you've gathered?" Caught slightly off guard by Lucretia's sudden address, Heidi took a moment to collect herself. She swiftly launched into a comprehensive recount of the events leading up to her presence there, including her invitation to the town hall in Planned. The gravity of the situation compelled her to be thorough, leaving no stone unturned. As Lucretia attentively absorbed Heidi's account, her facial expressions shifted dynamically, a dance of realization, surprise, and concern. Drawing upon Heidi's narrative, Lucretia pieced together, moving from a dream and plan to entering L.'s peculiar dreamscape is no trivial matter. Notably, the point of entry from Planned has now ceased to exist. Her eyes met Heidi's with grave intensity. Without precise navigation, even an adept mind like yours might find itself ensnared indefinitely within this maze. Resignedly, L., the one ensnared in this enigma, queried, "With both of you putting heads together, have you discerned anything about this mysterious dreamscape I'm trapped in?" Lucretia, ever the pragmatist, didn't answer immediately. Instead, she posed a crucial question. "Before diving into speculations, I must ascertain one thing. Your draft in the tower hinted you were on the cusp of sending a crucial message to the Academy. Were you ambushed in the tower? Or perhaps did you witness something peculiar whilst observing the sun?" Lost in thought, L. hesitated. "I wasn't subjected to any ambush. My memories paint a vivid image of me utilizing the tower's instruments when I discerned an array of nebulous shadows and lines within the sun. Despite my attempts, their chaotic dance eluded clarity. I jotted down a rudimentary sketch, and then—" A sense of deepening confusion marred his expression. The closer he inched to the memory preceding his descent into the dream, the murkier and more elusive it became. L. came to a jarring halt as if his mind hit an invisible wall within the memories. His eyes had a stark emptiness, a look of profound confusion and bewilderment. He shifted his gaze from Heidi to Lucretia, and then cast a sweeping glance around the otherworldly forest that enveloped them. The vibrant canopy above, the dense underbrush below, and the soft chirping of unseen creatures gave a surreal backdrop to his current state. Then, in a blink, his animation vanished entirely. He seemed to be in suspended animation, devoid of even the faintest sign of life. Every minute aspect of him, down to the finest hair on his skin and the faintest flutter of his eyelashes, ceased all movement. The ambience around him seemed to mirror his stillness, with the gentle whisper of the wind failing to rustle his robe or disturb a single strand of his hair. Before their very eyes, Taran El had transformed into a lifeless, static effigy, caught in the intricate webs of this dream. The very fabric of the dream seemed to respond to this stasis. An eerie, deep tremor resonated through the forest, as though the very core of this realm was collapsing in on itself. Majestic trees that once stood tall and proud began to fade, their colors seeping out as they crumbled from the top down. The rich, verdant ground cover started disintegrating, transforming into wisp-like trails of smoke that vanished into the ether. Witnessing this surreal and jarring spectacle, Heidi, eyes wide in disbelief, swiftly pivoted towards Lucretia. "Is this a veil? Is this not a true dream? It's like a protective layer," she stammered. Lucretia, though calm, looked intently at the scene before responding. "Impressive deduction, Miss Heidi. This isn't an authentic dream layer, but a safeguard, a veil, masking the true dream beneath. This version of Taran El we've been interacting with is merely a construct of his mind, a defensive mechanism. Waking him up from this layer won't do, the true essence of the dream, and Taran El is buried deeper." Baffled, Heidi pressed on, "But how can this be? This protective layer, this veil, is too real, too intricate. I've never witnessed anything like it." Lucretia nodded gravely. "Nor have I given Taran El's expertise, or lack thereof, in dream manipulation. He shouldn't have the capability to craft such a meticulous barrier. However, the intricacy of this veil indicates that something significant, possibly dangerous, is being shielded deep within the dream. If this truly is Taran El's handiwork, he must have encountered something profoundly menacing upon venturing into this dream." As she articulated her thoughts, the rapid disintegration of the forest abruptly began to decelerate. And then, astonishingly, the process began reversing. Trees that crumbled moments ago started reforming, the vanished hues surging back with newfound vitality. The once disintegrating veil was now reforming at an alarming pace. "Heidi, the veil is mending itself," Lucretia exclaimed. Yet amidst this regrowth and regeneration, the effigy of Taran El remained inert, giving no inkling of returning consciousness. The mysterious and puzzling nature of the dream took a startling turn as the protective layer was regenerated. But what made Lucretia's heart race was the realization that this protective veil was not an extension of Taran El's will. Instead, it was woven by a separate, hidden entity, diligently guarding the innermost secrets of this dream realm. The more she pondered upon it, the clearer it became. There were at least 3 participants in this dreamscape: Heidi's described elf girl, the esteemed scholar Taran El, and a covert third presence. This enigmatic presence was not merely a passive observer, but the orchestrator of this mirage-like dream layer. Moreover, the malign force that had driven this shroud of deception was still lurking, watching. The very fact that the dream's veil could regenerate in such an astonishing manner implied the presence of a vast and immensely powerful entity. It wasn't the mental constructs that Heidi had earlier expelled, or even the intruders that Taran El confronted, that warranted the imposition of such a formidable dream seal. Finally, the haze of understanding also settled in Heidi's mind. "There's a lingering presence in here, Lucretia. The source of this invasion is still among us," she voiced out, her eyes darting about cautiously. "Stay vigilant, observe every minute detail," Lucretia promptly instructed, her eyes darting from one shadow to the next, taking in every sound, every sensation, seeking out the malicious puppeteer hidden amongst the folds of the dream. The serenity of the forest was baffling. Everything seemed as it should be because of the fragrance of the flowers, the melody of the breezes caressing the trees, the distant gurgle of running water, and the warm sunlight filtering in. However, an eerie realization struck Lucretia. Amidst the impenetrable canopy of trees, a consistent beam of sunlight still bathed the entire forest floor. It was incongruous. The thick foliage should have rendered the forest floor in shadows. "The sunlight, that's it. The sunlight is the intruder's guise." A rush of adrenaline surged through Lucretia as she pieced the puzzle together, alerting Heidi immediately. Acting on Lucretia's words, Heidi instinctively tilted her head upwards, seeking out the sun that painted this dreamscape. A startling sight met her eyes. Through the intermittent gaps in the canopy, she caught a glimpse of the sky beyond. And what she saw was the stuff of nightmares. Gigantic tendrils, grotesquely twisted and intertwined, culminated in a colossal sphere. Countless enormous, eerily pale eyes stared down at them, each observing and calculating. Unlike anything they had ever seen, a behemoth of a creature floated silently above, its monstrous presence cleverly veiled by the all-encompassing, benign sunlight. Chapter 525, Attack Under the Sun. The monstrosity that filled the skies above the forest was beyond grotesque, beyond terrifying. An intricate display of countless undulating tentacles reached out in all directions, clutching and lifting its radiant shell. This shell was the very source of the sunlight that cascaded down, drenching the forest below in a hauntingly ethereal glow. The very nature of the sunlight now raised numerous questions, chief among them being its origin from such a malevolent being. How long had this behemoth lurked in the skies, unbeknownst to all below? Was it from time immemorial or a recent occupant? It was perplexing how no soul had detected the subtle aberration in the sun's rays. What purpose or dark intent did it have observing this woodland, an eerie blend of different dreams? In the midst of this surreal moment, Heidi found herself unwittingly drawn upwards, her gaze fixating on the compact sun being held aloft by the creature's tentacles. As she observed, she caught sight of the pale, monstrous eyes shielded by the same sinuous appendages that carried its luminous burden. The sensation that washed over her next was indescribable. It was as if her psyche had merged with a vast, otherworldly consciousness. The eyes that beheld the world below were the very portal through which an unknown force breached her mind. The immediacy and intensity of this communion was like a cosmic collision, bombarding her spirit with a torrent of ancient aspirations and observations related to this dreamlike world and the unfamiliar visitors it contained. Her mind was suddenly inundated with hundreds of voices, each one whispering, pleading, shouting, or simply observing. Of these, one voice in particular burrowed deep, its words echoing like an ancient chant, hidden deep in their memories before our sunlight fades. Caught in the throes of this overwhelming experience, Heidi could barely resist the urge to kneel in surrender. But then, just as abruptly, a fiery pulse surged from her chest. It tore her from this mental reverie like a shockwave, snapping her back to the physical realm. The disconnection felt like escaping a maelstrom, with her heart racing wildly and a piercing tone reverberating within her ears. After taking a few seconds to recalibrate, relief washed over her. With newfound clarity, she averted her gaze from the skies, her fingers clasping the pulsating purple crystal pendant on her chest. The pendant, while fiery hot, didn't burn her. Casting a wary glance sideways, she noted the sea witch had an outstretched hand from which 3 resplendent gems hovered and spun, casting radiant, potentially deadly beams. Heidi's pulse quickened once more. I'm awake, she blurted out impulsively, fearing the witch's possible assault. I swear I haven't been tainted, Tilda. Lucretia simply nodded, her penetrating gaze fixed on the pendant around Heidi's neck. As she retracted her hand, the gems ascended, aligning with the decorative piece in her hair. Clearing her throat, Lucretia remarked reassuringly, I had no intention of ending your life. Taken aback, Heidi managed to stutter out, I was certain you were preparing to strike me. The ensuing silence was thick with unsaid thoughts and unanswered questions. That would not have been a mere shock, but a cataclysmic jolt to your psyche, Lucretia began with a grave tone. If the contamination on your mind was merely on the surface, such an impact would activate the primal fear of death deeply embedded within your subconscious. This would force the untouched sections of your mind to flee this dream realm. The aftermath might be you awakening with a gaping void in your recent memories. She paused to ensure Heidi was following. This procedure is coined by Master Taran L. as the sudden death method. Heidi's sapphire eyes widened in horror, a slight tremor in her voice. You mentioned before that this method was precarious, didn't you? Lucretia let out a sigh, her gaze drifting to the distant figure of the scholar who appeared to be ensnared in his mental reverie. For Taran L. himself, the method is a gamble. He's so susceptible that the mere thought of sudden death threatens his life, even without the presence of nightmares. Heidi's eyebrows knitted in anxiety, and for someone like me. You're resilient, Lucretia said simply, her gaze penetrating yet reassuring. A heavy silence hung in the air before Heidi, with noticeable trepidation in her posture, gestured upwards without daring to gaze at the looming monstrosity. Miss Lucretia, that entity. Lucretia waved her hand with graceful poise, summoning a resplendent ethereal mirror encrusted with elaborate court-style patterns. Using this magical artifact, she scrutinized the nightmarish scene overhead. The curtain in this dream realm is erected to shield us from its intrusive gaze. After a pregnant pause, her face a mask of concern, she continued. Its form it eerily resonates with the symbolisms often adopted by the dark cultists devoted to the Black Sun. That entity mirrors the sun heirs they ardently venerate. Heidi's face went pale. Being a planned and having survived the traumatic Black Sun incident, she was all too familiar with the horror and devastation associated with the term sun heirs. She stammered, but the interloper I initially encountered in the dream was unmistakably from the Annihilation cult. Annihilator? Lucretia's frown deepened, her face a palette of alarm and contemplation. That complicates things immeasurably. Heidi was about to press the Sea Witch for clarification when an eerie, hushed rustling arose nearby, cutting her off and stifling the atmosphere further. Heidi's voice was a bare whisper, tinged with anxiety. Did you catch that? Lucretia's voice, however, remained unperturbed. It appears we've attracted the guardian of the skyward beast. It gets defensive whenever its existence is discerned, seeking to erase any sentient beings that have laid eyes upon it. Such is the method of the Black Sun's progeny. The sinister rustling ceased abruptly, replaced by a suffocating silence. In the ensuing stillness, an impending sense of dread overwhelmed the surroundings. Suddenly, from the periphery of Heidi's vision, an undulating shadow emerged beneath the underbrush. In what seemed like an innocuous corner moments earlier, a nebulous darkness coalesced, spawning razor-sharp, lance-like appendages that thrusted menacingly at the two women. As the malevolent shadow lunged at her, every cell in Heidi's body screamed danger. Almost reflexively, her body rolled to the side, and the golden spike she grasped in her hand left a blazing arc of golden light as she swiped it forcefully through the empty space before her. In her wake, an ethereal doppelganger of herself lingered momentarily, and within a heartbeat, the advancing attacker mercilessly impaled this spectral twin. The assaulting shadow recoiled, leaving behind the impaled apparition, which now began to solidify, revealing an uncanny likeness of Heidi. It swayed, almost ghost-like, before becoming firmly anchored in reality. From Lucretia's vicinity, a sharp, resonating blast echoed. Shadows writhed and coiled on the ground like malevolent serpents, slowly converging around Lucretia's feet. In an eerie transformation, they morphed into an array of lethal armaments: jagged thorns, wicked spikes, razor-sharp blades, and writhing tentacles. These shadows seemed to act in unison, launching a concerted assault on the Sea Witch, threatening to engulf her entirely. However, Lucretia's response was swift and unexpected. Her form suddenly flattened, becoming as insubstantial as a shadow itself, resembling a two-dimensional image and evading the shadowy assault with fluid grace. In a fleeting moment, she rematerialized a short distance away, now brandishing an elegant conductor's baton reminiscent of those used by maestros to lead great symphonies. With an artful flourish, she tapped the baton against a looming tentacle, softly intoning, "Minor tune." The response was almost instantaneous. The tentacle emitted a muffled explosion, followed by a cascading series of blasts, each sounding eerily harmonious. Before long, the very fabric of the tentacle disintegrated, transforming into a vibrant cascade of ephemeral musical notes that danced away into the void. Every shadow linked to this dark tendril erupted in a series of synchronized detonations, each culminating in a shower of luminescent, prismatic notes that filled the air, creating a mesmerizing, otherworldly spectacle. Amidst this phantasmagorical display, Lucretia elegantly twirled her baton and directed her attention towards Heidi, who now seemed to be flanked by two identical projections of herself. An intrigued arch formed on Lucretia's brow. "You possess a commendable protective spell. Judging from the finesse of your actions, I assume you've trained in the physical realm as well." Heidi, pausing to catch her breath, responded with a mix of pride and relief. "Indeed. Given our profession, where we don't only confront mental ailments but also the manifestations of such disorders, it's imperative to be prepared. My father instilled in me that one must always be their own shield." She then surveyed Lucretia with a mix of awe and respect. "Your prowess is nothing short of legendary." In return, Lucretia offered a wistful smile. "Your sentiments mirror what my father often preached." Without missing a beat, she pivoted gracefully, preparing to face the fresh wave of shadowy apparitions materializing in their midst. The retreat of several shadows was but a minor lull in the brewing storm. The followers of the Black Sun weren't renowned for their relentlessness without reason. Their grotesque appendages, having tasted loss, seemed to regenerate with increased vigor and tenacity. Merging from the chaos were towering beings, their outlines vaguely humanoid. They sported attire resembling long, flowing black coats that were fashioned from an otherworldly fabric. The unmistakable noise of coiling, contorting flesh emanated from beneath these enigmatic garments, each squelch and wriggle turning stomachs and sending chills down spines. Their visages, hidden beneath the deep shadow of expansive brimmed hats, bore no human features. Instead, a vast abyss existed, pulsating with unyielding malevolence and an undying enmity towards life. Recognizing the true nature of these looming nightmares, Heidi's voice wavered with a mix of recognition and dread. They are the inferior clones birthed from the sun's lineage. As her voice trailed, she exchanged a wary glance with her spectral twin. Her brow crinkled in contemplation. Yet, I've never encountered tales of these beings possessing the capability to penetrate dreams. But Lucretia's astute observation veered towards an unexpected anomaly amidst the rising tension. "They've abandoned their umbrellas," she remarked, a puzzled frown deepening on her features. Lucretia, a seasoned voyager of the arcane and the unknown, had trodden the perilous fringes of reality. In her vast adventures, she had encountered the minions of the Black Sun on numerous occasions, often standing defiant against their malign intentions. And every encounter bore a common sight: the ominous black umbrellas, inseparable from these malevolent entities. Yet here in this dreamscape, these sun-spawned monstrosities stood unshielded. They seemed to revel in the luminescent embrace of the simulated sun, absorbing its radiant glow without their typical barriers. It was a sight so peculiar, so out of place, that it evoked a chilling realization. Perhaps here in this dreamlike realm, these exiled entities had finally found a semblance of home. Chapter 526, 526, more terrifying than the heirs of the sun. As the number of invaders began to swell beyond what Heidi had anticipated, a creeping unease settled in her heart. She had previously crossed paths with a cultist who, though under the influence of a dark demonic pact, was still very much human in nature. For all the power granted by his sinister affiliation with a shadow demon, he was fundamentally still bound by the vulnerabilities of humanity. Drawing from her specialized knowledge and skills, Heidi had found him relatively straightforward to counteract. However, this fresh onslaught brought adversaries of an entirely different nature. Dressed in black, these entities bore little resemblance to mankind. These beings were the direct descendants of the sun, emissaries birthed from that fearsome and enigmatic force hanging in the sky. In essence, they were the tainted incarnations of the Black Sun, representing the ancient deity's expansive reach and power. They did not think or reason as humans did. Their minds and motivations, alien and inscrutable, rendered much of Heidi's expertise as a mental therapist ineffective. Faced with such an adversary, the familiarity of her tools and techniques felt suddenly insufficient. Nonetheless, Heidi, often addressed as Miss Therapist, took a steadying breath, collecting her thoughts and tightening her grip on the shimmering golden spike she held. Interactions with the sun's progeny were notoriously treacherous. Known for their profound disdain for sentient life, their malice was both unwavering and all-encompassing. Diplomacy was not an option. And as if these challenges weren't enough, the presence of a formidable witch, Ms. Lucretia, complicated matters. This mysterious witch bore some connection to the sun entity. While Lucretia projected an aura of menace, Heidi secretly hoped she might intervene if things took a dire turn. But before Heidi could further ponder this, her attention snapped to a fast-moving silhouette. A black-clad figure, barely distinguishable, lunged at her with blinding speed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she felt an excruciating pain in her abdomen. Glancing down, a dark tendril was embedded deep within her, a lethal wound inflicted. The shadowy assailant only became slightly discernible at the tendril's far end. As Heidi's form began its descent to the ground, her primary consciousness seamlessly shifted to an alternative persona standing nearby. This new manifestation didn't hesitate and lunged at another incoming shadowy enemy with the golden spike. Concurrently, she swiftly positioned a revolver to her temple, squeezing the trigger without a second thought. A fresh persona materialized, stepping in for the one she had momentarily relinquished. Simultaneously, multiple figures clad in black converged on Lucretia. Their presence in this dreamlike forest was profound. These entities seemed to glide rather than walk, as though they were spirits skirting between realms of light and shadow. Their very approach seemed to corrode the environment, with the air ripping apart and the ground fragmenting under their ominous aura. Each step was a testament to their destructive force, with every imprint on the ground symbolizing the erosion of reality itself. But Lucretia, with a finesse that was nearly ethereal, seemed to dance around their every assault. With a predator's grace, she closed the distance on one of her assailants from behind. Before this dark figure could even sense her proximity, she lightly tapped a finger on its shoulder. A shrill scream erupted from the creature, piercing through the dreamy environment. Amidst this cacophonous outburst, a distorted voice seemed to resonate within the minds of both women. You have witnessed him. Your end is inevitable here. Lucretia responded with icy disdain. Your grotesque kin is of no interest to anyone. It's time for you to bloom. Reacting to her words, the creature quickly conjured shadows under its cloak that began to take the shape of a menacing weapon. But Lucretia had already gracefully glided away. Where her finger had made contact, an unusual color began to stain the entity's shoulder. This vibrant pigment began to spread rapidly, morphing into an array of luminescent flowers and aggressive vines. With a chilling symphony of rupturing flesh and the creature's agonized screams, these plants consumed the being entirely, leaving no trace of the once feared servant of the Black Sun. However, the fall of one did little to deter the advancing horde. The ambient sounds of the forest were masked by the rustling of many cloaked entities closing in. Emerging from the illuminated patches in the forest, their tall, shadowy forms began to circle Lucretia and Heidi, their malevolent energy palpable. A crease formed on Lucretia's forehead as she tried to make sense of the sheer number of these attackers and their sudden manifestation within the dream. But her contemplation was cut short when several of the cloaked figures appeared right next to her. Ready for them, Lucretia brandished what looked like a conductor's baton, aiming it at the nearest foe. However, just as she was about to unleash some spell or curse, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, momentarily disrupting her action. A rush of wind, signaling an imminent attack, grazed past the witch. Fighting off her momentary weakness, Lucretia transmuted her form into a flurry of vibrantly colored paper fragments, scattering to safety. Reconstituting from this mixture of colors, her eyes sharply turned to a particular direction, sensing the source of her momentary vulnerability. Using her unique power of focus, a nebulous, swirling mass of smoke and dust manifested in the air. The smoke pulsated, taking on the semblance of a jellyfish with an uncanny and grotesque appearance. From this amorphous form, a dark chain extended downwards, solidifying into a link with a young man materializing from the air around them. As this was happening, one of Heidi's humanoid avatars experienced a tremendous force of impact. This invisible force propelled her backwards, inflicting such damage that it appeared to cleave her in half. With her remaining energy, this manifestation summoned the will to raise her hand, firing 3 quick shots directed at the mysterious smoke jellyfish. Miss Lucretia, that's the intruder I warned you about. With her customary cold demeanor, Lucretia responded, You could choose a less grisly way to relay information. She noted the fading form of Heidi's projection, its lifeless eyes staring into the void, before raising her conductor's baton just in time to parry an oncoming sharp tendril. She met the gaze of the newly emerged figure, the Annihilator, and questioned, Are the deranged followers of the Nether Lord and the Black Sun now allies? The Annihilator, adorned in a blue uniform typically worn by medical staff, had a visage that seemed eerily different. With a smug smirk, he said, I hadn't intended on revealing myself, but it seems our temporary allies is in need of support. His eyes darted to Heidi's projection's futile attack on the smoke entity, unscathed by the bullets. He surveyed the scene, Lucretia and Heidi, both appearing worn from the relentless assault by the remnants. He then cast a glance upwards, nodding subtly towards the fearsome celestial entity above. I trust you'll hold up your end of the bargain. We'll continue to excavate further. The sun overhead remained stoically silent, yet the radiance illuminating the forest below grew more intense, seemingly in acknowledgement. Keep the promise, excavate further. These phrases uttered by the Annihilator caught Lucretia's attention, but before she could ruminate on their implications, another assailant dressed in black materialized beside her. From the shadows, the creature's arm transformed, revealing numerous blade-like limbs aiming straight for Lucretia. In an instinctual response, Lucretia blurred into a spectrum of colors, re-emerging meters away. As she did, she held out her conductor's baton, pointing it threateningly at the approaching enemy. But in a fleeting moment of illusion, the perceived enemy morphed into a familiar figure. Standing there was Tyrion, his face a mix of astonishment and concern. Lucy, you've attracted quite a mess. The conductor's baton that Lucretia clutched transformed not into an ordinary weapon, but a dramatically designed, wicked-looking death scythe, its blade gleaming menacingly. Without a second's delay, she swung it with a fierce determination straight towards the head of the figure resembling Tyrion. A mocking smirk crossed her face as the foe split cleanly in two, blood splattering across her visage. She looked defiantly towards the Annihilator, who was watching from a distance, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this the best you can do? Have you grown so accustomed to preying on the vulnerable minds of ordinary folks? The Annihilator remained silent, but the smoke jellyfish beside him pulsated in response. Almost immediately, a swift sound whizzed by Lucretia's ear. As she pivoted to the sound, her heart skipped a beat. Standing there was her beloved clockwork puppet, Looney, its usually emotionless face now twisted in shock and fear. Without missing a beat, her scythe danced upwards and descended in a swift arc, turning Looney into a cascade of metallic gears and ceramic fragments. Yet before these shards could crash to the ground, they morphed gruesomely into gory flesh and blood. As one illusory figure after another materialized, seemingly to torment her, Lucretia remained resolute. Taranel emerged as a shadowy replacement for one of the black-clothed remnants. With determination, Lucretia struck him down. Then the whimsical form of Rabbi the Rabbit appeared, only to be met with the same fate. Even when Sarah Mel, the esteemed governor of Wind Harbor, confronted her, she retaliated without hesitation. Every step she took brought her closer to the Annihilator, whose demeanor now began to display a hint of desperation. However, her momentum slowed momentarily when a familiar and deeply personal figure materialized before her, her own father. Memories and emotions swirled within the witch, causing her to hesitate for the first time. But in an act of sheer willpower, she forced the flood of sentiments aside, raising her scythe to strike yet again, declaring, "Your psychological warfare has indeed advanced, but you still have a long way to go." But as the blade descended, something unexpected occurred. Lucretia failed to notice the fleeting expression of confusion on the Annihilator's face, followed closely by the scythe she wielded suddenly erupting in eerie green flames. Rather than meeting the blade with fear or resistance, the illusory figure of her father reached out and grasped it, a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Lucy, are you so disoriented that you can't even distinguish real from dream?" Frozen in place, realization dawned on Lucretia. "This one is real." Chapter 527, Pollution and Dissipation. Lucretia's mind momentarily went blank. She found herself in a brief lapse of thought, a mental void that lasted for a fleeting 2 to 3 seconds. Slowly, her senses returned, and she became acutely aware of the surreal and terrifying scenario playing out before her eyes. What she saw was nothing short of a haunting nightmare, a dream twisted by the malevolent spawn of the Black Sun. But what truly struck fear deep within her heart was the sight of her father emerging from subspace, ensnared in the midst of this nightmarish landscape. Even more horrifying was the immediate realization that the scythe she held in her hand was dangerously arching towards her father's throat. The scythe was no longer hers to command. It emanated an eerie green flame that spread across its dark blade and stem, giving an impression that it had transcended realms and was no longer within her control. Her body rigid with fear, Lucretia tried to maintain a grip on the weapon. In her state of distress, the only words that escaped her lips were, Your scythe seems rather distinct." Raising an eyebrow, Duncan replied as the green flame subsided, "Is this how you always react under pressure? What's happening here?" As the ethereal flames dimmed, Lucretia felt the tug of the scythe, born from dreams and curses, returning to her command. Taking a cautionary step back, she tightened her hold on the weapon, readying herself to explain the situation to her father. Yet her attempt was interrupted by a looming and immediate threat. The sun's abominable offspring, dubbed the inferior beings, sprung into action. They were not going to sit idly by and allow their adversaries to engage in casual conversation. Harnessing the power of the sunlight, multiple dark figures leaped towards Lucretia. With swift instinct, she pivoted and in the process her scythe metamorphosed into a thorn-laden whip. As she readied to strike, the advancing shadows halted in mid-flight, unveiling their forms. They then plummeted to the ground, convulsing wildly as though severed from their power source. Meanwhile, Heidi, who was juggling multiple personalities and barely maintaining her equilibrium, suddenly felt a significant drop in the surrounding pressure. Hastily switching herself from a weakening personality to a more resilient one, she cast her gaze around. Her eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the ominous figures collapsing one after the other. They writhed on the ground, resembling fish sizzling under the scorching sun. The mysterious black cloaks they wore began to bulge and squirm from within. The monstrous limbs protruding from beneath started to decompose at a rapid rate. Along with the ghastly disintegration, a repulsive odor and viscous pus began oozing out. Even for someone as seasoned as Heidi, a professional psychiatrist, the grotesque scene was too much to bear. She instinctively retreated a few steps. An inner compulsion beckoned her to lift her gaze to the heavens, but just as she was about to, she repressed the urge with considerable force. Heidi was haunted by the memories of her previous encounter with that abominable offspring of the sun. The sheer terror of that experience was so vividly etched in her mind that she found herself resisting any impulse to confront or validate her suspicions. However, her train of thought was interrupted when she overheard a stranger, who had recently appeared beside Lucretia, comforting her. "Fear not, the heavens are now benign." These words seemed to resonate with an inexplicable authority. While devoid of any concrete rationale, a profound conviction rooted itself in Heidi's psyche. The skies were indeed safe. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Heidi tentatively directed her gaze upwards, setting her eyes upon the sun, which gleamed ferociously above. The monstrous entity, hanging eerily above the woods, was adorned with countless contorted tentacles and ghostly eyes that looked like grotesque organic growths. Its luminance was reminiscent of vehement flames, enveloping and consuming the entire terrifying body of flesh. But amidst this blazing inferno, a peculiar shade of deep green began to emerge, rapidly blanketing its surface. The very sight of these serpentine appendages and pallid eyes would normally send waves of paralyzing dread through Heidi. Yet, this time, even as her heart raced with fear, she noted that her mental clarity remained untouched. The malevolent influence that the offspring of the sun once wielded seemed to be nullified, if not actively eroded by the eerie green flames. The possibility began to form in her mind. The flames were corrupting the very essence of this celestial aberration, rendering its maleficence inert. Meanwhile, the agonized cries of the inferior beings pierced through the air, assailing Lucretia's senses. The figures, shrouded in dark cloaks, were disintegrating under the transformative rays, as though subjected to a potent solvent. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, she turned to Duncan for clarity, inquiring, "What is happening?" Duncan, with an expression of serene confidence, explained, "Their pseudo-sun has been tainted by me. The sunlight it emits now acts as a venom to them. A lesson I gleaned from the Black Sun incident in Planned. These relics thrive only under a particular kind of solar radiance." His words flowed smoothly, and he cast a contemplative look towards the malformed entity that continued to hover silently above the canopy. Memories of the Black Sun he had once glimpsed through a golden mask surfaced again. He recalled the ashen ancient deity that met its end beneath its glare. Yet compared to the Black Sun from his recollections, the entity currently presiding over this phantasmagoric realm appeared significantly diminished in both stature and potency. It dawned on Duncan that this might be the much-whispered heir of the sun, revered by the zealous cultists. This offspring was rapidly succumbing to the corrosive flames, with its very luminescence being altered into a force potent enough to consume it. Yet, in the face of its imminent doom, this ghastly being remained eerily unperturbed, continuing to hover without any evident distress or dread. It shone with a radiant warmth and illumination akin to a genuine celestial body. However, as Duncan peered into its pale, haunting eyes, he felt a deep sense of awareness emanating from the being. This entity wasn't just a source of light and energy. It had sentience. It observed, reasoned, and seemingly contemplated its existence and purpose. It was starkly different from the self-destructive Black Sun or the frenzied cultists who harbored apocalyptic ambitions. What thoughts occupied the mind of this mysterious solar offspring? A question rose unbidden within Duncan. What goes on in your mind? From the depths of the ethereal flames, a voice emerged, gentle and serene. Is it time for my departure? I find no purpose here. The unexpected response momentarily stunned Duncan. But as he geared up to delve deeper into a conversation with the offspring of the sun, a spectral thunder boomed overhead. The enveloping flames surrounding the entity contracted abruptly, coalescing into a minuscule point. The flames that no longer had an anchor detonated in a split second, scattering in every direction. The pseudo-sun that once dominated the forest skyline vanished, replaced by a sky painted in hues of dim crimson, plunging the entire forest into an aura reminiscent of twilight. Observing the sudden change, Lucretia asked, "Did you obliterate it?" Duncan responded with a gentle shake of his head, sharing the revelation he had just experienced. "It chose to depart. What we witnessed was but a shadow, a projection of the Black Sun's offspring manifesting in the dream realm, akin to a probing appendage. It seems to have decided to retract that extension." Absorbing the revelation, Lucretia soon found herself preoccupied with another pressing concern. Where has the Annihilator vanished? "He made his escape," Duncan stated nonchalantly. As the inferior beings met their demise, he steadily diminished his presence. When the pseudo-sun imploded, he exploited the resulting turmoil and slipped away. Hearing this, Lucretia's face contorted into a scowl. Her eyes darted around the twilight-soaked forest. "I should have been vigilant, I could have hexed him." Duncan, in a bid to assuage her, remarked, Let him be for now. A surprised Lucretia sought clarification. Did you purposefully let him escape? Rather than offering a straightforward answer, Duncan appeared to tune into something. A chuckle escaped him as he declared, regardless, he's laid eyes upon me already. Switching gears, Duncan shifted his focus to Heidi, who seemed increasingly uncomfortable, attempting to recede into the background. Drawing nearer to the young psychiatrist, or more aptly, the multiple iterations of Heidi present, he began to assess their well-being. As Duncan assessed the situation, he noted that out of the numerous Heidis, 7 or 8 of them were visibly injured. 3 appeared gravely wounded, sprawled on the forest floor, convulsing with the feebleness of a fish gasping its last breaths out of water. Their personalities seemed to have retreated inwards, leaving behind only reflex-driven spasms that seemed eerily lifeless. 2 other Heidis fared relatively better. One gazed into the distance with an empty stare, while the other seemed to deliberately sidestep Duncan's attention, her eyes darting anxiously. Duncan coolly observed this perplexing collective of Heidis, silently marveling at the complexities of psychiatry in this dimension. The manifestation of split personalities here appeared far more tangible and acute than the typical presentations of dissociative identity disorder he was aware of. Opting to engage the Heidi who appeared the most lucid, he directly approached the one who stared blankly, tactfully ignoring the other whose anxiety was palpable. "Are you holding up okay?" The emotionless facade of the Heidi he addressed shattered instantly, her face now animated with a mix of surprise and recognition. "You, how could you tell?" It was evident that she had pieced together the identity of the formidable and slightly oppressive figure standing before her. A pang of anxiety raced through her heart. She had naively thought that by deploying her personified selves, she could elude direct confrontation with this fearsome entity from subspace. However, her subterfuge had been seen through almost instantaneously. "You frequently deploy your split selves as a defensive mechanism when feeling threatened," Duncan observed, his voice warm and amicable. "I must admit, I didn't anticipate the physical manifestations of your personified selves to be so tangible and resilient. It's truly intriguing." Caught off guard, Heidi instinctively began to justify. Some patients diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder can be overwhelmingly aggressive. If I don't have enough of me to counteract, I can't fend them off. But mid-explanation, she halted, a look of realization dawning. "But how did you determine?" With a sly grin, Duncan pointed at the gleaming purple crystal pendant that nestled against Heidi's chest. "In a manner of speaking, that pendant, dear Heidi, is a token of my generosity." Chapter 528, Reuniting with the Familiar. "Pendant." Startled by the echoing voice in her ears, Heidi's gaze darted down to the pendant resting on her collarbone, a mass-produced piece of jewelry she had obtained. A floodgate of memories burst open, the quirky owner of that old antique shop. The pendant that her father had mysteriously acquired from there. The almost supernatural protection it had provided her during the harrowing Black Sun event. A twin pendant, Vanna's perplexing inquiries into the origins of the antique shop, and now, Duncan Abnammer's sudden appearance and cryptic words. Heidi, a trained psychiatrist, felt her pulse quicken. The dots began connecting in her mind, painting a picture that made her question her own sanity. "Take a deep breath and be cautious of where your eyes wander. There are things you shouldn't gaze upon," Duncan remarked, flashing a knowing smile. "Your father insisted I give you that reminder." A ringing sensation consumed Heidi's head. Was she being affected by some sort of subtle mind manipulation, or was it just her anxiety playing tricks? She held her head, trying to regain her composure. "Where's my father now?" "He's offering his expertise on the vanished. He kept it from you to spare you the anxiety. Little did we expect you'd be caught up in this chaos." "How is he?" "He's with you on your vessel," Heidi blurted out, but immediately regretted it upon seeing the composed figure of the captain. Without showing any sign of discomfort, Duncan said, "He's in perfect health, sticking to a strict routine, and is invaluable to our crew. Anything else on your mind?" Heidi hesitated for a moment. Another event around the time of her father's sudden departure kept nagging her. No matter how absurd it sounded, she needed answers. "Is Vanna with you too?" Duncan's expression, though unchanged, revealed everything she needed to know. "Would you want to meet them?" Caught off guard, Heidi stumbled over her words. Can I? Really? I apologize if I overstepped, but there are so many rumors about you, I thought." She was cut off mid-sentence. Emerging from a sudden doorway illuminated by an emerald flame, 2 recognizable faces greeted her. Morris was all smiles, while Vanna appeared slightly abashed. After an extended absence, Vanna slowly approached Heidi, her footsteps tentative. As she got closer, she affectionately touched Heidi's nose, a quirky gesture that harked back to their childhood games. "It's been such a long time, hasn't it?" she began, a hint of nervousness in her tone. "I'm truly sorry for not letting you in on my new role sooner. It's quite a delicate position with many confidentiality clauses. The captain only just granted permission for this visit. Tell me, are you angry with me?" Heidi seemed momentarily frozen, her gaze fixed on Vanna. Her eyes, which held years of memories and questions, then drifted to Morris, another face that was oh so familiar. After a few moments that felt like an eternity, she finally let out her bottled-up confusion. "Would either of you care to shed some light on this baffling situation?" Watching the initial tension between his companions, Duncan stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. "You two have a lot to talk about," he commented, waving his hand dismissively as he turned on his heel. "Meanwhile, I'll engage Lucy in some light conversation." This casual intervention left Vanna, Morris, and Heidi in an awkward triangle of unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Unaware or perhaps choosing to ignore the mounting tension between Vanna and Morris, Duncan confidently approached Lucretia. However, upon reaching her, he found her evading his gaze. Her expression was a blend of anxiety and vulnerability. Vanished in her whirlpool of thoughts, Lucretia had been mentally preparing herself for this inevitable confrontation. The unexpected appearance of her father in this surreal dreamscape left her disoriented. As he interacted with the psychiatrist, her mind raced to find the right words to explain her long absence and the mystery surrounding the scythe. Yet when he finally stood before her, words eluded her. The fierce Sea Witch, a title that struck terror into the hearts of sailors and pirates alike, found herself tongue-tied and emotionally overwhelmed. As she was about to speak, her chain of thought derailed further. "We can wait," Duncan interrupted gently, signaling her to halt. He directed his attention to Heidi and her companions, who were still a short distance away. "Let's just observe for a bit." Confused, Lucretia struggled to decipher her father's intentions. The phrase, "let's observe," triggered a cascade of possible interpretations in her mind, from conspiracies to elaborate schemes. However, a closer look at Duncan's demeanor revealed pure, unadulterated amusement. Following his line of sight, Lucretia tried to process the scene before her. The reality was far from the elaborate reunion scenarios she had imagined over the years with her father. In her musings, she had visualized a dramatic encounter between her eternal self and the vanished, returning from the void, much like Tyrion's experience. She had foreseen an epic showdown between the bright star and the vanished. The nefarious entity from the void would wreak havoc, reminiscent of the devastation it had once unleashed on the 13 islands of Witherland at the frontier. In her softer, more whimsical dreams, Lucretia had sometimes painted an entirely different picture. She would visualize her father making a genuine comeback, possibly on a serene afternoon or as evening descended. Their chosen location was reminiscent of a cliff they once visited during her formative years. The exact city-state eluded her, but the memories of gentle sea breezes and fields blanketed with white flowers remained vivid. The family would be perched atop the loftiest rock, with her father sharing tales of far-off events. Lucretia, in turn, would eagerly present her bright star adventures, her state-of-the-art laboratories, and her cherished book trove. However, these scattered dreams evaporated in the stark light of day, akin to soft murmurs carried away by the wind. She hadn't anticipated that their actual reunion would unfold this way, immersed in a seemingly boundless dream and listening to gossip. Yet, as time lapsed, it appeared Lucretia was piecing together her father's motives. She followed his line of sight, observing the psychiatrist, family members, friends, a worried daughter, a father clumsily attempting to make amends, and a friend who appeared completely out of place. Her father's suggestion, "let's watch for a moment," began to resonate. It seemed Lucretia was catching on. However, Duncan's sudden remark made her second guess. "I did counsel Morris earlier to approach Heidi for a chat. Sadly, the right moment never came, but perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Had he cleared the air sooner, I'd miss out on this intriguing drama." Lucretia wondered if she'd been too hasty in her assumptions. Amidst this fleeting perplexity, she remembered an observation Tyrion had shared in a past conversation. Her father had rediscovered his human essence, yet possibly a tad excessively. At that juncture, she couldn't decipher her brother's cryptic comment. But now, a semblance of understanding dawned. The entity that emerged from subspace bore semblance to her father, but not entirely in the manner she remembered. "Lucy, what are your thoughts?" Duncan's voice broke through, jolting Lucretia from her reverie. Her focus shifted to her father, whose eyes probed her for an answer. The whirlwind of emotions and the dissonance between past memories and present reality momentarily dissipated. The sea witch felt a newfound clarity. Those tangled conundrums seemed inconsequential. The man before her was perfect in his imperfections. After all, life isn't bound by the rigidity of academic scrutiny. Not every riddle demands a solution. Miss Heidi is more than capable of managing the current situation. Although our interactions have been minimal, I recognize her logic-driven approach. And Mr. Morris, don't stress, he's on your vetted list of consultants. Oh, I'm not referring to them, Duncan dismissed with a gesture, his gaze shifting towards the vast expanse of a forest. The woods were bathed in a perpetual twilight glow, yet surprisingly, they stood firm and unwavering. This feels like a dream, doesn't it? But there's a unique aura about it, quite distinct from any dream realm I've ever ventured into. Caught off guard, Lucretia hesitated. Duncan's perspective seemed tangential, a stark deviation from the pragmatic and calculated man she fondly recalled. Pushing aside her momentary disarray, she refocused her energy, filtering out the distant murmurs and whispers of the crowd. Collecting her thoughts, she began, "Our entryway into this surreal dimension is through Scholar Taran L, the static figure stationed over there. His consciousness is dormant. Let me sketch out the events that transpired." She then proceeded to distill the vast swathes of information at her disposal, providing Duncan with a crisp overview. As he listened intently, the gears in his mind started to turn. So if I grasp correctly, this forest acts as a mere veil, merely concealing the actual essence of the dream. While the core of this dream realm remains hidden deeper within, the puppeteer behind the strings isn't the elvish scholar Taran L, but rather a third dreamer. Lucretia nodded gravely. The existence of a third dreamer does not negate the possibility of a fourth or even a fifth entity influencing this realm. Heidi's account suggests that the tendrils of this dream reach out and intertwine with other realms, potentially connecting to myriad dreamers. The forest's uncanny ability to self-regenerate and shroud its secrets is something we might never have encountered before. Duncan's response was a deep, contemplative silence. Then, in an unexpected twist, he noticed a subtle movement from the peripheral of his vision. Scholar Taran L's eyelids fluttered open with a sudden blink in the distance. Chapter 529, Awakened. In a serene clearing within the woods, the consciousness of Taran L, an elven scholar, stirred from a deep, dormant state. This state, known as a protective descent, had been his shield against potential harm. As the debilitating effects of the black sun began to wane, the essence of his self-awareness resurfaced, and he found himself back in the shallower realms of his dream. Almost instantly, Duncan and Lucretia sensed the shift in Taran L's status and hurried over to him. As his eyes adjusted, Taran L found the environment altered from his last memory. Instead of the familiar glow of sunlight streaming through the trees, the forest was now bathed in an uncanny half-light, where daylight and shadow merged seamlessly. As he looked around, he recognized many unfamiliar faces, but one stood out distinctly. Morris, an old acquaintance he hadn't encountered in decades. With a deep breath to collect himself, Taran L asked with a shiver in his voice, "Was my situation really that dire?" Caught off guard by his query, Lucretia responded, "What do you mean?" Taran L gestured towards himself and then towards Heidi, Vanna, and Morris, who were approaching from afar. He sounded genuinely surprised. "In such a brief time, why have so many come to counsel me?" Trying to keep her emotions in check, Lucretia's face briefly betrayed her surprise. Taran L, with a hint of irony, added, "If waking me proved impossible, perhaps you should have allowed me to attempt my own remedy. The sudden death method usually works quite well." Lucretia quickly intervened. "Don't even entertain thoughts of that sudden death method. Do you understand the gravity of what just transpired?" Taran L, still reeling, responded, "What do you mean? I was merely disoriented." With a grave tone, Lucretia explained, "The Black Sun's minions trespassed into your dream and even manifested an echo of the Black Sun's offspring. Didn't you perceive any of this? Had my father not intervened promptly, the repercussions of the battle might have obliterated your mental presence here." Taran L's face darkened as he absorbed Lucretia's revelations. However, when he caught the mention of her father, he turned, visibly shocked, to Duncan and hesitated. "Your father." Confirming silently with a nod, Lucretia introduced him. Duncan, attempting to ease the tension, stretched out his hand with a cordial grin. "You may simply call me Captain Duncan." But Taran L seemed rooted to the spot, transfixed by Duncan's towering presence. He then drew a sudden sharp breath, his body quivering intensely, and without another word he faded from view, disappearing amidst the trees. Duncan stood still, trying to piece together the unfolding scene. He blinked in confusion, then turned to Lucretia. What just happened? Lucretia, who was equally taken aback, tried to find her words. After taking a deep breath, she replied with a mixture of disbelief and sarcasm. It appears the sudden death method did the trick. Duncan frowned, clearly not understanding. What do you mean? As the trio of Heidi, Vanna, and Morris approached, they too had witnessed Taranel's abrupt disappearance. They exchanged perplexed glances upon hearing Lucretia's cryptic remark. Heidi's eyes widened in amazement as if to silently express, "Did that method actually work?" Morris seemed saddened, perhaps reminiscing about the memories he shared with Taranel. Vanna, with her athletic background, appeared thoroughly lost amidst the psychological intricacies. In her experience, confronting fears meant facing them head-on rather than delving into the intricacies of the mind. Morris spoke up, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I had hoped to reconnect with Master Taranel. Decades have passed since our paths last crossed." Heidi interjected softly, "To him, you'd still be that young man venturing overseas. I doubt he'd ever fathom you having a family, let alone a daughter." Morris let out a resigned sigh. Such are the complexities when dealing with elves. Intrigued by the camaraderie and banter amongst the trio, Duncan asked, "Have you all come to terms with past grievances?" Vanna raised her hands in a somewhat playful surrender, replying, "Yes, and endured quite a lecture in the process." Heidi, however, seemed distracted. Her gaze was fixed on Duncan, perhaps assessing the reputation that preceded the well-known captain. Her contemplative silence left one wondering what conclusions she might be drawing. Lucretia, on the other hand, was deeply engrossed in the surroundings. The forest, though a mere dreamscape, was astoundingly vivid. She voiced her observations, her tone hushed yet filled with authority. "I was right in my suspicions. Even though Taranel has awakened, this dream persists. There must be other dreamers anchoring this realm." Duncan nodded in acknowledgement. The nature of this dream was puzzling, and its connection to the average folk made Duncan wary of any drastic actions. But ever since Taranel's startling departure, Duncan had been intently scrutinizing the environment. Though a mere projection, the forest's lifelike appearance was rooted in its dreamer's subconscious. By utilizing the spirit walk technique, Duncan could theoretically interact with this subconscious layer. This was akin to how he once felt fleeting emotions and thoughts when he connected with the stars during his spiritual journeys. In this vast dreamscape, Duncan tried to reach out with his heightened senses, probing deep into the very fabric of the dream. He sought the emotions, the memories, and the very essence of the dreamer. But no matter how hard he strained or how deeply he delved, he encountered a profound void. It was an overwhelming sensation of emptiness. There wasn't a trace of fear, thoughts, or any signature of the dreamer's presence. Continuing to wander through the forest, he found the woods just led to more woods. Digging deep, it was still just earth below. The entire environment lacked the distinct markers of a dreamer's subconscious or any protective barriers. Instead, to Duncan, this vast expanse felt more like a nebulous fog devoid of intent. Unlike a protective barrier with a defined purpose and intention, this fog seemed like a manifestation of randomness, functioning only by age-old principles unknown to him. Engrossed in his contemplation about the source and nature of this dream, Duncan was jolted back to reality by a sudden, chilling gust of wind that emanated from the forest's heart. Heidi looked around, her expression a blend of concern and puzzlement. "The forest appears to be resisting our presence, but why did it stay dormant until now?" Lucretia, deep in thought, ventured an answer. "It's possible that with Taranel's awakening, the dream's equilibrium was disturbed. Even though the dream didn't disintegrate, it's as if a portal was sealed. We, being foreign entities, are now being gradually expelled." "We might need to make our exit," Duncan observed with a touch of disappointment in his voice. He had a gut feeling that this dream veiled deeper mysteries. Yet he recognized the inherent dangers of overstaying, especially with the dream's evident hostility. The potential harm could rival the prior incident involving the distorted sun. Lucretia looked determined. "I need to return and check on Taranel immediately. The last thing I want is for him to have perished on my vessel." Duncan acknowledged. "Proceed. We'll reconvene once back in the real world. I'll locate you shortly." Lucretia's demeanor had a brief hesitation, but she masked it with a fleeting smile. "Of course, but it's a lengthy journey from the cold sea to the southern waters. Please be safe." Duncan interjected with a hint of amusement. "What I meant was, I'll see you soon, possibly by this evening. My ship, the Vanished, is anchored close to Wind Harbor." A look of surprise overtook Lucretia. She stammered, "You're here." Unfazed, Duncan explained, It appears the sun's outage had unforeseen consequences. The vanished bridged a vast stretch almost instantaneously. Visibly shocked, Lucretia's form flickered momentarily, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the dreamscape. This left Duncan, Heidi, and the rest with many questions, exchanging intrigued looks. The silence hung heavy in the air, palpable and tense. As the moments dragged on, it was Vanna who broke the deadlock. Did Lucretia's shock jolt her awake? She pondered aloud. No one provided an answer. The weight of the unspoken words between them seemed to grow even more substantial. Recognizing the need for action, Duncan finally said, "We should exit this dream. If there's anything you all wish to discuss further, we can reconvene once we're back in the real world." Heidi felt a pang of melancholy as she realized that this unexpected gathering was drawing to a close. She glanced at her father, Morris, and her friend, Vanna, both standing alongside Captain Duncan. A thought suddenly struck her. "But how will I get in touch with you again, especially if you're aboard the Vanished?" Morris chuckled lightly. "Simply pen down your thoughts and send them to the antique store in the lower district. Duncan has a way of making sure he gets such messages." "You expect me to just write a letter?" Heidi questioned, baffled by the antiquated method. Before she could dwell on it further, Vanna interjected, "If it's something brief, you can always approach the cathedral. Bishop Valentine is known to relay messages when required." Heidi grew more bewildered. "The cathedral? Why there?" Sensing her confusion, Duncan clarified, "When the Vanished takes a break, which it occasionally does, I can arrange to bring Morris and Vanna back to planned." Heidi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You take holidays on the Vanished? That's unexpected." However, her questions remained hanging in the air, unanswered. The forest around them seemed to grow more unwelcoming with every passing second. The temperatures dropped, and the dream's very fabric appeared to repulse them. Heidi watched as the figures of Captain Duncan, Morris, and Vanna started to become indistinct and blurry. Gradually, her surroundings dimmed, her consciousness wavering until an all-encompassing darkness and a fleeting floating sensation engulfed her. When the shroud of darkness finally lifted, Heidi found herself jolting awake. She blinked, taking in her surroundings. She was in a hospital room, lying comfortably on a bed. Curiously, the patient she had initially been attending to was absent. Piecing it together, Heidi deduced that after the dream had ensnared her, someone must have discovered the irregularity and moved her to this facility. She took a moment, inhaling deeply, processing the intricate web of the dream she had just experienced. The bewildering journey through the dreamscape had finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 530, The Unexpected Visitor. In the first few moments, Heidi remained still, refraining from quickly rising from her bed where she had been recovering from her illness. Taking her time, she scrutinized the environment of her room, tuning into every sound that came from beyond its walls. Slowly, she raised her wrist, examining the number and sequence of the vibrantly colored stones embedded in her bracelet. Then she felt a pull towards the amethyst pendant that hung against her chest. As she touched it, a subtle chill spread across her fingertips, emanating a soothing aura of strength and protection. The memory of the pendant's unique origin and its source of power crept into her thoughts. Ms. Heidi, a practicing psychiatrist, displayed a peculiar expression momentarily, but just as quickly as it appeared, she suppressed this odd sentiment, leaving behind only a heavy sigh of resignation. "Fate is truly an enigma," she whispered to herself. "In your perception, fate indeed remains elusive and mystifying." The suddenness of the deep voice from beside her caught Heidi off guard, reflexively causing her muscles to tighten in surprise. She spun towards the source of the voice and was met with the sight of a shadowy figure seated near the room's window. The figure donned an ancient brown robe that hid most of its body, and a large hood shrouded its facial features. By the slouched posture, the profoundness of the voice, and the visible wrinkles at the edge of the hood's shadow, it was evident that this was an elderly individual. Golden rays of sunlight painted the room, capturing the slow dance of dust particles that floated in the air, reflecting the warm hues of the setting sun. This sunlight, when cast on the enigmatic person, gave the robe a phantasmal and slightly transparent effect. A rush of questions overwhelmed Heidi. Who was this mysterious visitor? When had they entered the room? Had they been observing her all this time? Almost involuntarily, Heidi's hand moved towards a box placed beside her bed. But before she could make contact, the mysterious voice, deep and gravelly, advised, "No need for such defense, Miss Heidi. On this day I am not an adversary. The weapons you keep, whether a blade or a firearm, won't harm a transient wanderer like me. Please sit. My visit is simply for conversation, maybe to offer some distraction from your solitude. Yet Heidi, her face devoid of emotion, swiftly retrieved a hidden gun from the box. She aimed it steadily at the stranger, demanding in a firm tone, "Who are you?" Rather than responding, the hooded entity lifted its arm, seemingly captivated by the play of sunlight upon its hand. As it did so, the robe's sleeve slid down, unveiling an arm that resembled a dried twig, covered in wrinkles that looked eerily like deep fissures. Heidi's face was a canvas of heightened alertness, her eyes narrowing as she observed the curious spectacle before her. When illuminated by sunlight, the stranger's arm underwent a baffling transformation. At intervals, it seemed almost transparent. For a few heartbeats, she could distinctly see beams of sunlight penetrating the arm, casting a direct glow onto her. "It's utterly wondrous. I had nearly lost memory of the sunlight's embrace," remarked the cloaked individual. The emotion in his voice was a cocktail of nostalgia and something deeper, more ineffable. Turning towards Heidi, he continued, though it felt as if he was equally addressing himself. "Before the onset of the fourth protracted night, the world will shift. The sunlight softens, and the distinct barriers it once created become hazy. Those who have been banished, abandoned, erased, or transformed will be granted a brief reprieve, a momentary return to this realm. Together, we revel in this dusk, anticipating the sun's descent." The stranger's voice, rich and methodical, resonated as if he was narrating an age-old scripture. He seemed like a seer, declaring destiny to all who would listen. His words, almost hypnotic in their cadence, sparked a revelation in Heidi, and she blurted out, "The Ender missionaries." Slowly, the hooded figure tilted his head upwards. Beneath the obscurity of the hood, a set of uncanny golden eyes met Heidi's gaze unflinchingly. "Miss Heidi, did you liaise with the promised ark? Did you witness the journey's culmination?" "I have no desire to entertain the allurements of fanatics," Heidi responded, her voice frigid. Her finger applied a slight pressure on the gun's trigger, while her other hand protectively clutched the amethyst pendant on her chest. A palpable tension permeated her being. Although she had expertise in dealing with psychiatric patients and had faced monstrous apparitions in dreamscapes, the Ender sect was uncharted territory for her. These interdimensional zealots were almost mythical in the material world. Her training at the martial school affiliated with the Academy of Truth hadn't prepared her for a confrontation of this nature. She was uncertain about the efficacy of her firearm or the potency of her otherworldly abilities against them. Yet the enigmatic guest remained unfazed by Heidi's palpable animosity. He was a stark departure from the Ender missionaries she had read about in academic sources. "After the arrival of the promised ark, we discerned an anomalous presence, Miss Heidi," he stated, exuding a sense of refined calm. "Post the conclusion, a boundless, infinite abyss manifested, an expanse of pure nothingness. We were on a quest to circumvent the impending doomsday. However, now it appears that what lies beyond this apocalypse is a void even more daunting than the apocalypse itself. You've interfaced with this abyss and become intertwined with its essence. This arouses our curiosity, what truly transpired." The words of the mysterious visitor were shrouded in enigma, reminiscent of puzzles that danced on the edge of comprehension. It seemed as though, while he retained a semblance of sanity, prolonged isolation or some other perplexing experience had eroded his capacity to converse in an everyday manner. Nevertheless, Heidi's keen instincts sifted through the ambiguity of his words, igniting a flurry of emotions within her. Her brow creased in deep thought. "Are you referring to Duncan Abnommer? Are you suggesting he ushered in this void you speak of?" The elderly interlocutor slowly rose from his seat. As the sunlight graced his form, he loomed far taller than Heidi had initially perceived. Despite a stoop in his posture, he was almost towering in stature. "It's uncertain. What we're aware of is the emergence and gradual spread of this void. It might in due course engulf the entire night sky of what you call the fourth extended night." In response to his abrupt motion, Heidi's alertness heightened, causing her to slightly elevate her gun's aim. "What's your intent with me, outsider?" "We're in dire need to fathom the essence of this void," he responded, a surprising touch of candidness in his voice. But soon he somberly added, "It seems, however, my timing was flawed." His response left Heidi momentarily disoriented. She reflexively queried, "What are you implying?" He chose not to respond directly, and his gaze fixated on the sunlit horizon beyond the window. "And what did you mean by the fourth long night you alluded to earlier?" Heidi probed, persistence evident in her tone. The cryptic visitor gestured dismissively. "In our limited time frame, I can offer only so much clarity. The moment for my departure nears," the mysterious Ender intoned, his footsteps echoing softly as he approached the sunlit window. Our paths might cross again in a subsequent interval, or perhaps not, contingent on the void's expansion rate. Regardless, our reunion is inevitable. Twilight beckons. With those final words, his silhouette dissolved, assimilating seamlessly into the golden rays of sunlight, leaving no trace behind. Heidi was left utterly agog. Had it not been for the vivid memories etched in her mind, the palpable weight of the gun in her grip, and the reassuring feel of the amethyst pendant, she might have believed she had traversed another dreamlike sequence. As the lingering aura of the ender dissipated, a discernible shift permeated the room's ambience. It was as if an invisible tether, a restraining energy, had evaporated from the space. Simultaneously, the hurried cadence of footsteps resonated from the sick room's corridor. Aboard the Vanished, within the confines of the captain's quarters, Duncan sat contemplatively at the navigation desk, still ruminating on the knowledge he had gleaned from that supernatural dream. After a seemingly endless span of silence, Morris's voice unexpectedly broke the stillness, jolting Duncan from his reverie. "You know, I had half expected you to invite Heidi to join our ranks on this ship." Duncan raised his eyebrows and offered a wry smile to the seasoned mariner. "Wasn't it you who warned against letting her anywhere near the Vanished?" Morris chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, I did have my reservations about this ship initially," he admitted sheepishly. "But back then, Heidi was completely in the dark about our undertakings. Now that she's been pulled into our world, keeping her at arm's length seems unnecessary." Duncan stroked his chin contemplatively. "True, but when you really think about it, do we have a pressing need for a psychologist aboard the Vanished?" His gaze drifted to the window as he mused aloud. "Who amongst us could benefit from psychological guidance? Neither you nor Agatha require it. I'm certainly not a candidate. Vanna's mental fortitude is frankly astounding, even to me. Surely stability is intrinsically linked with Dog, who, let's remember, is a shadow demon. As for Nina, she embodies a sliver of the sun's essence. And then there's Alice, she's blissfully unaware most of the time. Did I miss someone? Oh, the goat head, perhaps." The goat head artifact on the navigation desk rotated animatedly as if on cue, its voice echoing with an eerie resonance. "Ah, esteemed captain, your loyal first mate remains steadfast and unyielding. I assure you, my mental state remains unflappable. Moreover, I've indulged in various psychology modules during my existence, and I'm perfectly equipped to." "I know that's enough," Duncan commanded tersely. The goat head subsided instantly, uttering a subdued, "Understood." Turning back to Morris with a wistful smile, Duncan quipped, "You realize, if Heidi were to embark on this journey with us, she'd likely be the one most in need of psychological assistance." Morris looked thoughtful for a moment, then slowly reached for his trusty pipe. Just as he was about to take a puff, he mused, "That might very well be the case." Chapter 531 The Awakened Scholar. Lucretia awoke abruptly from her dream, and it took her several moments to calm her racing mind before she could open her eyes. Once she did, she let out a deep sigh, leaning back in her chair before slowly scanning the room, looking for certain cues she had set up in her laboratory in advance. The first thing Lucretia always did after waking from such disturbing dreams was not to rise immediately. Instead, she would calm her mind, and then confirm the details of the real world to ensure she wasn't trapped in another layer of a dream. After a moment, she confirmed the details of her reality and ensured that she had indeed fully detached from the dream. Simultaneously, she noticed that Master Taran El had also woken up. The elf scholar looked disheveled and was bound by ropes to a pillar not far away. His head bore a swelling bump. By his side, the mechanical puppet named Looney was holding a sharp kitchen knife, seemingly on high alert. "Miss Lucretia, thank goodness you're awake," the scholar cried out in relief upon seeing her consciousness return. "Your servant has tied me up. I have no idea what I did wrong." Lucretia frowned. "Looney, what happened?" "He started shouting in his sleep. When he woke up, he jumped out of bed and bumped his head on your lab table," Looney explained with a serious face while gripping the knife. "I thought his nightmare affected him, so I tied him up to prevent further harm." The scholar protested loudly. "How many times do I have to say this, you blockhead? I was just startled in my dream. I saw Duncan Abnommer. Is it a crime to be startled by seeing him in a dream as a normal person?" Listening to the exchange between the two, Lucretia's expression contorted a bit. Having been similarly jolted awake, she said as she rose from her chair, "Looney, put the knife down and release the scholar. He's telling the truth." "Yes, mistress," the gearwork puppet promptly obeyed. With a swift motion, she slashed through the ropes binding Taran El, and then, with a twist of her wrist, The shining blade disappeared into some hidden compartment within her. Freed from his bindings, Taran stumbled a few steps forward before finally regaining his balance. He shot the puppet an annoyed look. "You blockhead." Unfazed by the scholar's irritation, Looney simply stepped beside her mistress, asking with genuine curiosity, "Is the old master coming?" "He arrived, in every sense of the word," Lucretia replied with a hint of hesitation, her lips quivering slightly. With a wave of her hand, a chair floated from the corner of the room, settling in front of her. "Mr. Taran, please sit. There are matters I need to discuss." Taran moved his slightly sore arm as he approached the sea witch and sat down, still muttering to himself. "If he's coming, he's coming. He won't be here for a while anyway." Lucretia silently listened to his comment and chose not to respond. Instead, she reached out to a nearby low cabinet, rummaging deep inside it, and pulled out a potion bottle, placing it on top of the cabinet. Taran, curious, inquired, "What's that?" "It's a witch's potion we'll be using later," Lucretia replied nonchalantly, evidently not keen on elaborating further. She then swiftly changed the topic. "Regarding the period when the sun went dark, as well as that recent dream, I have some questions. I know we briefly communicated in the dream world, but given the subconscious barriers of dreams, there might be details you weren't aware of. So now I need you to recall everything while you're fully conscious." Noticing the seriousness in her voice, Taran's demeanor instantly became grave, the scholarly aura returning to him. "All right, go ahead. My mind feels much clearer now. During the sun's darkening, you observed the surface of Vision 1, and this is the rough sketch you left behind," Lucretia said matter-of-factly, pulling out a crumpled piece of draft paper and handing it over. "Is this it?" "Yes, that's my drawing. I've checked, and the drawing doesn't seem to contain any psychic contamination. However, the content depicted is rather perplexing. You've drawn these chaotic branch-like lines on the sphere's surface. But from my analysis, many of these lines appear to have been haphazardly scribbled on at the end, likely to obscure the image's original, clearer appearance. Do you recall anything about this?" Taran furrowed his brows. He took the draft paper Lucretia handed him, gazing at the spherical image covered in tangled lines. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became as he delved into reflection and memory. Lucretia's voice reached him from across the table. "The essential question is, do you genuinely recall every detail that transpired from observing the sun's surface until you fell into deep slumber? It seems you're also puzzled by these chaotic lines on the drawing." "I am indeed perplexed," Taran began slowly. "These indeed look like deliberate smudges, yet I can't remember why I would obscure the initial details of the image, it seems." He suddenly paused, considering his words carefully before hesitatingly continuing. "Perhaps I witnessed something profoundly terrifying, or an unsettling truth that shouldn't be unveiled to the world. Maybe I impulsively sketched it out, but upon preparing the quick note, I suddenly became conscious of what I had done and hastily obscured it. However, for some unknown reason, I felt compelled to send it out." Even though he still seemed a bit disoriented, and there were clear gaps in his memory, Taran's rational and logical thinking, characteristic of a seasoned scholar, prevailed. Analyzing what had transpired, his expression became gravely serious. "Who else has seen this piece of paper so far?" "A select few senior scholars from the Academy of Truth," Lucretia nodded. "The original remains with me. What they saw was only what you had obscured. I've cautioned them, and given your sudden deep sleep serving as a warning to everyone, there's no need to worry about anyone taking this sketch to secretly analyze or reconstruct the scene you witnessed. However, the boundless sea is vast. We can't dismiss the possibility of other, brave souls undertaking a similar audacious act as yours." Taran nodded thoughtfully. Soon after, he heard the witch continue her inquiry. "Regarding that dream, what else do you recall? How did you enter the dream? Did your consciousness ever sink into its true deepest layer?" "All I remember is waking up within that forest, much like those described in ancient texts, an endless dense forest, the land of elvish origins. My thinking within the dream seemed sluggish. The sounds I heard, the information I perceived, and my reactions to the external environment all felt as if they were filtered through a thick barrier," Taran recounted, pausing occasionally as he recalled before furrowing his brow once more. "But there was a peculiar aspect. Shortly after you appeared, my thoughts did sink, but not into the deepest layer of the dream. Instead, it was a transitional space, as if between layers. Many erratic lights and shadows intertwined as though multiple vastly different dreams were casting shadows upon one another. Within that chaotic realm, numerous hazy figures surrounded me." "Numerous hazy figures," Lucretia interjected immediately. "Can you elaborate? Were these mere phantoms of the dream or dreamers like yourself?" I can't be sure. My cognition was almost stagnant at that time, making it hard to discern their nature. However, one thing I am certain of, Taranel said with a stern expression. They were not mere phantoms. They were very real, even if not other dreamers. They were sentient entities contained within that dream realm. I understand, Lucretia said, her expression calm and collected as she nodded in acknowledgement. She took a moment to gather herself, letting out a soft sigh. This truly is invaluable information. I hope it proves useful, Taranel replied earnestly. He glanced at the rough draft paper he held in his hand, then continued. As for this sketch, I now believe it would be best if ordinary scholars aren't exposed to this. Regardless of what you've obscured on it, it seems to have a detrimental effect on the average person, Lucretia remarked, reaching out to take back the drafted paper. I'll let my father have a look at it later. Perhaps he'll have some insights. Taranel blinked in surprise, processing her words for a moment before nodding. Ah, indeed. Captain Duncan wouldn't be affected by whatever lurks within this drawing. Let's wait for his arrival, then. I'm in no rush. That brings me to another matter I wanted to discuss with you, Lucretia said, adjusting her posture leisurely and fixing her gaze intently on Taranel's eyes. My father has already arrived at Wind Harbor. Taranel's eyes widened in shock, his expression freezing instantaneously. Perhaps the extinguishing of the sun had a peculiar effect, allowing the vanished to reach its destination in an instant, Lucretia continued, nodding thoughtfully. I believe he'd be eager to have a face-to-face conversation with you, or perhaps even invite you aboard his ship. He's deeply concerned about the sun's extinction. Taranel remained stunned for a few seconds. His eyes flickered, seeming to snap back to reality for a brief moment. He then gasped sharply, leaning back as if taken aback. Watching him emotionlessly, Lucretia calmly reached for a potion bottle she had previously set on a low cabinet and handed it to a doll-like attendant named Looney standing by her side. Administer this to Mr. Taranel. Looney acknowledged with a simple ah and promptly took the potion to carry out her mistress's command. As Lucretia watched the renowned scholar being administered the medicine, she nodded in satisfaction. Sea came in handy. Today, the Sea Witch had once again successfully prevented Master Taranel from dying suddenly on her ship. Chapter 532, The Pursuit. Heidi followed a worker dressed in a deep blue uniform, heading towards another room within the medical facility. As they walked, the worker briefed her on the situation. The patient woke up before anyone else. She found you unconscious next to the bed and ran to the corridor to call for help. That's when we realized something was amiss in the room. Because of your prior instructions, we had the church's guardians and the station priests inspect the vicinity of the room first. They didn't find any traces of supernatural contamination, but you remained in a deep slumber. We then moved you to a room closer to the chapel. The elven girl is still here. She seems to be mentally stable, but can't seem to remember the events in her dreams or explain how she suddenly fell into a deep sleep. We asked her to stay a bit longer in case you wanted to ask her anything. Her family is here too, in case you need to speak with them. The worker then paused, looking hesitant. Turning to Heidi, he said, I'm sorry, I forgot you've just awakened from a long slumber. Do you need to rest now? I don't need to rest. I've slept long enough, Heidi replied, waving her hand dismissively. She found herself continually glancing at the worker's face, but soon managed to control her gaze and facial expression. Then almost casually she asked, Before you entered, did you notice any strange occurrences in my room? Strange occurrences? The worker frowned, thinking for a moment before shaking his head. Did something happen? An uninvited guest had invaded the room, crossing the rift in the timeline, only to spout a bunch of cryptic messages and then leave. These thoughts raced through Heidi's mind. However, she quickly shook her head and replied calmly, No, I was just asking to verify if anything unusual happened in my room while I was unconscious. The worker before her was just an ordinary liaison. The cryptic messenger had given Heidi an eerie feeling. For cautionary reasons, it was better not to disclose anything about the messenger to laypersons. Once she's back, she should report directly to the church, or perhaps the central cathedral of the city-state. Maybe she should also inform her father, and that certain Captain Duncan. All kinds of thoughts swirled in Heidi's mind. Some were so startling that they sent shivers down her spine, and as these thoughts ebbed and flowed, she realized they had reached the end of the corridor. The worker who led the way briefly handed over some information before silently departing. Standing outside the room, Heidi took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and then pushed the door open. Inside the pristine and brightly lit hospital room, the elven girl who had previously been in a deep sleep sat peacefully on the bed. Propped up by pillows and blankets, she was engrossed in a book she held. Nearby, a plump and kind-looking elderly elven woman sat at the edge of the bed, meticulously peeling an apple. As Heidi entered the room, the elven girl immediately looked up, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. "Ah, Miss Doctor, you're awake." "I came to check on you," Heidi replied with a smile, walking towards the bed. She nodded respectfully to the gentle-looking elderly elf. "Hello, may I know if you are?" "She's my grandmother," the elven girl on the bed interjected excitedly. The elderly woman gave her granddaughter a playful, resigned look before turning to Heidi with a smile. "This child is a bit over-enthusiastic. Thank you very much for your assistance to Flora, Miss Heidi." A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Heidi's face. "It feels like I wasn't much help, especially since this doctor herself fell into a deep sleep. I heard from the staff here that you fell into that sleep while trying to awaken Flora from her nightmare," the elderly elf said, offering Heidi the apple she had just peeled. Her warm and genuine demeanor didn't come across as mere politeness. "And Flora mentioned that, during her dream, she felt someone was protecting her. When danger approached, there were consecutive gunshots dispelling her fears." Consecutive gunshots, approaching danger. Was she referring to the time when, during the dream backlash, the Annihilator tried to approach the bed, using Heidi's suggestive entrance? Heidi's mind raced with speculations. She thanked the elderly woman for the apple, then sat in the chair next to the bed, focusing intently on the elven girl named Flora. "So, you're Flora, right? Do you recall how you fell into that sleep?" "I remember I was reading at home," Flora pondered, furrowing her brows. "The sun had gone out earlier, and Grandma told me it was dangerous outside, so she asked me to stay put in my room. When the sun came back on, I got bored, so I started reading a book. After all, the sun was shining again. But somehow, just a short while into reading, I felt really tired and fell asleep." "Reading?" Heidi muttered to herself, her gaze drifting over to the book Flora had been holding. On its light purple cover, an elegant title caught her eye: The Dreamless Prince's Crystal Garden. "If you ask me, it's all these nonsensical books she reads," the plump elven grandmother grumbled, filling her head with whimsical fantasies. "Reading these will surely taint her someday. The gods won't look kindly upon a romance between two men." Flora immediately corrected with a hint of annoyance. "It's not just two characters, it's several." Heidi shook her head at the elderly woman. "Rest assured, the content of this book isn't the cause." Upon hearing this, Flora's face lit up with surprise. "Miss Doctor, you've read it too." Heidi, taken aback, remained silent for a moment. Drawing on her many years of professional experience, Heidi chose to ignore the contrasting reactions of Flora and her grandmother. Instead, she looked sternly at the young elf. "To be clear, during the time when the sun went out, you didn't try to observe its surface or look up at the sky." "Of course not. Who would dare?" Flora replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Who in their right mind would risk looking around when the sun's gone out?" Heidi, keeping a neutral expression, continued. "Do you remember anything that happened during your sleep? Any small impressions will help, apart from the gunshots. I'm aware of that." Flora thought hard for a moment. "Aside from those gunshots, I only have a vague recollection. I felt like I was lying in the darkness, feeling drowsy and unable to see or hear clearly. And in that darkness, there were many, many shadows, almost like other people, standing all around me." Heidi's expression immediately became more serious. "Many shadows." "Somewhere on the boundless sea, far from Planned and Wind Harbor, a figure clad in a thick black coat hurriedly darted into a narrow alley. The figure appeared flustered and a bit panicked, moving with a slight limp. Trying to avoid the potential prying eyes at the entrance of the alley, he kept turning into various side streets. After navigating the maze-like alleys for what seemed like an eternity, he finally slipped into a house. By this time, dusk was approaching. The sun's afterglow was gently fading from the city. Street gas lamps were yet to be lit, and an early darkness had already settled, enveloping the buildings within the city-state. The sound of a matchstick striking resonated, and a lantern inside the house was lit. The man threw his heavy black coat onto the armrest of a sofa and moved to a liquor cabinet. He poured himself a full glass of strong alcohol, sat down on the sofa, and drank half of it in one gulp. It was only under the slight comfort brought by the lantern's light that he took a deep breath of relief. The potent alcohol stimulated his taste buds and nerves, easing the bone-chilling tension that had wrapped around him. He felt the courage and vitality returning to his body, with his slightly cold hands and feet warming up once more. The faint sound of chain friction filled the air. Trailing behind the man, a pitch-black chain slowly materialized from the void. One end of the chain was anchored to him, while the other end tethered an ethereal jellyfish-like entity, seemingly sculpted from smoky wisps. This enigmatic, dim-witted demon revealed its form, pulsating unconsciously in midair, sending ripples of unrest towards the man. I know, we barely escaped that mess," the man muttered, showing a trace of irritation. He was well aware that this shadow demon lacked emotions and didn't understand human speech. Yet after coexisting with it for many years, he'd instinctively started conversing with it as if this perilous entity was a trusted family member or friend. Who could have predicted that cursed captain would suddenly appear? Damn it, how does this even concern him? He set his glass aside, leaned back on the couch, and stared aimlessly at the ceiling, his tone dripping with bitterness. Those mindless sun remnants are useless, they couldn't even handle the witch. PSH, these low-tier devotees are brain-dead, even those called emissaries are just thoughtless dregs. And the so-called sun offspring are merely unthinking puppets. Those suntists from top to bottom, barely a handful seem competent. I was nearly killed by their incompetence. Mumbling, he stood up, refilled his glass, and took 2 large gulps. The alcohol's warmth slowly calmed his racing heart. He then glanced at his cohabiting demon. Calm down, we're safe now. There'll be other opportunities. If those incessantly preaching Enders are right, many more elves will soon fall under the influence of the primal flaw. We'll have our chance to re-enter that dreamscape. His voice trailed off. The smoky jellyfish kept undulating in the air, sending increasingly anxious signals to its host. The man began sensing something. His typically dull intuition suddenly flared, warning him. Amid waves of intensifying fear, his perception finally breached his subconscious defenses, making him keenly aware of the gaze that was close by. He swallowed nervously, and his eyes began to drift downwards. He looked at the glass in his hand. The remaining liquid shimmered, reflecting the flickering lantern light. Under a sinister greenish glow, a somber and imposing face reflected in the glass, staring calmly at him. "Continue," a phantom voice echoed in his mind, sounding almost like his own thoughts. "I enjoy those who are fond of talking to themselves." Chapter 533, Night Hunt. Before the chilling and hard-to-comprehend scene, the man was momentarily stunned for a brief second or two. Then he let out a loud scream in horror. In his frenzy, he violently threw his wine glass away while lunging to the side to avoid some unseen threat. The glass tumbled to the floor and shattered instantly. The remaining liquid spilled across the floor, resembling fresh blood. Every droplet seemed to momentarily reflect tiny sparks and grim, forbidding faces. Stumbling backwards, the man nearly tripped over a nearby sofa. He only managed to stabilize himself by leaning against a wall. Gasping for air, he stared wide-eyed at the broken glass and spilled liquid on the floor. His heart raced as though it would burst. Beside him, his symbiotic nightmare jellyfish aimlessly floated in the air, eventually contracting into a peculiar spherical shape. The terrifying reflection in the broken glass and liquid had vanished. The traumatic event seemed like nothing more than a horrifying illusion. Desperate for a sense of normalcy, the man took deep breaths, hoping that the fresh air would calm his nerves. An unsteady hope began to rise from within him, suggesting that maybe he had just hallucinated or maybe he was just too tense. "It's just an illusion, just an illusion. It's a mental distortion caused by the effects of subspace," he rapidly muttered to himself. Trying to mentally reassure himself, he began drawing power from his symbiotic dark entity, attempting to build a psychological barrier. "Stop imagining, stop recalling, avoid connections, avoid connections. Netherlord, descend and protect me, grant me eternal life in the abyss, Netherlord, descend." "I admire your optimism," a voice whispered into his ear, "but blind optimism won't solve the problem. Relax, I merely wish to gather some information from you." The man halted his prayers abruptly. The voice in his ear felt as if it originated from the terrifying murmurs of subspace, seizing his psyche. With stiffness, he slowly turned his head towards the source of the sound. His eyes settled on a liquor cabinet's glass. Within the glass burned a soft green flame which reflected the ghostly figure from subspace. "Get away from me!" A surge of courage arose from somewhere deep within. The devout of the Annihilation cult fiercely summoned the power from his nightmare jellyfish, hurling a murky, dark sphere of decay towards the liquor cabinet. Accompanied by a deafening boom, the energy ball obliterated the entire cabinet, sending shards of glass flying across the room. However, before the shards could even hit the ground, the terrifying figure appeared once again, this time in a mirror situated in the corner of the room. "Have you vented enough? If so, let's talk properly." Within the confines of the room, the cultist finally discerned a pattern. It was the mirrors. The ghostly apparition from subspace could infiltrate his reality through reflective surfaces. Without hesitation, the next moment saw him violently shatter the mirror in the corner of the room. His fear and anxiety then drove him to wildly smash every glass ornament on the nearby shelves and destroy every object within his sight that could serve as a reflective surface. In addition, he obscured anything he couldn't break with newspapers, clothes, or whatever else he could grab. His fear rapidly evolved into anger, which was then molded into a false sense of bravery. Empowered by this courage, the cultist moved swiftly, attempting to eliminate or block all mediums that could possibly act as a conduit for the subspace ghost. But through it all, the haunting green flames and the ghostly reflections seemed to relentlessly pursue him. New reflective surfaces would appear, new voices would echo, and new faces would materialize, all staring at him with dark, foreboding eyes. Yet after what felt like hours, the relentless assault began to subside. He had almost obliterated or obscured every possible reflecting object in the room and even drawn thick curtains across all windows. With the last glass vase thrown into the trash bin, silence once again engulfed the building. Dusk had settled outside, casting a gloomy atmosphere in the room that was devoid of the eerie green hue. Amidst the chaos, the cultist stood panting heavily, on high alert, surrounded by the encroaching darkness and tranquility. From the surface, it seemed the haunting had truly ceased for the man. Even his symbiotic entity, the nightmare jellyfish, seemed at peace. But it looked weakened, its smoke-like body more translucent and thin, indicating it had expended considerable energy during the confrontation and was struggling to maintain its form in this reality. The man stood motionless in the engulfing darkness for what felt like an eternity, seemingly assessing the situation. After a considerable time, he took a deep breath and quickly draped the black coat that lay on the sofa around him. The commotion in the room might have drawn the neighbors' attention. Although in this remote neighborhood, law enforcement typically responded sluggishly, there was always a risk if someone reported the disturbance. Moreover, now that the room had been marked by that subspace ghost, it was no longer safe. Destroying or blocking the mirrors might have cut off the ghost's immediate access, but it did not fundamentally eradicate its looming presence. For now, the ghostly entity was barred from the realm of reality, held at bay by the cultists' efforts. Before law enforcement could intervene or before the spectral menace found another way into this realm, the obvious choice was to evacuate the premises immediately. The man had already swiftly charted out his next steps. Slipping on his coat and concealing his symbiotic demon, he began to stride towards the exit. But just as he was about to leave, he paused, and his gaze landed on the pile of debris covered with newspapers and rags in the middle of the room. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a dark burst of energy with a wave of his hand. Newspapers and rags flew across the room, revealing the shattered remnants of mirrors and glass on the floor. The fragments glinted with a cold, eerie luminance in the dim light. "Let them report it if they must," he muttered, a smug smile playing on his lips. Without casting another glance at the treacherous shards, he swiftly opened the door and vanished into the cloak of night. Stealthily, he wove through the alleyways, taking cover in the shadows of buildings. Occasionally, he'd use magical incantations to camouflage himself as he hurriedly distanced himself from the now compromised location, aiming for the lower districts via familiar routes. The curfew was already in effect, with guards now patrolling the streets. Any overt movement might lead to detention and questioning. However, this was a minor inconvenience for a cultist who had navigated this city-state for years and had become accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle. As long as he didn't cause too much disturbance, there were plenty of blind spots even under the watchful eyes of the church's guardians. Like a wraith, he skillfully bypassed the sentries between city districts, slipping into the ancient, labyrinthine alleys of the lower city. After navigating countless forks and turns, he eventually came to a halt in front of an inconspicuous, age-worn building. Surveying his surroundings with a vigilant eye, and once more ensuring that there were no traces of the ghostly green light or any suspicious noises echoing in his mind, he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. He then rapped on the door in a coded rhythm. Patiently he stood waiting until footsteps approached from the other side. A muffled voice called out, "It's late. Whatever it is, come back tomorrow." "The night is too deep," the man responded cryptically. "My companion and I merely seek shelter for our weary feet, and in exchange we bring intriguing tales from afar." Silence ensued on the other side. After a tense pause that felt like an eternity, the faint sound of locks being undone was heard. The door then silently swung open to reveal a diminutive figure standing in the dim light. "Come in," the figure whispered, "and keep it quiet." The man nodded in acknowledgement, quickly sidestepping into the house and promptly shutting the door behind him. With the soft click of the door's lock settling into place, he visibly relaxed, relief washing over his face as if he had narrowly escaped a looming peril. "Why are you here at this hour?" The slender figure who had opened the door studied the newcomer with a blend of familiarity and caution. Even though the man was recognized as a brother in their clandestine circle, his unexpected appearance at such an hour was irregular and set off alarm bells. "We had no prior notice of your arrival." "Things took an unexpected turn," responded the man, his voice hushed under the weight of his dark, thick coat. "My mission was compromised. An unforeseen higher entity has intervened, and now it's after me. But fear not, I've temporarily sealed its entry into our realm. Our immediate priority is to report this incident." Upon hearing this, the slender cultist's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Gesturing for the other to stop speaking, he grabbed a lantern from a nearby table and whispered, "Follow me, we'll talk underground. We mustn't discuss our affairs under the gaze of the four gods." "Understood." The slender figure then opened a concealed door in the room's corner, leading the way down a secret slope to the building's depths. Following closely, the cloaked man descended the passageway. Soon they arrived at what appeared to be a gathering space underneath the structure. Labeling it a gathering space might be too grand. It was simply a covertly excavated basement. The modest-sized room featured several chairs arranged around a round table, atop which a few lanterns flickered, their dim glow casting shadows over a chaotic collection of ritualistic tools and materials for their forbidden worship. At the far end of the room stood a chilling sculpture resembling a grotesquely formed tree. Its pitch-black trunk branched out into a myriad of dizzying, thorn-like tendrils, emitting a disconcerting aura. Descending the staircase, the cloaked man noticed a few figures already present, fellow brothers, who had evidently retreated to this underground sanctum upon hearing his earlier knock. As his gaze met theirs, each cultist looked up, their expressions scrutinizing the late-night visitor. After an extended, tension-filled pause, the atmosphere lightened just a tad. Taking a deep breath, the cloaked man walked over and seated himself at the round table. Close by, a gaunt man with sallow hair and a sickly pallor raised an eyebrow at the newcomer. After a lingering silence, he finally inquired, "Ran into trouble?" "I couldn't breach the dreamscape. The intel provided by those damned doomsday enders must have been flawed. Damn it all, I should have known better. Apart from the followers of the great Nether Lord, no one else can be trusted." "Take a moment to gather yourself," the sallow-haired man interrupted, forcing a semblance of a smile. He slid a cup of water across the table. "Here, have a drink." Taking the cup, the cloaked man sighed in gratitude. "Thank you, Duncan." Chapter 534, A Moment of Prayer. The man's heart finally began to gradually settle down. He had escaped from a building that was corroded by the shadow of subspace, fled from the horrifying mirrors and burning flames, and arrived in the assembly hall, blessed and watched over by the Nether Lord. Now, surrounded by trustworthy comrades, the flickering lamps conveyed a comforting strength. The encouragement and concern from his like-minded peers were slowly dissipating all his panic and tension. It seemed that nothing frightening would happen further. Thus, the man, cloaked in a thick black overcoat, took a deep breath and then picked up the water cup handed to him by Duncan, intending to moisten his throat, which had become a bit dry from running all the way. But as soon as he picked up the cup and saw the rippling water inside, he felt a little uncomfortable, and an inexplicable unease welled up from his heart. Consequently, he put the cup back down. Clearly, this was an after-effect of his terrifying experience. He felt that he should best avoid any beverages in a cup for at least a few hours. If it became unbearable, he would find a straw later. "So what exactly happened?" asked the yellow-haired, grim-faced cultist who had just handed over the cup, his tone filled with concern. "What trouble did you run into?" Around the round table, other cultists of annihilation also turned their eyes this way, all of their faces wearing expressions of curiosity and seriousness. "That dream, the unnamed one's dream that the Enders mentioned, with intricate structures and protected by a barrier," the man in the black overcoat sighed, speaking with lingering fear. "The entrance did not manifest naturally, and I don't know how the other brethren who tried to enter fared. All I know is that I was blocked. Even the remnants of the sun were kept out. But that was not the worst part. The worst thing was—" The man suddenly stopped, looking somewhat puzzled at the comrade seated beside him, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Duncan, are you all right? You look ghastly pale." "Me, I feel fine," replied the yellow-haired annihilator, laughing, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "You're just too tense." "You are indeed too tense." Duncan's face has always looked sickly. Another person by the round table shook his head. "Keep going, what's the worst thing? Ordinary matters wouldn't make you react like this." "Duncan of Namur, the cursed ghost that returned from subspace," the man in the black coat began, still with lingering fear in his voice. "He intervened in that unnamed one's dream." The assembly hall fell into an immediate silence, as if an invisible freezing wind had blown through, making the air in the basement suddenly feel thick and stagnant. In the suddenly descended and unbearable deathly silence, the man in black felt a heavy pressure but quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to speak. "First, I encountered a very troublesome psychiatrist who broke through the mental chamber I had specifically set up. Then, in the open area of the dream of the Nameless One, I ran into an even more troublesome sea witch." Things weren't too bad at this point, as the remnants of the sun slowed down the witch, but then suddenly Duncan of Namur appeared. That ghost disrupted everything. Those sun remnants and their kin were no match at all. The information from the outside was wrong. Duncan of Namur and the sea witch were not adversaries at all. They communicated in front of me, their relationship far more harmonious than the outside world had speculated. "Do you remember the news that came from Frost? I even suspect the fleet of the Vanished never truly disbanded. The Bright Star and the Sea Mist were secretly carrying out that ghost's orders all along, and I, this time, just happened to stumble upon their secret. That ghost and his children are undoubtedly also interested in the dream of the Nameless One." The man in black spoke rapidly, his mind becoming more active than ever before. The previous shocking experiences were beginning to reassemble and connect in his mind, further supplemented by various secret intelligence from different channels in recent times. Finally, it all came together into a highly convincing, at least to himself, logical chain. In this statement, he felt as if he had finally sorted out his messy thoughts and understood everything. However, a gaze, tangible as if it were real, suddenly fell upon him from across the round table, interrupting the man in black's exposition. "Wait," the owner of that gaze spoke up. He was a dignified old man with white hair, piercing eyes, and a deep voice tinged with a leader's gravity. "You're saying you encountered that subspace shadow in the dream of the Nameless One, and you've been targeted by it?" Yes. The man in black felt a wave of nervousness under the emissary's gaze, instinctively feeling some fear but still stubbornly answered. "It tracked me to the real world and attempted to invade my hiding place through mirrors, but I found the pattern of its invasion into the real world and sealed those." He spoke quickly and finally began to sense the coldness in the emissary's eyes. His sluggish, numb mind reacted, and he finally realized the noise that had always been lingering in his mind and the invisible things that writhed and leaped at the edge of his vision. He slowly rose to his feet, his muscles trembling slightly, accidentally brushing against the brethren seated closest to him. The latter lifted his head, offering a friendly smile. However, that smile concealed an indescribable, enigmatic essence. The man in black felt an inexplicable tightening in his heart and hesitated as he nervously began to speak. "Duncan, why is your complexion even more?" The person with dry yellow hair and a morbid, gloomy appearance, referred to as a follower of annihilation, sighed and shook his head regretfully. "From a certain perspective, your unique, symbiotic ecology actually provides me with a natural resistance because the perception of the shadow demons is very keen, without enough intelligence to weigh pros and cons. Thus, it takes only a short time for these demons to collapse. Then, the carriers transformed from your material will be damaged, and in the best cases, it only lasts for a few minutes." The one called Duncan, a follower of annihilation, spoke unhurriedly. As he continued, a faint, crackling sound started to emit from his body, followed by the struggling dissipation of a shadowy chain behind him. Duncan slowly spread his arms. The shadow demon that had been symbiotically living with this body had died, and the body itself is now gradually turning to ashes. But the good news is that despite the short time, I still heard plenty of useful things. After those words, the body was wholly reduced to crumbling ashes, scattering under the dim illumination into the air. The man in black watched this scene in horror. In those brief seconds, he couldn't articulate whether the emotion flooding his heart was fear, regret, or anger. Quickly, he reacted, looking up at the emissary seated across the round table. "I am guilty." "You are guilty." The white-haired emissary spoke emotionlessly, raising a hand and pointing forward. A silent, invisible shadow suddenly emerged in the darkness, then quietly vanished in the gathering place. In just that brief moment, The guilty man in black had already bowed his head, his body slumping lifelessly into his chair. Several seconds later, that body rapidly ignited, and black flames instantly consumed his flesh and emitted waves of nauseating smell. The cultists in the gathering place silently watched all of this, not a single person making a sound until the burning black ashes had utterly dispersed. Then a tall figure hesitated before breaking the silence. "Emissary, we—" The person referred to as the emissary remained silent. This white-haired cult leader calmly swept his gaze over everyone in the room, then emotionlessly stood up. He went to close the entrance to the gathering place and locked the hidden exit used for emergency evacuations. Afterward, he silently prayed in front of both doors. Black thorns rapidly grew from his prayers, sealing the doors shut in the blink of an eye. The thin and small cultist who had been responsible for guiding visitors stood up immediately, alarmed. "Emissary, what are you doing?" "Duncan was one of our earliest members," the cult leader said calmly, his eyes glancing at the smoldering small pile of ashes beside the round table. "When do you think he was converted?" The followers of Annihilation in the room exchanged looks, gradually coming to a realization, their faces turning to expressions of horror. "He is among us," the emissary returned to the round table and slowly said, looking at the gathered followers, "inside any one of us." "What should we do then?" someone beside the round table asked. "From now on, do not discuss the secrets of our Lord, do not share information about the cult. With our mortal bodies, we cannot stand against the shadows of subspace. But our Lord will witness our courage and resilience. We will not reveal any information to that ghost, regardless of what terror or deception he wishes to impose here," the emissary slowly declared. He then spread his hands open, continuing in a solemn, preaching manner. "I will find a way to disseminate information about that subspace ghost, including his invasion methods and deceptive powers. In the meantime, I will stay here with you. As you can see, I have sealed all the passages here. Believers, the moment to prove your loyalty to the Lord has come. Let us pray, in the profound depths of the kingdom, the Lord's blessings will grant our souls eternal life. All of today's suffering will be compensated in that eternal realm. Now, begin your prayers." His voice resonated within the chamber, filled with authority and commitment. The atmosphere grew solemn, a mixture of fear and determination settling over the assembled followers. Each person understood the gravity of their situation and the immense challenge they faced. Together, they prepared to follow their emissary's guidance, united in purpose and belief, ready to face the unknown that awaited them. Chapter 535, Zealously Maintaining City Security. In the murky gloom of their secluded chamber, illuminated only by the faint light of an oil lamp, the loyal followers of the Annihilation sect convened for their evening rites. The ambience was thick with tension and palpable dread, reminiscent of the heavy atmosphere one might imagine accompanying the transition between life and death. The hallowed hall, often a haven for them, felt cold and forbidding, like an intimidating presence was always watching them. During this particular gathering, one of their members, known for his erratic behavior, had inadvertently ushered in a pervasive and ominous shadow to their sanctuary. This wasn't the first time such a vision occurred. Previously, another member had inadvertently spread this darkness among their comrades. The realization prompted a collective decision. No one would leave, lest the lurking shadow consume them or spread to the outside world. Bolstered by the presence and words of their leading emissary, the sect's ardent devotees settled on a somber yet unwavering decision. They would safeguard their treasured secrets, even if it meant meeting their deity sooner than expected. They vowed in the innermost sanctums of their hearts to keep the shadow and its mysteries at bay. However, even the bravest hearts might falter in the face of impending peril. For, in moments of intense crisis, fleeting bravery is often tested. In the tense silence, the congregation chanted their silent prayers, seeking protection and strength from their elusive God. Their emissary, a figure of power and authority, observed each face intently from his seat at a central table. The myriad emotions, from staunch resolve to creeping doubt, didn't escape his perceptive gaze. Time seemed to warp, becoming an unending expanse. The lamp's flame wavered and danced, casting shifting shadows upon the walls. In one of these silent, eerie moments, a faint voice whispered an enigmatic offer. "I offer you one chance." Chaos threatened to erupt. Some members looked around frantically, trying to pinpoint the voice's origin, while others, driven by fear, closed their eyes to shut out any unspeakable horrors. But just as suddenly as it came, the voice disappeared. The emissary, seizing control, murmured in a voice imbued with a hypnotic quality, "Continue with your prayers. This shadow has no power over us. Death is merely a gateway to our deity's realm." His words, which had always been a source of solace and strength, now seemed to amplify the group's collective anxiety. A tangible fear loomed, threatening to overrun even the most rational minds present. The commitment to their cause wavered among some, particularly those whose faith was not deeply rooted. Suddenly, breaking the overwhelming silence, one of the weaker and more vulnerable members erupted into a fit of hysteria, claiming knowledge of the Shadow's mysteries. The emissary, reacting with immediate concern and fury, commanded, "Hold him down." As chaos erupted around the table, members of the assembly acted swiftly. They threw themselves towards the frail cultist, their actions a mix of desperation and anger. They intended to stifle his outburst, fearing he might reveal sacred truths they had guarded closely. Yet despite his emaciated appearance, this man, when cornered, exhibited unexpected strength. Mysterious, shadowy chains manifested around him, and his arms and legs sprouted eerie bone-like spikes and toughened structures. It seemed he might actually overcome his would-be captors as he continued his frantic exposition. The Ender missionaries, they're the source of this information. They revealed that the dream of the Nameless One contains knowledge from the dawn of creation. It's the blueprint of our deity. The dreams of the elven race can guide one to this Nameless One. Due to some inherent imperfection present since their birth as a race, the elves act as vessels and channels for these dreams. The Black Sun's followers are on a quest too, but their goal is different. I can't decipher their true intentions. All I know is that the Ender missionaries claim the endgame is near. I've told you everything, Mr. Duncan. Only those of higher echelons, prophets, saints, and the Ender missionaries have deeper insights. This is the full extent of my knowledge. In his trepidation, he found an unexpected bravery, the courage to defy his creed. But just as suddenly as it came, it was replaced by a profound fear. Lifting his face, wet with tears, towards the silent emissary, he begged, "Please, I don't want to die. I just want to live." With another scream, he cried out, "Mr. Duncan, help me, protect me from the emissary. I've upheld my end. You assured me a fighting chance. You promised." The force restraining him began to relent. As he screamed, the cultist noticed the change in the room's ambience, and his voice trailed off. All through his outburst, his was the only voice filling the cavernous hall. Though his fellow cultists pinned him down, they made no move to stifle his words. The emissary remained passive, studying the scene without intervention. Meeting the emissary's gaze, the frail cultist was taken aback to see the man lean casually against the table, his lips curling into a soft, ironic smile. Revealing your truth wasn't so difficult now, was it? The cultist who had pinned the slender man started to release him, backing away slowly. He looked up, finding himself encircled by his former comrades. Their faces, which had been stern moments before, now wore strangely gentle yet forced smiles. A soft clapping began, and the noise soon enveloped the entire hall. Horror dawned on the cultist's face as realization hit him. He stammered, trying to make sense of the bizarre turn of events. "Wait, emissary, Sir Duncan, are all of you?" Suddenly, an eerie cacophony of otherworldly cries filled the hall. Spectral apparitions, looking as if they were either disintegrating or frantically attempting to escape from this dimension, began to manifest. As these phantom entities crumbled or disappeared, the very cultists the slender man once trusted, including the supposed emissary, erupted in blazing fires, rapidly consumed by the flames. The last figure to burn approached the terrified cultist, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder, whispering chillingly, "You are part of us, too." The hall fell into a stifling quiet. It felt as though time itself had stopped. Amidst the remnants of dark ashes, the slender cultist seemed frozen. But after what felt like an eternity, he blinked back to reality, rushed back to the round table, and hurriedly scribbled down everything he'd witnessed. Note in hand, he quickly approached the basement door, which was still sealed by the thorn-like barrier summoned earlier by the emissary. These thorns seemed alive, pulsing with dark intent. Suddenly, the menacing thorns ignited with a ghostly green flame, reducing them to mere ashes in seconds. Behind the ash remains, the basement door creaked open. Emerging from the basement, the man known as Duncan navigated through the abandoned structures above. Flames consumed him as he reached the open street, and he appeared to levitate. A guard on patrol watched in awe as a column of spectral green fire touched down before him. As he was about to react, a figure emerged from the flames. Though decaying at an alarming rate, the figure wore a confident smile. "Excuse me," he said cheerfully, "I have information about a heretical cult." The guard, hesitating between sounding the alarm and drawing his blade, stood paralyzed. He had dealt with informants during his service, but none like this. Shaken, he managed to respond, "Report." Yes, it's the house at the end of that alley, Duncan pointed, the one with the distinctive blue roof. Here's a detailed account of their gatherings. At the end, you'll find bank details. Please transfer the informant's reward there. Thank you. Caught off guard by the peculiar man in front of him, who seemed to weave an almost never-ending barrage of words and eeriness, the young guard's eyes darted towards an even more disconcerting sight. The man's face was disintegrating, slowly turning to ash. Stammering, he pointed out, "Sir, your skin, it seems to be deteriorating." The man, his figure almost ethereal, responded with a voice that was a balance of weariness and acceptance. "I am aware. I pushed myself to hold on to this physical form for a bit longer than usual. However, it appears my method was flawed. I could only prolong my presence by an extra 15 minutes than I typically do. Do not concern yourself with me, though. Ensure you deliver the agreed-upon payment." The guard, a young man not accustomed to such mysterious interactions, carefully accepted the man's report letter. As the mysterious figure started to fade away, the guard's voice, filled with a mixture of wonder and trepidation, asked, "Sir, may I ask for your name?" His reply was equally puzzling, "Just a concerned heretic." What? Aboard the ship named the Vanished, inside the confines of the captain's room, Duncan stirred back to full consciousness, taking a moment to ground himself. It was evident that his primary state of awareness had been reconnected with the ship's interior. The goat head situated at the navigation table's edge turned its attention to him, addressing Duncan. "Ah, Captain, did your excursion yield any valuable information?" Gathering his thoughts, Duncan responded, "I was able to gather some essential insights from a secretive congregation of cultists. Yet time was against me. I couldn't identify their exact affiliations or determine if other assembly points were in proximity. It's a minor setback. I believe our paths will intersect again soon." Agatha's silhouette emerged from a vintage, ornate oval mirror on the chamber wall, shadows swirling around her as she materialized. With concern evident in her eyes, she inquired, "Captain, are you all right? You appear rather drained." Drawing a dismissive hand through the air, Duncan replied, "I tested a new technique of avatar control. It still requires refinement. Splitting one's consciousness is more intricate than I anticipated. Perhaps I should seek guidance from Heidi. How does she manage to fragment herself into so many parts without becoming disoriented?" A look of confusion briefly flashed across Agatha's face. However, Duncan shifted his focus. His brows knit together in deep thought, reflecting on the revelations from his recent distant venture. Initially dismissing it as a mere dream invasion, a peculiar nocturnal illusion, he perceived the cultists as irregularities in his vision. But now, understanding dawned upon him. There were hidden machinations at play, webs of deceit and schemes far surpassing any prior assumptions. Pondering aloud, he questioned, "The dream of the Nameless One?" His gaze shifted between the reflection of Agatha and the goat head. "Is this a term either of you are familiar with?" Chapter 536, The Gift. The Dream of the Nameless One. Upon hearing the strange term suddenly thrown out by the captain, Agatha and the goat head shared a perplexed look with each other. "Where did you hear this term?" After a moment of thought, Agatha asked, "Is this part of the information you just received?" The followers of the cult of annihilation call the dream that Heidi and Lucretia once fell into as the dream of the Nameless One. Duncan slowly nodded. The original source of the information might be from the Enders, and later both the cult of annihilation and the sun worshippers responded to some kind of call from these Enders. If the information is correct, this so-called dream of the Nameless One seems to be a kind of vision that covers many dreams on a massive scale, and the elves. They seem to become a gateway into the dream of the Nameless One under certain conditions. He paused briefly before continuing. These cultists seem to be searching for something in the depths of the dream of the Nameless One with their own hidden motives. The purpose of the Sun cult is unknown for now, but the goal of the cult of annihilation seems to be something referred to as the original blueprint. Agatha's expression visibly grew more serious. "I indeed have never heard of this so-called dream of the Nameless One, but logically, a vision of this scale, it shouldn't have remained unknown all these years. You said that elves can become a gateway under specific conditions." Duncan nodded slightly. "According to the followers of the cult of annihilation, there seems to be some defect at the blueprint stage within the elves, which leads their spirits to establish a connection with the dream of the Nameless One. It probably has something to do with the theories related to the creation by the Nether Lord, but the specific details are lacking." "I'm sorry, Captain. It looks like we can't provide you with any useful answers." Agatha seriously considered the situation for a moment and finally shook her head apologetically. However, since this matter points directly to the elf race, we can conduct an investigation in Wind Harbor, an elf city-state, and there has just been an elf who fell into that dream here. Duncan hummed in agreement, adjusting his posture and leaning back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. His eyes fell on a slowly unraveling sea chart. We indeed need to have a good chat with Master Taran L. Let's go to the Bright Star and say hello to Lucretia. What? On the outskirts of Wind Harbor, in an open sea near the glowing falling object, the Bright Star was slowly patrolling. The diffuse sunlight covering the sea surface made the ship appear as though it was sailing over fine golden sand. A gentle sea breeze blew directly towards the face, carrying the unique warm scent of the southern sea regions. However, Master Taran L, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help but feel a bit cold from time to time. He tightened his coat against the wind and turned to look at the Sea Witch, Lucretia, who was standing on one of the masts. He called out loudly, "Are we waiting here?" Lucretia glanced down at the esteemed scholar on the deck. Her voice, although soft, was clearly transmitted directly into Taran L's ears. "We are waiting here." "Can I go back?" Taran L shouted again. "The emotional reunion between father and daughter, it's not quite right for an outsider like me to be present." Lucretia's face remained expressionless. "My father said he wants to talk to you." Taran L raised his hands in frustration. "Could you come down and accompany me then? I feel a bit nervous." Lucretia looked down at him condescendingly. "You are an adult and a prestigious scholar at that. You should learn to manage your stress." "Miss Lucretia, you wouldn't be nervous too, would you?" "Why would I be nervous about this? He's my—" Her voice from the mast suddenly stopped, and Taran L was momentarily startled. He was about to inquire further, but was suddenly interrupted by an intense throbbing. It was a spiritual intuition that suddenly sent a warning, an instinctive tension from a scholar who had spent years dealing with various dangerous substances and secret knowledge. Taran L instantly broke out in a cold sweat, followed by hearing a low, beast-like breathing noise. The next moment, dense fog and terrifying shadows abruptly filled his vision like a high wall next to the Bright Star. The distorted light and shadow brought by the inversion of the spirit realm seemed to swarm out of the fog. Huge shadows floated up from the spirit realm and descended as a result. Just like many terrifying sea legends describe, the Vanished was enveloped in darkness and chaos, burning with apocalyptic flames, as if a nightmare suddenly took form in the real world. Like an unavoidable fate, it came crashing towards them. Within a few breaths, the towering bow of the Vanished broke into reality. Taran L stood frozen on the deck like a stone statue. He heard a thud from some direction, but didn't even have the courage to turn his head to look. It took several more seconds before he regained his ability to breathe and felt his heart beating strongly. The potion that Lucretia had previously given him was still exerting a robust protective effect, allowing his subpar organs to continue to function reliably under intense shock. Then the esteemed scholar gradually came to his senses, regaining his ability to speak. He quickly turned to look at the place where the witch had been standing earlier. "Miss Lucretia, your father." The mast was empty, with no sign of the witch. Taran L stared for a moment, subconsciously scanning his surroundings and calling out loudly, "Miss Lucretia, Lou." "Stop shouting, I'm here." A cold voice that carried a hint of warning suddenly came from nearby, interrupting the scholar's shouting. Taran L quickly turned to see Lucretia, who had somehow already come to the deck. She was standing beside him, her face indifferent, while elegantly holding her forehead and gazing at the bow of the Vanished. "Ah, where did you go just now? I turned around and you were—" "Quiet," Lucretia interrupted the scholar brusquely. "My father doesn't like people who shout and scream during a meeting." Taran L instantly closed his mouth, tensely watching the large ship that was burning with ghostly flames. Almost simultaneously, he saw a flame appear out of thin air on the deck of the Bright Star. The flame rapidly soared, forming a rotating portal, and soon a tall figure stepped out of it. Considering this was his first visit to the Bright Star, Duncan chose to come alone to avoid confusion on the scene. Now he had finally set foot on the ship, one of the two remaining frigates from the once vanished fleet, the Bright Star. And he had finally met Lucretia in reality, the daughter of Duncan of Namur. The Sea Witch wore a black dress with an adventurer's style, hesitantly walking a few steps towards him but stopping a few meters away. She had been looking in his direction, her expression filled with complexity and restraint. Despite her best efforts to hide it, her nervousness and hesitance could not be concealed. In Duncan's mind, memories involuntarily surfaced of some information that Tyrion had revealed to him before leaving Frost. Lucy comes across to outsiders as cold, aloof, and mercurial. But in essence, that's because she's not good at socializing and cannot accurately express her emotions. When she's nervous, it shows, so she always avoids putting herself in tense situations. That's why the sea witch always seems hurried, particularly independent and eccentric. When she's overly embarrassed, she completely doesn't know how to initiate a conversation. This gives the impression of extreme rudeness, arrogance, and peculiarity. However, if someone willingly breaks the silence and speaks to her at that moment, she would be delighted. These thoughts played through Duncan's mind as he faced Lucretia, giving him insights into the nature of this enigmatic woman before him. Her apparent coldness was but a mask, concealing vulnerabilities and complexities that made the impending conversation not just a matter of diplomacy, but a delicate dance of human understanding. During his time in Frost, Duncan had always maintained the appearance of having lost his memory due to subspace in front of Tyrion. Thanks to this, he could openly inquire about many matters related to Lucretia, and now this information seemed to be coming in handy. "It's been a long time," Duncan said, a faint smile crossing his face after a moment's adjustment. He approached the sea witch. "Lucy, I've returned." He tried to play the role of Duncan of Namur, according to the rehearsals and his understanding. However, as he greeted her in this manner, a subtle emotion rose from the depths of his heart, revealing itself quietly. In this faint and blurry emotion, he once again felt a hint of longing and regret. He was no stranger to this feeling. Every body he inhabited would react similarly when encountering people or things of importance from their past lives. This time, Duncan didn't attempt to control or ignore this sensation. Instead, he allowed it to flow slowly through his heart and gradually fade away. Lucretia's facial expression subtly changed several times. No one knew what the witch had thought during those few brief seconds. She stared for a while, and finally, all the memories and once intense emotions settled into a very soft utterance. "Papa, you've been away for too long this time." Duncan fell silent for a moment and reached into his coat. "I brought you a gift." "A gift?" Lucretia looked up somewhat blankly. Duncan extended his hand and slowly opened his palm. A small silver hairpin, designed with waves and feathers, lay quietly in his hand. Lucretia seemed a little stunned. She stared blankly at the delicate hairpin for a while before blinking as if suddenly waking up, hesitatingly reaching out her hand. The hairpin was real, with a solid touch and a slight warmth to it, the warmth of a living being. The witch held this gift for a long, long time, eventually allowing a slight smile to emerge, her voice softly saying, "You delivered it so slowly. It's been out of fashion for a century." After a moment, she seemed to take a gentle breath. "Thank you." Chapter 537, Reunion After Many Years. The moment Lucretia took the delicate hairpin from his hands, Duncan felt a profound relaxation deep within his heart. It was a sensation located in an imperceptible corner of his soul, a feeling impossible to articulate with mere words. It felt as though a long-delayed mission was finally complete. Even if his physical body had forgotten what that mission was, a sigh still echoed from the sentiments ingrained deep in his spirit. "I hope you like it," Duncan spoke after a brief pause, his voice gentle. "I've forgotten many things, but I remember that this hairpin was meant for you." "I heard from Tyrion," Lucretia nodded, and at some point she felt the hesitation and anxiety that had been weighing on her for days dissolve. Even though she had communicated with her father via a crystal ball in the past, it was apparent that only a real-life meeting could alleviate those worries. "Regardless, it's good that you've returned to this side." Duncan nodded in agreement, then shifted his gaze towards the elven scholar who had been trying to keep a low profile from a distance. "Master Taran L," Duncan said with a soft smile, attempting to sound approachable, "here we are, meeting again in the real world. I'm delighted to see you safe and sound. There's much I'd like to discuss with you." No need for formalities," Taranel hastily waved his hands dismissively. "Just call me by my name. I've admired you for a long time, the great explorer Captain Duncan. I mean when you were alive, when you were still human, As Taranel stumbled over his words, Duncan silently observed him while Lucretia quietly pulled out a wand that resembled a magician's stick, pointing it directly at Taranel's nose. "Frog or snake?" she said in a calm voice, hinting at a menacing undertone. Taranel raised both his hands in a surrendering gesture, looking pleadingly at Duncan. "What I meant was, a century ago, I began admiring your reputation, but unfortunately we never had the chance to meet." Duncan couldn't help but laugh at the amusing character of the elven scholar. "Is that the truth?" "Absolutely," Taranel said earnestly. As a scholar deeply interested in the frontier, I've always wanted to connect with genuine explorers, to learn about the world beyond our civilization from them. I've even dreamed of embarking on a journey to explore the Great Veil Barrier myself. Unfortunately, such a grand adventure is beyond my reach. It's all right, now you have a chance to get to know me better, Duncan replied with a nod. But as if he suddenly recalled something, he turned to Lucretia and said, "Oh, I have something else for you." Lucretia looked confused for a moment. Then, as she watched, Duncan raised his hand in a summoning gesture. The flaming portal that had appeared on the deck earlier hadn't vanished. With Duncan's motion, it expanded rapidly, and a cavity seemed to form within the swirling flames. After a brief eruption and fade, a large wooden crate appeared on the deck. Perched atop the crate was a fluffy, white-feathered dove. The dove, named AI, tilted its head. One eye looked at Lucretia, while the other seemed to be glancing elsewhere. "Hey, please accept your delivery and give a 5-star rating, okay?" Lucretia stared at the scene, puzzled by the talking dove. Her eyes then drifted to a metal plaque on the side of the crate. "This is the spirit lens Tyrion prepared for you of the highest quality," Duncan pointed to the crate. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Ah, no, I haven't." Lucretia's eyes shifted slightly, hinting at her embarrassment. She quickly changed the subject, pointing at the dove who strutted confidently on the crate. "Is this AI my brother mentioned? And what did she mean by 5-star rating?" "Don't mind that. Most people can't understand the dove's way of speaking." Duncan waved it off. He gestured for AI to land on his shoulder and signaled Lucretia to lead the way. "Leave the lens on the deck for now. Handle it later. Let's find a place to discuss matters." "All right." Led by Lucretia, Duncan, and Taran, Elle made their way to a reception room located in the middle section of the deck. It was a spacious upper cabin with large windows close to the side of the ship. Through these windows, visitors could observe the ship's side power structure and its ethereal tail section, which seemed always cloaked in mist. Approaching the window, Duncan curiously examined the exterior view, studying the unique characteristics of this ship, which, though different from the design of the Vanished, bore an equally eerie vibe. He was especially intrigued by its ghostly tail end. After a while, he remarked, "This ship looks nothing like the Sea Mist." Upon hearing Duncan's casual review, Lucretia's expression became slightly uneasy. "It's been a long time, and both the Sea Mist and the Bright Star have evolved considerably from your original designs. To survive in the borderlands, I've made many bold modifications to this ship. I hope you're not upset about that." "Change is natural and can be beneficial," Duncan replied with a smile. "The Vanished has also undergone many alterations. If you were to see it now, you'd be quite surprised by its current state." "Step aboard the Vanished?" For a moment, Lucretia appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps recalling distant memories or perhaps thinking of her brother, who had boarded the Vanished several times and intermittently contacted her, occasionally startling her. She quickly snapped back to reality and nodded at Duncan. "I'll visit it." She then raised her head slightly and called out louder towards the door. "Looney, you can come in now." The door opened, and to Duncan's curious gaze, a clockwork doll, bearing a striking resemblance to Lucretia but made entirely of metal, ceramic, and leather, entered, pushing a trolley laden with drinks and snacks. As the gentle sound of gears turning accompanied her, the clockwork doll approached the table and gave Duncan a slight bow. "It's a pleasure to see you, old master." "You must be Looney." Duncan couldn't help but examine the intriguing doll more closely. "I found your sister Nilu in Plant's doll shop. To be honest, the two of you are quite different." "When you first saw me, I was just a simple 3-part doll," Looney replied politely, her internal mechanisms producing soft ticking and clacking sounds. "Back then, I couldn't think or speak. It was my mistress who gave me life." "Incredible technology," Duncan remarked, looking at Lucretia. "However, I now have a doll aboard my ship that can think and speak. Perhaps Looney and she could become friends." "I'm aware. My brother told me about Anomaly 99. Lucretia nodded. "Looney is indeed curious about Miss Alice, but is she truly safe?" "Perfectly safe," Duncan assured, waving his hand dismissively. "Of all things aboard the Vanished, she's the most harmless. Even a bucket could overpower her." Lucretia looked puzzled. The young witch slowly began to grasp what her father meant when he earlier mentioned. The Vanished has also undergone many changes. At this moment, Duncan finally shifted his attention to Taranel. Under the elf scholar's nervous gaze, Duncan adjusted his posture and asked with a serious expression, "In your elvish legends or traditional beliefs, is there any mention of the term Dream of the Nameless One?" Taranel blinked in confusion. "Dream of the Nameless One?" Realization then dawned upon him. Are you referring to the dream I was trapped in before? Are you suggesting that dream has a name called the Dream of the Nameless One? If the information is correct, that's what it's called. Duncan confidently confirmed this and proceeded to share all the intelligence he had acquired, albeit through some coercive methods, from a group of cultists. He laid out everything, including the possible role that the Embers might play in the shadows and even his own speculations. He even shared his prior discussions with Agatha, withholding nothing. As Duncan narrated, Taranel gradually forgot his initial anxiety and became deeply engrossed. Even Lucretia, sitting beside him, leaned slightly forward, her face occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. This information, although obtained from heretics, sounded dangerous and tantalizing for a scholar passionate about research. It might be closely related to blasphemous heretical teachings, but behind them seemed to hint at certain hidden knowledge and mysteries. Once Duncan concluded his exposition, an extended silence enveloped the room. The two scholars present were deeply engrossed in their thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Lucretia finally broke the silence. Is this information reliable? I'm not doubting you, but these cultists are notoriously cunning. Even church inquisitors, experts in dealing with heretics, often struggle to extract information from such individuals. It's reliable, Duncan assured with confidence in his tone. I employed some highly effective interrogation techniques. Would you like a detailed account of the process? Both Lucretia and Taranel were taken aback, and without hesitation, they simultaneously shook their heads. All right then, Duncan seemed slightly disappointed. What are your thoughts now? Mr. Taranel, any speculations on this so-called Dream of the Nameless One? After pondering for a few moments, Taranel carefully responded. In all of our elvish tales and traditions, there's no mention of this term. At least, I can assert that this term doesn't originate from the elvish language. However, if we focus on the concept of dreams, our race does indeed have numerous tales related to it. Duncan immediately showed interest. Oh. Have you ever heard of the great demon god Saslaka? Chapter 538, The Legend of the Elves. The great demon god Saslaka. A vague sense of familiarity arose in Duncan's heart, and he quickly recalled that he had indeed heard this term before, during a casual conversation with Morris a long time ago. I remember, this is the name of the supreme god, described in the ancient belief system unique to the elves. Duncan began slowly as he contemplated. This demon god possesses the ability to control dreams and wander through souls. In your legends, this great demon god is even associated with the commencement of what is now known as the Deep Sea Era. Yes, Captain Duncan, Taranel nodded. According to those ancient legends, the world was originally a dream, created by the great demon god Saslaka in a state between sleep and waking. Elves were born as residents within this dream, and our inherent mission is to serve Saslaka within the dream, extending his slumber as much as possible to prevent the world from meeting its doom with the awakening of the great demon god. Lucretia, who was listening intently, interjected. Being a learned person, she had evidently also explored the elves' ancient, strange beliefs that were entirely different from today's mainstream faith. But Saslaka is destined to awaken. This is also part of the legend. Indeed, the great demon god is destined to awaken, and his awakening signifies the end of the world. Taranel nodded again, continuing, in most less conventional belief systems there are similar prophecies of the world's end, but in most cases they are merely a warning, a deterrent for the faithful designed to enhance persuasiveness and control over followers. But the legends of the elves are different. In their tales, this end of the world has already happened. The legend says that the end of the world began with a nightmare. The great demon god dreamt of a massive flood, and so the elves' long-standing soothing lost its effect. He awoke, and the flood leaked from his dream into the real world, turning into a boundless sea. After that, the great demon god Saslaka vanished upon awakening, and the elves could no longer return to that peaceful dream world. They could only survive in the sea that remained after the flood. This is the elves' mythological explanation for the Deep Sea Era. Taranel's narration of the legend did not differ much from what Morris had said, but it included more details. After the elven scholar finished speaking, Duncan's expression became thoughtful. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke gravely. Both your creation myth and apocalyptic prophecy revolve around the element of dreams. Yes, in the culture of the elves, the concept of dreams has always been a prominent feature, Taranel nodded. We believe that there are two worlds, one inside the dream and the other outside, both of which are real and can influence each other. A person's sleep and wakefulness are seen as a process of traveling between these two worlds. or to put it in more traditional terms, a journey without homeland. He paused, organizing his thoughts before continuing. On that note, let me mention something off-topic. Among the elves, there is a special congenital condition called dreamless. Duncan furrowed his brow, dreamless. Literally those who are unable to dream from birth, Taranel explained. Dreaming is a human instinct. In our view, dreaming is as uncontrollable and inevitable as death. Of course, some people dream more, some less, and some even feel they don't dream at all. But research has proven that these individuals simply have dreams too brief or shallow to remember upon waking. They still dream, but the dreamless are entirely different. They truly do not dream. The sleep of the dreamless is pale, filled with nothing but void and chaos after they fall asleep. Their consciousness seems to jump directly over the entire process of sleep, and no skilled psychiatrist or priest can find a trace of their dreams. This complete absence of dreams only occurs among the elves, with about a 1 in 10,000 incidence rate. It is hereditary and incurable. Upon hearing this, Duncan couldn't help but exclaim, "In a race that places such extreme importance on dreams, the dreamless must be regarded especially negatively." Yes, to most elves, the pale and hollow sleep of the dreamless is seen as dangerous, bizarre, and even terrifying. Historically, there has indeed been much unfair treatment towards the dreamless, though that was mostly in the times before the old city-states. Taranel waved his hand dismissively. Now, we don't specifically target or discriminate against the dreamless, but as you said, the influence of traditional culture remains, and they are somewhat regarded differently. Duncan listened intently to the elves' unique cultural aspects and legends, which were hard for people of other races to comprehend. After the great scholar's words fell silent, he pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "But among the many legends and records about dreams, there is not one about the dream of the Nameless One. One possible explanation is that the dream of the Nameless One is merely the term used by those cultists, and its corresponding concept in elf culture might have another name," Taranel said. "This situation is quite common. The elven cultural system is ancient and intricate, and parts that have leaked out are often misunderstood and reworked by other races. We can't expect a race with an average lifespan of less than 100 years to fully comprehend a container with a 7,000-year history, whether it's for holding wine or fetching water." Lucretia, who had been silently pondering on the side, suddenly looked up and said, "If it goes by another name, could the so-called dream of the Nameless One refer to the dream created by the great demon god Saslaka, as mentioned in elf legends?" "You mean the old world?" Taranel frowned but quickly shook his head. "The dream that Saslaka created is just a legend. There's no evidence to prove that it ever really existed, and even if it did in this current deep-sea era, it must have already shattered and dissipated." "But you and another elf far away and planned were indeed caught in a vast and strange dream," Duncan reminded him. "Have you forgotten that boundless forest?" "I indeed thought of it." Taranel hesitated for a moment, still choosing his words carefully. "We can make such a bold assumption, but we must verify it with sufficient evidence. If that dream truly is the legendary dream of Saslaka, the origin world, it would not only shake elf society," Lucretia said calmly, "but the entire world's academic community would be astounded." "Yes, the entire world," Taranel said, his expression especially grave. "This means that amidst countless speculations and conflicting historical records, finally, a record about history before the Great Annihilation has been verified. Even if we still cannot break through the historical black wall set 10,000 years ago, a crack has appeared on that wall, allowing us glimpses of fleeting images from before the deep-sea era." Duncan had certainly thought of all these as well, but he didn't interrupt, instead silently contemplating. After a long time, he spoke with a hint of curiosity. "Regarding this great demon god Saslaka, are there any more detailed legends?" "Legends are often vague and filled with contradictions, and even a race like the elves with a stable and complete heritage cannot avoid this situation," Taranel said slowly. "In most legends, Saslaka is described as a giant dressed as a shepherd, holding a staff capable of measuring the world. But in some stories, he's depicted as a massive male goat, while in the Bran Mar epic stored in the city-state of Mach, he's said to have no physical form. Instead, he would change into any shape according to the imagination of the beholder, reflecting the most magnificent and revered form in the mortal's mind. But regardless of the legend, there is one common thread. Saslaka resides at the foot of the world's giant tree, Atlantis. And the giant tree, Atlantis, is the first plant ever born in the entire world. Saslaka created it in his dream as his home. He shook Atlantis's branches violently out of loneliness, causing the tree's dust, fruit, and leaves to fall off. Everything that fell transformed into various things in the world. The dust that fell from the world tree became mountains and minerals. The branches and leaves of Atlantis turned into all kinds of birds and beasts, flowers and insects, and the fruit of Atlantis transformed into the first elves. Since soil does not decay, mountains and minerals are eternal, while branches and fruit rot upon falling. This gave rise to the cycle of life and death in the mortal world. Taranel paused at this point, picked up the tea that the doll Looney had placed on the table, took a sip, and continued. This is the process of the great demon god creating various things in the dream. After this initial creation, Saslaka began to inspect his world. He would stroll around Atlantis, defining the laws of all things in the world with his gaze. He could circle the world tree once a year, causing Atlantis to wither and flourish in a yearly cycle, thus creating distinct seasons in the world. He would return to the foot of Atlantis on the last day of each year, and the elves would need to dress up and go out on this day, showcasing to Saslaka their proudest skills and creations. If the great demon god felt that those things were good, he would continue to reside in the dream world he created, allowing the world to endure. Afterward, Taranel finally took a long breath. That's all there is, Captain Duncan. Chapter 539, Sailing Towards the Sun. After listening to the lengthy explanations from Taranel, Duncan pondered deeply. Without a doubt, the tales of the elves in this world are special. These ancient legends are unique, if not solely for one reason, their completeness. After the Great Annihilation, the world entered the Deep Sea era. The old world crumbled and toppled, a new civilization emerged, and communication between city-states had been severed for a long time. The Dark Age, with its numerous upheavals, led to the fragmented histories of nearly all city-states in the vast sea. Practically no race had managed to retain a complete lineage or tradition. The worship of the four divinities, which emerged only after the onset of the Deep Sea era, surged in prominence precisely because there was a break in the transmission of legacies and a void in mythologies across city-states. For among the elves, ancient myths were preserved and passed down. Even as the faith in the four divinities spread worldwide and older belief systems were condemned as heretical, these legacies remained intact. Although limited in numbers, the city-states occupied by elves accounted for only a small fraction of the vast sea's territories. Moreover, their settlements were scattered, yet within these limited and dispersed elven territories, their culture, customs, and mythological systems remained consistent. Could their success in preserving these legends be attributed merely to their longevity? Such a complete mythological system might reveal truths about the world before the Great Annihilation, Duncan murmured to himself. Many scholars have believed this for a long time. Elves are the only race that has retained a complete ancient belief system. Even though many of our ancient texts have been corrupted, our orally passed down myths remain mostly in their original form, Taranel said, spreading his hands helplessly. However, despite this, we can only study them as stories and cannot directly use them as historical records from before the Great Annihilation. Duncan frowned, recalling words spoken to him by Morris long ago. The vast contradictions between history and reality. Yes, every scholar attempting to trace back to the Great Annihilation will face the brutal challenge of contradiction, sighed Taranel. We feel this deeply. The more complete the elven mythological system is, the harder it becomes to reconcile it with the present state of the world. The biggest point of contention is that during the creation of the world by Saslaka, there was no mention of humans or the orc people. Duncan remained silent, lost in serious contemplation. Taranel continued, not just in Saslaka's creation tale, but also in some of our other, less complete legends. Whenever the world's description comes up, there is never any mention of the humans or the orc people. You should understand how unusual this is. Duncan slowly nodded in agreement, yet for reasons he couldn't quite grasp, his mind was drawn to an image he had seen before, the moon. Lifting his gaze towards the window, a pale golden sunlight permeated across the sea's surface. In the distant undulating waves, he could faintly make out a glowing boundary resembling a cliff stretching horizontally across the ocean. That was where the fallen object that Lucretia retrieved from the border was located. It was the site of the mysterious orb. Do you want to take a closer look at that object? Lucretia immediately noticed Duncan's focused gaze and promptly offered. There's a temporary research facility set up by Wind Harbor nearby. I've spoken to the folks there. They can evacuate non-essential personnel from the core area. Duncan hesitated for a moment, then lightly nodded. Arrange it. That's the reason I'm here. All right, I'll contact the research facility to have them pull their people out, Lucretia responded, then promptly rose and left the room. Not long after her departure, Duncan noticed the bright star, slowly pivoting its bow and starting its course towards the distant, massive, glowing entity. The room momentarily held only Duncan and the elven scholar. After a brief lull, Taranel visibly tensed once more. Fortunately, this awkwardness didn't linger for long because Duncan preemptively shattered the looming silence. I heard that during the sun's extinction, you attempted to observe the surface of Vision 1. Yes, Taranel replied, placing his hands nervously on the table and fiddling with his thumb. Lady Lucretia believes my dormant state is related to observing the sun, though I don't think that's the case. What did you see? Duncan pressed. I recorded the visuals at that time. The document is now with Lady Lucretia. However, many of its key details were smeared. I did it myself, but I don't remember why, if you're interested later. Before Taranel could finish, the room's door swung open. Lucretia, who had only left moments ago, re-entered. I have that document. As she said this, she walked back to the table and from her pocket took out a crumpled sketch. I've left the ship's navigation to Rabbi for now. He's another one of my crew members. This is the sketch Master L made at that time. You can take a look. With a grave expression, Duncan immediately accepted the offered paper, spreading it flat on the table and scrutinizing its rough illustrations. At first glance, Duncan perceived nothing but a chaotic jumble of lines, other than the circular outline around the edges indicating that it indeed represented Vision 1. The heavy smudging within the circle had almost entirely obscured the original structure of the drawing. Yet after scrutinizing the sketch for a moment, a sense of familiarity began to stir within him. It was as if, hidden deep within the smudges, lay something he had once seen and left a profound impression on him. With a furrowed brow, Duncan studied the sketch intensely. After what felt like ages, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Taranel's. You truly can't remember. I can't recall anything, Taranel admitted awkwardly. It's like my mind has automatically erased that part of the memory. I think it must have been perilous information. The paper itself doesn't carry any contamination. Still, rashly trying to restore its true version might be dangerous, Lucretia added from the side. I initially planned to hand it over to the scholars at Wind Harbor, but upon realizing its potential dangers, I thought it best to give it to you. Duncan exhaled softly, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Are you beginning to rebuild trust in me? Lucretia seemed a tad uneasy. I just thought you'd be more suitable. Of course, I trust you. My brother said that you now. No more words, Lucy, Duncan chuckled, shaking his head. He then solemnly pocketed the sketch. I'll take it with me and try to uncover its secrets. If I make any progress, I'll notify you immediately. Lucretia appeared relieved, even perhaps a bit pleased. Without another word, Duncan stowed the sketch securely and walked over to the window, silently observing the undulating sea outside and the gradually approaching sunlight visible from a corner of the porthole. After a journey that wasn't too lengthy, the bright star neared the glowing fallen object floating near Wind Harbor. Now the ship sailed past the makeshift dock. Duncan stood on the ship's front deck, watching the grand golden brilliance grow in his vision, appearing like a vast cliff soaring skywards, coming closer by the moment. This was his first time seeing the fallen object, which until now had only existed in Tyrion's descriptions, and that too from such close proximity. The overwhelming presence of the massive entity combined with the surreal luminosity it emitted felt both awe-inspiring and suffocating at the same time. Duncan could easily envision the immense shock that Lucretia must have caused the elves of the area when she initially brought this entity near Wind Harbor. Yet as time went by, the elves seemed to have adjusted to the presence of this new neighbor. Is this dock what you referred to as the research facility? Duncan asked, raising an arm to point at the temporary floating harbor on the nearby sea surface, seeking confirmation from Lucretia. Yes, Lucretia nodded. Due to concerns about the potential dangers within the fallen object, we've decided to conduct all our research over the sea. Master Taranel is one of the key figures responsible for this port. Additionally, there's a small permanent outpost at the core of the fallen object, but the people stationed there have since been recalled. I understand. Not everyone can handle close contact with a subspace shadow, Duncan said with a chuckle. Mr. Taranel has indeed handled it impressively. Hearing this, Lucretia hurriedly clarified. It's not entirely like that. After you've subdued your flames, you don't look much different from an ordinary person. Most people won't recognize you in this state. My main concern was that unrelated individuals might bother you. It's all right, don't be so anxious, Duncan responded with a reassuring smile. It's natural for some to be fearful. I've grown accustomed to it. Lucretia quickly nodded, then glanced at the approaching luminous barrier. We're about to enter the luminous body. We need to navigate cautiously. I'll have to take the helm personally. All right, go ahead. Nodding, Lucretia suddenly transformed into countless swirling, colorful paper fragments, spiraling toward the ship's bridge. Duncan stared in amazement at this display, witnessing Lucretia's magical ability for the first time. As the paper fragments fluttered in front of him, he instinctively reached out and grabbed one, examining it with curiosity. Almost instantly, a surprised cry echoed from above. The scattered paper fragments rapidly converged, reforming Lucretia's figure. The young witch landed on the deck in a rather disheveled manner. And she slid quite a distance. Chapter 540, To the Moon. Lucretia, often referred to as the Sea Witch, had been sent skidding across the deck for several meters. The incident occurred so suddenly that Duncan was completely caught off guard. He hadn't had a split second to react or even comprehend the situation unfolding before him. It wasn't until Lucretia, slightly clumsy in her demeanor, managed to regain her footing that Duncan realized he had unconsciously released the vibrant piece of paper he'd been holding. As he let it go, the paper swished in the air, soon getting entangled in Lucretia's hair. She remained rooted to the spot, her face devoid of any emotion, seemingly still processing the shock from her unexpected slide. Approaching the disoriented sea witch, Duncan tentatively spoke, his voice layered with a thick curtain of awkwardness so palpable that it felt like it could carve out a chunk from the deck. His voice also carried a hint of regret. "Lucy, are you all right?" Seemingly snapping out of her trance, Lucretia gave a slight shudder. She slowly rotated her head, her face transitioning from impassive to utterly amazed. She stared at Duncan, her eyes brimming with disbelief, before finally uttering, "How did you manage to do that?" Taken by surprise, Duncan responded, "Do what?" "The shadow. You somehow managed to catch it," Lucretia cautiously said, as if she was trying to pick the most appropriate words to explain something elusive. Almost as if to demonstrate, she stretched out her arm, which instantly disintegrated into a swirl of floating colored paper fragments orbiting her like tiny satellites. "Can you repeat that action so that I can witness it again?" Without giving it much thought, Duncan extended his hand and effortlessly grabbed one of the floating papers. In an instant, the airborne fragments of colored paper suddenly merged, taking the shape of Lucretia's arm once more. Her face mirrored her previous expression of astonishment. "This is completely unheard of," the sea witch exclaimed, her eyes darting around Duncan's face in search of an explanation. "Such an occurrence has never occurred before. Do you mind explaining how you managed to do that?" Watching Lucretia, who seemed as though she was on the verge of diving deep into scientific inquiry, Duncan was genuinely befuddled. He eyed the piece of paper in his hand with a mix of curiosity and confusion. "Isn't this just paper fluttering around? Is capturing it really such a big deal?" Lucretia spread her arms wide in exasperation. "If the phantom wind could be disrupted by a mere touch or grasp of these papers, then it wouldn't serve as my primary mode of movement. These aren't just ordinary pieces of paper. They're illusions. In theory, they should pass right through any object untouched." Oblivious to this revelation, Duncan responded with a shrug. "I wasn't aware. I merely found the papers intriguing and felt the urge to inspect one closely. I apologize. Did the fall injure you in any way? Did you collide with something?" This left Lucretia momentarily speechless. For what felt like ages, no one had shown Lucretia any kind of genuine concern outside of her brother. As the formidable sea witch, she was regarded with a combination of dread and awe. Rumors about her being the cursed captain of a spectral ship were rife, and this had turned her into an outcast in many eyes. In this isolating existence, comforting words and sentiments had become alien to her. Her response to Duncan's concern was thus hesitant. "I'm all right," she replied, her facial muscles twitching as if unfamiliar with the act of expressing vulnerability. An uncomfortable warmth of embarrassment bubbled within her, and in an attempt to deflect it, she dived into contemplation. "Your ability to grasp an illusion, has this become a part of your powers? Is it grounded in a deeper comprehension of the world, or is it a manifestation of subspace influence?" Deeply immersed in her thoughts, Lucretia's innate curiosity overshadowed her momentary discomfort. Mumbling to herself, she speculated, could it be that subspace does not differentiate between tangible matter and illusions of our world? Does subspace perceive every entity of our world as a singular concept? Could Claudivan's theory hold weight? The notion that all entities are mere concepts, and they cast a unified reflection within subspace. As Duncan observed Lucretia's self-dialogue, he eventually felt the need to interject. Lucy, perhaps you can delve into this later. Jolted back to the present, Lucretia gazed intently at Duncan, as though she was attempting to decipher the enigma that he had become. Duncan examined the iridescent paper fragment in his grasp, lost in the implications of what had transpired. He hadn't anticipated that these delicate shreds of paper held such profound significance. From Lucretia's reaction, it was evident that his recent actions had seismic implications. Though he had successfully seized an illusion, Duncan was acutely aware that he did not possess the power to interact with phantoms. This conundrum flooded his mind with memories and theories, with a peculiar recurring image of fish landing aboard the Vanished. After a prolonged silence, he whispered as if to himself, "Its true nature I don't know." Lucretia queried, baffled by Duncan's cryptic utterance, "What are you implying? Are you suggesting that you're unaware of the origin of this newfound skill?" Regaining his composure, Duncan seemed poised to unravel the mystery for his daughter. Yet, after several moments of hesitation, he opted against it. "It has layers of significance that are hard to articulate. We'll revisit this topic when the time is right, Lucy. For now, there are other pressing matters at hand." Duncan swiveled his head, captivated by the majestic light wall that had now spread to envelope the bow of the ship, the bright star. The luminescent barrier emitted an aura of undeniable authority and dominance, looming large over the deck and casting its intense radiance. "Take me to the stone sphere first," he instructed. Lucretia, though acknowledging with a nod, seemed rooted in place. A mix of emotions, ranging from uncertainty to internal conflict, painted her face as she gazed at Duncan. Sensing her hesitation, Duncan knitted his brows, prompting, "Is something amiss?" Taking a brief moment to gather her thoughts, Lucretia delicately lifted her hand and pointed. "Before we proceed, could you return that to me?" Duncan's gaze fell upon the vibrantly colored piece of paper he was unconsciously clutching, a remnant from their earlier unforeseen experiment. A brief look of realization crossed his face, and he responded with an apologetic tone, "Ah, my apologies." As he released the paper, it ascended gracefully and melded back into Lucretia's arm, instantly reviving a previously faded and lackluster patch with a radiant hue. The Sea Witch observed the restoration with a nuanced expression. She nodded at Duncan and started her transformation into a cascade of colorful papers, readying to soar towards the bridge. However, she abruptly halted not even half a meter into her ascent. Solidifying back into her humanoid form, she turned, her voice carrying a hint of caution, "Promise you won't attempt to catch me again, all right?" Flushing with mild embarrassment, Duncan replied, "Certainly." Lucretia took a step forward but hesitated and looked back, emphasizing, "Should curiosity strike again, let's discuss beforehand. Please refrain from trying to interfere." Duncan, slightly exasperated, responded, "I assure you I won't. I may be many things, but I'm not impulsive." Lucretia hummed in agreement, but her departure seemed protracted. Eventually she uttered, "Perhaps it's best if I walk." With that settled, she embarked on her journey to the distant bridge, each step echoing her mix of caution and resolution. As Duncan observed her retreating form, a myriad of feelings bubbled within. He couldn't help but think how much more convoluted the situation could have been if Master Terran L had been present on the deck, rather than in the sanctuary of the cabin. The mere thought of the potential fallout from a direct confrontation between the Sea Witch and him was harrowing. He shuddered to think that she might have considered silencing him forever, leading to a tragic end for Terran L. Engulfed in this whirlwind of thoughts, Duncan exhaled deeply, seeking solace. At the same time, under the expert guidance of its captain, the bright star aligned itself perfectly, making a beeline towards the entrancing light curtain. The vast expanse before him shimmered with a crystalline-like quality, bathed in the warm glow of pale golden sunlight. This ethereal light spread outwards, steadily encroaching upon the ship's boundaries. At the fore of the deck, Duncan was unperturbed by the approaching luminosity, allowing it to fully envelop him. He contemplated the origins of this golden flood, and raising his hands slightly, hoped to grasp or feel the tangible texture of this radiant cascade. Prior to arriving here, Lucretia had regaled him with tales and specifics of this resplendent falling entity. She informed him of its persistent emission of rhythmic, light pulses during a period when the sun had been extinguished. Although she provided a wealth of information, none could elucidate the moon nestled at the heart of the luminous structure. Shielding his eyes, Duncan discerned minute silhouettes peppering his field of view. The research stations Lucretia mentioned earlier became evident. Erected by the elves, they hovered in the center of the illuminated geometric expanse. Adjacent to these research hubs lay the mysterious stone sphere. A web of makeshift bridges and sturdy steel cables intertwined them, fortifying the hovering platform. With diminishing distance, the intricacies of the stone sphere unveiled themselves to Duncan's scrutinizing gaze. The revelation dawned. The all-too-familiar patterns, the play of light and dark across terrains, valleys and craters mirrored images he had often encountered in literature and digital media, which had pervaded his recent recollections. It unmistakably resembled the moon. So it truly exists. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within him. It wasn't sheer astonishment, for Duncan had experienced that emotion before, nor was it utter confusion, having ruminated over the enigma for an extensive period. Currently, he was merely confronting and accepting a perplexing reality that had long been gnawing at him. A peculiar, unfathomable truth had manifested before his eyes, undeniable in its existence. Guided by Lucretia's adept hand, the starship decelerated its momentum. The ghost vessel, echoing an animate lost home ship, came to a precise halt mere meters from the stone sphere. Approaching the deck's edge, Duncan discerned even the most intricate designs etched on the sphere's surface. The clarity of the stone sphere was astounding. With a span of merely 10 meters, its detailed design impeccably mirrored the moon's surface features. Far from resembling a scaled-down model, as he had initially perceived, it bore an uncanny semblance to the genuine moon, as though it had been magically shrunken to this condensed form. Chapter 541 The Chasm. In a world teeming with unexplainable phenomena, especially in the ocean's vast depths, Duncan confronted an idea that felt nothing short of madness. He stood before a stone sphere, with a diameter of 10 meters that floated on the surface of the water. This was not just any sphere. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial body. The audacious thought in Duncan's mind was that this object before him might be a genuine celestial entity, transformed and somehow made to levitate on the sea. The very concept seemed to transcend any semblance of reality. Yet once this thought anchored itself in his consciousness, it refused to fade. Despite its inherent implausibility, Duncan found himself engrossed, turning the idea over and over in his mind. The sphere was eerily familiar to him, not just in the way it looked, but it evoked a profound sense of intuition. As he observed the pale texture of the object, he was overcome with an overpowering sensation, a feeling that connected him across time and different realms. The sphere reminded him so much of something from a place he once knew, the moon from his homeland. Next to the gleaming ship named Bright Star, the moon-like object floated serenely. Duncan was so absorbed in his contemplation that minutes felt like hours. His trance was eventually broken by the sound of footsteps and a familiar voice. "Papa, this is it," Lucretia called out to him. Duncan turned towards his daughter, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Ah, yes, this is it." Spotting the unusual look in her father's eyes, Lucretia's voice carried a touch of worry. "Papa, you look a bit off color. Is something amiss with the stone sphere?" Gathering himself, Duncan replied, "I'm all right, Lucy, thank you." He gestured towards the sphere and tried to speak, but words failed him. How could he begin to convey the idea of a moon to his daughter? It was like the time he struggled to explain what a planet was to Tyrion. Wishing to divert the topic, he queried, "Has the sphere altered in any way since it landed? Has it maintained this state?" Lucretia nodded affirmatively. "Ever since I discovered it, it has remained unchanged." She began detailing how she stumbled upon this peculiar entity and the efforts taken to transport it to Wind Harbor. The sphere remains suspended above the sea, held aloft by some unknown force. Left undisturbed, it holds its position but can be moved by external forces like ships. Although its exterior is hard, it feels like stone. Our attempts to extract samples have shown the surface layers have a stone-like composition, but the deeper layers have proven impervious to our drills. Duncan focused on every word Lucretia said, absorbing the information. "Have you uncovered any other peculiarities about it?" he inquired. Lucretia delved further into their findings. "We've been particularly intrigued by the radiant patterns or lights that surround this sphere. It's as if a vast and intricate web of luminosity encases it. Remarkably, this illumination is comparable to the strength of the sun. Its brilliance could potentially light up an entire city. Yet, what baffles us the most is that this light doesn't seem to be emitted from the sphere itself. Instead, it's as though the radiance materializes spontaneously in the surrounding vicinity, dispersing uniformly from that point. To confirm our observations, we fashioned an expansive tent to shade the entire sphere, but even this did not diminish the glowing patterns or affect the intensity of the sunlight upon the adjacent sea. Another intriguing detail is the fine layer of dust that clings to the sphere's exterior. Despite our efforts to gather samples, the dust remains steadfastly attached. It won't simply drift away or settle at the bottom. It's like some unseen magnetic force binds it there. She tried to capture the essence of all the tests and observations made by the researchers on this perplexing object, presenting them to Duncan as coherently as possible. Throughout her detailed account, Lucretia watched Duncan closely, searching for any clue to his innermost thoughts. But Duncan was an enigma. Beneath his intent gaze and thoughtful expression was a maze of emotions she couldn't decipher. It was clear, though, that this mysterious object deeply preoccupied him, more than she or even Tyrion had anticipated. After reflecting for a moment, Duncan asked, "Have many samples been gathered?" Lucretia responded affirmatively. "Indeed, we've meticulously scraped the sphere's exterior in several areas. And while its core remains challenging to access due to its density, its external layer is more yielding. From this layer, we've obtained grayish-white particles that closely resemble fine stone powder." She paused, uncertainty flashing in her eyes. Gesturing towards a floating research platform nearby, which had been specifically set up for in-depth studies on the sphere, she offered, "Would you care to take a closer look?" Duncan nodded, "I do." The two then proceeded to the elaborate research station, designed meticulously by elven engineers. A specially constructed bridge on the upper tier of the station led directly to the enigmatic sphere, granting them a first-hand experience. To most, a 10-meter diameter might appear minuscule for a celestial object. However, standing beside it, the sheer size was nothing short of imposing. Its scale was equivalent to that of a 3-story building, even if one ignored the additional height given by its elevation from the sea. Elven engineers had ingeniously installed a viewing platform encircling the sphere's midsection. Secured with sturdy straps and a sequence of anchors and support brackets, it ensured the structure remained stable. The platform might have been compact, only covering a small area, but it was spacious enough to allow for observation. Standing at this platform's perimeter, Duncan extended his fingers to caress what he believed resembled a moon. The texture felt coarse and icy, very much like touching an aged rock. Pulling his hand back, he observed a faint residue of ash-colored dust coating his fingertips. As he rubbed them against one another, fine specks danced in the air before him. Interestingly, some of these airborne particles gravitated back towards the sphere, adhering to its exterior once more. Observing from a distance, Lucretia remarked, "This attraction between the sphere and its particles has perplexed us. It's as if the sphere has an invisible magnetic pull on its own particles, drawing them back. But we've observed this pull is exclusive to the dust from the sphere and not with any other substance." Duncan merely responded with an affirmative hum, lost in his thoughts. "I've heard from Tyrion that you've named this remarkable stone structure the Moon," Lucretia began tentatively, observing Duncan's reactions closely. "Your enthusiasm was palpable when you first witnessed it. Do you possess some knowledge regarding its origins?" Pausing briefly, Duncan replied, It's not quite as I recall. It's vastly larger in my memories, dwarfing its present dimensions." "Larger than the vanished fleet?" Lucretia questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. "Exponentially so. Even surpassing the arcs of the 4 gods, or comparable to the entirety of the city-states." Duncan dismissed with a shake of his head, "Much more vast. Its enormity defies your comprehension." She pressed further, "Could its dimensions rival the expansive stretches of the boundless sea?" Considering her question, Duncan mused, "I can't equate it to the exact dimensions of the boundless sea, but it could be. But you must understand, what we refer to as the boundless sea is merely an expansive prison, ensnared by a veil of mist." Lucretia's gaze deepened in astonishment. This conversation unexpectedly stirred dormant memories from her childhood. She recalled a long time ago when she had posed a similar inquiry to her father regarding the vastness of the boundless sea. He had once described it to her as being of unimaginable vastness, surpassing the dimensions of the vanished, greater than their own sprawling city-state. He said it was as limitless as its name suggested, a vast expanse that promised endless adventures and discoveries that one could spend an entire lifetime exploring. Deeply influenced by his words, Lucretia aspired to be an explorer like him and later became a frontier scholar. Being part of the prestigious vanished fleet, she had journeyed alongside her father to countless destinations, venturing into the enigmatic realms known as the frontier. She always held firm to the belief that her father's childhood tales weren't mere stories. The boundless sea was truly vast. However, the notion that this boundless sea was nothing more than a mist-enshrouded prison jarred with her childhood beliefs. And now, she was confronted with a stone sphere, just 10 meters across, which was allegedly even grander than the vast, boundless sea. Looking up, Lucretia tried to visualize this moon, expanding to sizes beyond the boundless sea. This attempt stretched her imagination to its limits. It was one thing to hear about such enormity, but another to try and visualize it. Such a colossal moon, what kind of world would be vast enough to house it? She pondered aloud. The concept that the boundless sea wasn't the sum total of their world flitted across Duncan's thoughts, but he resisted expressing it to shock the daughter further. Because the truth was, he hadn't gauged the full breadth of their world. He hadn't traversed beyond the elusive veil that the frontier represented. He couldn't confidently assert if the boundless sea truly encapsulated their entire world. Furthermore, he recognized that Lucretia might struggle to fathom a cosmos so immense that it could cradle countless stars. Even if she commanded a ship, even if that vessel bore the illustrious name Bright Star. Breaking the silence, Duncan softly voiced his regret. "I'm sorry, Lucy." He looked deeply into the eyes of the young sea witch and admitted, "This is beyond what I can convey to you." Chapter 542, Alice's Simple Theory. Since their reunion, this was the first time Lucretia had seen such a complex, heavy and warm expression on the face of the man she knew as her father. Before this, he had smiled at her and shown many human-like gestures. But for some reason, she always felt an underlying sense of discord behind those smiles and actions. It felt as if these were forced, familiar gestures he put on after losing his memory due to some spatial vision. This unsettling feeling always lingered at the back of her mind. Yet now she could finally discern a genuine emotion from his face, a sense of remorse and a kind of regret that others might not understand. However, she was uncertain if this regret was meant for her. "I still don't know enough," the young witch sighed lightly. "I thought I had somehow caught up to your pace. The vanished has ultimately fallen into subspace. It's good that you haven't caught up," Duncan replied, shaking his head. He then took one last look at the quietly floating moon and turned to walk towards the bridge leading off the platform. "Let's go back, Lucy." Lucretia looked surprised. "Aren't you going to study it further?" "I'm not a scholar. I don't have the professional methods or equipment," Duncan dismissed with a wave. "I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. The real task of uncovering its secrets will be left to the experts." He paused for a moment before adding, "I'll be staying in Wind Harbor for a while. I'll keep an eye on your progress with the moon. Also, if something happens to any other beings like what happened to Terranel, inform me immediately." "I understand," Lucretia nodded immediately. After a brief hesitation, she asked, "Can I inform Governor Sarah Mel about your visit? Of course, I won't reveal it to many." "Do as you wish," Duncan nodded. "Whoever you tell, it's none of my concern how they react." Lucretia bowed her head slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, on the vanished which was anchored near a glowing geometric body on the sea surface, a spiraling flame door suddenly appeared on the front deck. With a series of crackling flame sounds, the door opened, and Duncan's figure stepped out. Alice, who was nearby energetically scrubbing the deck with a large mop along with several other mops, immediately ran over with joy. "The captain's back." Duncan dispersed the flames behind him with a simple wave of his hand. He looked at the Gothic puppet in front of him, her face lit up with a cheerful smile and a mop in hand, and gave a nod. "Yes, I'm back." "Was your trip successful?" Alice casually threw the mop aside and looked at the captain with excitement. "You were gone for so long. Did you have an extended chat with Miss Lucretia? Did you visit that sphere? What did it look like?" "Ah." The mop that Alice tossed aside suddenly sprang to life. It hopped up and smacked Alice squarely on the head with its wooden handle. Then, as if cleaning itself off, it jumped into a nearby bucket of water. Rubbing her head, Alice looked at Duncan with a mix of confusion and hurt. "Why did it hit me? It nearly knocked me out." Watching the emotionally transparent puppet, seeing her initial joy shift to bewilderment, Duncan felt a surprising lightness. Some of the weight and melancholy that had been accumulating in his heart seemed to lift. Alice, however, still appeared aggrieved. "You might want to check if that mop is meant for cleaning the deck. Perhaps it works in the dining area," Duncan chuckled, patting Alice on the head. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, "I've always wondered, with mops and buckets on this ship capable of cleaning by themselves, why do you insist on scrubbing the deck?" "I'm helping," Alice declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "They get so tired doing it all by themselves." A twitch appeared at the corner of Duncan's eye. He glanced over to see other mops and buckets hurrying to clean, seemingly afraid that if they were too slow, a particular puppet might catch them and help. After a brief silence, he shook his head and said, "As long as you're happy, that's what matters." Alice nodded in her typically oblivious manner. As Duncan turned to leave, seemingly heading back to his quarters, she called out, "Captain, are you going to rest now?" "Yes, I'm a bit tired." "Captain," Alice approached with a hint of concern, tugging gently at Duncan's sleeve. "Are you all right?" "Why do you ask?" Duncan paused, looking curiously at the seemingly naive puppet. "You've been sighing a lot lately and you spend more time in your quarters than outside. Miss Nina thinks you're troubled but is too shy to ask," Alice answered earnestly. "Also, when you returned earlier, you looked pale, like you had a lot on your mind, though you look better now." Duncan stared at Alice, taken aback. He hadn't expected that the usually carefree and scatterbrained Alice would notice and care about these things. Moreover, he was surprised that she'd be direct enough to voice her observations and concerns. Perhaps it was because her day-to-day thoughts were so straightforward that she didn't grasp the concepts of hesitation and reservation. Duncan's mind was awash with peculiar analogies, but as he looked at the doll in front of him, still wearing a face filled with concern and confusion, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, even when faced with the knowledgeable Lucretia, there were too many things he couldn't quite articulate. "You wouldn't understand," he finally said after a pause, shaking his head. "It's complicated. So complicated that it's almost impossible to explain to anyone. Not even Morris would probably grasp it." But Alice blinked, and without hesitation she replied, "You can still tell me." Duncan chuckled with a hint of disbelief. "Didn't I just say, you won't understand?" "But there are many things you've told me before that I didn't understand either," Alice responded matter-of-factly. "There's so much I don't get, but you still talk to me. I'm really good at listening, you know. Whether I understand or not, I'll always listen." Duncan's expression turned bemused. Hearing the doll's straightforward and somewhat proud logic, he found himself unable to retort. Alice continued to gaze intently at her captain. She didn't find her frequent misunderstandings embarrassing, nor did she feel anything wrong with what she was saying now. She spoke because she was curious. If you have something on your mind, just say it. In Alice's uncomplicated worldview, that's how everything worked. Suddenly, she dashed off to fetch a large wooden barrel half her height from nearby. She placed it close to the ship's railings and then fetched another, setting it beside the first. Climbing onto one of the barrels, she beamed and beckoned to Duncan. "Captain, come sit. Miss Vanna said that when you feel the wind and watch the sea, it lifts your spirits." Hesitating for a moment, a smile crept onto Duncan's face. With her limited understanding and experiences, this doll was earnestly trying to find a way to brighten the captain's mood. Moving closer, Duncan took a seat beside Alice on the barrel. His mood didn't shift just because of the sea breeze, but sitting there, it indeed felt a bit lighter. "Alice, Duncan pondered for a moment. Initially, he was trying to think of how to explain the concepts of the moon and stars to Alice. But now, he realized he didn't need to delve into such complexities with her. Suppose you lived in a place, and there was something unique to that place, something that could never come from or belong to anywhere else. Whenever you see it, you'd know instantly where it's from. Alice considered this and then curiously remarked, "Like how I now live on the Vanished, and you are the only captain of the Vanished." Duncan paused, then cautiously replied, "Your analogy isn't quite right, but it's a somewhat similar idea." "Oh, so what's next?" "And then you left that place unable to return." Duncan's tone suddenly grew somber. "You find yourself in a distant and unfamiliar land. Everything here is different from home. You've lived in this place for a while, always seeking a way back. But then you unexpectedly encounter that thing, an object that should only exist in your homeland and should never appear in a foreign place." As Duncan's voice trailed off, Alice seemed lost in thought, but after a short while her face broke into a bright smile. "That means I must have returned to the Vanished." "Returned to the Vanished?" "You said it yourself. Think about it, you're the only captain of the Vanished. If one day I was taken far away from it and couldn't find my way back, but then suddenly saw you, it would mean I'm home. After all, wherever you are, there's the Vanished." The doll grinned confidently at Duncan. "You mentioned an object that could only appear at home. If it's in front of you now, then you must be home." Alice proudly presented her theory. Then she swiveled around on the barrel, leaning forward with her chin resting in her hands, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Captain, is this a riddle?" Duncan was momentarily stunned. He stared at the doll perched on the barrel across from him. As the sea breeze brushed past, Alice's silvery hair fluttered like her perpetually cheerful spirit. Then he broke into laughter. Yes, it's a riddle and we've both figured it out. He jumped off the barrel, smiling at Alice. There's also one more thing. Your posture is quite unstable. Still leaning forward with her chin supported by her hands, Alice looked puzzled. Huh. The next second, a slight click sound emanated from the vicinity of her neck. Oops. With a couple of soft thuds, Alice fell in two parts to the deck. Following that, her signature stuttering voice called out. Captain, help, save. Chapter 543, True Faces. Inside the crew quarters below the deck of the ship, Shirley was in her room, looking distressed. She sighed continuously as she stared at the pile of exercise books spread out on her table. There's so much, when will I ever finish? If you keep sighing like this, you'll never get through them, a voice from the side commented. It was Dog who continued. It's not even that much, really. This is just the backlog from your daily procrastination. Miss Alice even manages to complete these exercises every day on time, you know. But do you call her approach of filling in whatever comes to her mind as completing? Shirley retorted, rolling her eyes. She buried her head on the desk, her voice muffled as she murmured, I want to go ashore and have fun. I want to shop in the city, eat something delicious. Nina told me there are lots of tasty things at Wind Harbor. They have food from all over the world. Having been used to Shirley's constant ramblings for many years, Dog shook his head unaffected. The captain said that you can go ashore once you've finished your pending homework. Making a face, Shirley stared at the exercise books on her table, deep in thought. Then, with a sly glint in her eye, she bent down, whispering conspiratorially to Dog, who was lying on the floor. So, would you help me out? I'm sure these questions are easy for you. But before Shirley could even finish her sentence, a voice suddenly emerged from a mirror on her desk. I'm watching. Shirley, startled, let out an exaggerated gasp. Looking up, she saw the figure of Agatha materializing from the mirror, her face on the verge of tears. Can't you monitor someone else? Why does it feel like every time I do something, you pop out of the mirror? Agatha replied earnestly from within the mirror. Because the captain instructed me to keep an eye on you while you do your homework. With a long sigh, Shirley once again buried her head into the exercise books, rolling her face over them a few times before suddenly looking up again. So, can you help me? Without hesitation, Agatha responded, no. Shirley immediately began to pout and whine. That's not what the stories say. They say the magic mirror knows everything, and if you ask it a question, it will tell you the answer. Agatha frowned. What strange story is this? The captain told it to Nina, and then Nina told me. Listening to what essentially seemed like Shirley's playful banter, Agatha's expression suddenly turned serious. After a few seconds of thought, she looked into Shirley's eyes and asked, Did the captain really tell Nina a story about a magic mirror? Yes, Shirley replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. She was unsure why Agatha had suddenly become so serious. The captain mentioned it just a couple of days ago. Agatha pondered deeply, muttering to herself. He placed me inside the ship's mirror. Was there a deeper intent behind this decision? Shirley, taken aback by the gravity of Agatha's words, stammered, what? But Agatha didn't answer immediately. After a few moments of intense contemplation, the gatekeeper of the mirror finally looked up, meeting Shirley's gaze. Which question can't you answer? Shirley thought for a moment and then pushed one of the exercise books forward. I can't solve the ones in this book. The entire book. Well, if it's too much, I might know how to do the mental math section in the beginning. Do it yourself. Back in the captain's quarters, Duncan looked up, seeming to try and catch a distant sound. The goat head on the navigation table shifted its gaze, inquiring, Is something the matter? I think I heard Agatha's voice, Duncan remarked offhandedly. Of course, he didn't truly hear anything. The ship continually relayed information from every corner of its confines to him. She seems to be in Shirley's room and sounds quite agitated. Do you need to check on her, or shall we summon her here? No need, Duncan waved the idea away with a shake of his head. Anyone tasked with overseeing Shirley's homework eventually becomes agitated. Consider it a form of character building. The goat head let out an acknowledging grunt. Whether it truly understood Duncan's jest was unclear. Sensing the mood and status of various places on the ship, Duncan sat beside the table, exhaling softly. We should let Shirley and Nina go ashore for some fresh air. With Lucretia planning her return to Wind Harbor, perhaps she can give them a lift. The goat head discreetly observed the captain's actions and demeanor, finally voicing its observations. You seem to be in good spirits. Perhaps it's because I've come to certain realizations, or maybe it's because I've temporarily let go of certain burdens, Duncan mused, the sunny image of Alice involuntarily coming to his mind, bringing a hint of a smile to his lips. He then shook off the thought and retrieved a sketch he had received from Lucretia. With his earlier unease dispelled, it was now time to delve into the manuscript Master Taran L. had left behind after observing Vision 1, to see what secrets it might reveal. "What is that?" The goat head, ever curious, turned towards Duncan as it noticed his actions, a flicker of light seemingly dancing within its obsidian eyes. "This sketch was drawn by Master Taran L. after observing the surface of Vision 1, Duncan remarked nonchalantly. He spread out the sheet, positioning it near an oil lamp for better illumination. This might contain a true depiction of the sun's surface, but unfortunately the most crucial details were intentionally obscured by Taran L. himself. The goat head paused, emitting an ambiguous exclamation. "Oh. I thought you'd be quick to warn me about the dangers of this, as you often have in the past," Duncan said, slightly taken aback by the goat head's lack of usual cautions. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the statue. "Why the silence now?" "Once I was concerned for your safety," the goat head replied, articulating with flattery and eloquence. "Now I only worry about the safety of those who dare oppose you. A mere sketch won't threaten the esteemed Captain Duncan, even if it were to depict the true face of an ancient god. Besides, how profound could the insights of a mere mortal like Taran L. truly be?" Duncan ignored the obviously sycophantic rambling from the goat head and continued to study the drawing. After some time of meticulously inspecting the sketch, he still couldn't decipher any meaningful information from the smudged lines and markings. It even seemed to Duncan that the seemingly random strokes might act as a sort of powerful seal, overlaying and concealing the paper's original image, not just mere ink smears. Vanished in thought, an idea suddenly struck Duncan. A seal with power. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing the intricate lines and large smudged traces on the sketch. Master Taran L. was a seasoned scholar and a devout follower of the god of wisdom, Laham. Even though he had health issues due to irregular routines, his expertise in the arcane arts was deep. Such a renowned scholar would, upon noticing an exceptionally dangerous element, when observing Vision 1, undoubtedly employ more professional methods to contain that danger, even if his rationality had started to waver at the moment. Perhaps these ink markings weren't mere random smudges. Using conventional means, one might never discern the true image hidden behind them. Could this be a message encrypted with supernatural means? A frown creased Duncan's brow as a vague idea began to crystallize. He then turned his gaze to the nearby oil lamp. Under his intense gaze, the flame within the lamp flickered momentarily before taking on a haunting green hue. The ethereal flame swelled and burned intensely, even rising from the opening at the top of the lampshade. After a brief moment of hesitation, Duncan picked up the sketch paper and held it over the luminous flame produced by the ethereal fire. In an instant, the roaring green flame engulfed the entire paper. It seemed the paper did indeed hold a layer of disguise formed by some supernatural force. To the side, the goat head cried out in alarm, "Why did you burn it?" "The ethereal flame only destroyed the distorted parts," Duncan replied calmly, giving the startled goat head a look. With a flick of his wrist, he extinguished the blazing flames on the paper. Astonishingly, beneath the fire, the delicate sheet remained intact. "This is its true form." Saying this, Duncan brought the flame-purified sketch closer to his eyes, taking a glance at the newly revealed design on it. Suddenly, his expression froze. Noticing the captain's stark change in demeanor, the goat head quickly twisted its neck to see what had startled Duncan. However, due to its angle, it couldn't see the front of the paper and blurted out, "What's on it? Are you okay? What is it?" Duncan finally snapped out of his trance, pulling his gaze away from the paper. With a strange expression, he looked at the goat head. "It's the true face of an ancient god." "Goat head." Duncan didn't elaborate further. Instead, he slowly lowered his gaze back to the sketch. A sphere locked in place by two concentric rune circles, engulfed in shadows, but its surface marred with grotesque blood vessels and patterns, looking as if it was fiercely glaring. An eyeball. The true form of Vision 1 was a massive eyeball, encapsulated within a dark spherical shell. Chapter 544, Approaching Dusk. Silence engulfed the captain's chamber as Duncan's eyes remained fixed on the sketch paper, staring intently at a vast and bizarrely depicted eyeball. Despite the chaotic, almost mad strokes that created the image. It was rendered with an uncanny accuracy and expressiveness. A single glance was enough for anyone to grasp the meaning of each line and curve, as if the true essence of the image was woven into every element. Within those frenzied brushstrokes, the massive eyeball was portrayed in exquisite detail. Its deep pupil was surrounded by discernible veins and nerve structures. Beyond the eyeball, there was a noticeable layer of a dim substance. Taran L. used intricate lines to depict this layer enveloping the eye, striving to convey the nature of this substance. Duncan's only interpretation from the drawing was that it was a shell with a complex structure. It resembled an eye encased within a gem-like shell. The squeaky creaking sound emerged from the side as the goat head rotated its head uneasily. He appeared curious about the sketch's content, yet hesitant. After a long pause, the goat head timidly inquired, "Captain, what exactly is that?" "It's an eye," Duncan replied after a brief silence, choosing his words carefully while explaining the content of the sketch to the goat head. "Structurally, it resembles a human eye. You can see its veins and nerve structures. The eye is encased within a spherical shell that seems synthetic." Listening to Duncan's description, the goat head was quieter than it had ever been. After an extended silence, it finally moved, voicing its deep unease. "This is truly a terrifying sight. Is this the real appearance of Vision 1? A massive eyeball like this? Then, during the blackout, didn't many people?" "Not many would have truly witnessed this scene," Duncan slowly shook his head. "During the solar blackout, we too looked up at the sky. All we saw was a dark sphere. The intricate details within it couldn't be directly observed. This drawing illustrates that. The eyeball is encased within a vast container." At the time, only Taran L., with the help of the Truth Academy's special observational equipment, could see the true nature inside the sphere. We needn't worry that ordinary folks elsewhere might casually stumble upon this maddening truth. Upon hearing Duncan's words, the goat head seemed relieved. However, its worry returned immediately. But even if few witnessed it, there could still be some, right? Not everyone would react like Taran L., able to instinctively seal or alter their recorded content when mentally overwhelmed. According to Taran L.'s subsequent actions, those who see this eyeball seem compelled to share its image. Duncan listened intently to the goat head, which was filled with unease. However, he didn't respond. Instead, he wore a grave expression, lost in deep thought. The goat head rambled on for a while, noticing the captain's lack of response. Finally, it couldn't help but ask, "Captain, don't you think we should warn?" Pland and Frost don't possess similar observational equipment. The lens set is an asset of the Truth Academy, intricate and rare, Duncan finally replied, looking up. Outside of Wind Harbor, even if someone observed the surface of Vision 1 during the solar blackout, they wouldn't discern this truth. "But if Pland and Frost don't have it, other city-states might," the goat head exclaimed. "Who knows what those reckless fools might do? Humans aren't a reliable species." "Other city-states didn't witness the blackout of the sun," Duncan suddenly interjected. The previously agitated goat head instantly fell silent. "Have you forgotten?" Duncan gently reminded. "Only 3 city-states and the vanished fleet witnessed the world where the sun blacked out. The vast seas beyond them didn't experience those 12 hours of darkness." The goat head swayed slightly from side to side, finally letting out a vague sigh. Duncan said nothing further. Instead, he glanced once more at the sketch illustrating the core structure of Vision 1. Slowly, another scene began to form in his mind. A blazing corona, beneath which twisted and tangled fleshy limbs, and surrounded by countless pale appendages, a dying, massive eyeball. The creeping sun wheel, the black sun. Duncan's brow furrowed incrementally. A vague familiarity emerged and was impossible to ignore. The memories in his mind quickly aligned with the sketch in front of him, giving rise to audacious ideas. "It's quite similar to the black sun's eyeball," he murmured. "What?" The goat head was taken aback. "What terrifying thing are you talking about?" "This eyeball, it shares a structure similar to a part of the creep sun wheel," Duncan pondered aloud. As the details from his memories completed the picture, his conviction grew stronger. Yes, it's very similar. If you isolate this eyeball structure and compare, they are almost identical. There was a slight snap, as if the goat head's neck had gotten stuck at a particular angle. It froze over the nautical table, rendered speechless. For the first time, even a chatterbox like the goat head was at a loss for words. Duncan took a deep breath, carefully folded the sketch paper, and securely tucked it close to his body. Thankfully, Lucretia was prudent enough not to leave this piece of paper in the hands of the regular scholars of the Truth Academy. Otherwise, it was uncertain what kind of chaos might ensue. Even though the Truth Academy didn't have his convenient, spiritual flame to break the paper's seal, they had a plethora of ingenious research methods. They might have actually managed to restore the real designs drawn on the draft paper. As Duncan was deep in thought, his concentration was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps outside the captain's quarters. Following the footsteps, there came a knock and the voice of Morris from outside. "Captain, I have something to report to you." Immediately composing his facial expression, Duncan lifted his gaze towards the door. "Come in." The door swung open and Morris strode in. As he walked, he produced a letter from his pocket, saying, "Captain, Heidi sent an unexpected message. The letter mentions unusual matters that I need to report to you." A letter from Heidi. Duncan hesitated for a moment before taking the letter. He was surprised that, in such a short time after establishing contact and revealing the truth, the young mental health therapist would get in touch. However, a question arose in his mind. Why didn't she come directly to my antique store? Why was the letter delivered to you instead? Every day, AI would travel between the vanished and planned, not only transporting essential goods, but also routinely delivering letters at places like the cathedral, Morris's residence, and the government mansion. It was normal for Heidi to send messages through these channels. But if she wanted to contact the captain of the vanished, going directly to the antique store would have been a more convenient option. "She's still a bit apprehensive," Morris explained with a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "Probably after learning the truth, she became hesitant to meet with your avatar directly." "Unnecessary worry. Just last week she bought a vase from my shop," Duncan muttered. He quickly opened the letter and skimmed the hastily written words, his expression subtly shifting as he read. A moment later, Duncan's relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness and growing concern. After quickly absorbing the content, he was silent for a few seconds before looking up at Morris. "She encountered an Ender." "Yes, and according to her description, it seems to be one of the rational kind," Morris nodded. Although the rationality of this unexpected visitor is questionable, he was very cryptic throughout, never speaking clearly. Clearly, the venerable educator, who had spent his lifetime teaching numerous students and held the principle that knowledge should be conveyed in a concise, straightforward, and understandable manner, was profoundly annoyed with the enigmatic cultist mentioned in the letter. His displeasure was evident. The lack of clarity in his words might be due to certain constraints. The important factor is that he's willing to communicate. That's the most pronounced distinction between the two kinds of Endbringer Enders, Duncan said rapidly. He then glanced at the letter again, absorbing all the intelligence mentioned therein. The fourth long night, the promised arc, a gentler sun nearing dusk and the appearance of a certain variable, and the steadily expanding void. Heidi had meticulously recounted in her letter all the cryptic remarks she had heard from the Ender, ensuring not to modify or embellish them based on her own assumptions. The intelligence in itself was enough to make countless speculations and associations bubble up in Duncan's mind. The Ender's thought process didn't seem very lucid, and he appeared during the day, unlike other normal Enders who manifest at night, Morris interjected. He mentioned the fourth long night and alluded to many phenomena preceding its onset. It seems his very appearance during the day is a harbinger of the imminent fourth long night. The fourth long night. Duncan couldn't help but recollect descriptions from the Book of Blasphemy. There were 3 Genesis epics termed as the 3 long nights. The pale giant king died during the first long night, the dream king during the second, and the king of darkness successfully crafted all creation during the third. Together with the Cretian clan, they ignited the present-day sun, lifting the veil of night. Yet he was exiled by other ancient kings for altering the blueprint, never to reclaim his throne. Slowly rising from behind the navigation table, Duncan approached the window. The sun was on the verge of setting beyond the horizon. Bound by magnificent dual-rune rings, the brilliant and warm orb was gradually sinking into the sea, casting a radiant afterglow. Duncan gazed at it, imagining he was actually observing an eye larger than any city-state, which had been overlooking this world for 10 millennia. This eye, which ascended to the skies during the ancient Crete Kingdom era, was now approaching its twilight. The tapestry woven from light, warm, and tranquil, seemed poised to fall due to the sun's imminent demise. After this protective veil vanishes, after the arrival of the fourth long night, as described by the Ender, what would the world's dusk look like? Chapter 545, Alice's New Friend. On the front part of the bright star, a young woman named Shirley stood with great anticipation. She leaned energetically against the ship's railing, her eyes wide with excitement. As they neared their destination, the silhouette of the distant shoreline grew clearer, igniting a look of pure exhilaration on her face. "Oh, look," she shouted with glee. "I can clearly see the port now. We're almost there." From right next to her, a voice chimed in, cautioning her. It was Dog, a unique skeletal hound with the ability to talk. "Be mindful of your excitement," he warned. "You wouldn't want to tumble overboard, and remember the promise you gave to the captain before we embarked on this journey, even if this is meant to be a fun trip." But before he could finish his sentence, Shirley, already familiar with Dog's overprotective nature, cut him off. I've got it. Dog, sometimes you can be such a worrywart. You remind me of a fussing old mother hen." Beside Shirley, Dog settled on the deck, his skeletal form giving off an air of dissatisfaction. He prepared to grumble some more about the matters at hand. Meanwhile, a little distance away, a woman named Lucretia observed the interaction between Shirley and Dog. Her expression was difficult to decipher. There was a depth and complexity to it that made those around her wonder about her thoughts. Adjacent to Lucretia stood another woman, Nina. Nina frequently cast apprehensive glances at the captivating but seemingly detached woman known to many as the Sea Witch. Lucretia's ethereal beauty was contrasted with a distant, cold aura. Tentatively, Nina leaned in to speak in a hushed voice. "Do you find Shirley a bit too boisterous? She tends to be like that quite often." Lucretia responded in a measured tone. "Not particularly. This ship has witnessed louder events. My own collection of dolls, for instance, can stir up quite the commotion." Feeling a bit relieved by Lucretia's response, Nina's face relaxed into a timid smile. "I truly appreciate your generosity in letting us aboard your vessel." Lucretia gazed into the distance momentarily. "My father ordered me to ferry you all to Wind Harbor. I am bound to heed his requests," she declared. Not being adept at social exchanges, Lucretia sometimes appeared distant or indifferent to others. Trying to be more approachable, she shifted her stance, gave a slight smile, and queried, "You're Nina, aren't you?" Feeling recognized and acknowledged, Nina beamed, nodding in agreement. "You often refer to my father as Uncle Duncan," Lucretia mentioned, genuine intrigue evident in her tone. "Does he not intimidate you?" Nina chuckled lightly at the thought. "Oh no, Uncle Duncan has always been kind-hearted towards me." Her jovial expression softened, and with a sincere gaze directed at Lucretia, she added, "I'm aware of the past events. You needn't fret over it. I genuinely believe everything has settled down now." Lucretia took a moment to digest Nina's words before responding. "It's reassuring to hear that." However, Nina's inquisitive nature got the better of her soon after, and she posed another query. "Miss Lucretia, is there some tension between you and Uncle Duncan?" Lucretia, taken slightly aback, responded, "Why do you ask?" Nina began with a hint of hesitation in her voice. "I've come across tales that suggest that the Bright Star and the Vanished went their separate ways nearly 100 years ago. When Uncle Duncan brought our group aboard, I couldn't help but observe your avoidance of his gaze. I apologize if it's not my place to bring it up." Lucretia, her face calm and inscrutable, nodded in acknowledgement. "It's true that we decided to embark on different journeys," she candidly admitted. "Yet those events are ancient history. Presently the dynamics between my father and me might be complex, neither entirely harmonious nor completely strained. It's mainly that we've been estranged for such an extended period." Taking a moment to digest this revelation, Nina thoughtfully responded. She could perceive a subtle undertone of longing and melancholy in Lucretia's voice. "I must admit," she began tentatively, "you aren't quite as I had envisioned. Meeting you initially made me quite apprehensive." Lucretia chuckled softly, her eyes reflecting understanding. "Oftentimes, people create narratives about the unfamiliar but seldom confront the inaccuracies of their own imaginations," she responded gracefully. "You need not be so formal with me, Nina. We can be on a first-name basis." Nina looked mildly surprised. "But surely you—" Interrupting her with a warm smile, Lucretia said, "Your Uncle Duncan is my father. Given that connection, it seems rather peculiar for you to maintain such formality." Taking a moment to consider Lucretia's words, Nina nodded in agreement. "I suppose you're right." A tender smile graced Lucretia's features as she regarded Nina, who, despite her radiant spirit, acted so quintessentially human. Her gaze then wandered to the demon summoner, who was brimming with anticipation, eagerly anticipating the adventures that awaited in the city. In a quieter part of the ship, the eminent scholar Morris was engrossed in a heartfelt conversation with Taryn L., an old acquaintance he hadn't connected with in years. Their talk hinted at a forthcoming visit to Wind Harbor's esteemed university. Simultaneously, in the midsection of the ship, Vanna was absorbing insights about the vessel's enigmatic, ethereal framework. guided by an articulate rabbit named Rabbi. As for the sentient doll Alice, she seemed to be in her father's company. Upon his arrival on the ship, he had eagerly spoken of introducing her to Looney before whisking her away. These intriguing individuals composed the new cohort that was associated with her father. While many scholars and pundits were engrossed in debating the potential resurgence of the vanished fleet, this ensemble appeared more like they were on a leisurely holiday. There was no denying their formidable prowess. Each had exceptional abilities that made them invaluable to the vanished fleet. Yet, from Lucretia's perspective, they seemed so different from what she had preconceived. Contrary to what one might expect from beings referred to as subspace denizens, this group didn't exude a dark or oppressive energy. Instead, they were refreshingly vibrant and full of life, making it a pleasure to engage with them. As Lucretia observed them, it seemed that her father's decision to gather this motley crew wasn't based on a calculated, intricate plan. It felt more like fate or happenstance had intertwined their paths, bringing together these spirited travelers. Distancing herself from her introspective moment, Lucretia turned her attention to immediate matters. "As we draw nearer to the harbor, I'll oversee your accommodations," she stated. "I have a few hidden residences in Wind Harbor, each offering a certain degree of comfort. Once you settle down in the city, do you have any specific ventures in mind? I could suggest some places of interest." "Places of interest?" Nina's eyes sparkled with keen anticipation. "Would you, by any chance, know of renowned eateries in Wind Harbor? Rumors say that it boasts an array of culinary treasures from the vastness of the endless seas. My main goal here is to indulge in those." A faintly amused expression crossed Lucretia's face. "You're eager to taste Wind Harbor's gastronomic wonders?" Nina responded with unabated enthusiasm. "Absolutely." Lucretia's gaze deepened. "Has my father briefed you about the unique elvish dining customs?" A look of bewilderment washed over Nina's features. "Well, no," she confessed, picking up on the underlying implications in Lucretia's words. "Did I overlook something important?" "It isn't a blunder on your part. However, it's an aspect of their culture best grasped through first-hand exposure," Lucretia remarked with a hint of mischief. "Later, I shall guide you to the Crown District." Nina's face gleamed with hope. "Is that where we'll find all the culinary delights?" Lucretia smirked. "It's conveniently situated near the hospital." Nina's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Why would that wait, what?" Simultaneously, on the Bright Star, within the relaxation zone designated for the crew, Duncan had found a quiet corner. From there, he was keenly monitoring a peculiar interaction happening a short distance away. There, two peculiar dolls were engaged in conversation, both seemingly at a loss. Alice, with evident curiosity, examined the entity before her, appearing even more doll-like than herself. After a contemplative pause, she whirled around and inquired of Duncan, "Captain, how does one befriend a stranger?" "Kickstart with a simple introduction," Duncan advised, conjuring a handful of fries seemingly from thin air and tossing them to AI, who was nonchalantly ambling past a nearby table. "Your name is always a good place to start." Taking his advice to heart, Alice pivoted back to Looney. "Greetings, I'm Alice, sometimes referred to as Anomaly 99. Acknowledging the introduction with a slight bow, Looney responded, "Greetings, I'm Looney. I'm under the service of Mistress Lucretia. Are you affiliated with the Old Master?" With a shake of her head, Alice proudly declared, "Not at all. I belong to the captain. I'm tasked with culinary and housekeeping duties aboard this ship." Looney appeared contemplative, a soft mechanical hum emanating from her as she processed the information. Still intrigued, Alice examined Looney further. "You lack strings over your head." Looney appeared genuinely puzzled. "Strings? What do you mean by that?" Alice enthusiastically explained, using broad gestures to emphasize her words. "There's this unique thing everyone possesses. It's like a glowing thread extending from their being. The captain informed me that I'm the only one with the ability to perceive them." She furrowed her brow, her puzzlement evident. "He referred to it as the thread of the soul. To be honest, the concept still eludes me. But what I do know is that, when I tug on it, the individual attached to it becomes entirely immobile." With her typical mechanical tone, Looney responded, "Your description is eluding my logic. As a crafted entity, I lack the essence you refer to as a soul, but I am equipped with a functional winding system." To give Alice a clearer understanding, Looney turned around, presenting a large, ornate winding key, fashioned like an intricate bow, embedded in her back. A light of recognition sparkled in Alice's eyes. "Oh, a winding mechanism, I possess one too." With bubbling enthusiasm, she twirled around, providing Looney with a glimpse. "Do you see this concealed spot beneath my garments? That's where I can be wound up. However, the mechanism is out of my reach, so the captain keeps the winding key with him. Looney's internal mechanics produced a whimsical melody, signaling her happiness. It's quite fascinating how we bear resemblances, she commented. It's my maiden experience encountering someone of my likeness. Both the mistress and the ancient master hinted at the possibility of our kinship. Their predictions seem accurate. Alice's joy was palpable as she exclaimed, "The captain is truly amazing." She then observed more keenly, her curiosity piqued. "Have you ever noticed? Our limb connections seem to share a similar design. However, your appendages appear marginally more rigid compared to mine." Studying her arm thoughtfully, Looney acknowledged, "Indeed, our articulated joints bear a striking resemblance." Unable to contain her excitement, Alice suddenly blurted out, "Oh, another thing, can you separate your head from your body? Watch me." And without waiting for any sort of reaction, Alice swiftly detached her head, proudly showcasing it to Looney as if presenting an unexpected magic trick. "See this? It's completely removable." Looney, momentarily startled by Alice's dramatic demonstration, hesitated for just a split second before placing her hands on her neck. Feeling the junction, she gave it an experimental tug. A distinct clicking noise echoed in response. Chapter 546, The Extreme Conjecture. In the dimly lit laboratory, Lucretia fixed her intense gaze on the mechanical puppet sprawled out on the lab table. Directly across from her, Alice, with her face contorted by anxiety and discomfort, tried to avoid making eye contact. Meanwhile, standing next to Alice, Duncan remained as unreadable as ever, his face betraying no emotion, consistent with his usual stoic and unflappable character. Minutes seemed like hours in the thick silence that enveloped the room until Lucretia's voice sliced through the tension. "Let me get this straight," she began, disbelief clear in her tone. "You're suggesting that Looney took her own head off." Trying to maintain his composed exterior, Duncan responded, "The circumstances were unexpected. Believe me, I was taken aback as well." Lucretia's eyes briefly darted towards Duncan. It was hard to discern, but she thought she might have caught a fleeting sign of embarrassment on the face of her father, who was usually so stern and somber. I apologize," Alice mumbled, breaking her silence. She bowed her head slightly, her fingers nervously playing with the hem of Duncan's shirt. It was evident she understood the gravity of the situation she had unintentionally created. "When I realized Looney was a puppet, I mistakenly believed all puppets functioned the same. She wasn't built with a removable head, was she?" Lucretia shifted her gaze to Alice, the notorious Anomaly 99, a being once feared and treated with utmost caution by many. "It's evident Looney assumed she was no different from you," she commented coolly, "but I never intended for her to have such a peculiarity." Suddenly Looney, who lay headless on the table, stirred. Her detached head blinked and managed to speak, though her voice sounded a touch distorted. "Mistress, would you mind reattaching my head? I deeply regret the inconvenience." Lucretia sighed without changing her facial expression and picked up some tools from the table. As she started to fiddle with Looney's neck, she inquired, "What made you blindly mimic Alice?" Looking around despite her detached state, Looney's head said, her voice accompanied by a soft crackling, "Looney views Alice as a newfound companion, one that the old master introduced." Lucretia stopped momentarily, processing Looney's words, but resumed her work without further commentary. Fidgeting, Alice cast a nervous look at Looney's separated head. "Will we continue to be friends?" Looney's head blinked in acknowledgement. "Of course, once my mistress completes my repairs." A hint of joy flashed across Alice's face, but then she had a realization. "You don't have a stutter when your head is apart." Looney explained, her voice clinical and detached. "That's accurate. My head is self-sufficient. My creator has equipped me with a comprehensive vocal mechanism inside my head, so my cognitive functions remain unhindered without my body. Unlike you, if something were to happen to my neck, I can't heal myself." Alice took a moment attempting to understand the depth of Looney's words. After a brief pause, she nodded and commented, "That's truly remarkable." Duncan's eyes widened as he observed the unusual happenings before him, a heady blend of astonishment and incredulity swirling within. The scene, eerie in its own right, seemed to mock the very essence of reality, challenging every preconceived notion of strangeness he held. In Duncan's perspective, the oddity didn't simply lie in the existence of a cursed puppet capable of detaching its own head. Even more bewildering was the fact that somewhere amidst the vastness of the world, they had stumbled upon yet another peculiar puppet, creating an opportunity for such an uncanny friendship. And to think, he hadn't even acquainted Alice with the assortment of unusual crew members aboard the Bright Star. Imagining this innocent creature wandering freely, he shuddered to think of the potential mayhem she could unleash. As Lucretia engrossed herself in mending Looney's mechanical intricacies, a sudden pang reverberated through her chest. Her eyes darted around, attempting to discern the source of this unexpected sensation. However, another pressing issue soon ensnared her focus. On the subject of the eyeball documented by Master Taran L., she began, addressing Duncan, her tone laden with a gravity befitting her alias, the Sea Witch. We're in agreement that revealing this to the masses is out of the question, but where do we stand with the 4 divine churches? I plan to notify them, Duncan answered, momentarily shelving his previous bemusement to assume a grave demeanor. Yet I'm wrestling with the idea of how best to broach the topic, and whether we need to liaise directly with their upper echelons. The crux of the matter isn't just that Vision One's core takes the form of an eye ensnared within an artificial orb. The enigma of Vision One has always confounded mortal kind, and its actual form could very well defy all sensibilities. What's crucial is the distinct appearance of that eyeball. Pondering his words, Lucretia paused her meticulous work, a deep crease forming between her brows. By its appearance, are you suggesting it bears a resemblance to the creeping sun wheel? The essence of the creeping sun wheel embodies an ancient deity, its majestic form embraced and seared by a radiant solar halo. Its many tendril-like extensions are overshadowed by the prominence of a single, massive eyeball, Duncan elucidated, the weight of a haunting memory evident in his voice. I remember that eye all too well. It felt as though our souls connected, if only for a fleeting moment. Lucretia shifted uncomfortably at her father's recollection. She hesitated, then cautiously ventured, discussing the legends of ancient deities while sailing the deep blue. Concern yourself not, Duncan interrupted with a dismissive gesture. Even if its infamous gaze is attracted to our whereabouts, it would be solely fixated on me. After all, I've long harbored the desire to meet it once again. For a moment, Lucretia found herself speechless. Throughout her extensive travels across the boundless oceans, she had witnessed innumerable marvels, rubbed shoulders with eccentric personalities, and been privy to a plethora of taboo topics and occurrences. Yet, it was rare for such forbidden subjects to be broached with such unabashed audacity. The weight of the past and the palpable shift in their relationship left her feeling as though she was navigating unfamiliar terrain. There was a realization that adjusting to her father's new state would require patience and understanding. It wasn't just about reacquainting herself with him, but essentially learning how to engage with him anew. Despite the fleeting glimpse of confusion in Lucretia's eyes, Duncan took a deep breath, pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts. He then inquired, Lucretia, do you remember the entity referred to as the intruder in Taranel's dreams? They called it the projection of the sun offspring. Acknowledging him with a nod, Lucretia replied, Indeed, you mentioned its eerie resemblance to a more diminutive form of the creeping sun wheel. You also highlighted an exchange between yourself and this so-called sun offspring, emphasizing how its subordinates scoured the dream, seemingly in search of an object or information. Taking a thoughtful moment, Duncan responded with an affirming nod. Exactly. At the heart of Vision One lies an eyeball, eerily mirroring the very nucleus of the creeping sun wheel. Mere hours post the quelling of Vision One, the sun offspring and its underlings trespassed into the dream of the Nameless One via Taranel's subconscious realm. Their motives and actions suggest a clear linkage between the two occurrences. To delve deeper into the annals of history, Duncan continued, for ages, adherents of the Black Sun have vehemently proclaimed their deity as the sole true solar god, condemning our sun as a mere pretender, a false sun. The masses mostly dismissed these assertions as mere fabrications, ramblings of a sect seemingly manipulated by the hypnotic pull of the Black Sun. Yet during the sun's recent eclipse, Taran El unearthed an unsettling truth. Encapsulated within Vision One lay an eyeball, uncannily echoing the foundational structure of the creeping sun wheel. Furthermore, regarding the invader known as the Annihilator who breached the dream of the Nameless One, from the intelligence I've amassed, the core purpose of the Annihilation cult diverges markedly from the Suntists' objectives. Their quest is anchored in the pursuit of the original blueprint, crafted prior to creation by the enigmatic Nether Lord. Citing the Book of Blasphemy, it suggested that this mysterious Nether Lord once provided guidance to the Chrétien clan, potentially playing a pivotal role in the creation of Vision One. Therefore, one could argue that the contemporary Vision One, or the false sun as deemed by the Suntists, stands as a testament to the Nether Lord's genius, a shard of the primordial design. This latter insight might shed light on the observed alliance between the Annihilation sect and the Sun cult. Though their goals converge, underlying tensions simmer beneath the surface. As Duncan meticulously unwound his chain of thought, he searched Lucretia's eyes for validation and feedback. Considering this intricate web of information, where do you stand? The weight of Duncan's revelations temporarily paralyzed Lucretia. Her demeanor transitioned from pensive to apprehensive. Taking a moment to process, she murmured, "Even a devout black sun worshipper, upon hearing this, might deem our conversation a tad too radical." Duncan exhaled with a combination of bemusement and exasperation. "It's funny, I encountered such sentiments just recently. Sometimes I wonder, if we were to peel back all the layers of our world's history, would we find truths even more bizarre? If so, compared to the grand tapestry of our reality, the most avant-garde cult beliefs might seem positively mainstream." Caught up in the whirlwind of this profound conversation, Lucretia found herself momentarily adrift in contemplation. Her gaze slowly descended towards the experiment table, meeting the eyes of Looney's detached head. Seeming to sense the need for a break in the intensity, Looney finally said, "Mistress, shall we proceed? Maybe you should step aside for a moment and recharge. We could always summon Rabbi to lend a hand." Gathering herself, Lucretia inhaled deeply, setting aside her avalanche of thoughts. As she reached for her instruments, she quipped, "Rely on Rabbi? I'd rather not. He might think of stashing your head somewhere within him, thinking he's found a cotton treat. Stay put, your head's reattachment won't be long." Looney simply responded with a meek, "Oh." Simultaneously, in the grand office of Wind Harbor's chief official, Governor Sarah Mell gingerly unfolded a freshly delivered missive. As her eyes moved line by line, the ancient elf's countenance gradually shifted to one of deep concern. The parchment bore the symbols of the 4 divine churches. Remarkably, it wasn't the proclamation of just one religious faction, but showcased the emblems of all 4 pontiffs, sanctified by the blessings of their respective deities, and was addressed to every maritime city-state. Its crux suggested the collaborative construction of an advanced alert mechanism, a joint endeavor involving the city-states, the church, and the Explorers Association. The primary objective was the vigilant surveillance of any anomalous happenings above and beneath the sea's expanse. This was a proactive measure to stave off any repetitions of the harrowing Frost crisis and stay vigilant against the potential stirrings of primordial deities. Furthermore, the church had resolved to redeploy a fraction of its patrolling armada from border regions to the central zones of civilization, ensuring prompt responses to any unforeseen crises. While these agenda points did raise certain apprehensions, they were still within the purview of typical protocols for the leaders of city-states. Yet what truly unsettled Governor Sarah Mell was a seemingly innocuous, yet pivotal footnote appended to the document's conclusion. Each city-state is mandated to be on the alert for any signals emanating from the legionary, vanished, or its accompanying fleet. Should the vanished be identified as operating in proximity to city-state waters, aggressive engagement must be avoided. Based on the prevailing circumstances, assistance may be extended as required. Chapter 547, Lucy's Home. Situated on Crown Street, which forms the boundary of the upper district of Wind Harbor, there is an enigmatic mansion that has long captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike. The property is officially listed as 99 Crown Street. Architecturally, the mansion is a 3-story edifice with a pointed roof, displaying a unique design sensibility that sets it apart from the prevalent elf-style architecture commonly seen throughout Wind Harbor. While most homes in the area boast light, airy exteriors and verdant gardens, this mansion opts for a darker, more brooding appearance. Its roof is a deep, almost forbidding shade, which stands in sharp contrast to its immaculately white walls. The large windows that punctuate the facade are ornate, featuring intricate patterns and elaborate linings that add an element of grandiosity to the structure. One of the mansion's most exceptional features is its expansive garden that sprawls both in the front and the rear of the property. Given the densely packed nature of the city-state, a garden of this size is a remarkable rarity. Even more intriguing is the selection of plants and shrubs it houses, many of which are so uncommon that even the most seasoned botanists would struggle to identify them. The mansion is as mysterious as it is distinctive. Its owner is an elusive figure who is seldom seen in public. During daylight, the only signs of life are the few silent servants who meticulously tend the garden and maintain the home. Yet things take an eerie turn when night falls and the mansion's lights come on. Uncanny shadows can often be glimpsed darting about within the illuminated windows. Local lore is rich with bizarre accounts about the mansion. Some claim to have witnessed the daytime servants shedding their human appearance at night, morphing into unsettling wooden puppets and metallic tin men that roam the halls. Others speak of being irresistibly lured by mysterious whispers as they walk past the property, only to find themselves disoriented and transported to an entirely different location when they snap back to reality. Even more unsettling are stories of the garden's plants transforming into dark, twisted thorns that envelop the first floor like a malevolent cage as the sun sets. Out of all these stories, perhaps the most extravagant rumor posits that the mansion is the prison of a vengeful female spirit. Allegedly, her powerful curse emanates from the depths of the mansion's basement, warping the servants into lifeless automata when darkness falls. However, it's worth noting that these claims have largely been dismissed as the products of overactive imaginations. In the numerous city-states scattered across the boundless seas, rumors and myths of this sort are far from uncommon. The anxieties and concerns brought on by the strange events that sometimes occur under the cover of darkness often lead to heightened states of alertness among the populace. Consequently, many people are prone to interpreting even innocuous sounds and sights as evidence of malevolent forces at work. The city-state guardians routinely investigate numerous reports of supernatural occurrences, most of which turn out to be false alarms triggered by such heightened anxieties. Generally speaking, as long as this elevated state of alertness doesn't evolve into a form of mental corruption, it's not seen as a significant problem. After all, a heightened sense of caution doesn't actually manifest real threats. However, it's preferable for citizens to remain vigilant, as genuine supernatural incidents, although rare, are not entirely outside the realm of possibility. As for who truly owns this mysterious mansion on Crown Street, that remains one of Wind Harbor's most enduring mysteries. Lucretia, widely known as the Sea Witch, had long grown comfortable with the aura of dread that enveloped her and the fearful glances or ominous messages that came her way. Ironically, she had nurtured many of the unnerving rumors surrounding her mansion at 99 Crown Street in Wind Harbor. "I need a sanctuary within the city-state," Lucretia said, relaxing in the sumptuous interiors of her mansion. "Life at sea can be exceedingly stressful, even for someone like me." She approached a large, ornately framed window, peering through it to observe the quiet entrance that led to her mansion. "I'm not fond of social interactions, and in a city-state as crowded as this, truly isolated spots are hard to come by. So it suits me to create an atmosphere sufficiently intimidating to ward off inquisitive eyes." Duncan, who had been studying the various artifacts and opulent furnishings that adorned the mansion, interjected, "Why not follow Tyrion's example? He found a desolate island in the icy reaches of the cold seas to establish the Mist Fleet's base. That location offers him uninterrupted solitude for centuries to come." Lucretia spun around, a smirk gracing her lips. "So I should be like Tyrion and risk being caught by our dear father while enjoying a striptease in the comfort of my own home." Visibly embarrassed, Duncan cleared his throat. Keep such comments about your brother between us, or better yet, for when you're actually in his presence." Lucretia paused, a brief flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She wasn't entirely sure how she felt about her father's current behavior, acknowledging that it would take time for her to adjust to it. Soon enough, though, she regained her composure. "Emulating Tyrion isn't an option for me. Securing an entire island would involve constructing and managing various facilities, overseeing a fleet, and maintaining an intricate system that spans from logistical support to diplomatic relations. All of that would consume the precious time I dedicate to my magical research. Just keeping my ship, the Bright Star, operational is a task in itself." As she finished speaking, the soft clatter of footsteps resonated in the room. A servant, garbed in a crisp black and white uniform, approached with a tray bearing warm towels and a refreshing beverage designed to mitigate the fatigue of travel. The servant offered a slight bow toward Lucretia and Duncan. As he did so, his smile looked stiff and corpse-like, and a subtle ticking noise of internal gears could be heard emanating from within him. Duncan picked up a drink from the tray, momentarily eyeing the almost human servant. He sensed an unsettling mechanical nature concealed beneath the butler's lifelike exterior, a quality so eerie that it could unnerve anyone perceptive enough to notice. Turning back to Lucretia, he mused, "Both you and Tyrion have your unique fields of mastery. Before reuniting with you two, I had heard rumors painting your relationship as tense, even bordering on antagonistic. Clearly, those accounts were grossly inflated." Lucretia glanced at Duncan, contemplating his words. Whether it was her rumored animosity with her brother or her need to ward off unwanted attention, life had taught her that sometimes illusions were as powerful as reality, especially for those who wished to keep the world at arm's length. After the dissolution of the vanished fleet a century ago, speculation ran rampant. Lucretia began, her voice tinged with a deep and complex array of emotions. Ordinary people couldn't access the full details of what transpired following that momentous event. They only knew that my ship, the Bright Star, and Tyrion's Sea Mist, sailed in opposite directions, effectively spanning the extremities of the civilized world. This lack of information naturally allowed imaginations to concoct a theatrical tapestry of events, rich with conflict and drama. Lucretia exhaled slowly, a multifaceted expression flickering across her face as she shook her head. After you left us, Tyrion and I met sporadically, always briefly. Even though the vanished had disappeared, so to speak, we could still sense a remnant of your presence, a fragment of your essence that clung to life. Her eyes shifted toward the window, her gaze softening as she spoke in a quiet, contemplative tone, her words laced with memories unshared and unknown to anyone else. Along the perimeters of the world where you once ventured, we could hear you if our vigilance slackened even the slightest. At night, your roar, impassioned, filled with malevolence and a restless urge for destruction, resounded from the darkest crevices of existence. It was as though you were wrestling to shatter the barriers that separated you from our reality, straining against the confines of subspace. Lucretia paused before continuing. During the crepuscular hours, when day gave way to night, we caught fleeting glimpses of you and the vanished. Your ship materialized from the veils of shadow, approaching ominously like a harbinger of doom, leaving a trail of death in its wake. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Eventually, we realized that these visions and auditory experiences were uniquely our own. They existed only in our perception. No one else could hear or see them. She sighed deeply. Tyrion started to see a pattern. It appeared that your awareness, your attention, was magnetized by our proximity to each other. Just like light, when two light sources merge, they create an even brighter luminosity. In a similar fashion, Tyrion and I became the lighthouses that beckoned you back from the abyss of subspace to our realm. Lucretia's voice softened further, imbued with an air of resignation. So we took the drastic step of distancing ourselves. Tyrion retreated to the northernmost territories while I relentlessly navigated toward the southern realms. With half a world separating us, the vision ceased, and the haunting cries that filled our ears faded into silence. Letter 211D. She inhaled deeply, as though lifting the weight of a century-long burden off her shoulders, a deluge of emotions she had held captive for 100 years. Duncan listened with rapt attention, struggling to find the right words. It dawned on him that the witch was not merely sharing her experiences. She was confiding in him about another individual, someone who had also left an indelible mark on her life. He knew he had no right to feel burdened or remorseful for her hardships, and yet, despite himself, he couldn't remain emotionally detached. A surge of unfamiliar emotions welled within him, emotions he wasn't certain he had a claim to. Finally, breaking the weighty silence, all he could muster was a soft, empathetic sigh. Both of you have borne immeasurable burdens. It's not as bleak as you might imagine, Lucretia began, her smile almost wistful as she shook her head. During the initial 10 years following your departure, Tyrion and I felt your absence acutely. Each time we heard those haunting sounds or glimpsed those eerie visions, a foolish glimmer of hope would spark within us. We entertained the unlikely notion that, should you actually follow the lighthouses, Tyrion and me, back into our reality, perhaps things could revert to the way they once were. She paused, her expression changing subtly. However, as another 10 years elapsed, the dreadful occurrences linked to the vanished, appearing near the fabric of our reality, intensified. Our concerns deepened into genuine fear. Driven, perhaps, by what one might call a sense of duty, we committed to finding a way to permanently exile you from our world. Lucretia continued. As more years passed, our attempts at your banishment seemed to yield results. The fear started to subside, giving way to nostalgia. Every so often, my brother would bring up the halcyon days of our shared past. While we were cautious never to utter your name or that of the vanished, we couldn't avoid reminiscing about our grand adventures and unforgettable voyages. She sighed. Over the last 3 or 4 decades, all the conversations that could be had were exhausted. We found ourselves increasingly reticent about even mentioning the vanished. It seemed as if it had all become a relic of history. Official documents in various city-states and sailors' logbooks relegated the vanished to the realm of legend. Even the dread associated with our ships, the Sea Mist and Bright Star, had markedly ebbed. And then, just like that, you reappeared, she said, her eyes narrowing. The White Oak emerged from a storm, bringing disconcerting news to the city-state of Planned. Did you know that Tyrion lost sleep for 3 consecutive nights after hearing of your return? Suddenly her laughter rang out, rich and genuine, as if a heavy weight had been lifted, a sound she hadn't indulged in for a century. A delicate silver hair accessory at the end of her locks, designed like undulating waves and feathers, shimmered as it caught the light, adding an extra layer of warmth to her laughter. Duncan sighed softly, readying himself to respond. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden shriek from the direction of the living room cut him off. The shrill sound reverberated through the air, halting their conversation in its tracks. It was unmistakably Nina's voice. Both Duncan and Lucretia exchanged a quick, concerned glance, then pivoted swiftly, rushing towards the living room. As they covered half the distance, Nina's voice reached them again, this time brimming with a combination of shock and unmistakable outrage. Why on earth did they put stink beans on the pancakes? Chapter 548 Culinary Customs. For months, Nina had been brimming with anticipation about her journey to Wind Harbor. The city-state was renowned for its elven culinary traditions, and she couldn't wait to indulge in the exotic flavors that awaited her. Yet here she was, sitting at a finely crafted table, grappling with the disappointing reality before her. Her eyes looked empty as they fixed on the mound of indistinguishable, charred substance on her plate. It was a pancake, albeit one that had been overcooked to a near crisp, and it was smothered with beans that had fermented to an extreme degree, so much so that they had become stringy and were giving off bubbles. The aroma emanating from this culinary catastrophe was so overpowering that Nina felt as though she could already taste its appalling flavor just by breathing it in. For her, this dish transcended the traditional boundaries of what she considered food. It felt more like an avant-garde art installation than something edible. Sitting opposite Nina, Shirley was grappling with her own culinary disappointment. Her plate showcased what was advertised as a localized elven variant of a crepe. However, the fermented cheese topping was so pungently odorous that Shirley's complexion had turned a queasy shade of green. Finally breaking the awkward silence, Shirley looked up and met Nina's gaze before pointing to the atrocity on her own plate. "They actually call this a crepe, you know." "How can they desecrate the name of crepes like this?" Nina sounded choked up on the brink of tears. "Crepes have been my comfort food since I was little." L., who was seated at the other end of the table, cleared his throat before speaking. As a distinguished scholar at the Academy of Truth, he looked visibly uncomfortable and somewhat anxious. Whether it was the pressure of having failed to provide an enjoyable dining experience for the relatives of Captain Duncan, or simply the disheartened stares of Nina and Shirley, it was hard to say. "This is genuinely considered a crepe in Wind Harbor," he said cautiously. "Many visitors initially find our local cuisine challenging, but some eventually develop a taste for it." Nina was aghast. "But these beans are practically rotten. They're not just fermented, they've turned stringy and frothy, they're even bubbling." L. attempted to justify the situation. "When you actually taste it, you'll find it's rather delicious," he insisted. "Besides, it poses no health risks. In fact, it's believed to be good for digestion." As they listened to L.'s explanations, both Nina and Shirley wore expressions of sheer disbelief. It was as if their souls had temporarily vacated their bodies, leaving them unable to reconcile what they were hearing with the world they thought they knew. When Duncan walked into the room, he found exactly the tableau he had expected. Suppressing a chuckle, he sauntered over to Nina and affectionately tousled her hair. "Didn't I warn you that you might find the local cuisine here in Wind Harbor a bit challenging? The elves have adapted these regional specialties to suit their own palates." Nina murmured under her breath, her eyes still wide with incredulity. "I had no idea just how far those adaptations would go." "I'm truly sorry for not having anticipated your culinary preferences better," L. said, his tone noticeably anxious the moment Duncan walked into the room. However, the scholar quickly regained his composure and turned his apologies toward Nina and Shirley, the two young women who had been so visibly disappointed by the dining experience. "The bread and smoked meat rolls here in Wind Harbor are pretty much the same as you'd find anywhere else. Let's have these dishes cleared away." Just as he was suggesting the removal of the questionable courses, Shirley unexpectedly puckered her lips, and with a sudden resolve, picked up the funky-smelling crepe from her plate. Lucretia, who had been observing the entire spectacle from a corner of the room, couldn't hide her surprise. "Shirley." "It's food," Shirley mumbled, seemingly wrestling with her own inhibitions. Closing her eyes as if taking a deep metaphorical plunge, she shoved the crepe into her mouth. She chewed with fervor, emitting sounds that made it clear she was committing fully to the act. "You know what? It's not that bad." Nina looked on, utterly flabbergasted at her friend across the table. Shirley's bold act seemed to act as a catalyst, nudging her toward an epiphany. With newfound resolve, Nina picked up her plate. Without exchanging a word, The two girls courageously devoured the unorthodox dishes that Taran L. had presented to them. Finishing almost simultaneously, they wiped their mouths, looked up at each other, and burst into smiles. A strange silence filled the room. Duncan let out a hearty chuckle. He walked over and gave Nina an affectionate pat on the shoulder before moving to Shirley to wipe away a smudge of sauce that had found its way to her face. Seemingly shaken out of his stunned state, Taran L. finally spoke, his voice tinged with a mixture of astonishment and awkwardness. "It's quite uncommon for outsiders to adapt so quickly to our local flavors. Ah, yes, if you find Wind Harbor's fermented foods challenging, we do have a variety of dishes that are less distinctive. Aside from the bread and smoked meat rolls, we offer cream stews inspired by the Central Seas, lamb stew with bluegrass, northern mushroom stews, and even red vegetable egg custard." Nina's eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope dancing in them. "You mean to say you have food that tastes normal? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Taranel spread his hands, a slight smirk on his face. "Well, because it's not yet time for dessert." Nina's previously radiant expression deflated slightly. "Dessert?" "Yes," Taranel nodded with confirmation. "All those dishes I mentioned, they're considered desserts here. We usually mash them into a paste which is then used as a dip for our honey cakes." This revelation didn't just take Nina aback. Even Duncan looked utterly surprised. Sitting across the table, Shirley brought her hands up to her temples and groaned loudly, the picture of exasperation. "Good Lord, I want to get back to our ship. What kind of twisted, subspace torture chamber have we walked into?" Duncan considered Shirley's rhetorical question, privately agreeing that even the most masochistic entities in subspace would probably pass on these culinary atrocities. However, given that they were in the presence of Taran L., a local elf, Duncan chose to keep his opinions to himself. Just as the group was pondering their next steps in this awkward social setting, the chime of a doorbell echoed from the entrance, effectively cutting through the tension in the room. Lucretia's brows knitted together subtly at the interruption. A manservant, decked out in traditional butler attire, left the room with a mechanical rigidity. He returned a short while later, having made a trip to the front door and performed a shallow bow before addressing Lucretia. "There is a visitor from City Hall. Governor Sarah Mell requests your presence for a meeting." Visibly annoyed, Lucretia shot back. "Tell them I can't attend. I have more important guests here and don't have the time to spare." The messenger noted that the issue Governor Sarah Mell wishes to discuss is directly related to your honored guests, the manservant intoned, his voice as monotonous as ever. "Furthermore, the matter has the official backing of the four gods." The mention of the four gods caused a subtle shift in Lucretia's expression. Almost instinctively, her eyes flicked up to meet Duncan's. Duncan, who had clearly overheard the interaction between Lucretia and her servant, appeared nonchalant. He casually waved his hand, dismissing any concern. "It's not surprising. I entered the city openly with you. While other city-states might not take notice, here in the Elven lands, my face might not go unrecognized." "If that's the case, he should have made the trip himself," Lucretia retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. "Sending a messenger like this lacks proper decorum." Duncan chuckled, seemingly amused by Lucretia's reaction. "Given Governor Sarah Mell's current responsibilities, he's hardly sitting idle. You should go find out what this is all about, especially this endorsement by the four gods. Would you like me to accompany you?" "No need, I'll go alone," Lucretia responded, cutting him off abruptly. With a sigh, she offered a curt nod of farewell to the others in the room, turning to make her exit. Just then, several colorful pieces of paper fluttered out from her, only to be quickly reabsorbed. She then looked back at Duncan, her face wearing an awkward, forced smile before she finally left the room by normal walking. Throughout the entire exchange, Duncan's expression remained inscrutable. After Lucretia's departure, Taran L. stood in the living room, scratching his head with an air of perplexity. He looked around at the remaining occupants. "Isn't it customary for her to use magic to get around when she ventures out alone? What would possess her to walk today?" Duncan, standing with arms crossed, simply shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." Meanwhile, Governor Sarah Mell looked on in mild astonishment as Lucretia, often referred to as the Sea Witch, strode into his office. His surprise wasn't that she had arrived punctually, but had opted for a more pedestrian entrance. She had walked into City Hall through the grand front doors, ascended via the elevator, and then navigated the maze of hallways to reach this office. "I've gone ahead and opened the window for you," the elderly elven governor remarked, gesturing to the open pane beside him. "I was under the impression that you'd make one of your signature aerial entries." Glass can't restrain a phantom, Lucretia retorted, her face set in an unyielding expression and her voice tinged with something that seemed like discomfort. However, today I felt the urge to walk. Ah, commendable choice. Physical activity is beneficial for one's well-being, particularly for scholarly figures like yourself who are generally engrossed in intellectual pursuits, Sarah Mell observed. Although he couldn't quite put his finger on it, something about Lucretia's overall demeanor felt off to him. Her aura, even her manner of speech, seemed different from the norm. But he quickly dismissed this fleeting sense of discrepancy, directing her attention back to the task at hand. Please take a seat and examine the letter on my desk. Lucretia's eyes had already taken note of the opened envelope on Sarah Mell's desk, the seal bearing the emblematic insignia of the Church of the Four Gods. She sat down across from him and lifted the letter, her eyes scanning through the lines swiftly. Her eyebrows ascended gradually as she read, her face revealing a complex blend of surprise and a subtle, nearly untraceable flicker of intrigue. Setting the letter back down, she looked directly into Sarah Mell's eyes. Was this missive distributed to all the city-states throughout the boundless sea? Correct. Governors from various territories should be receiving them soon if they haven't already, Sarah Mell nodded, confirming her query. While their reactions will no doubt be intriguing, I find myself more interested in your perspective at this stage, particularly given your recent reconnection with your father, Captain Duncan. How do you interpret the Church of the Four Gods' position on this matter? Lucretia took a moment to contemplate before speaking. The Church's appears to be more committed and forward-thinking than I had initially anticipated. In a more precise context, it's the perspective of the arcs that could be considered enlightened, Sarah Mell elucidated. There are prevalent misconceptions about the various popes and their associated pilgrimage episcopal groups, often viewed as the most dogmatic and conservative custodians of religious doctrines on a global scale. But the reality frequently defies these stereotypes. Lucretia quirked an eyebrow. So you're suggesting you're not constrained by such common-sense judgments? Let's just say that longevity has its educational benefits, Sarah Mell replied with a casual shrug. To be honest, I was taken aback when I first received this letter. However, given the chain of recent events and the unusual actions of the churches, the letter's content doesn't surprise me as much now. At this, Lucretia's eyebrows knit together subtly. Unusual actions of the four churches? What are you referring to? Rather than directly responding to her query, Sarah Mell asked, when was the last time you came across the patrol fleet from the churches at the border? The air in the room thickened with palpable tension, now imbued with a nuanced mix of shared understanding and lingering questions. Sarah Mell's query seemed like a probing move, an attempt to gauge Lucretia's level of awareness regarding the church's recent endeavors and how those might be linked to the matters elaborated upon in the mysterious letter. On her end, Lucretia appeared to recognize that the situation might be more intricate than she had initially surmised. Chapter 549, Witnessed by the Four Gods. When asked about her last encounter with the church's patrol fleet near the border, Lucretia took a moment to gather her thoughts. Then her face tightened as she remembered. I believe it was around a month ago when I came across the flame-bearer's ship in the waters near the border. Since then, I haven't seen any patrols from the churches in that area. But that could be because I haven't been sailing near the border recently. Governor Sarah Mell shook his head in response. It's not simply because you haven't been near the border, Ms. Lucretia. It's actually much more strategic than that. The Church of the Four Gods has deliberately pulled back a large number of its personnel who were once responsible for border patrols. They've decreased their presence there by about 50%. Lucretia looked genuinely taken aback. They've reduced their border patrols? What could be the reason behind such a decision? Sarah Mell elaborated. The churches are not obligated to share their plans or operations with me. However, from the information I have gathered, those who were pulled back from patrolling duties haven't been reassigned to internal routes or tasks. Instead, they've been stationed near the Eternal Veil at specific strategic points along the border. They're not actively patrolling, but they seem to be amassing their forces at these locations, possibly in preparation for something far more significant. Pausing for emphasis, the governor fixed his eyes intently on Lucretia and spoke with gravity. This sort of shift in strategy is unprecedented. Lucretia took in the weight of Sarah Mell's words, acknowledging the gravity of the situation with a well-known adage. When an elf says that such a thing has never happened before, it's generally a sign that we're facing something extremely serious. I think I understand the gravity of what you're saying. Sarah Mell nodded solemnly. The world is in a precarious state, Ms. Lucretia. The Vanished has already issued a global warning. Even ordinary people like myself can sense that a crisis is on the horizon. The Church of the Four Gods has been the guardian and overseer of our world for millennia. They can't be oblivious to these signs. They're definitely mobilizing. As he spoke, Sarah Mel pointed to a letter on his desk that bore the official seal of the four churches. This letter suggests a link between their recent unexpected redeployment and the warning issued by the Vanished. It's quite likely that the leaders of the Arks have identified, or at least confirmed, the root cause of the issues that your father warned us about. And whatever they have discovered seems far more consequential than anyone initially thought. In light of this major issue, concerns over the Vanished, whose existence remains tied to subspace and holds the potential to disrupt it, have become secondary. What's crucial now is that your father still aligns with the mortals in this looming conflict. After Governor Sarah Mel concluded his remarks, Lucretia found herself engrossed in contemplation. Her gaze shifted back to the letter she had been holding, its contents weighing heavily on her mind. It was as if she were navigating through a labyrinth of thoughts, considering every twist and turn the conversation had taken. After an extended period of silence, Sarah Mel finally decided to break the stillness. "If I may inquire, Ms. Lucretia, what is your father, the legendary Captain Duncan, currently engaged in, and what are his future plans?" For a fleeting moment, a whimsical thought crossed Lucretia's mind. He's busy babysitting and plans to take the kids on a grocery run for some human-friendly food. However, she immediately dismissed the notion and steadied her focus. "He's intensely interested in that fallen object I discovered. For some reason, he seems to know a lot about the stone sphere at its core. That's mainly why he's here now." Sarah Mel's eyes widened with evident surprise. "He knows the origins of this stone sphere, you say?" "Yes," Lucretia nodded. "He referred to it as the moon, and indicated that its original size should be enormous, much larger than what we see. He also asked me various questions about the sphere's physical properties and the composition of samples taken from its surface." Sarah Mel frowned, his eyebrows knitting together in thought. After mulling it over for a moment, he shook his head. "I must admit, I've never come across such terminology." "Neither have I," Lucretia said. "My father mentioned that it's unlikely anyone in our world would recognize the term moon." And when he said this, he seemed uncharacteristically dispirited. The governor paused to consider his next words carefully before breaking the silence. "Our advanced research team has recently collected more surface samples from this stone sphere, and they're in the analysis process. Given your father's keen interest, I'll make sure to share the team's findings with you. I'll also prearrange access to the research facilities. Should your father wish to personally examine any of the data or findings, he's welcome to do so." Lucretia raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "And you're not concerned that revealing such sensitive information could create mass panic?" Sarah Mel gestured expansively, as if resigning himself to the inevitable. "You've already openly walked your father into the city. Do you have any idea how many people here would recognize his face?" She retorted, "Until there's an official statement, most people will likely dismiss it as a mere resemblance. A man who bears a striking likeness to Captain Duncan is more believable than the idea of a shadowy figure from subspace casually wandering our streets." Sarah Mel offered a wry smile. "A striking resemblance is unsettling enough, Ms. Lucretia. Since your father's disappearance, even the seasoned sea captains of our vast oceans have mostly ceased wearing goatees out of respect or perhaps superstition." "Well, that's hardly my concern," Lucretia replied with a touch of humor. "It's not as if my father went around forcibly shaving them." Governor Sarah Mel looked momentarily stunned, his eyes widening before he regained composure and waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, let's not get sidetracked. I would like to know the absolute truth. How is your father doing now, really?" He was aware that his question treaded on sensitive ground, especially when directed at someone as formidable as the Sea Witch. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to ask, and so he did, choosing his words with utmost care. Lucretia, for her part, showed no offense at his directness. "From what I've been able to gather, my father has lost a considerable amount of his memory. At some point, his time in subspace had fractured not just his reasoning but his very identity. The Duncan of Namur we see today is, in the strictest sense, a man pieced back together from fragmented memories and characteristics," she explained, her face a complex tapestry of conflicting emotions. She was open about what she knew, choosing not to hide anything. "I can still recognize some semblance of his former self. The familiar aura and the dignified presence are there. But beyond a vague impression he has of me, his recall is largely non-existent." Lucretia paused, contemplating how to articulate her next thoughts. As for my own impressions, I sense something else within him. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about any subspace corruption or something inherently dangerous. It's as if he has multiple layers of personalities or fragmented bits of information stacked atop one another, almost coexisting in a complicated tapestry. Sarah Mel furrowed his brows in confusion. I'm not sure I follow. Could you elaborate? Exercising tremendous patience, Lucretia delved into greater detail. When I saw him again this time, my initial impression was disrupted by a brief onslaught of noises and shifting shadows of light, most likely the residual effects of some form of psychic contamination. This was fleeting, however, and didn't leave any lasting impact on me. Amidst this psychic chaos, I also perceived an array of tiny lights emanating from somewhere behind him. It's difficult to describe, but it resembled a starry sky, as if it was a celestial field that existed somewhere between the deep spiritual recesses of the ocean and the metaphysical realm. Before experiencing this starry phenomenon, my initial impression of my father was that of an immense void. I could see his physical form but couldn't sense his essence or being. However, once these auditory and visual sensations unfolded, it allowed me to finally establish some form of meaningful communication. I wasn't speaking to a mere hollow shell anymore. The essence of Duncan Abnommer, fragmented as it might be, was accessible. Listening intently, Governor Sarah Mel's face turned exceptionally grave. And how long did this entire psychic experience last? The entire experience unfolded in the briefest of moments, Lucretia elaborated with a serious expression. It happened at the intersection of rational thought and intuitive perception. I would venture to say that the majority of individuals would likely overlook this momentary episode altogether. Those with heightened psychic sensitivities might be so engrossed by the dazzling star-like phenomena that they'd completely miss the preceding sense of void that initially veiled his physical form. Governor Sarah Mel pondered in silence for a good half-minute before articulating his thoughts. It seems as though you were able to perceive this quicksilver transition precisely because you were so attuned to your father at that moment. The implications of what you're describing, Ms. Lucretia, are disconcerting. It's as if... Lucretia cut him off. I believe I know what you're about to suggest, that perhaps this transient, starry light phenomenon might now constitute the real essence of Duncan Abnommer, and what returned from subspace could be merely a fragment or an extension of this starry essence, akin to a tentacle of a sea creature that surfaces to ensnare unsuspecting sailors. Sarah Mel's face tightened into a frown. That was my thought, yes, isn't it plausible? Lucretia gently shook her head, as if dismissing a notion that had occurred to her but was subsequently discounted. I have my own convictions. According to them, that is indeed him. Yes, he now carries troubling attributes, qualities that make his very state of existence difficult to comprehend, much less articulate in words. However, I can affirm that these stars, perplexing as they may be, are either him or an integral part of him. Sarah Mel considered his words carefully before speaking, his tone deeply respectful yet tinged with a concern that couldn't be masked. Your explanation is laden with emotional undertones, Ms. Lucretia, but I also understand you're not one to let emotions interfere with your typically unerring judgment. Thus, I hope your current assessment emanates from your intuitive grasp of reality rather than a sentimental yearning for what was or might have been. Lucretia looked him squarely in the eye, her expression unwavering. You can place your trust in my judgment, she stated emphatically. She then gestured toward the letter adorned with the insignia of the Church of the Four Gods, which lay conspicuously on the table. If not in me, then at the very least, trust in the wisdom of the Four Gods. Chapter 550, Afternoon. In the overwhelming context of the authority carried by the term Four Gods, Sarah Mel found himself compelled to concede to Lucretia's assessment. Regardless of what the sea witch Lucretia specifically meant by starlight, or whatever form Duncan Abnommer currently existed in, one powerful piece of evidence stood out. The leaders of the Arcs, who have the unique ability to communicate directly with the Four Gods, had collectively chosen to join forces with the entity known as the Vanished. Viewed from an extreme standpoint, if even the Four Gods could provide flawed guidance, then the occurrence of a disaster would be moot. The real catastrophe would be the fact that the Four Gods are wrong. Lucretia shifted her posture, her eyes turning toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, as though she was peering at a distant sea. Our understanding of subspace is extremely limited. The fundamental laws that govern our own reality could be entirely irrelevant or even inverted in that dimension. She spoke with an air of tranquility. The entity known as the Vanished is re-emerging from subspace into our own world, and this transition will undeniably set off a chain reaction of events. Bear in mind how just minor influences transformed the bright star and the sea mist into their current forms. What then should we expect of the vanished, which has been dwelling in subspace for 100 years? And what about my father? She paused and looked back at Sarah Mel, making direct eye contact. To be honest, I'm not overly concerned about how much of Duncan Abnommer's original essence remains intact. If even a tiny spark within that ocean of starlight is genuinely his, I am prepared to welcome him back for the sake of that solitary glimmer. The only condition is that he must fundamentally align with the interests of mortals. As Sarah Mel listened to Lucretia's calm exposition, his facial expression went through multiple shifts, finally settling on a resigned sigh. Well, a benevolent force is certainly preferable to a malevolent entity from subspace, he conceded. Lucretia nodded in silent agreement. After a brief moment of silence, Sarah Mel changed the subject. How is Taranel? I heard he's been caught in some sort of dream crisis. You and your father were instrumental in helping him. Lucretia straightened her face, her voice adopting a tone of serious gravity. The dream that Master Taranel found himself trapped in is far more intricate than you might think. My father has confirmed information that suggests involvement by heretical groups. She spent the next 15 minutes sharing what she knew with Sarah Mel, who sat attentively across the desk. Lucretia talked about the objectives of the heretical sect known as the Annihilators, and described their encounters with the Sun offspring in the dream realm. Then, seizing the chance, she also informed Sarah Mel of intelligence they had received from the city-state of Planned. This intelligence pertained to another group known as the Enders, their apocalyptic prophecy regarding the fourth long night, and the enigmatic messages contained within their sermons. Sarah Mel was fully absorbed in what Lucretia was saying, his expression one of intense focus and seriousness. He didn't interrupt Lucretia at any point, allowing the gravity of the narrative to wash over him. When Lucretia finally stopped speaking, a heavy silence filled the room, lasting for what felt like an endless series of seconds. Sarah Mel, a seasoned leader with a wealth of experience, took his time to slowly nod, as if digesting the magnitude of the information he had just received. The dream of the Nameless One, such a concept doesn't exist in elven lore. However, it does remind me of the world's creation dream attributed to the demon god Saslaka. Sarah Mel finally spoke, choosing his words carefully. But the question that remains is, if such an expansive dreamscape truly exists, why has it remained undiscovered for so many centuries? The heretics contend that elves are the gateway to this realm, yet as far as I'm aware, no event like what happened to Taranel has ever occurred. We've pondered that too, Lucretia replied, her tone inflected with sober gravity. The most likely explanation we've come up with is that the dream of the Nameless One serves as one of the signs heralding the approach of the fourth long night. Understanding quickly dawned on Sarah Mel. You're suggesting that? Exactly, Lucretia interjected. The dream of the Nameless One might have only recently become active or revealed itself. It could have remained in a dormant or even suppressed state for a long time, thereby eluding detection. However, as the fourth long night looms ever closer, it seems to be awakening, becoming more dynamic. Sarah Mel said nothing for a moment, his eyebrows knitted together in deep thought. He looked up after a while, his eyes transfixed on the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window. The sun, held secure within a double ring of magical runes, was reaching its zenith. Afternoon was rapidly encroaching. After what felt like an eternity, Sarah Mel finally spoke, muttering more to himself than to Lucretia, but in a manner that seemed to echo the apocalyptic words of the Enders. The dusk is near, and the sun grows gentler. Those who were once exiled, who were purged from memory, are now starting to reappear in this world. Meanwhile, at the front door, Nina took a moment to meticulously inspect her outfit and the items she planned to carry. The climate in this southern city-state was noticeably warmer than in Planned. Even though it was late autumn and slightly cool, lighter clothing was essential. She slipped into her favorite skirt and a pair of new, airy sandals, immediately feeling her spirits lift. In her small outing bag, she stowed her keys, some loose change, and a map. At Lucretia's recommendation, she also included mosquito repellent in both incense and lotion form, making her feel fully prepared for whatever lay ahead. Last but certainly not least, she made sure her companion was ready to go. Nina turned to look at Shirley, who was still wearing her favorite dress and was crouched on the floor, fastening the straps on her sandals. Sensing Nina's eyes on her, Shirley looked up and smiled, asking, "What's on your mind, Nina?" Nina's face lit up with a warm smile as she asked, "So, have you decided where you want to go?" Their previous adventure involving local delicacies had been a culinary misadventure, to say the least. A fiasco so startling that both girls had briefly considered retreating to the safety of their ship. However, they'd ultimately decided against it. This was a rare chance to explore a new place during their extended sea voyage, and they were determined not to squander the opportunity. "Well, I don't really have a specific destination in mind," Shirley said as she stood up and brushed off her skirt. "Remember that elf gentleman we met? He suggested a market about 2 blocks from here. I'd prefer to go there over revisiting what the locals optimistically call the food street." Nina nodded, clearly in agreement with Shirley's sentiment. She then looked at the small bag that Shirley had slung around her waist. "Did you remember to bring the mosquito repellent? The mosquitoes here are far more aggressive than the ones we encountered in Planned." "Absolutely," Shirley replied, patting her waist bag reassuringly. "Dog reminded me to pack it." "Perfect, then let's head out," Nina exclaimed, her smile beaming brighter than ever. Just as they were about to leave, descending the front steps of the house, the sound of a door unlocking and slowly creaking open echoed from behind them. Both girls turned around, startled. Standing in the doorway was Duncan, an imposing figure who always seemed to exude an aura of intimidating seriousness. Shirley felt a sense of nervousness creep over her almost immediately. "We were, planning on going out for a little while," Shirley stammered, taking the initiative to speak before Duncan had a chance to say anything. "We already let Mr. Morris know about our plans." "We promised not to wander too far," Nina added, her smile unfazed. "We're just going to the nearby market." "I'm aware," Duncan simply said, nodding as he walked towards them. His gaze settled on Shirley. Feeling suddenly self-conscious, Shirley hesitated a bit before tentatively voicing her thoughts. "Maybe it's better if I just—" Duncan cut her off by extending several bills toward her. "Take this." For a moment, Shirley's eyes widened in confusion, staring at the money being offered to her. "You're heading to the market, correct?" Duncan's voice snapped her back to reality. "Consider this your allowance for the day, but don't spend it all in one place. Nina already has hers." Snapping out of her bewildered state, thanks to a mental nudge from Dog, Shirley hesitantly took the bills, which weren't particularly large denominations. She then mumbled, as if trying to deflect the awkward moment, "I thought you were going to drag me back inside to finish my homework or something." Unfazed by her reaction, Duncan simply looked at the 2 young women and added a final note of caution. "Try to stay within this district and don't stay out too late. If you happen to get lost, give me a call and I'll send AI to pick you up." We get it," Nina said, waving her hand dismissively. Though her tone was tinged with impatience, her smile remained as dazzling as ever. "Come on, Shirley." Grabbing Shirley's arm, she pulled her excitedly toward the road. "Let's get going. We promise to be back before the sun sets." As Shirley was briskly pulled along by Nina, she glanced back over her shoulder at Duncan. Her mouth opened slightly as though she wanted to say something, but words failed her. Instead, a sudden smile broke through her hesitation, and she gave him a little wave before Nina spirited her further down the street. Duncan remained in place, watching as the 2 young women rounded a nearby corner and disappeared from view. Finally, his gaze moved away from the empty space next to him, and he spoke as if to the air itself. "Back from City Hall." As his words echoed, the seemingly empty space shimmered as Lucretia materialized like she was stepping out from an invisible realm. Her face registered a fleeting moment of surprise. "You knew I was here all along, didn't you?" Duncan simply nodded, confirming her suspicion. "I've been aware of your presence since the beginning." Lucretia's gaze followed the path that Nina and Shirley had taken. For a moment, her expression underwent a subtle transformation. Her eyes seemed to become a whirlpool of complex emotions, perhaps swirling with past memories and sentiments that were hard to define. Just as quickly as it had come, her emotional turbulence vanished, leaving only a faint, inscrutable smile on her face as she turned back to Duncan. Oddly, Duncan sensed an immediate and significant change in her mood, as if the witch before him had suddenly become much more upbeat. "Terran has already left," Lucretia abruptly shifted the topic. "He departed about 30 minutes ago," Duncan answered. "He mentioned that he couldn't afford to leave his lab unattended for an extended period." Pausing for a moment, he then asked, "What did you discuss with the governor at City Hall?" "The churches have sent out a declaration to every city-state," Lucretia began, her voice tinged with a complexity that Duncan found hard to interpret. "The warning that you've disseminated is beginning to ripple through the world, making its impact felt." Though Duncan couldn't entirely grasp the nuances in her tone, the gravity of her words left no room for doubt. The situation they were both entangled in was escalating, growing increasingly serious with each passing moment.